The school belle, secretly admired by all the male students, actually proposed to me in front of tens of thousands of teachers and students, saying she had liked me for 4 whole years just to be with me. And the principal, far from being angry, even had us register our marriage on the spot. Who would have thought that after spending my previous life as a hopeless simp, I'd now be pursued by the school belle herself? At the graduation ceremony for the senior class, the principal stood on stage delivering an impassioned speech while the students below struggled to stay awake until the host took the stage and roused everyone from their drowsiness. After the principal's address concluded, the host announced, "Next, let's welcome student representative Su Mushue to the stage." The auditorium erupted in enthusiastic applause. Under the fervent gazes of countless male students, Su Mushue, clad in her graduation gown, strode gracefully onto the stage with her long, slender legs. Her gentle smile and warm gaze were like a breath of fresh air. As Su Mushue took the stage, murmurs spread through the crowd below. "Wow, she's stunning. You look so charming in the graduation gown, truly worthy of being the campus belle. Of course, Su Mushue is my goddess. I heard she's still single." Su Mushue held the microphone, glanced at the students below the stage, then took out a notebook containing today's speech draft. "Hello everyone, I'm Su Mushue. I'm honored to be chosen as the student representative to share our thoughts. 4 years of university have passed in the blink of an eye, and I believe these 4 years are precious memories for every student here. I hope these memories will forever remain in everyone's hearts." At the end, Su Mushue paused, put away her notebook, and with a hint of shyness on her face, she looked at the audience and said, "At this memorable moment, I'd like to say something to a certain student here." As soon as these words were spoken, the students in the room instantly grew restless. They looked around at each other, all guessing what Su Mushue was about to say. Just as everyone was puzzled, Su Mushue raised her head and looked at me, sitting at the very back of the crowd. "My name is Pei-yu, and it's been exactly 4 years since I crossed over into this world. From freshman enrollment to now, about to graduate as a senior. That damn system still refuses to activate. I've had to keep a low profile, remaining a nobody to this day. Handsome, sure, but with nothing else to my name." I was also very curious about what Su Mushue wanted to say. At that moment, Su Mushue raised the microphone, mustered her courage, and said, "Pei-yu, I've actually liked you for a long time. Will you marry me?" As soon as the words left her mouth, the entire room fell silent. Su Mushue's confession was like a bombshell, shaking the auditorium with its impact. Everyone present was stunned. Su Mushue had actually confessed to me in public and even proposed. Hearing this, I froze in place, my mind completely blank. I never expected Su Mushue to propose to me. Oh my god, did I hear that right? The campus belle just confessed in public? You heard it right. Not only did Willow confess her feelings, but she also proposed on the spot. Who is this Pei-yu anyway? How could he capture Willow's heart? I challenge him to a duel. The auditorium was in chaos, with countless students seething with indignation. Those male classmates who had secretly admired Su Mushue now wore expressions of hostility, as if they wanted to drag me out and tear me apart. The few who recognized me had their eyes fixed on me. I was equally bewildered before Su Mushue spoke. I had never imagined such fortune would come my way. Su Mushue and I weren't close. We'd exchanged fewer than 10 words in total. Yet here she was, proposing to me publicly at the graduation ceremony. What kind of act was this? But now, that's not the point. All the students in the auditorium followed Su Mushue's gaze and looked at me. If the campus belle had confessed to me privately, it would have been a dream come true. After all, I've admired Su Mushue for a long time. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but her figure is also exceptional. Most importantly, I've heard that Su Mushue never had a boyfriend throughout her 4 years of college, which means she might still be, well, untouched. But now, in the solemn and sacred setting of the graduation ceremony, under the principal's murderous glare and the envious, jealous stares of my classmates, I'm at a loss. Should I accept or reject her? In just a few seconds, countless thoughts raced through my mind. Su Mushue stood on the stage, gazing at me eagerly, her heart pounding with nervousness because she wasn't sure if I'd say yes. To others, she was the untouchable campus belle, a figure out of reach, but only she knew how ordinary she felt in front of Pei-yu. From the very first day of college, she had liked him, but she never mustered the courage to confess. Now, with graduation looming, she knew if she didn't take the initiative, she might never get another chance. The thought made her heart race even faster. Sitting in the audience, I was caught in a dilemma. Just then, a system notification echoed in my mind. Asterisk hosts emotional fluctuations detected. The model husband system has been activated. Option 1, accept Su Mushue's proposal, marry her, and receive a reward of 10 million in cash. Option 2, reject Su Mushue publicly. The system will enter standby mode, awaiting reactivation, and reward you with the title of ultra straight man. Asterisk. Hearing the system's voice, I froze. Asterisk 4 whole years. Do you have any idea how I've lived these 4 years? The system finally shows up when I'm about to graduate. Asterisk 4 years since transmigrating to this world. I'd been drifting aimlessly, desperately waiting for the system to appear. I even started to think I was the unluckiest transmigrator ever, chosen to cross into a parallel world but left without a system. Who would have thought Su Mushue's proposal today would finally trigger it? I choose 1. Seeing the system options. I didn't even think before making my decision. For that 10 million in cash. Forget about marrying the campus belle, I'd even consider marrying a Sao if I had to. So, campus belle Lu, when are we going to get our marriage certificate? I looked at Su Mushue on the stage, barely containing my excitement as I spoke. How about right now? Su Mushue was taken aback for a moment before blushing and replying. At this scene, all the students present were stunned. What kind of joke is this? They're really going to get married just like that? My roommates sitting beside me gaped in disbelief, their expressions utterly incredulous. Holy shit, is this for real? You're actually going to get a marriage certificate with Campus Belle Lu? You're not joking, are you? You turned the graduation ceremony into an engagement ceremony, even TV dramas wouldn't dare script it this way. Meanwhile, the male classmates who had secret crushes on Su Mushue or had pursued her were utterly devastated. The Campus Belle Lu is getting married? This is too absurd, I can't go on living. As I walked out of the civil affairs office holding Su Mushue's hand, we each carried a red marriage certificate. From this moment on, I was officially Su Mushue's lawful husband. The system's reward arrived immediately, and seeing the 10 million yuan deposit in my bank account filled me with overwhelming excitement. After 4 years of crossing over, the system had finally arrived, and with it, a campus belle as my wife. The feeling was absolutely euphoric. Pei Yu, why are you spacing out? Su Mushue asked, puzzled. You're not regretting marrying me, are you? How could that be? I glanced at Su Mushue in front of me and teased. But since we've already gotten our marriage certificate, shouldn't you change how you address me? Call me hubby and let me hear it. With that, I leaned my head closer to Su Mushue. Hearing this, Su Mushue's delicate face instantly turned crimson, but she quickly composed herself. Hubby, I nodded in satisfaction. Marina University. Schoolgirl Su Mushue proposed to Lin Feng. It soon caused a stir in the school. Not only that, but even a few of the neighboring universities have spread the word. Many people took videos and sent them to Shaken Weibo, as well as to Marina University's postings. The heat level instantly soared, topping the top 10 of the hot search list. One must know that Su Mushue was one of the most stunning schoolgirls in the entire Binhai city. She was a goddess to her students and the object of many boys' dreams. In the 4 years of college, countless rich kids wanted to pursue her, but all were rejected by her. She, who had always shown herself to be high and cool, now took the initiative to propose to Lin Feng. This is simply enviable. After the license, Lin Feng took Su Mushue and went back to the dormitory to pack up his things. Just then, a few of the dormitory's basemates, too, returned from the auditorium. Seeing Lin Feng and Su Mushue, a few roommates were first shocked for a moment, then they calmed down and surrounded them. Wendy, are you guys done with your license? Well, just got it. Lin Feng smiled and said, we're now legally married. Hearing the word husband and wife, Su Mushue was still a little embarrassed. The roommates, on the other hand, had shocked looks on their faces. Not bad for a Wendy son. Everyone else is going through a lot of trouble thinking of how to pick up the schoolgirl. You're so good that you got picked up by the schoolgirl. It really seems to bear out the old adage. Being good looking means you can do whatever you want, no lie. A few of them looked at Lin Feng. What came out of his eyes was full of envy and jealousy. Wendy, 4 years of college and about to graduate. In the future, we all go our separate ways and I don't know if we'll have the chance to meet again. Why don't we all go out, have a breakup dinner, and get together one last time? Lin Feng subconsciously glanced at Su Mushue. Honey, what do you think? Su Mushue froze for a long time. Because after coming out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Feng's name for himself had always been Su Mushue. But this time, he called his wife in front of his roommates? Su Mushue was happy though. But in front of so many people, she was more than a little shy. But shy is shy. Su Mushue was kinda enjoying this feeling. Su Mushue's cheeks turned red and she said like a mosquito, what's wrong? Hubby? Lin Feng said, you heard it just now, my roommate asked me to go out for a casual dinner. Why don't you come with us too? Su Mushue nodded, yeah, just when I'm hungry. But, will this bother you guys? A few roommates saw this and hurriedly shook their heads, no. How could it be disturbed? It would be an honor to dine with the schoolgirl. We can't wait. Su Mushue let out a light laugh, then said, let's go then. In the meantime, inside an office building in Marina City, an OL beauty wearing a wrap-around skirt with slender legs walked in from outside in a graceful manner. She had a cup of coffee in her hand and a somewhat hurried look on her face. Her name was Su Anqi, Su Mushue's own sister. After graduating from college, she moved to her family's beauty company, where she held the position of director of marketing. At less than 30 years old, he leads a team of hundreds of people. Although there was help from the family in this, more than that, it was a reflection of her personal ability. The employees of the marketing department were still very pleased with Suanchi's strength. With her coffee in hand, Suanchi returned to her workstation and began to work on the paperwork. Suddenly you hear the employees outside, huddled around gossiping. The person talking about it was her sister Sumu Shue. She was just about to get up and go out to make some inquiries to see what they were talking about. But just then, her cell phone rang. It was a shaky video from her BFF. There are also a couple of quotes attached below. Angie, I heard your sister is getting married? Congratulations! When are they having the wedding? Remember to call me when you do. Suanchi's entire body was confused when she saw these words. My sister's getting married? What's going on here? She clicked on the video and immediately started watching it. Only to see the solemn and grand graduation ceremony, Sumu Shue unexpectedly proposed to someone in public. And the two of them hit it off right away and headed straight for the Civil Affairs Bureau. Seeing this, Suanchi shuddered. Your own sister's life's work is decided? This sister of hers, as far as she knew, had always been a respecter of boys. 4 years of college, never had a relationship. It's not that she doesn't want a boyfriend, and it's not that no one is chasing her. Only she was disgusted with all those so-called rich kids. Her character was already rather solitary and unsociable, and naturally she didn't like to be pestered. But never in a million years would she have proposed in public. This is just unbelievable. No, we must find her and ask her about such an important matter. Thinking of this, Suanchi took out her cell phone and directly sent a few messages to Sumu Shue. Chapter 3, Happy Newlywed. The Other Side. Lin Feng held Sumu Shue's hand and walked outside the school. A few roommates followed behind, looking at the backs of the two with envious looks on their faces. Sumu Shue was dressed extraordinarily beautifully today. Changing out of her bachelor's uniform, she was in a short halter dress that showed off her luscious figure. Underneath the short skirt were two long, white legs. Pair it with a pair of white canvas shoes for a youthful look. Right at this moment, Sumu Shue's cell phone rang. It was a message from her oldest sister, Suanchi. Mu Shue, someone just sent me a video from your graduation ceremony. I see you proposed to a boy named Lin Feng at the graduation ceremony? What the hell is going on here? Suanchi's tone sounded a little agitated. Sumu Shue froze for a moment, then tapped on the voice and replied, That's what, old sister, don't get excited first. I'll go back and explain it to you when I'm done here. I have to accompany my husband and go to a breakup dinner with his roommate. That's it for now. Bye-bye, old sis. After saying that, Sumu Shue turned off WeChat and turned her cell phone into silent mode. Inside the office, Suanchi's entire body was messed up. Those words from Sumu Shue just now had already made it very obvious. What happened at graduation is true. She's really married to Lin Feng. What's going on here? Who the hell is this Lin Feng guy? How could he capture his sister's heart and have her propose in public? Suanchi's heart was filled with doubts. She knew best what kind of character her own sister had. Don't look at her as a dorky person on a regular basis, but she's still very serious about this whole relationship thing. But now, without saying a word, she's married to someone? What a rush! The more Suanchi thought about it, the angrier she felt. If mom and dad found out about this, they wouldn't let her off the hook. How? About calling mom and dad right now and telling them about it? Let's see how they react. Suanchi thought about it but put her cell phone down. Since Mu Shue said just now that she will explain to herself when she comes back. Well, let's hear what she has to say. As for mom and dad's side, she wasn't sure how they would react. But, if that boy is genuinely good for his sister, then she, as the older sister, would naturally take her sister's side and mediate with mom and dad. After replying to the message, Sumu Shue slipped the phone back into her pocket. Her unusual behavior, Lin Feng naturally saw it in his eyes and couldn't help but ask. Honey, what did your sister say to you? Sumu Shue frowned and said, she seems to know about us getting a license. I guess soon, it will reach my parents. But that's just as well, it saves me from having to tell them. Lin Feng sniffed and joked, then do you regret getting a license with me now? Of course not. It's been my biggest wish, all 4 years of college, to marry you. Sumu Shue's tone was resolute. Lin Feng said smilingly as he wrapped his arms around Sumu Shue's slender waist and embraced her into his arms. Then wait, let's post a friend circle together and make an official announcement. Okay, wife? Sumu Shue's small face slightly reddened and nodded her head somewhat shyly. It was also a great fortune for her to be recognized by Lin Feng and become his wife. The roommates standing behind the two. Seeing this scene, on the other hand, was filled with a mouthful of dog food. As singles they are. Which could withstand such a bow strike? It was supposed to be a pretty sad day, graduating from college. Especially the same dormitory friends, 4 years in college together, to say that there is no feelings that is false. I don't know how long it will be before we meet again after today's farewell. The mood was heavy enough as it was. I didn't realize that I would have to have a doggy treat on my way out. Do you think it's human? A couple of us singles, we don't even have a girlfriend. And you're good. It's outrageous to be directly backed up by a schoolgirl. Feng Z, say you and Sue School Flower. Can you two keep a low profile? Showing love in front of us singles, are you still human? It is simply unconscionable, heartless, and disloyal. Several people have expressed their condemnation with a look of great hurt. Lin Feng laughed and shrugged helplessly. There's nothing I can do. Who told you guys not to find girlfriends? Roommates. Paralysis. Is it that we don't get girlfriends? Do you think everyone looks like you, like Panon, and the school girls come to you? A few minutes later, the crowd went to the snack bar near the school. The snack street is crowded with all kinds of restaurants. For 4 years in college, Lin Feng's dorm room chose to come here every time they got together. Therefore, the environment and the smell of the place are very familiar. As they walked, Lin Feng and his roommates came to a frequently patronized Sichuan restaurant. The Sichuan restaurant is small, but the menu is extensive. Like what mappa tofu, garlic puree white meat, husband and wife lunch slices, kung pao chicken, fish flavor shredded pork. All kinds of dishes are available. Lin Feng and a few roommates found a seat by the window and sat down. Inside the store, there were a lot of people who had come for a casual dinner. Most of them are friends or girlfriends from the same dorm room, and a few are couples. As we approach graduation, we are all doubly sad. As I ate, tears came to my eyes involuntarily. When the owner saw Lin Feng's people, he hurriedly ran over to greet them. Xiaolin, you're here, sit down. After sitting down, one of the roommates who was the most ironclad with Lin Feng. His name was Wang Bo. He was chubby and a veteran two-spine salamander geek. Boss, same old stuff, get another dozen beers. After Wang Bo finished speaking, he looked at Lin Feng and asked, Feng Z, schoolgirl Sue, can she drink? Su Muxue shook her head. I am allergic to alcohol, I'll just have a drink, anything. A dozen beers and a bottle of soy milk, then. Okay. The owner answered and happily ran off to get busy. Su Muxue took out her cell phone, then said to Lin Feng, hubby, let's take a picture from the food before it comes up. Didn't you say you were going to send out an official announcement to your friends? Then let's take an official photo together with the marriage license. By the way, you need to hold me so it looks intimate. Yeah. Lin Feng answered, then moved over and swept Su Muxue into his arms. The posture of the two was ambiguous, but also very harmonious. A picture was taken with a click. Lin Feng sent a friend circle with the words, the end of 4 years of college, happy wedding. Su Muxue followed suit and posted a circle with the words, as expected, licensed. After the friend circle was posted, after a short while, it gained hundreds of likes. The comments at the bottom, too, just exploded. Especially Su Muxue's circle of friends, the alert messages did not stop. Those boys who had a crush on her and saw Su Muxue a marriage certificate, they could not wait to swallow their cell phones. Her relatives, on the other hand, are all confused and can't figure out what's going on. Chapter 4 Little Cotton Coat, Being Worn. With the two of them, Lin Feng and Su Muxue, simultaneously releasing their official announcement friend circles. The two's WeChat instantly blew up, reaping countless likes and comments. More, of course, was the shock of relatives and friends. First is Lin Feng's side. His relatives and friends only knew that Lin Feng was handsome and did well in school. But I didn't expect him to get married and licensed right out of college. And the woman looks, just beautiful, like a heavenly fairy. Lin Feng's great uncles and second uncles, his 4 aunts and 6 grandmothers, as well as his cousins, all left messages at the bottom. You kid can do it, you just graduated from college and you're married? Brother Feng, you're too unkind. This is a marriage, and you didn't even tell me. This girl looks so pretty, even better than the actresses on TV. Big aunt, you're outdated, aren't you? My younger sibling is the flower of Binhai University, haven't you watched Jitterbug? No wonder. I said I brushed Jitterbug yesterday and saw a guy that looked a lot like Lin Feng. Say, Little Wind, when are you guys going to have your wedding banquet? Remember to call cousin when the time comes. Lin Feng's relatives and friends were surprised by the fact that Lin Feng was getting married. It wasn't their fault, after all, Lin Feng had just graduated from college. At the age of 22, just touching the legal age for marriage, it's amazing that they got a license. This kind of thing, even now, is rare. And the two of them, still flash married, professed their love the same day and got a license the same day. That's why the official announcement of the two was met with such a big stir. The other side. Bright Moon Villa. It was less than 5 minutes after Su Muxue sent out her friend circle. Zhao Yalan, who was in the garden of the villa, teasing her dog and drinking afternoon tea with her girlfriends. Suddenly he was called out. In the garden, scattered, a dozen noblewomen were gathered. These noblewomen were all graceful and luxurious, all of them were the wives of prestigious gentry in Binhai City, worth tens of billions of dollars. One of the noblewomen, holding a cell phone, ran to Zhao Yalan in a hurry. Sister Yalan, I'd say you don't think of us as friends either. Such a big deal to hide. Zhao Yalan was none other than Su Mushue's mother. In her 40s, she was well maintained, with a plump figure and fair skin. The years never seemed to leave a mark on her. Moreover, Zhao Yalan had a gentle character and was quite thorough in dealing with people, and with those rich noble women, the relationship was very cordial. It's the leader of the Marina's noble women's circle. Because of this, Su's group can occupy a seat in Binhai City. But at this moment, hearing her best friend's questioning, Zhao Yalan was a bit confused. What do you mean you don't consider her a friend? Still hiding? Sister Wang, what do you mean by that? Why don't I think of you as a friend? Sister Wang didn't say anything and directly took out her cell phone and handed it over. See for yourself, I was just bored and swiped through my friends. Saw someone post a selfie with a marriage license in their hand. At first, I didn't take it seriously, but I took a closer look and realized that the one who sent the circle of friends was actually your youngest daughter, Sister Yalan, Su Mushue. Speaking here, Sister Wang paused for a moment and pointed at the cell phone screen. Sister Yalan, on this picture, it's your youngest daughter Mushue, right? Speaking of which, I have to say something more about you. You said we've been good sisters for so many years. Usually I'm straight with you about everything, but you're so good, you didn't even tell me about your youngest daughter's marriage. Aren't you treating me like an outsider? A few surrounding noble women, hearing the commotion over here, also gathered around. Sister Wang, what did you just say? You said Sister Yalan's youngest daughter got married? Seriously, I have Mushue WeChat too, why didn't I see it? Upon hearing the query, Sister Wang enlarged the photo for the crowd to see clearly. See? On this photo, isn't that Sister Yalan's youngest daughter? In the photo, it was none other than the two of them, Lin Feng and Su Mushue. They were seen behaving in an intimate manner, each holding a marriage license and smiling incredibly sweetly. It can be said that the man and the woman are very well matched. My goodness, Mushue actually got married off? But you don't say, Mushue has a good eye, she even found a big handsome guy. The two of them look quite well matched as a couple. But, should I say no, Sister Yalan, you are indeed a bit unorthodox, your family Mushue got married and didn't even tell us. Faced with the condemnation of her close friends, Zhao Yalan's entire body was dumbfounded and didn't know how to respond. After all, she didn't know that her own daughter was even married. And, if you don't see it with your own eyes, how could Zhao Yalan not believe it? His own well-behaved and understanding little daughter would hide from him and secretly get a license from someone. Sister Wang, Sister Chen, it's not that I'm unorthodox. Rather, it's this kid getting a license thing. I didn't know about it. You guys keep playing, I'm going to leave for a while to talk to her dad about this. Zhao Yalan greeted the group of old girlfriends. Then he drove directly and rushed towards Su's group. Her daughter got married and she, as a mom, was kept in the dark. It's so uncharacteristic. Su's group. It's not just Zhao Yalan. Even Su Mushue's father was confused. Just a moment ago, he also saw the friend circle. I didn't realize that I had raised a little cotton-padded girl for 20 years. Surprisingly, it's leaking. And let someone put it on. What kind of father can stand this? Su Jiangwo sat on the sofa and took a hard drag on the cigar in his mouth. Smoke and mirrors. Throughout the office, there was a choking odor. His gaze always fell on that, the photo of Lin Feng and Su Mushue. Unconsciously, the cigar in his hand burned to the end. Su sighed and put out his cigar, placing it on the ashtray. Forget it. A woman is too big for her own good. As long as that brat can treat Mushue better, anything is negotiable. He picked up his cell phone and took the picture of Lin Feng and Su Mushue and saved it to his cell phone. Just then, Zhao Yalan stepped on her high heels and ran in hot and fast. Her chest rose and fell, and she looked like she was panting. Old Su, you know? I was at home just now, having afternoon tea with my girlfriends, and they said Mushue. Didn't wait for Zhao Yalan to finish her sentence. Su then waved his hand and flashed his cell phone to her. Only on the screen of the cell phone, an official photo of Lin Feng and Su Mushue was presented. Zhao Yalan looked at him in surprise. You know all about Mushue's marriage? Su Jiangwo nodded and let out a helpless sigh. So, what do you think? Zhao Yalan then asked. What else? They're licensed, so they can't let their daughter get a divorce, can they? Let's see if this kid is reliable first. Didn't he just graduate? Let him come into the company, give him a department manager and see what he's capable of. As long as he is genuinely good to Mushue, everything else is fine. Whether it was Su Jiangwo or Zhao Yalan, they were both the type of enlightened parents. Although Su Mushue hid it from them and married a college friend, they didn't mind. As long as my own daughter is happy and joyful, that's enough. However, Mushue had always been a lonely child. The way you look at people, and what you expect from your significant other, is quite high. Since she would choose to marry Lin Feng, that meant that this Lin Feng, he definitely had something to offer. Thinking about this, Su Jiangwo felt a hint of anticipation towards Lin Feng, as well. Okay, then we'll observe for a few days. Zhao Yalan nodded and agreed with Su Jiangwo. Chapter 5 Being a wife spoiler. After the breakup dinner. Su Muxue took Lin Feng and returned home. The small other wild building was bought for her by Su Mushue's parents. Located less than 10 minutes away from Marina University, it is very convenient to commute to and from school. Though her family's villa, which was just half an hour's drive from the school. But she doesn't like to stay at home, she wants to work on her own and be a new age independent woman. Since the second semester of my senior year, when I went to my family's company for an internship, she never asked for a penny from her family and relied on herself for daily expenses. Su Muxue helped Lin Feng and sat on the living room sofa. Seeing Lin Feng's slightly drunken expression, Su Muxue asked with concern, "Hubby, are you tired? Do you want me to get you a glass of water?" Lin Feng shook his head. "I'm fine, why don't you sit down and rest for a while too?" After Lin Feng finished speaking, he began to survey the furnishings of the house. Brand new furniture, a neat living room, and a balcony with flowers and plants. The whole house, which seemed extraordinarily cozy, warmed the heart. Lin Feng had just sat down when Su Muxue started to get busy. He didn't even have time to change his clothes, so he ran to the kitchen and cooked a bowl of egg-sobering soup for Lin Feng. "Honey, drink this bowl of soup, I'm going to take a shower first." Su Muxue put down the sobering soup in her hand and turned around to walk into the bathroom. The playful figure hardly ever stopped. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was touched in his heart. Because in his previous life, he was a 996 social animal who was targeted by his bosses and co-workers all day long. His parents died in a car accident when he was in elementary school. So growing up, he was on his own, and no one ever did that to him. But now, traveling to this world, not only did he awaken the system, but he also got a schoolgirl wife. Not only is it virtuous and considerate, but it also comes with its own large detached house. This feeling, it's wonderful. But this also strengthened Lin Feng's determination. Since Su Muxue treated him so well, then he definitely wouldn't fail Su Muxue. In this life, he must make Su Muxue the happiest woman in the world. When he thought of this, Lin Feng awakened the system and carefully studied it. When he had just activated the system, due to being in the auditorium, he was also confessed to by Su Muxue in public. He hadn't had time to study it at all, and now was the perfect time to look at it. "What's your function, system?" While Su Muxue was taking a shower, Lin Feng said in his mind at the system. "Back to the host, this system is designed to help the host to become the top model husband. As long as the host can make his wife happy, or complete a task related to his wife, he will be rewarded accordingly." After listening to the system, Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. To be clear, the system. It's to make Lin Feng a wife favorite. If you can make your wife happy, then the rewards will naturally flow. Clunk. Just then, the bathroom door opened. Su Muxue finished her shower and walked out from inside. Lin Feng subconsciously looked towards the door. Only to see that at this moment, Su Muxue was wearing a halter nightgown, striding her long and slender legs as she walked over in style. Her hair, still not completely dry, her pretty face was red. The fullness of her body, wrapped in a halter nightgown, looked especially tantalizing. Lin Feng looked stunned, and after a long time, he came back to his senses. Looks like himself this time, really picked up a treasure. "Honey, I'm done, do you want to take a shower?" Su Muxue's voice rang from Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng shook his head, calming his excitement and sizing up Su Muxue. "Honey, you want to come in and rub my back?" With the strength of the wine, Lin Feng also became bold and flirted at Su Muxue. "Ha! My kitchen isn't cleaned up yet. Go wash it yourself." When she heard that she wanted to help him rub his back, Su Mushue's pretty face instantly blushed, and she ran to the kitchen as if she had fled. Seeing this, Lin Feng just smiled and shook his head, not forcing himself. Although the two of them are licensed. But the time together was still too short, less than a day. So it was only natural for Su Muxue to be a little shy. Walking into the bathroom, Lin Feng took a bath in 3 strokes. The whole thing, it took less than 5 minutes. After taking a shower, Lin Feng looked at the bathroom mirror and began to think about life. As an ordinary person, to be able to marry a wife like Su Muxue, one must have accumulated virtue in their previous life. But, in the days to come, how was Lin Feng going to get along with Su Muxue? After all, the gap between him and Su Muxue was just too great. In this world, Su Muxue was the stunning schoolflower and had a wealthy family, making her the target of countless boys. But what about him, Lin Feng? Nothing but good looks. Even if Su Muxue didn't care, her parents, and her friends and family. It's sure to be rife with questions. There is certainly no shortage of social gossip. Lin Feng could even guess that there must be a lot of people, somewhere else right now, talking about this matter. Saying that he doesn't deserve Su Muxue at all. Having been a loser for so long in his previous life, Lin Feng didn't want to be so loser in this life, again. What the hell do we do about it? Just then, a crisp ringing sound came out of his head. Ding! The first step for a model husband is to cook for his wife and get her compliments. Reward a newbie gift pack. When he heard the task released by the system, Lin Feng was in a bit of a dilemma. Cooking for your wife? And to get compliments from her? If he wanted to do other things, Lin Feng could still bear it. But the cooking thing, he really knows nothing about. Never mind, it's getting late. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Chapter 6 Newbie Bundle. The next day, early morning. The sun shines into the house, directly illuminating the entire living room. Lin Feng woke up from his sleep, rubbed his bleary eyes and looked at Su Muxue in the bedroom. Last night, Lin Feng had wanted to do something. But Su Muxue was resistant, and Lin Feng didn't force himself. As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. To prevent himself from being beastly, Lin Feng took the initiative to come to the living room and dealt with the night on the sofa. Su Muxue, on the other hand, was still lying on the bed, huffing and puffing. Just like a little pig. After washing up, Lin Feng remembered the mission that the system had released last night. Cooking for the wife. And get her compliments. With this in mind, he went to the kitchen and prepared to make his wife a loving breakfast. Lin Feng opened the refrigerator and found a bunch of ingredients. But in his previous life as an otaku, he didn't know how to cook any dishes other than instant noodles. In the end, he decided to cook a simple bowl of beef ramen. Prepare meat, fire, and cook noodles. 10 minutes later, a steaming bowl of beef ramen was made. Lin Feng picked up his chopsticks and briefly tasted it. The flavor was okay, at least the meat was cooked. But I'm afraid that wanting to obtain Su Muxue's compliments is still far from enough. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Ding! As the host cooks for his wife. Bonus attributes, +1 cooking skill, +1 stamina. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Feng's entire body froze. That's okay? I can't imagine that you can get a reward for just cooking a bowl of noodles. It seems that the system really didn't lie. Just do what makes your wife happy and you will be rewarded accordingly. When he thought of this, a satisfied smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Immediately afterward, he cooked a bowl of beef ramen. In the next second, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! As the host cooks for his wife. Bonus attribute cooking +1, stamina +1. Lin Feng tasted this newly made bowl of beef ramen and realized that after having the culinary addition, this bowl of noodles was obviously much better than the previous one. Lin Feng then cooked another bowl of beef ramen. This is the third bowl of noodles. I don't know, though, if I'll be able to finish the noodles later. But in the spirit of striving for perfection, Lin Feng decided to make a few more bowls anyway. After all, if you just make a few more bowls, your cooking skills will improve, and it's not half bad, except for being a bit ingredient intensive. Half an hour later, Lin Feng brought the fifth bowl of beef ramen to the top of the table, and only then did he not continue doing it. And at this time, Su Muxue hadn't gotten up yet. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Feng tapped on the system panel and checked his various attributes. Host, Lin Feng. Sex, male. Age, 22. Power, 5. Endurance, 5. Stamina, 6. Agility, 3. Charm, 10. Culinary skills, 7 intermediate level, comparable to a restaurant chef. Lucky, 2. Gifted skills, none at this time. On the system panel, the values were clearly labeled. Lin Feng casually swept a few glances and roughly understood his various attributes. When he saw the column for cooking, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. It looks like the bowls of beef ramen were really not in vain. In one morning's work, he had actually raised his cooking skills to an intermediate level. It's already fully comparable to a restaurant chef. After checking the attributes, Lin Feng took the remaining bowls of beef ramen and served them all on the table. Immediately after that, he walked into the house and shouted softly at Su Muxue. Honey, get up for breakfast. Well, Su Muxue, who was sleeping, couldn't help but call out when she heard Lin Feng's voice, then slowly opened her eyes. The next second, what met her eyes was a handsome face. Lin Feng's face value was already high, plus he was wearing an apron and had the look of a good family man. This visual impact is still devastating for women. Therefore, after Su Muxue opened her eyes and saw Lin Feng, her pretty face immediately turned scarlet. Associated with what happened last night, Lin Feng wanted to dominate and the two of them made physical contact. Although she was finally pushed away, she was still a bit shy and didn't dare to look Lin Feng straight in the eyes. At that moment, Lin Feng also saw the scene. He didn't point it out, but laughed softly, get up and have breakfast. Aha! Su Muxue nodded her head obediently and directly lifted the covers, ready to get up. But, just then, her movements froze. Because at that moment, the halter nightgown she was wearing, unexpectedly slipped down. Lin Feng was still watching from the side. Those deep eyes looked at Su Muxue with some hairiness. Ah! Su Muxue was terrified. She hurriedly pulled up her pajamas and ran toward the bathroom. Inside the restaurant, Su Muxue's pretty face was still blushing. But after seeing Lin Feng helping her make breakfast, her heart was very touched. She had never expected that Lin Feng would be so sweet, it was simply a model of a good husband. At this moment, Su Muxue felt warmth and an inexplicable emotion spread in her heart. Although she was married to Lin Feng, she wasn't used to his presence. But since she had decided to marry him, then Sumu Shue would slowly adapt and do her duty as a wife. This bowl of noodles tastes the best, eat it. Lin Feng pushed the last bowl of beef ramen he made in front of Sumu Shue, gesturing Sumu Shue to quickly move her chopsticks. Aha! Sumu Shue nodded implicitly. She picked up her chopsticks and picked up a few ramen noodles and savored them. When she put the ramen in her mouth and chewed it carefully for a few moments, her face suddenly became astonished. Originally, she thought that a high-color handsome man like Lin Feng, it's definitely not going to taste as good when it's made. But for him to have this heart, Sumu Shue was already satisfied. However, she had never expected that the breakfast Lin Feng made would taste so good. It wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say it was packed back outside. Having eaten early last night, Sumu Shue had long been starving. She picked up her chopsticks and started wolfing it down straight away. Soon, a bowl of beef ramen was finished by her. How's the flavor? Is it good? Lin Feng looked at Sumu Shue and asked. It's great, hubby. Your cooking is simply better than outside restaurants. Sumu Shue gave a thumbs up and couldn't help but praise. Hearing this, the corners of Lin Feng's mouth revealed a satisfied smile. Eat more if it's good, I've cooked several bowls. Lin Feng said in a doting tone. As a husband, of course he had to take care of Sumu Shue and fulfill his responsibility as a husband. Aha! Sumu Shue nodded happily. It's just an early dinner though. But through this incident, Sumu Shue had also gained a few more favorable feelings towards Lin Feng. Her heart also began to truly accept Lin Feng as her husband. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving his wife's compliments, rewarding him with a newbie gift pack. Skills included, super memory, poet's literature, manly man. Contains technology, future computer systems, hacking technology. Chapter 7 Future Computer Systems. After opening the newbie bundle, a series of rewards followed. Lin Feng froze for a moment, then a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect to reap such a generous reward from just one breakfast. Opening the system panel, the profiles of the 3 skills instantly appeared before his eyes. Super memory. As a model husband, of course, you can't forget all kinds of anniversaries, and it's essential to have a super memory. Poet's literature. Only with a poet's talent can a wife be convinced. Men's masculinity. Men never say no. After reading the explanation of the 3 skills, Lin Feng was somewhat speechless. That's a little too middle of the road. The first 2 skills were somewhat useful to him. But the last one? Just kidding, he doesn't even need to be nice. Right system. This future computer system, what the hell is it? Lin Feng silently asked in his heart. It didn't take long for the system's voice to come through. Back to the host, the future computer system. It's a high-tech computer system from the year 2233, independently developed by the Dragon team. The system is compiled in the Dragon language and is the pinnacle of domestic computer systems. After listening to the system, Lin Feng was overjoyed. A computer system from the future. And it was also developed by the Dragon team itself. This thing, it's priceless, so to speak. It was 1,000,000 times more powerful than the 10 million that the system had rewarded earlier. The wealth that this thing can create, that is absolutely immeasurable. You know, the vast majority of computers in the world today use Microsoft Windows, or else Apple. Its market share is extremely large and it is in a position of absolute dominance. And these 2 major systems, both developed by the US, their security issues, is a great hidden danger. Once the meter country wants to make things happen, then all the data of the Dragon country will be exposed. After all, the Dragon Kingdom was too far behind the Me Kingdom in terms of computer systems. Such a shortcoming is a major stumbling block that restricts the development of science and technology in the Dragon Kingdom. If you can have your own homemade system, not only will you be able to create wealth, but you will also be able to lead the Dragon Kingdom to a new level. What's not to like about this kind of thing? Thinking about this, Lin Feng decided that he would set up a technology company. And the $10 million in cash rewarded by the system before, let's use it as startup capital. But if you want to develop a domestic operating system, this $10 million alone is definitely not enough. But the money aspect of things, Lin Feng wasn't worried. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake to melt a few of his small targets with the technology at hand? Besides, he had the system in hand. Afraid of a hammer? Honey, what are you gawking at? Come and eat with us. Seeing Lin Feng frozen in place, Sumu Shue couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng came back to his senses and nodded, good. Just as he sat down, Sumu Shue handed him a pair of chopsticks. Here, husband, here are your chopsticks. Immediately after, Sumu Shue took out her cell phone and tapped the beef noodles on the table. Then tapped on WeChat and sent a circle of friends. Words to go with it, first meal of the wedding, love noodles made by my husband compare hearts. It hadn't been long since I sent it when my cell phone buzzed. Sumu Shue's relatives and friends, as well as her college classmates, and her parents. Without exception, all swiped to the circle of friends. The crowd was envious when they saw this dog food-filled photo. Hate why I, myself, don't have such a good husband. This early in the morning, I was fed dog food and didn't even have to eat breakfast. Manhwa, is it really good for you to show your love like this? Have you ever considered the feelings of us singles? That's right, it's early in the morning, and I haven't even brushed my teeth yet, and you're already fed. This is what Lin Feng made for you, right? It looks great, gee. I can't imagine he has this side. Sisters, don't say anything, I'll drink this bowl of dog food first. See the circle of friends and girlfriends and friends. Manhwa couldn't help but giggle, a happy smile spreading across her face. With her curved eyelashes and a sweet smile, you can't help but be mesmerized by what you see. Lin Feng also looked frozen, his eyes staring straight at Manhwa. A beautiful woman like Manhwa had a huge attraction for any man. Especially her innocent smile with 2 dimples. It makes you feel like spring has sprung and you want to cherish and love her. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but straighten up in his heart. My wife is so cute. Manhwa, don't get busy playing with your cell phone for now. Hurry up and eat your noodles, don't get cold later. Manhwa nodded her head obediently, put her cell phone aside, and continued to eat. Honey, you know what? I find myself with a really good eye. Not only did I find a handsome husband, but he's such a good cook and gentle with me, I'm so lucky. Lin Feng smiled and said, it's also my good fortune to be able to take you as my wife. Manhwa smiled sweetly, her face overflowing with happy colors. With that, the two boasted to each other. Before I knew it, I had eaten all the noodles in the bowl. Honey, so will I, in the future, still be able to have breakfast made by you? Manhwa asked with some anticipation. Lin Feng nodded, of course, as long as you don't mind my cooking. How could I hate it? Manhwa smiled playfully, hubby's cooking skills are the best under the sky. Being praised so fiercely by Manhwa, Lin Feng was also a little embarrassed. He waved his hand and said, over and out. What passed? Manhwa was puzzled. I mean, that's a little too much ass kissing. Manhwa skimmed her mouth, where am I kissing ass, I'm telling the truth. Indeed. Conditions like Manhwa and her family. What kind of delicacies hadn't she eaten before, and she was very strict about her meals. But Lin Feng's beef noodles made her feel at home. That was why Manhwa felt that Lin Feng's cooking was the best under the sky. Although the 5-star hotel's food, the cooking is good, colorful, and delicious. But it's less homey and you get tired of eating too much of it. In contrast, Lin Feng's home-cooked food makes people feel more at home. She said this from the bottom of her heart, not in a haphazard patronizing way. Looking at Manhwa's sincere appearance, Lin Feng didn't continue to dwell on her remark either. Because he believed that a naive woman like Manhwa should not be able to lie. Chapter 8, Silly Bean Wife. Bright Moon Villa. Sue sat down at the dining room table. I looked at the sumptuous breakfast on the table, but I didn't have half an appetite. Because just a moment ago, he saw the circle of friends that Manhwa had posted. The whole group was in deep thought. Alas. He sighed heavily. It's really a married daughter, but it's a splash of water. You're living with someone else and you don't even know to call back. You just know how to post your friends and you don't know how to block yourself. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. Straight away, he picked up the sandwich and shoved it into his mouth. But the sandwich felt chewy in my mouth. The little cotton jacket has been worn away, he is a father, his heart is very uncomfortable. Seeing Su Jiangwo's aggrieved look, Zhao Yalan sat on the sidelines and almost didn't laugh out a pig's squeal. She coughed lightly and snickered, honey, what's wrong with you? Who pissed you off again? Su Jiangwo blankly glanced at her and said without a trace of anger. What time is it, and you're still in the mood to joke with me? Speaking of which, you're also responsible for this incident. Su Jiangwo suddenly aimed his spear at Zhao Yalan. Zhao Yalan froze. She frowned and asked, what responsibility do I have? If you hadn't spoiled Manhwa since she was a child, could she have become like this? Hearing this, Zhao Yalan was speechless. To say that it's spoiled for Manhwa. Is there anyone else in the world who compares to you? Thinking of this, Zhao Yalan let out a cold snort. However, she was too lazy to bother with Su Jiangwo, and the conversation turned. Okay, no kidding, seriously. Do you think we should contact Lin Feng's parents? Since the two of them are married, shouldn't we discuss when to hold the wedding? Before Su Jiangwo could speak, Zhao Yalan continued. By the way, there's one more important thing. That's the bride price. Hearing Zhao Yalan's words, Su Jiangwo was a bit upset. Honey, I thought you were an enlightened parent like me. We're not short of money, there's no need to make it look like we're selling our daughter. You have to realize that for our Manhwa, her happiness is the #1 priority. As long as Lin Feng is genuinely good to my daughter, even if it's upside down, I won't say a word more. Hearing this, Zhao Yalan's face completely darkened. She gave Su Jiangwo a blank look and said in a cold voice, what are you blathering about here? I haven't even finished talking, what's your hurry? I mean, the dowry has to be paid. Because it's a traditional rite of passage, more or less money is not an issue. However, my idea is that the bride price we received can then be returned tenfold. Su Jiangwo froze for a moment, then asked, 10 times back? Yeah. This way, there's a face for the face. It can also show off the atmosphere of our Su family. What do you think? Ahem. Su Jangwo was drinking water and almost didn't choke. Good lord, 10 times back? What a family. Even if you're generous, you can't build it like this, can you? Aren't you afraid that Lin Feng will come up with a dowry of millions? Wouldn't that be like returning tens of millions of dollars? Wife. You're exaggerating, no. Su Jangwo hastily waved his hand to refuse. Zhao Yalan said, what's not to like, it's a deal. You clean up the dishes and I'll go up and hang the laundry. With that, she got up and headed for the stairs. Su Jangwo looked at her back and sighed helplessly. LOL. What a thing to call it. If you marry your daughter, you have to pay money back yourself. This is going to be a real loss. But after all, she is her own daughter. Even if you don't feel comfortable in your heart, then you can't condescend to your daughter. 10 times is 10 times. After all, money is all a minor issue. As long as his daughter can live a happy life, that's more important than anything else. Besides, that Lin Feng, it's said that his family doesn't seem to be in very good condition. Su Jangwo estimated that he could at most take $100,000 out of the bride price. Even if you return it at 10 times, that's only $1 million. It's all chump change. Thinking of this, Su Jangwo's heart, it is much better. The only thing that's still a little uncomfortable is this. The daughter secretly got a license for this. He only hoped now that guy Lin Feng would treat Mu Shui better. But judging from the circle of friends that Mu Shui just posted, Lin Feng made breakfast for Mu Shui. That's a good point. As for the rest, that remains to be examined. On the other side, inside the dining room, Su Mu Shui finished the 2 bowls of beef noodles and leaned back in her chair contentedly. So full. She touched her stomach, holding on a bit. Lin Feng put the bowl down and couldn't help but snicker. I can't imagine that schoolgirl Su has such a good figure and such a large meal. If the students of Marina University knew about this, they'd probably be in shock, right? Su Mu Shui gave him a blank look. I don't care what they think. By the way, why are you still calling me schoolgirl Su? Call me wife. Lin Feng laughed. Yes, Your Honor, wife. Lin Feng stood up from his chair and prepared to clean up the dishes. Seeing this, Su Mu Shui hurriedly pulled his hand and said, Husband, sit down and rest. Just leave the little matter of washing the dishes to me. Lin Feng laughed. It's fine, I'm not tired anyway. No, I have to do the washing. You work hard enough making breakfast. Su Mu Shui beamed and said in a sweet tone, what about later? You cook and come and I'll wash the dishes. Let's work together as men and women. Hearing this, the corners of Lin Feng's mouth rose slightly. Honey, I can't believe you're still a good wife and mother. That's for sure. Su Mu Shui lifted her chest and continued, but I'm not good enough now. I'll study hard in the future and strive to be a good wife. Lin Feng looked at her, but you're already very good now. No, it's not good enough, it needs to be better. After washing the dishes, Su Mu Shui sat on the sofa and leaned against Lin Feng's side. It's still early, it's not even 8 o'clock. There was still more than an hour before Su Mu Shui went to work. Honey, it's still early. Do you think we are? Su Mu Shui glared at him in horror. Honey, you're not thinking of doing something bad, are you? Lin Feng hemmed and hawed and said defensively, do I look like that kind of person to you? So what do you want? Lin Feng didn't say anything and directly intercepted Su Mu Shui and walked towards the stairs. Up so early. Let's go back to sleep. No, I have to go to work later. Before Su Mu Shui finished speaking, her person had already been carried into the bedroom by Lin Feng and thrown onto the bed. Honey, you know what? Between husband and wife, if you don't fulfill your obligations, it's against the law. Hearing this, Su Mu Shui immediately panicked a bit. Offense? Is this for real? If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't even believe it. But Su Mu Shui was just a silly simpleton. No matter what Lin Feng said, she believed it. Well, in that case, then you win. Seeing Su Mu Shui's blushing cheeks, Lin Feng was secretly happy in his heart. This wife of his own. It's so good at fooling. Chapter 9, starting a business and refusing to go soft. Half an hour later. The two went a little deeper. But the final step was never taken. It wasn't that Lin Feng couldn't, but Su Mu Shui was a bit resistant. After all, she hadn't had a boyfriend or been intimate with the opposite sex since she was a child. It was a little too much for her to take in now that she had just been married for 2 days and was about to do something like that. Lin Feng didn't force it either, because he knew that a twisted melon wasn't sweet. It's better to water down this kind of thing. Su Mu Shui was lying on the bed, nestled obediently in Lin Feng's arms, looking a little shy. It was almost 9 o'clock. But Su Mu Shui didn't care about being late. Anyway, it's to work at the family's company, so even if you're late, no one will dare say anything. All she wanted now was to spend more time with her husband. Lin Feng didn't say anything and hugged Su Mu Shui tightly. Just then, the cell phone on the nightstand suddenly lit up. Su Mu Shui picked up her cell phone and found that Su Anqi had called herself several times. But at that moment, she was making out with Lin Feng. So it wasn't even heard. It's not time to go to work. My oldest sister is calling me so much. Is it because I took the license without permission and upset my parents? Su Mushue muttered in her heart. Originally she was going to send a tweet asking. But after thinking about it, I have to go to work later. Might as well meet up and talk about it, it's not that bad. With that thought, she tossed the phone aside, quietly enjoying the good time alone with Lin Feng. That's right, hubby. Why don't I take you to see my parents some other time? My parents haven't met you yet. Lin Feng nodded, yeah. But when the time comes, I'll have to prepare. In case your parents don't like me. Su Mushue giggled, don't worry, they will definitely like you. Saying that, she couldn't help but add, speaking of which, I'm more worried instead, will my in-laws like me? Speaking of Lin Feng's parents. They called last night while I was sleeping. Reprimanded Lin Feng severely, saying that he didn't tell mom and dad about something as big as his marriage. Although Lin Feng's parents were angry on the surface, they still like Su Mushue as their daughter-in-law. After all, you can marry such a beautiful daughter-in-law without spending a dime. Worthy of the old forest family's seed. Don't worry, wife. My parents, and my relatives, they love you. Su Mushue was half convinced, really? Lin Feng nodded, of course it's true. After all, my wife is so good-looking, who wouldn't like that? By Lin Feng, Su Mushue's face, which was already a little flushed, became even more flushed. She couldn't be more charming when she got shy. Honey, you're so annoying. Su Mushue covered her face with her hands and pouted. But the heart is sweet. She was still happy in her heart to be praised by Lin Feng like that. By the way, wife, I have to tell you something else. That's about me starting my own business. Su Mushue was a bit surprised and stared, hubby, you want to start a business? Yeah. Lin Feng nodded and said, I can't keep eating soft food, right? We're married now, but I don't even have a house, I have to live in your house. It's a very hurtful thing for a man to do to his pride, and there are long days ahead, so I can't ask you to support me, can I? So, I'm going to start my own business and have a company of my own. Lin Feng won't reveal too much about the domestic system. But what needs to be said, still needs to be said. Su Mushue hugged Lin Feng's arm and said with a smile, hubby, then I support you. I believe in you, it can definitely work. Way to go. Lin Feng nodded. Su Mushue continued to ask, hubby, then what are you planning to start a business for? Lin Feng thought for a moment and spoke, I plan to open a technology company, as for the specific business, I haven't thought about it yet. Su Mushue smiled, it's fine, there's no rush, take your time. We've just graduated now, it's time to make our mark, let's work together. But husband, I want you to know one thing, and that is that no matter what happens, I will stand behind you and silently support you. And, if you need startup capital, I can give it to you. Su Mushue said, then took the wallet from the bedside table, which contained 2 bank cards. One of them, her year-end money from childhood, added up to more than $5 million. The other one, a payroll card issued to her by Su Jiangwo, also contained nearly $1 million in cash. She handed both bank cards to Lin Feng. Honey, take this money and use it. If it's not enough, you let me know and I'll get it together for you. Lin Feng looked at the thick bank card in his hand and his heart warmed up. He returned the bank card to Su Mushue. Honey, I'll figure out the money myself. You get your bank card back. Seeing that Lin Feng refused, Su Mushue was a bit anxious. Don't, honey. The most important thing you need for something like starting a business is startup capital. We're married now, so this money, too, is half yours, so take it. Lin Feng is not a macho man. Wouldn't be jealous of anything about eating soft food or not. If he didn't have any money, then that's money he would have taken. But the thing was, he had the system now, and with $10 million in cash, he wasn't worried about money at all. Here's the deal, wife, you can keep the bank card for now. When I need money someday, I'll naturally talk to you. All right. Su Mushue reluctantly nodded, then looked at the time, hubby, it's getting late, I should go to work. But, honey, I'm so sad to see you go. You'll miss me at home, won't you? Lin Feng laughed, of course. Su Mushue got up and was ready to start dressing. She was more or less ashamed to change her clothes in front of the boys, so she asked Lin Feng to wait outside the door. After changing her clothes, Su Mushue came out. Seeing Su Mushue in front of him, Lin Feng immediately brightened up. Only to see Su Mushue wearing an OL suit, her white legs were wrapped in stockings, looking extraordinarily alluring. She picked up her bag, said goodbye to Lin Feng, and then drove to Su's group. And Lin Feng stayed home and packed up his things, getting ready to make a trip to the business office to get the company name registered. But, just then, the voice of the system came. Ding! Due to the host's self-improvement, he refuses to eat soft food. Bonus attribute, Charm +1. Luck +1. Bonus skill, Entrepreneurial Novice Protection. Chapter 10, Bullying Female President. Seeing the reward in front of him, Lin Feng froze for a moment. The first 2 are understandable. What's this newbie startup protection thing? As if sensing Lin Feng's doubts, the system immediately responded. Back to the host, Entrepreneurial Novice Protection is an ongoing skill. With this skill, the system will automatically protect the host when the host is engaged in entrepreneurial activities. To put it simply, it's equivalent to the newbie period in the game, and until the host starts a company with a market capitalization of more than $100 million, he or she will enjoy the protection of this skill. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Feng couldn't help but grin. That's a great skill, that's a great thing. In this day and age, 9 out of 10 businesses lose money. Even if you're good, you can't afford to be unlucky or run into a big hole and bankrupt your company. But with this skill, you can avoid these risks and secure your future path to entrepreneurship. Needless to say, this skill is necessary. Lin Feng was secretly excited for a while. He checked the time, it was almost 10 o'clock. At this point, the BIA should be at work. He went into the bathroom and picked himself up properly before changing into a suit of formal wear. The whole thing looks extraordinarily handsome. He then went out and took a taxi directly to the Trade and Industry Bureau. Spent half an hour registering the new company for filing. As for the name of the new company, Lin Feng named it Wind God Technology Company. Immediately after that, Lin Feng went to the center of Marina City and found a nice-looking office building. Directly rented a set of offices of thousands of square meters. As for the price, that's definitely a little pricey. But for the sake of the company's long-term development, Lin Feng still bit the bullet and took it directly. Besides, Lin Feng now had $10 million in cash on hand. Trying to maintain the company's expenses for 6 months shouldn't be a problem. In those 6 months, it's up to the company to see how it grows. As long as the first round of funding can be raised, then the company will be able to gain a foothold in Marina, and it will be easier to make money then. And Lin Feng had the help of the system. As long as there are no surprises. Lin Feng was confident that within half a year he would make Wind God Technology the top technology company in the world. After all this is done, the next thing is the staff. If you want to start a successful business, apart from capital, the most important thing is technology and talent. This is especially important for tech companies. As for technology, Lin Feng didn't have to worry at all. In his hands right now, he has the top computer operating system from the future. And it's still compiled in Chinese. As soon as it was launched, Lin Feng believed that within half a month, the great name of Wind God Technology Company would then resonate throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom and even the world. Now, he just needs to recruit a bunch of, system maintenance people. The salaries Lin Feng offered his employees were naturally not too low. As for the 996 or whatever, Lin Feng wasn't interested in messing with that either. Since we want to be the industry benchmark, we have to lead the country, except in technology. In the employee system, naturally, also want to crush those vampire-like enterprises in the country, to do the industry benchmarking model. The pattern opens up so that the industry can be convinced. Thinking of this, Lin Feng went home and started to get busy. In the meantime, Su Muxue drove her car and arrived at Su's group. After graduation, Su Muxue could actually go abroad. But she chose to stay in the country and work for her family's company. That is, she doesn't like the life abroad, she wants to stay in the Dragon Kingdom and try to do what she likes. She wants to create a resounding international brand of domestic cosmetics. Let the national goods to the world. She's not like some people who go abroad and think the moon is fuller there than at home. When he came back, he would drag out a few sentences in English, thinking that he was superior. The most infuriating thing is the look of disdain on their faces whenever they mention national brands. As if foreign cosmetic brands are the truth. It disgusted her greatly. So, since the moment she started college, she had a life plan for herself. Find a guy you like and get married before you graduate from college. Then start focusing on the business. She must let these people know that the so-called national products are not inferior to others. This was what made Su Muxue so fascinating. She is very career-driven and knows what she wants and what is right. She wants more than just money. She wants to make national brands shine on the international stage. This is also called grid opening. Su Muxue walked into the elevator. Come to the floor where the project department is located. At this time, many colleagues were talking about Su Muxue. You guys, look, Sister Muxue actually came only now. If I remember correctly, after going to work for so long, this is the first time Sister Muxue has been late, right? Yeah, if this were normal, she'd be here already. Several female co-workers were talking, and one of them, a beauty with a hot body, covered her mouth and laughed. What's so strange about that? Yesterday at the graduation ceremony of Binhai University, Mr. Su proposed to a student named Lin Feng, on the spot. And, last night, she sent out an official circle of friends. 2 people signing their marriage license. That Lin Feng is so handsome, I'm so envious. So said the young couple last night on their wedding night. Isn't that normal to arrive late today? Remember this time last year, Ran, you had just gotten a boyfriend and the next day was? Just as they were gossiping, Su Muxue walked over. When the crowd saw her, they shut up. They also understood that Su Muxue, as a person, had always made a clear distinction between public and private matters. In private, she is a very nice girl who talks to everyone. But when it comes to work, she's still very dedicated, never procrastinating, and thunderous. If she finds out that an employee has a poor work ethic, she's the one who's going to take it seriously. So, everyone is in awe of her, but not afraid. Otherwise, in private, he wouldn't have called her Sister Mu Shui. Good morning, Sister Mu Shui. Seeing Su Mu Shui come over, the colleagues in the project department, all of them got up to greet each other. Su Mu Shui nodded. Well, sorry I'm late. Lun, you print out that previous plan and send it to my office. Then give Mr. Wang a call, saying that we have a new product coming to market on our side. How are the preparations going on his end? After saying that, Su Mu Shui walked directly into the office. Once it was time to go to work, Su Mu Shui was like a different person. She was wearing a short wraparound skirt, her long, white legs, tightly wrapped in stockings. A pair of black high-heeled shoes, probably around 10 centimeters, stepped on the floor and made a crisp sound. The whole person looked noble, sexy and cold. Live and let live a domineering female president. Entering the office, Su Mu Shui sat in her own office chair. Turn on your computer and start working in earnest. It was almost noon when Su Anqi came to the office door. She knocked on the door. Come in. Su Mu Shui rushed outside while handling the documents. Su Anqi pushed open the door and walked in. Mu Shui, I've called you so many times, why aren't you answering? Also, late for work today. And when you came, you didn't know to meet me in my office first. Hearing her sister's accusation, Su Mu Shui looked up at her and smiled. I'm sorry, old sister, I overslept today. But what's the matter with you calling me so early in the morning? Su Angel bristled. I'm not looking for you, it's our mom who wants to meet you for lunch. Said he wanted to talk to you about Lin Feng. Chapter 11, A Chance to Get Rich. Hearing this, Su Mu Shui immediately put down the work in her hands. Concentrate on Su Angel. What did you just say, sis? Does mom already know about my marriage to Lin Feng? Su Anqi sniffed and laughed a little. Nonsense, do you think everyone is blind? You're posting selfies and showing off your breakfast and marriage license. But anyone in their right mind should know that, right? Su Mu Shui felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. Oops. I can't believe I forgot to block mom and dad. Su Mu Shui asked, then what do mom and dad and they think? What else could one think? You've got your marriage license. Even if they don't agree, they'll have to compromise now. You say you're also really get married, such a big thing, also not even tell us directly with someone to get a license. Aren't you afraid of getting ripped off? Looking at her silly and naive sister, Su Anqi's expression was speechless. Hearing these words, Su Mu Shui but her face revealed a smile. Old sister, then in that case, mom and dad agreed to my marriage? Su Anqi blankly glanced at her, speechless. Mu Shui, don't get me wrong, I'm just saying that mom and dad don't object to your marriage. But I didn't say that they would like Lin Feng. Su Mu Shui. Then you didn't tell me earlier, making me happy for nothing. Su Mu Shui muttered, disappointment written all over her face. Seeing this scene, Su Anqi sighed and opened her mouth to comfort. Don't be too sad, actually mom and dad, they still appreciate Lin Feng. Otherwise, they would have taken you back a long time ago. Well, without further ado, mom is still in the dining room right now, waiting for us to come over. Put your hands off and come over with me. Su Mu Shui nodded. Oh, okay. 10 minutes later. Su Anqi brought Su Mu Shui and went to a private restaurant near the company. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhao Yalan. She sat in a window seat. Mu Shui and she, you're here, have a seat. Su Mu Shui had just sat down for a short while when she couldn't help but say, Mom, I'm sorry. Without consulting you, I went to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Lin Feng to get a license without authorization. Of course this couldn't be blamed on Su Mu Shui. You know, it was with great difficulty that she had summoned up the courage to confess to Lin Feng. If we didn't strike while the iron was hot and get the marriage license first, what if the next day, Lin Feng suddenly reversed his decision? By then, won't it be a basket case? Seeing Su Mu Shui acting like a child who had done something wrong, Zhao Yalan couldn't help but laugh. Silly girl, take it easy, mom doesn't blame you. Actually, your father and I aren't against you marrying Lin Feng, after all, you're an adult too. But we'd like it if you'd talk to us in advance about any important decisions you make in the future, okay? Su Anqi sat on the side and followed suit. Right. This is too impulsive of you. Su Mu Shui nodded, then carefully opened her mouth to ask. But, Mom, since you don't object to me marrying Lin Feng, so you called me out today specifically to tell me about this? It shouldn't be that simple, should it? Su Mu Shui thought correctly. Zhao Yalan did have another purpose in calling her out today. Seeing her daughter speak so euphemistically, Zhao Yalan immediately laughed. Mu Shui, you're right. Mom did call you out today for something else. Mom wants you to talk to Lin Feng after work and give me his parents' number. Ha? Su Mu Shui was a bit puzzled. What do you want his parents' phone number for? Zhao Yalan said with a smile. Mu Shui, since you two are planning to get married. Next, then, must be the business of organizing the wedding and hosting the reception. You don't have to worry about these things, your father and I and Lin Feng's parents will help you with them. Look, when are you going to call Lin Feng's parents out? Let's both meet together and see what the other side is like. Plus, there's a little chat about the dowry and the 3 golds. Zhao Yalan looked at Su Muxue with a smile. Upon hearing the first few things, Su Muxue didn't have much of an opinion. After all, things like booking hotels and hosting banquets are supposed to be done by the elders. However, when Zhao Yalan mentioned the bride price and the 3 golds, Su Muxue immediately frowned and hurriedly said, "Mom, our family isn't short of money, so why are we looking for a dowry from my husband?" Hearing this, Zhao Yalan was speechless. This girl. That's a lot of work. You haven't even married yet, and you're already turning your elbow outward? Zhao Yalan rolled her eyes. Yes, our family is not short of money, but we can't even accept the bride price. Our Su family, we're considered a big family with a big name in Binhai. How ugly it would be if this got out. Su Muxue skimmed her lips with a displeased look. No, I don't agree. Su Muxue was a very stubborn person, and what she decided would not be easily changed. It's hard enough with hubby being new to the community and having to start a business. She didn't want to add to Lin Feng's burden. But Zhao Yalan's next words completely changed her mind. Mu Suk, your father said, no matter how much Lin Feng pays for the dowry, he returns it tenfold. Are you sure you want him to not pay the dowry? Hearing this, Su Muxue froze. What, 10 times back? Mom, you're not kidding me. When did my dad become so generous? Zhao Yalan sniffed and couldn't help but say in her heart, as for your father's iron rooster, if it wasn't for my slight trick, could he become so generous? However, on her lips she still said, Mu Shue, look at what you're saying. Your dad, he's actually quite generous to you. Su Muxue smiled and said, aha, my dad is the best to me. What about your mom? Mom's been good to me, too. Zhao Yalan glared at her, dead girl, count on you having a conscience. But back to the bride price thing. Since no matter how much is given, Pa will return it tenfold. In Su Muxue's heart, a bold idea suddenly arose. Didn't hubby want to start a business recently? Though he said that he could take care of the money himself. However, everything is difficult at the beginning. Hubby just graduated and doesn't have many contacts in Marina. Plus, it seems that the husband's family is not particularly well off. If you don't have enough money, I'm afraid it's going to be hard to get the company off the ground. But now, an opportunity to get rich is right in front of us. As long as one takes the deposit to Lin Feng, let him take the money and use it as a bride price for the wedding. Wouldn't that be a good way to rip off dad? No, borrow it. Then won't my husband have the money to start his own business? Thinking of this, Su Muxue secretly gave a thumbs up for her own cleverness. Chapter 12, Your sister wants to have dinner with me? After lunch, Zhao Yalan was the first to get up and went to the front desk to pay the bill. Then he brought the 2 of them, Su Muxue and Su Anqi, and left the private dining room. Before she left, she didn't forget to instruct Su Muxue to say, Muxue, when you go back later, remember to tell Lin Feng. Get me his parents' number. Su Muxue nodded, okay, Mom. Aren't you coming back with us? Zhao Yalan waved her hand and said, no, you go back with Anqi, Mom still has things to take care of later. Okay Mom, then take care on the road. After Zhao Yalan left, the 2 of them, Su Anqi and Su Muxue, then headed towards Su's group. On the road, Su Anqi looked a little distracted. I remember a few days ago, my own sister was still single. 4 years of college and not even a boyfriend, but it's only been a few days. Surprisingly, she just got a license. How does that make her, as a sister, embarrassed? My sister is married and I'm still a single dog. It's heartbreaking to think about. And from the 2 friend circles Su Muxue sent. The first one, a selfie of the 2 of them, this brother-in-law of his looks are really outstanding. Su Anqi had stepped into society for many years, what kind of handsome men hadn't seen? But after seeing Lin Feng, there would still be some throbbing feelings. The second one, a loving breakfast made by Lin Feng, looks like a good cook too. Not only is he good looking, he's got a lot on the inside too. This is a proper quality stock. Su Anqi couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, Muxue, today's breakfast, did Lin Feng really make it for you? Right. Su Muxue flaunted with a proud expression. It tastes amazing, better than a Michelin chef. And my husband was so nice to me that he said he'd make me breakfast from now on. Do you know, old sister, what it's like to be spoiled by a man? Before Su Anqi could say anything, Su Muxue continued, forget it, you're a single dog, you won't understand even if I tell you. Hearing this, Su Anqi was furious. I never imagined that I would one day be despised by my own sister. Not only do you have to be despised, but you have to eat the dog food she spills. It's so infuriating. Cut. I don't believe that Lin Feng is as good as you say. As the saying goes, a lover's eyes make a man's heart grow fonder, and I think you're just overwhelmed by love. Su Angel retorted unflinchingly. She said this, in fact, to herself. She couldn't believe that her sister could find such a wonderful boy by marrying just anyone. Where does this make her, a spinster who has been on hundreds of blind dates and has had a dozen boyfriends, face? Sumu Shue bristled and said, forget it if you don't believe me, but whenever you've seen Lin Feng, you wouldn't say something like that. How about this, tonight, I'll ask Lin Feng out. Let's all three have dinner together, just so you can meet my husband. When the time comes, you'll know if I've been overwhelmed by love. Suanchi nodded, fine, I want to see if this Lin Feng is as good as you say he is. Sumu Shue snorted coldly, you just wait and see. Upon returning to the Sumu Shue walked into her office. Taking out his cell phone, he sent a WeChat to Lin Feng. Honey, are you done with things over there? Seeing the WeChat sent by Sumu Shue, Lin Feng directly replied by voice. Pretty much, the company is registered and the office is rented. Next, just recruit staff. Why, wife, what did you want to see me about? Sumu Shue typed, yes. Tonight, my sister wants to have dinner with you, are you free? Your sister wants to have dinner with me? Lin Feng was surprised. Yeah, we're both licensed, but my family hasn't met you yet. During this time, I plan to, one after another, take you to meet my family and friends. Besides, when are you going to take me back and meet your parents? I'm really scared that my in-laws will not like me. In the end, Sumu Shue also sent an aggrieved expression. Seeing the message sent by Sumu Shue, Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. He had originally planned to bring Sumu Shue back to his hometown to meet his parents in the next 2 days. After all, mom and dad, too, have been urging themselves to take their wives back. But Lin Feng has just set up his company. There's a lot of catching up to do next. At the very least, he'd have to wait until he'd finished hiring employees to get the company up and running, to be able to get away for a while. So for now, it's better to put this thing on hold for a little while longer. Wife, this is a matter for some time. I'm pretty busy with the company right now, I can't get away. Hearing this, Sumu Shue was a little disappointed. Soon, though, she recovered and typed. Well then, it's not too late for us to go when you're done with this. It just so happens that while I'm here, I'm also thinking about what would be a good meet and greet gift to prepare for my in-laws. And then there's the matter of dinner with my sister tonight. Are you free tonight? Lin Feng replied, no problem, if you get off work at night, I'll come to your company to find you. Ha? Sumu Shue froze for a moment, surprised. Honey, are you going to meet me at the office? So, does this count as picking up your wife from work? Lin Feng laughed, you can understand it that way too. Well, let's make a deal then. 7 o'clock in the evening, no see no evil. Lin Feng replied with an emoticon that said, yes. After turning off WeChat, Sumu Shue felt warm in her heart. It was such a wonderful feeling to have such a man who spoiled and loved her. She was already looking forward to it in a few hours. When Lin Feng came to the company to pick himself up from work, what kind of looks will be on their faces when they are seen by other co-workers? In Sumu Shue's mind, this image had even surfaced and it made her happy just thinking about it. Chapter 13 Social Death Scene. Afternoon. As Lin Feng was on the recruitment software, he posted the job information and offer extremely generous salaries. So quickly, a dozen resumes were received. Lin Feng made an appointment to meet them at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Feng interviewed nearly 20 applicants. But in the end, only 5 were admitted. The others had a look of frustration on their faces because they had lost the election. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel that if he hadn't awakened the system, now perhaps also a social animal, running around inside various office buildings, struggling to find a job with a meager salary. Living a 996 life is just bland and boring. But now, having the system, Lin Feng's fate, too, would be turned upside down. Lin Feng shook his head and calmed himself down, looking at the time, it was almost 6:30. I have to pick up my wife later, so that's it for today's interview. According to his plan, he wants to build a domestic operating system. At the very least, they all need hundreds of employees to do so. After all, this is a big project. Even if he has the help of the system and has obtained the source code for the homegrown system, just recruit a few programmers and have them follow the source code and write it out one by one. But even so, want to make the Wind God technology become a large enterprise, this is still far from enough. A well-established business requires employees from many different departments, working in tandem with each other. We all cooperate with each other so that we can make the company bigger and stronger. This was something that Lin Feng knew very well in his heart. So the next thing Lin Feng had to do was simple. That's recruiting frenzy. Thinking about this, Lin Feng locked the door and left the office. Then he hailed a cab and rushed towards Su's group. 10 minutes. Lin Feng came to the Su clan. He walked straight into the building and sent a message to Sumu Shue. Honey, I'm already at Su's group, what floor are you on? Honey, I'm on the 8th floor, projects. Why don't you wait downstairs and I'll come down to you? After Sumu Shue returned the message, she hurriedly put down the documents in her hand. Then he walked out of the office and went downstairs to find Lin Feng. Seeing Sumu Shue in a hurry, the colleagues in the project department One by one, they couldn't sit still and started talking. Sisters, did you just see the message posted in the group? The lady at the front desk, she just said in the group that Lin Feng seems to have come to our company. Now, he's on the first floor. Upon hearing this, the other co-workers immediately became interested. One by one, they gathered around and pursued the question with a gossipy expression. Lin Feng? Are you talking about Sister Mu Shui, her husband Lin Feng? Seriously? Which group sent the message? Is there a picture? Let me see it. With that, everyone immediately opened WeChat and tapped on their small internal group. Soon enough, a sneak peek of the front desk was seen. In the photo, Lin Feng was dressed in a formal suit and was elegant. There was a faint smile on his face. You can't help but watch it and get lost in it. A big, handsome man in his own right. And that's the original Apple image, without any beauty or filters. Even so, the Lin Feng in the photo was still handsome as hell. One can only imagine how handsome he is in person. Wow, is this Sister Mu Shui's husband? It's so handsome, just like someone who walked out of a comic book. My goodness, Sister Mu Shui is also too sexually blessed to have found such a handsome husband. If I could marry him, I'd do it even if it made my nanny 2 sizes smaller. Crowd. What kind of tiger and wolf word is that? But seeing the female co-worker who spoke, with her airfield-like chest, the people were relieved that there was nothing in the first place, where there was no dust. The other side. Su Mu Shui took the elevator and arrived at the lobby on the first floor. Seeing Lin Feng standing in the doorway. Honey! Su Mu Shui shouted in excitement. Then he flew towards Lin Feng. As much as she wanted to, she gave Lin Feng a hug, or a mwahaha. But this was in a company after all, and as management, she still needed to maintain her authority. So you can't show too much enthusiasm. She couldn't afford to ruin her image as a domineering female president. Otherwise, how can she get a foothold in the company in the future? But, although Su Mu Shui thought so in her heart. But just now, because she was too excited, she shouted husband. It's just too loud. It can be said to resonate throughout the hall. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. Each of the surrounding co-workers had a strange look on their faces. And the employees who passed by stopped and looked toward the two. Seeing this scene, Su Mu Shui's pretty face turned red, incomparably embarrassed. This is like a social death scene. Lin Feng, however, didn't care and slowly walked over. With a faint smile on his face, he looked at Su Mu Shui and said, Honey, are you done? Let's wait, where are we going to eat? Su Mu Shui calmed her awkwardness and waved her hand. I'm not done yet. I've got a bit of work on my hands that will take a few minutes to finish. Honey, do you want to come up with me and wait for me at the program? Lin Feng nodded, good. Su Mu Shui said, let's go up then. Being stared at by so many people, Su Mu Shui felt so uncomfortable that she couldn't wait to get into the elevator immediately. That scene just now was so socially dead. After entering the elevator, Su Mu Shui hurriedly pressed the 8th floor. The embarrassment in his body, which slowly subsided. The elevator came to the 8th floor, and Su Mu Shui led Lin Feng directly towards the project department. Honey, this is where I work. Su's group, in total, is divided into 5 departments, and each department is responsible for a different job. And the projects department, the largest department in the company, the heart of the company, so to speak, is under my and my mom's joint responsibility. Come on in, I'll show you around my office. Su Mu Shui pulled Lin Feng and walked directly towards the office area of the project department. When the figures of Su Mu Shui and Lin Feng both appeared in front of the crowd, the employees of the project department, all of them, were stunned. Sister Mu Shui, her husband, looks hundreds of times better than in the photo. Whether it's the face or the body, it can be said to be absolutely beautiful. At the sight of Lin Feng, the female employees were all starry-eyed, revealing a flamboyant look. The male employees, on the other hand, gave out expressions of envy and jealousy. Damn good looking. No wonder it can repeatedly win the heart of Mr. Su's daughter. Let's go, hubby. My office is inside. Su Mu Shui led Lin Feng into the office. The employees of the project department, again, began to talk heatedly. The female co-workers were incredibly mesmerized by Lin Feng's face. As for the male co-worker, he froze in place, speechless. Compared to Lin Feng, they realized that they were too scribbly looking. Sure enough, this age. Face value is king. Chapter 14. The leak is a typhoon. Into the office. Su Mu Shui closed the door behind her. Somewhat shyly, she walked over to Lin Feng. Honey, I missed you so much. I've obviously only seen you for half a day, but it feels like it's been ages. Lin Feng laughed. It's not such an exaggeration, it's obviously only half a day past. But I really feel like a long time has passed. Su Mu Shui beamed her little mouth with an aggrieved look. She looked up at Lin Feng and asked with some confusion, Hubby, why do I feel that you're even more handsome than in the morning? Lin Feng touched his cheeks and laughed, yes? It's probably because you miss me too much. Lin Feng made a random excuse to muddle through. But he knew that Su Mushue would feel this way. It must be because, in the morning, the system had rewarded him with 1 point of charm value. After all, the charisma bonus is still amazing. Coupled with Lin Feng's own good foundation, the added value of charisma, naturally, would be even higher. Oh. You have a point. Su Mushue sniffed without any doubt. No matter what Lin Feng said, she would unconditionally choose to believe it. She nodded and said, "Hubby, then sit down for a while, I'll be done soon, and we'll go eat later." "Okay, you're busy. There's no need to rush, no matter how late it is, I'll wait for you." Lin Feng smiled slightly and said gently, "Honey, you're so sweet." Su Mushue jumped into Lin Feng's arms, her eyes suddenly becoming mesmerized. "Honey, so do you want boinking me, huh?" Lin Feng thought he heard wrong. What his wife just said was to boink her? "Did you hear me right?" Su Mushue looked at Lin Feng and said daintily, Honey, you heard right. You were pretty good in the morning, weren't you?" Su Mushue said, her eyes narrowing into 2 crescents. She stretched out her hands, hooked her arms around Lin Feng's neck and took the initiative to send her red lips. Lin Feng is somewhat flattered. This is still his own wife, the first time he took the initiative to ask for a kiss. "Wife, are you here for real?" Lin Feng asked with some excitement. Su Mushue nodded and put her mouth up. Lin Feng was delighted in his heart and was about to lower his head to kiss Su Mushue. But just then, Su Mushue violently broke away and giggled. Honey, I'm teasing you. You still want to get real." To be honest, although Su Mushue and Lin Feng were already married, and in the past 2 days, under Lin Feng's strong offense, the two had done everything. Aside from not taking the final step, Su Mushue could be said to have been completely raided by Lin Feng. However, Su Mushue still didn't know how she should get along with Lin Feng. So, in the afternoon, she snuck online and checked out some videos. That's how to maintain intimacy between husband and wife. It is mentioned in the video, to keep your husband sexually interested in you consistently. Then tease him from time to time. By practicing just now, it seems to work pretty well. It seems that in the future, it is necessary to refresh one's knowledge in this area. Though she was confident in her charms. But it never hurts to learn more. "Honey, I've noticed that you are, now, really getting naughty. How dare you even play me?" Lin Feng said with some shyness. Originally, he thought it was nothing, but he was messed up by Su Mushue like this. He felt that he must kiss her before he could do so. Seeing that the situation was bad, Su Mushue hurriedly showed weakness. "Honey, I'm really not trying to trick you. I just watched the video teach it and wanted to take you to practice." Lin Feng didn't care about that and put his arm around Su Mushue, pressed her against the wall and gagged her hard. "Well, husband. You don't bite me. I know I'm wrong. You let me go." Su Mushue was kissed by Lin Feng. She was a little out of breath and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Humph. Let's see if you dare next time." Seeing Su Mushue beg for mercy, Lin Feng let her go. He turned to sit on the couch, pulled out his cell phone, and began to read the messages. As for Su Mushue, her pretty face was red and she looked at Lin Feng with some embarrassment. Then she returned to her desk and began to absent-mindedly deal with the documents. Lin Feng brushed WeChat and saw that there were quite a few classmates who had sent their blessings. Wish him and Su Mushue a happy wedding. Lin Feng's people skills are still very good. Whether it's high school or college, there are a lot of buddies. Especially the friends from high school. When they heard that Lin Feng was proposed to by the schoolgirl, all of them were shocked. It seems that good looks are really in demand. Su Mushue sat in her office chair, looking up at Lin Feng a few times from time to time. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly as she began to mutter in her mind. "That stupid husband. For being so nice to me. Tonight, I'll take it from you." 5 minutes later. Su Mushue finally finished her work. She stood up, stretched and rushed at Lin Feng. "Honey, I'm done, let's go. My sister's office is downstairs." Led by Su Mushue, the two of them came to the 7th floor together. This is exactly where the marketing department is located. But when he entered the office, he realized that Angela Su wasn't here at all. After some inquiries, I realized that Su Anchi had gone to the 6th floor conference room for a meeting. Just at this time, Su Mushue's cell phone rang, and it was Su Anchi who sent a message. "Mushue, sorry. You and Lin Feng go to the restaurant first. I have a meeting over here that won't be over for another half hour. When I finish my meeting, I'll come straight over to you." Su Mushue returned an okay expression and then said to Lin Feng, "Honey, my sister is in a meeting. Let's go first." As it happened, Su Mushue planned to take advantage of this gap to take Lin Feng to the lottery store. Because she knew that she was paying him directly. He's not going to take it. So only with the help of the lottery. When the time comes, lie to your husband and say he won the lottery. Take your savings and put it all on your husband's card. Let him take this money and use it as a dowry for himself to cheat. "Oh no, it's getting 10 times the financing from my father so the company doesn't have to worry about running out of money. The savings in one's hand now, all added up, should almost amount to more than $5 million. That's $50 million if you return it tenfold. A whole half dozen small goals. Using this money to start a business should be enough, right? If it's not enough, then ask Dad, again, to give a couple of houses, to be used as dowry. Anyway, you can't suffer anyone but your own husband. Thinking of this, on Su Mushue's face, a wry smile appeared. If Su Jiangwo knew that Su Mushue had punked himself like this, he would probably have blood dripping from his heart. This little cotton jacket of his own seems to be leaking more than just air. And it's a typhoon that's leaking. Chapter 15 showing love in front of his sister. Ding! System mission released. Please host and Su Mushue, change into couple's clothes and go meet with Angela Su. Let your wife gain happiness and show her love in front of your great aunt, and you will be rewarded with random skills when the mission is completed. Just came downstairs to the office. Inside Lin Feng's head, there was then a voice from the system. Only this time, the quest released by the system made him feel a bit overwhelmed. Before, it wasn't too difficult to cook and get a license and all that. But this time, the system issued a mission. It does seem a little off the mark. The first time you meet your wife's sister, you have to show your love in front of her. And wear couple's clothes. Wouldn't that be a bit wrong? Generally speaking, when meeting female relatives, the man tries to keep a low profile. After all, that's how one can appear to respect the other person. And no one else will think that you are a frivolous person. So that you can trust your sister with your life. But if you wear a couple's suit, isn't that a bit too high profile? Auntie won't misunderstand herself if she reads it, will she? Lin Feng hesitated for a moment and finally made a decision. There's no way around it. Who makes the rewards too tempting? If it's replaced with cash. Lin Feng even has to dwell on it a bit more. But this time, the rewards are random skills. If you come with a more powerful skill, it's not something that money can measure. And isn't it just a matter of wearing a couple's outfit with your wife and then having dinner with your great aunt? It's not like we've done anything to hurt the situation. Afraid of a hammer. Lin Feng remembered that in this neighborhood there was a large shopping mall. Find a chance to go over there later and buy a couple of couples' outfits that fit them. According to his wife's goofy and silly personality, there is no problem even if he asks her to wear a couple's outfit, not to mention the fact that she is wearing an erotic outfit. As for Su Mushue at this time, all that was on her mind was the lottery. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "Hubby, there's a lottery store up ahead, let's go in and take a look." "What's the point of going to the lottery store?" Lin Feng asked with some confusion. "Honey, that's what you don't understand, is it? In our marina business community, there is a custom that has been passed down. That's but whenever a new company opens, they have to go to the lottery store and buy a ticket. This will not only bring wealth and luck, but also bless the new company, and it will all go smoothly from now on." Hearing Su Mushue talking nonsense here, Lin Feng revealed a helpless expression. What is this wife's brain made of? Are you kidding me here? Would anyone really believe something so outrageous? But Lin Feng didn't bother to expose her and smiled. "Okay. Then we'll go in and buy one." After entering the lottery store, Su Mushue directly bought hundreds of welfare lottery tickets. She stuffed the lottery tickets, all of them, into her bag, then took Lin Feng's hand and headed outside. Lin Feng didn't care about this matter either. Because Lin Feng knew that it was impossible for him to win the lottery. Welfare lottery, with the word welfare at the beginning, don't you get it? It's not even your turn to win the lottery. I just don't know why my wife buys so many lottery tickets. Lin Feng looked at Su Mushue and said, "Honey, it's still early, why don't we go to the mall?" "Ha? Going to the mall at this hour?" Su Mushue hesitated and said, "Honey, my sister is coming over soon. Let's just go to the restaurant and make a reservation first. I'm afraid we'll have to wait in line if we go late." Lin Feng shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I want to go shopping for couples' clothes." "What? Buy couples' clothing?" Su Mushue's entire body froze. She looked at Lin Feng with wide eyes, her face filled with shock. "Yeah, we'll look great in a couple's costume. Don't you want to wear it?" Lin Feng said with a smile. "Want to? Of course I want to." Su Mushue hurriedly nodded. She said excitedly as she took Lin Feng's arm, "Honey, let's hurry up and go shopping for couples' clothes then. Just in time for a good show in front of my oldest sister." This proposal from Lin Feng coincided with Su Mushue's thoughts. A few minutes later, Lin Feng and Su Mushue arrived at the large shopping mall nearby. The two picked and chose inside and eventually bought a couple's outfit. Above the couple's suit, a large dog's head is printed. Next to the dog's head, there's a quote. "Lo, your dog food. LOL, eat your dog food." It was infuriating and provocative to watch. Su Mushue took a glance at the outfit. "Honey, let's just get this one." Leaving the mall, the two were wearing their newly purchased couple's outfits. Holding hands, they made small talk as they walked toward the restaurant. Along the way, it attracted the attention of countless people. Especially the writing on the top of the dress. "Let those single dogs feel full of malice." The most crucial thing was that both of them, Lin Feng and Su Mushue, had very high face values. Standing together, it was a match made in heaven. And Lin Feng had a warm and elegant look about him. It has even charmed the hearts of countless young girls. Seeing this, those female singles feel their hearts broken. On the way to the restaurant, Su Mushue's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Su Anqi calling. Mushue, where are you? I thought I told you to go to the restaurant first. How is it that I'm here now in person and you guys are nowhere to be found? Su Mushue looked at the time. More than half an hour had passed exactly since they left the company. She said with some embarrassment, I'm sorry, old sister. I had a bit of a delay with Lin Feng. We'll go over there now. Hearing this, Su Anqi was speechless. That's so not true. Alright, you guys hurry up and get over here. It's at the private dining room where we had lunch with our mom today at noon. Su Mushue returned. Okay, we'll be right there, don't be in a hurry. After hanging up the phone, Su Mushue looked at Lin Feng and said, Hubby, we were just buying clothes and we were delayed for too long. My sister is already at the restaurant, let's hurry over there. Lin Feng nodded, then hurry up. Lin Feng took Su Mushue's hand and walked directly towards the restaurant's location. Just then, a couple of girls came walking up to us. They were wearing hip-hugging short skirts, revealing two slender white legs, looking energetic, and at first glance, they were female college students. Sisters, look, isn't that schoolmarm Su and senior Lin Feng? Really, yeah, how did they get here? And the two of them are wearing, is it a couple's outfit? Wow, they're really in love, what a show me. Several girls gathered in a group, chattering and constantly looking at Lin Feng and Su Mushue. One of the girls even took out her cell phone and stole a few pictures. Sent it inside the class group. In less than 10 seconds, the entire class group exploded. Especially those male students, even though Su Mushue was 1 year older than them. But there were a lot of people who had, at one time or another, tried to pursue Su Mushue. But they were all rejected by her, and Su Mushue even threatened that she didn't want to fall in love for 4 years in college. But no one expected this to happen at graduation. Schoolgirl Su breaks her vow by proposing in public. And they also made the official announcement the same day, posting selfies of themselves holding their marriage license in their circle of friends. Let the students of Binhai University hard to eat a wave of dog food. This stomach is still full of dog food. Are you two still coming? This is still not letting people live. The other side. Lin Feng and Su Mushue arrived at the private restaurant. They pushed open the door to the room and walked right in. Soon enough it was in the corner, looking for Angela Su. The two held hands and sat down in front of her. Su Anqi looked at the clothes of both Lin Feng and Su Mushue, and her entire body froze. Especially those two big dog heads. And the text underneath. Lo, your dog food. LOL, eat your dog food. Chapter 16 Eating dog food to get full. Is this a couple's costume for you guys? Seeing the scene in front of her, it was as if Su Anqi had received a billion-point blitz. Her whole body froze. The dress, it's just so infuriating. Very unkind to singles. But to be honest, Lin Feng and Su Mushue looked quite good together when they wore their couple's clothes. The two sat together and were very much a couple. And it was evident that there was an intense love between the two of them. Lin Feng was also much more handsome than he looked in the photos. On this point, Su Anqi couldn't refute it. But finding a husband is not choosing an idol. You can't do it with your face alone. The key thing was to see how Lin Feng treated his sister. After all, good-looking skin, 1,000 times over, can't stand the test of time. The only way for two people to live their lives is for good character and good personality to stick around. So, for the sake of your sister, a happy life in the future. Su Anqi decided to check out this brother-in-law of hers later. She wanted to see if this Lin Feng was as good as Mushue said he was. Hubby, let me introduce you, this is my oldest sister, Su Anqi. She's the vice president of our Su group, as well as the director of the marketing department. As for me, as you just saw, I'm the head of the program department. I'm in charge of product development and she's in charge of product sales. After Su Mushue finished speaking, she introduced herself to Su Anqi again. Elder sister, this is my husband, Lin Feng. Lin Feng shot a glance at Su Anqi and said with a smile. Hello, Sister Angie. Su Anqi politely nodded towards Lin Feng. Although Su Anqi and Su Mushue were close sisters, their styles, however, were very different. Su Anqi went for a sexy imperial style, with a tall and voluptuous figure. Dressed in an OL uniform, the two slender legs looked extraordinarily tantalizing. And Su Mushue went for the pure and nerdy style, and looked like she was good at bullying. Although at work, Su Mushue acted like a strong woman. But that's just her protective color. In private, Su Mushue was still very soft and cuddly. It's one of those little family types that can easily stir up a man's desire to protect. Otherwise, the employees in the company wouldn't have called the two sisters by both names. When meeting Su Mushue, most of the employees would call her Sister Mushue. But when it came to Su Anqi, no one dared to call her by her first name, and they all changed it to Mr. Su. This shows the huge difference between the two sisters. How's it going, sis? Handsome by my husband, huh? Su Mushue was holding Lin Feng's arm with a smug look on her face. Suanchi rolled her eyes and just wanted to speak. Just then, the waiters carried the dishes and set them out one after another. Before they came over, Suanchi had already ordered the food. Suanchi knew her sister's tastes very well. But Lin Feng, she didn't know much about. But what she ordered was home-cooked, which should fit most people's tastes. Lin Feng, I ordered some home-cooked food. Take a look and see if there's anything you want to keep adding. With that, Suanchi picked up the menu and handed it over. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "No need, these dishes are quite to my liking." Just as the two of them were talking, Su Mushui had already picked up her chopsticks and secretly tasted a bite. But soon, she put down her chopsticks. A look of disgust. "What's wrong, isn't it good?" Seeing this scene, Suanchi asked with some confusion. "It's okay, but since the morning, after tasting my husband's handiwork, it just feels like the food out there. How can I say this? It's like, a little hard to swallow." "Hard to swallow?" Hearing this, Suanchi huffed in disbelief. "Isn't this a bit much for you?" In fact, Su Mushui wasn't exaggerating. "Maybe it's because, well, I'm tired of eating big fish and meat. That's why it's so good to think of regular ramen, all of it." Moreover, this was a loving breakfast that Lin Feng, himself, had made for himself. At the very least, it's a big win on top of attitude. A man and a woman in the heat of the moment will find even eating instant noodles delicious. But a single dog, even if you let him go to a mountain of food, you will feel that something is missing. It's called, the water is full with love, but the golden house is cold without love. The two, of course, cannot be compared. "Honey, do you want to try this? Though the meals out there are no match for your husband's handiwork. But no matter what, you can't let yourself go hungry, can you?" Lin Feng picked up a piece of meat and sent it towards Su Mushui's mouth. "Ah! Careful, it's hot." Su Mushui hurriedly opened her mouth and ate the sliced meat. The color of happiness was on his face. Seeing this scene, Suanchi's face, once again, was gloomy. A sour taste could not help but well up in his heart. She had asked Lin Feng out today mainly to examine this brother-in-law of hers. But she didn't, letting you guys have such a crazy show of love in front of her. These chopsticks haven't moved yet. Eating your dog food is almost enough. Seeing this, Su Mushui also picked up a soup spoon and sent it towards Lin Feng's mouth. "Honey, you eat too. Open your mouth, it's my turn to feed you." Suanchi looked in her eyes and was furious, but there was nothing she could do. She was now starting to regret a little bit why she had promised Su Mushui that she would accompany her out to have dinner with Lin Feng. It's simply self-defeating. You two, in your couple's outfits, with your fingers intertwined. Sitting across from themselves, you and I feed each other something to eat. And I, a single dog, can only look at the two dog heads on your clothes. And those two provocative words. What a gas! At this moment, the customers in the restaurant, too, looked this way. Seeing Su Mushui and Lin Feng, the groom and the daughter. On most people's faces, there were expressions of envy. And when they looked at Suanchi, the envy on their faces turned into sympathy again. "Look at this one. She looks like a light bulb." So, before even finishing the meal, Suanchi then excused herself and took the lead in leaving the restaurant. She couldn't stay in a place like this for a second. Next time, even if it killed her, she wouldn't come to dinner with the two of them alone. Nice guy. The meal hasn't even started yet. I'm about to get full just eating dog food from you two. Who wouldn't be angry? Chapter 17, Lin Feng's Parents. On the way back, Su Mushui took Lin Feng's arm. "Honey, you were good just now, I'm going to reward you." Lin Feng touched his nose and asked in a soft voice. "What are you going to reward me for?" "I won't tell you yet, you'll find out in time." Su Mushui pretended to be mysterious and then said, "By the way, today at noon, my mom asked me to go out for dinner. Before she left, she instructed me to get the in-laws number from you." "Say what?" "To talk to them about the wedding. Even though we're licensed, we haven't done the wedding or the reception or anything yet. Leave these trivial matters to the two lords." Lin Feng nodded, then took out his cell phone and said, "Yeah. I'll read it to you and you write it down." Lin Feng opened his address book and read out his mom and dad's cell phone numbers. Su Mushui wrote it down and sent the number to Jia Yalan. Immediately afterward, she opened WeChat again. Searched Lin Feng's mom's account and applied to add friends. It was easy to find because I had her cell phone number. The main reason why she wanted to add Lin Feng's mom's WeChat was because, after a while, Lin Feng was going to take her home. She wanted to take advantage of this time to get on with her mother-in-law first. When the time comes to meet, you won't be shy. After adding WeChat, Su Mushui typed a paragraph and sent it over. "Hello auntie, my name is Su Mushui. I am your son Lin Fengyi. His wife, Lin Feng's mom, named Wang Yue, and his dad's name is Lin Weiman. Both are working class and work in the county below Marina del Rey." At this moment, the two had just returned home. Wang Yue then saw that someone added their WeChat. At first, she thought it was a new co-worker in the unit. "I didn't realize that the other person was my own daughter-in-law. Wang Yue immediately clicked on Su Mu Shue's circle of friends and began to look at it. In the past few days, Su Mu Shue sent several friend circles. It's all related to Lin Feng. And the background of the friend circle is also a photo of her with Lin Feng. It looked like the other party was really his daughter-in-law alright. 2 days ago, when she found out, after Lin Feng married Su Mu Shue, the whole thing was a bit of a daze as well. The condition of her own family was clear to her. How could she not have expected that her son would be able to marry such a beautiful daughter-in-law? And also the second princess of the Su group. Su's group, in Binhai City, can be said to be the leading leader of the beauty industry. Tens of thousands of jobs are created for the city every year. Even the city leaders had to be polite when they met Su Jiangwo. Seeing that Wang Yue didn't reply for a long time, Su Mu Shue couldn't help but ask, "Auntie, are you there?" Wang Yue hurriedly reacted and typed back, "Mu Shue, I'm here. And don't call me auntie, call me mom." Call. Mom? Seeing the message sent by Wang Yue, Su Mu Shue's entire body froze. Originally, she was worried. Does the mother-in-law not like herself? It took so long to friend me and not return my messages. But I didn't expect her to get right to the point of changing her call sign. What's there to worry about when you're this enthusiastic? Therefore, Su Mu Shue immediately edited the text and sent a sentence back. Okay. Mom. Finished with a shy emoji. Seeing this, Wang Yue stood up excitedly, with an anti-smile on her face. At this moment, Lin Weiman also walked out from the kitchen. He noticed something different about Wang Yue. "Honey, are you talking to your son?" "Happy as can be. Wife. I'm talking to you, did you hear me?" Wang Yue was standing in the living room, busy chatting with Su Mu Shue. Who had time to pay attention to Lin Weiman? "What's all the yelling about? Have you cooked your rice yet? Don't go and do the dishes yet. Can't you see I'm having a nice chat with my daughter-in-law?" Hearing the words daughter-in-law, Lin Weiman immediately brightened up and hurriedly came over. With an excited expression, he said, "What daughter-in-law? Is it the girl who married Lin Feng?" Ever since Lin Feng showed the marriage certificate in his circle of friends, the Lin family relatives, almost all of them blew up. Especially Lin Feng's great-aunt and his second cousin. They have been calling and asking Lin Weiman what is going on with Lin Feng. At that time, Lin Weiman and the two of them were also confused. They had no idea that Lin Feng was even married. The reaction of the two of them could be said to be exactly the same as Su Mu Shue's parents, exactly the same. That's why, in the last 2 days, they kept calling Lin Feng to ask him to bring his daughter-in-law back home for a visit. Let them take a good look at what their daughter-in-law really looks like. Wife, tell that to our future daughter-in-law. Ask her when she's free and tell her to come home with Lin Feng. Let's just say we'd like to meet her. Wang Yue gave him a blank look and said, "What future daughter-in-law? Mu Shue is our daughter-in-law, okay? They're licensed." Lin Weiman hurriedly clapped his mouth. Right, I was wrong. Just then, Su Mu Shue sent a series of messages over. "Mom, I added you on WeChat, and there's actually something else I want to tell you. Didn't Lin Feng and I already get a license? But we haven't organized a wedding yet. My mom said she wanted to talk to you guys about the wedding. When a few days pass, I'll go back with Lin Feng, and I'll bring you all gifts then. Look what you guys like, you can tell me." Seeing the message from Su Mu Shue, Wang Yue hurriedly typed a reply. "Don't bother, it's good that you came. If you have to bring a gift, then bring me back a grandson and I'll be satisfied." After the message was sent, Wang Yue felt that something was not quite right. Hastily, he withdrew the latter sentence. But Su Mu Shue still saw it. It seems that the in-laws, after all, like themselves. This just got married and they're already pushing for a baby. Thinking of this, on Su Mu Shue's face, a sweet smile appeared. "Honey, who are you talking to? Laughing so hard?" Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Su Mu Shue smiled, "I'm chatting with our mom." "Our mom?" Su Mu Shue nodded, "Yeah, it's our mom." After saying that, she raised her cell phone and showed Lin Feng the chat interface. "Honey, you can do it. I can't believe I hooked up with my mom so quickly." Su Mu Shue glared at Lin Feng and pouted, "Can you talk?" "Forget it, I don't care to bother with you, but hubby, you need to step up and take care of the company these days. And then take me to my in-laws early. They seem to like me a lot." As she said this, on Su Mu Shue's face, an expression of anticipation spread. Lin Feng nodded and smiled, "Good. Back home." Su Mu Shue took out her cell phone and swiped the jitterbug. "I didn't expect to see myself in Lin Feng when I swiped. Honey, come look. I don't know who it was that stole the video of us in our couple's outfits. It's also been posted on top of Jitterbug, and it already has hundreds of thousands of likes. Although it's shameful to take a sneak peek, I have to say, it's a pretty good shot." Su Mu Shue long pressed to save. "Take this video and save it inside the album. Honey, let me throw the video into your phone." Lin Feng took the bath towel and said back, "The cell phone is on the table, you can vote for me." After saying that, Lin Feng walked into the bathroom. Su Mu Shue picked up her cell phone and started to get a little confused. because she didn't know what Lin Feng's cell phone password was. Could it be hubby's birthday? Or some kind of anniversary? Su Mushui entered it several times as she thought. But they all show wrong password. In the end, Su Mushui held the attitude of giving it a try. Enter the date of yesterday's license into the mix. I didn't expect it to work. On Su Mushui's face, a smile appeared. Hey! Looks like hubby still cares about himself. She silently took out her cell phone and changed the password to the day she got her license yesterday as well. At this time, inside the bathroom, Lin Feng was lying in the bathtub, soaking beautifully. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Showing Love in Couples Clothes quest. Bonus skill, Exposure Edition. Chapter 18. The company is on the right track. Next time. Lin Feng goes out early and comes home late every day. After his efforts in the past few days, he finally recruited hundreds of employees, getting Windsor Technologies successfully on the right track. And Wind God Technology, as a technology company, is divided into a total of 5 divisions. The departments are personnel, finance, technology, products, and marketing. Hundreds of employees, divided down. Each department can only be divided into 24 or so. Next, there was a need to continue expanding and recruiting more talent to Winshin Technology. This morning, Lin Feng was inside the company and held a meeting. At the meeting, Lin Feng made a major decision and set an ambitious goal for the company. Now Wind God Technology has officially stepped into the right track. Next, I hope that all of you will step up and try to make it within 6 months. Develop the domestic operating system and bring it to market to replace foreign systems. Lin Feng said in a loud voice. The crowd looked at each other after hearing these words. Kind of can't believe my ears. Develop a homegrown operating system within 6 months? And to replace foreign systems? Boss, this is not crazy. You know, in the field of computer operating systems, foreign countries have been ahead of the whole 20 years, forming a huge ecological chain of users. Wanted to develop a domestic system and replace foreign systems within 6 months. It's just a fool's errand. Even if Joe Buzz was reincarnated, that was not possible. In these 20 years, there are many large domestic internet companies have tried to develop a domestic operating system. But in the end, it all ended in failure. And the defeat was complete. So, in tech circles, there's a rule that everyone is inked to follow. That's to do with the internet. You can do whatever you want, but don't go for the operating system. Because we all know in our hearts that this is something absolutely impossible to realize. Boss, are you sure you want to do this? Our company has just been founded and is in its infancy. Whether it's making games, or software, or live streaming, that's all possible. But it's a bit of a stretch if you're going to get an operating system as soon as you come up here. Inside the office, a department manager stood up and persuaded. In fact, what he said made a lot of sense. As an employee, he was able to stand up and dissuade Lin Feng at the risk of being fired. It's also considered a good and dedicated employee. Lin Feng heard this, but he smiled faintly and said, I know, this task, it seems a bit daunting. After all, it's going to take a lot of time just to develop the system. But that time, I have saved for you. After saying that, Lin Feng took a stack of folders from the table and picked them up. It was densely packed with hundreds of documents. All are sources of various data. And that's just part of it. There were many key source codes that were stored in Lin Feng's mind. He was going to wait until the last moment and then enter it in by his own hand. This stuff, after all, is the heart of the company. He didn't want that to leak out before the system was even developed. Lin Feng casually pulled out a document and said, These are the source codes of the operating system, you can take a look at them. Hearing this, the crowd froze. Source code for the operating system? How is that possible? The employees who were present looked at Lin Feng in shock. Especially the programmers in the technical department looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at God. It may not be clear to others what the source code means. But they, however, are incredibly aware of it. As long as the source code is available, it's the equivalent of holding a standardized answer in your hand when you take a test. Just copy it and you're done. Not only is it convenient and hassle-free, and it's also quick to deliver a perfect score. But how did Mr. Lin get the system source code? You know, the difficulty of the development of the operating system, that's not normal. Even for those large internet companies in the Dragon Kingdom, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to develop a mature system. But Mr. Lin even said he already has a source code? How the hell did he do that? The crowd was puzzled. And at that moment, Lin Feng waved his hand and said slowly, The other thing I have to tell you is this. This system, an operating system that belongs to our Dragon Kingdom, is compiled entirely in Chinese. Programming in Chinese has its natural advantages. Not only will the threshold for programming be lowered, but many of the bugs that would occur with English assemblies simply don't exist with Chinese assemblies. So, I want to launch this domestic operating system within 6 months. When the time comes, it's not just about taking over the dragon market. And it's also going to go out overseas and break the 20-year-long monopoly of rice. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the employees who were present had a great feeling in their hearts. After all of them, they come from the internet and technology. In terms of science and technology, the Dragon Kingdom lagged too far behind the Rice Kingdom. So having a proven homegrown system, that's a top priority. After all, now, it's the age of the internet, and if you don't have your own operating system, being dependent on foreign countries for a long time is not a good thing. Therefore, the people here were very supportive of Lin Feng's move. Many of the employees on the site are ready for the hard work that will be done in the next 6 months. If it is really possible to develop a domestic operating system and to interrupt the monopoly of rice, this is also something to be happy about for the Dragon Kingdom. By then, the great name of the Wind God Technology Company would also resound around the world. And they are proud of it. Seeing the office, the group of angry employees, Lin Feng continued. As for the name of this system of ours, I would like to name it the Wind God System for now. Naming it after the company is partly about wanting to raise awareness of the company. On the other hand, I also hope that this system, like a gust of wind, will sweep the world. Let those foreigners know that our technology in the Dragon Kingdom is not much worse than theirs. This is what Lin Feng had in mind. It's also why he started this company in the first place. When Lin Feng finished these words, the entire conference room instantly applauded. These employees, at this time, could be said to admire Lin Feng to the extreme. They never thought that any boss would have such great ambitions. Compared to those bosses in China who only know how to squeeze their employees, Lin Feng is simply a saint. The crowd was underneath, whispering. Not to mention anything else, I'm convinced just by this boldness of Mr. Lin. More than convinced, I simply adore it. Those vampire bosses in China are maggots compared to our Mr. Lin. That's right, Mr. Lin in terms of salary and treatment are in accordance with the highest standards in the circle to give. 9 to 5, Saturday and Sunday off, and double pay at the end of the year. If this is posted on the internet, it will envy those social animals to death. Let's leave it at that for now. I'm going to make a post and show it off. Chapter 19, Winning the Lottery? After leaving the conference room, some of the employees, who love to pretend, immediately went online and made a post. The content of the post is nothing more than bragging rights about the paycheck and a humanized company system. It didn't take long for the post to be republished hundreds of thousands of times. An hour later, the post dominated the hot list of every major social media outlet. Even the official media came down personally and praised Winshin Technology. After reading this thread, the internet was shocked. Comments have started to be launched. My God? What kind of goddamned company is this? 9 to 5 in the morning, 2 Saturdays and 2 Sundays off, and you don't have to punch a clock? The minimum salary of employees, all have 20,000 to start, programmers even reached 50,000? After the transfer, you get a monthly housing allowance, vehicle allowance, and medical allowance, and at the end of the year or double pay? The most outrageous thing is that after the employee joins the company, as long as the performance reaches the standard, the company will also give the employee reward a set of 80 square meters of housing. This Nima wouldn't be a fraudulent company, right? The welfare treatment, it's even better than Goose Factory? The comments underneath the hot search. Most people are questioning if this company is a scam. It was because they had never heard that there was a large enterprise in the country called Fengshan Technology. In their perceptions, to be able to offer such generous treatment, it must be the top company in the country. But there are some people who feel that the company is so reliable that at least the official media have come down and praised it. There is also a small part, the night to make a good resume, secretly cast to the Wind God Technology recruitment mailbox. After all, the salary offered by Wind God Technology was too tempting. In this regard, Lin Feng did not know. In the evening after work, he then headed to Su's group to pick up Su Muxue from work. Come to the downstairs of Su's group. Lin Feng realized that Su Muxue had already been waiting at the door. Seeing Lin Feng appear, Su Muxue hurriedly ran over and hugged Lin Feng's arm. Honey, why are you so late today? Lin Feng laughed. There's something going on in the company today, so I've been delayed. Come on, let's go home. What do you want to eat tonight? Su Muxue tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying the name of the dish she wanted to eat. Immediately afterward, she added, That's right, hubby. Did you get a bank transfer message this afternoon? A bank transfer message? Lin Feng recalled, I don't think so. The company officially opened today, and there were a lot of things that were waiting for him to take care of. So Lin Feng didn't even have time to look at his cell phone. After work, he came straight to Su's group to pick up his wife from work. Now hearing Su Muxue say this, Lin Feng immediately took out his cell phone and tapped it to look at it. Found out that at 3 p.m. there was indeed a bank transfer message. He tapped on the message and read it carefully. It didn't take long. The whole thing was just dumbfounded. Because it clearly says so. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, one received a transfer of $20 million. Lin Feng was a bit puzzled. He remembered that the system hadn't rewarded him with anything today, had it? How can there be a transfer of $20 million for no reason at all? And the person transferring the money is still a company name. What's it called, Starfire Media? Lin Feng frowned and looked at Su Muxue and asked. Honey, I did receive a transfer of $20 million? What the hell is going on here? Facing Lin Feng's inquiry, Su Muxue was a bit flustered, but she quickly calmed down. Lin Feng wants to start a business but refuses to accept his help. So Su Muxue could only settle for the second best. Put the idea in Su's head. Wanted to use the matter of the bride price to help Lin Feng circle a fortune. 10 times 20 million, that's 200 million. With this money, hubby won't have to worry about the money chain. Only until we get dad's cash back. She could never, ever tell Lin Feng about this. The only person who knows about this now is one person. That would be her college roommate, cum BFF, and chairman of Starfire Media, Li Yaoyao. Half of this $20 million was paid by Su Muxue herself. The other half she borrowed from her best friend, Li Yaoyao. In the morning, Su Muxue transferred the money to Li Yaoyao and asked her to transfer it to Lin Feng's bank card in the name of the company. If Su Muxue directly called Lin Feng with the money, surely he'll find out. Therefore, Su Muxue could only explain with a smile. Honey, here's the thing, I forgot to tell you. You remember the other day, when you first registered your company? Aren't we having dinner with my sister? Lin Feng nodded. Yeah, then what? Su Muxue looked at Lin Feng and continued. And then, didn't we go into a lottery store and buy some tickets? Last night, it happened to be the day of the lottery drawing. You've won the grand prize, $20 million. Lin Feng was a bit incredulous. Won the grand prize? $20 million? Really? Lin Feng found it somewhat unbelievable. This lottery thing, isn't it all built in? How can you win the lottery? Su Muxue, however, forced her composure and nodded vigorously. Of course it's true. Besides, didn't you receive a bonus? Now that you've received it, don't get any ideas. Let's just think about what we're going to eat tonight, shall we? Su Muxue managed to change the topic. Lin Feng nodded his head and said, alright, then what do you want to eat? I want to eat chopped fish head, sweet and sour pork ribs, braised prawns, and hot pot chicken. Why don't we go grocery shopping now? Lin Feng didn't think much about it. Good. Su Muxue took out her car keys. Walking to the front of a Mercedes, he smiled and said to Lin Feng, Honey, get in the car. Su Muxue drove and headed for the villa. It just so happens that there is a Walmart right near the villa area. On the way back by car, Lin Feng continued to ask Su Muxue about the lottery. However, Su Muxue stated the slip for that lottery ticket, which she accidentally lost. As for the lottery winning numbers, she'd forgotten too, couldn't remember much. Lin Feng hadn't thought that Su Muxue had even thought of an excuse already. It seems that in order to support your own business, Su Muxue really didn't put in a lot of effort. Okay, hubby. Just stop being paranoid, you've got your bonus anyway. Is there anything more real than money? Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, there's nothing wrong with that. But inside that transfer message of yours, the transferer is a movie and media company, huh? Lin Feng thought, even if you treat me like a little cutie again, you can't fool me like this, can you? However, Lin Feng was really short of money right now. The company had just opened, and every day, it was burning a hole in the pocket. Though knowing that the wife could be lying to herself. But she was also doing it for her own good, so Lin Feng didn't tear her down. Chapter 20 Leading the Pit. Half an hour later, Lin Feng and the two of them went to the supermarket and bought a bunch of ingredients. When he got home, Lin Feng ran to the kitchen and started cooking dinner. Since the last time I cooked for my wife and got 5 system rewards. Next, the system didn't seem to reward attribute points anymore. Lin Feng therefore judged that there was an upper limit to the system plus points for doing the same thing. And the cap will vary for different things. But think about it, if you can add unlimited points. Isn't that just a casual brush to full level? After the meal was made, the two sat at the table and chatted as they ate. Honey, today at noon, my mom has spoken to my mother-in-law on the phone and has talked about the wedding. My dad said that when we get married, he'll give us a house in the center of Marina. Not counting the one we live in now. And when he does, he'll buy us a Porsche Panamera. As for the matter of the dowry, he said that giving 100,000 would be good, but I think that giving such a small dowry seems to be a bit of a loss for you. The first few sentences, Lin Feng had no problem hearing them. But the last sentence. What do you mean it's a bit of a loss for me? With a bride price of $100,000, you can marry a wife like schoolgirl Su. Isn't that a sure thing? And Su Muxue's family, they also give away houses and cars. That Porsche Panamera alone has a market value of millions. As for the house in the center of Marina, it's even more so, at least $7 or $8 million. Not to mention giving a bride price of $100,000, even if it was $1 million, Lin Feng didn't feel bad. Seeing Lin Feng's puzzled look, Su Muxue continued. Honey, you have no idea. My dad told me earlier that the two of us get married. No matter how much dowry you give, he will return it tenfold so as to reflect the face of our Su family. That's why I think that $100,000 for the dowry is just too little. It's a loss for you. Why don't you take that $20 million bonus and give it to my dad as a bride price? Wouldn't that give you a $200 million rebate? After hearing Su Muxue's words, Lin Feng was instantly filled with black lines. Couldn't help but say it in my mind. Wife. You're a great filial daughter of our time. Not only is he dutiful, but he's also incredibly smart. But to be honest, hearing this proposal from Su Muxue, Lin Feng was indeed a bit moved. After all, Wind God technology had just started and needed money everywhere. The system just rewarded him with tech, but it didn't give him much startup money. With that $10 million alone, it probably won't take long to burn through. If there were these $200 million, then the development speed of Wind God technology would definitely be much faster. It also saves a lot of trouble. But, no matter what, Su Jiangwo was also his own father-in-law. Pit him like this. That doesn't seem too good, does it? Su Muxue seemed to have seen Lin Feng's hesitation and said with a smile. Honey, you don't have to worry. That man, my father, has always been stingy and cheap. This time it was so hard, I was convinced by my mom to agree to a tenfold return of the dowry. We can't be polite to him. Besides, if you give a large dowry, it will show your sincerity. My dad will be so happy when he sees this. After hearing Su Muxue's analysis, Lin Feng was completely speechless. If it were anyone else, receiving a bride price of $20 million will surely bring a smile to your face. But switching to Su Jiangwo, it's a different story. Marry their own daughters, they like to send houses and cars not to mention, but also 10 times the return of the bride price. The bottom line is that the daughter is leading the charge against her father, abetting her son-in-law to ring up his own money. If Su Jiangwo knew, he would probably have to immediately pass out from anger. This is some kind of contemporary great dutiful daughter. He's dying of filial piety. Just at this time, Su Muxue continued to persuade. Honey, the most important thing you need for something like starting a business is money. Like a hot search I just swiped, it seems like it's from our coastal city. There's a company called Wind God Technology. It also just opened, right over at the Marina Creative Park, not far from your company. The benefits package that people offer their employees, it's a great deal. 9 to 5, double time on Saturday and Sunday, and no clocking in, and employee pay is even given at the highest standards in the industry. And the most outrageous part is that the company will also reward employees with housing, depending on the situation. It's not like, in the evening, there were employees posting online to show off. In less than half an hour, it's on the top of Weibo and Jitterbug. A lot of people want to apply to this company. After hearing Su Muxue's words, Lin Feng froze for a moment. Windshear Technology? Isn't this your own company? Lin Feng really didn't know that something like this had happened online. Honey, show me. Su Muxue took the cell phone and handed it to Lin Feng. She only knew that Lin Feng had opened a company in the Marina Creative Park. But the exact location and the name of the company, she didn't know. Su Muxue said, Hubby, now you understand the importance of startup capital, right? Take this Wind God technology. If he doesn't have enough money, it's simply impossible to offer such treatment. It's also impossible to get on the hit list and give your company a hard-hitting advertisement. If even the wages of the employees can't be guaranteed, then such a company will surely go out of business soon. That's why I've emphasized to you over and over again that you have to have money to start a business, but you just won't use my money. But it's okay now, you won $20 million in the lottery. When the time comes, you'll take the money and give it to my dad as a bride price. Then, my dad will give you the $200 million back, as promised. As long as you have these $200 million, then you don't have to worry that the company won't make it. After hearing this, Lin Feng wasn't thinking about the $200 million. Instead, I wonder why company employees randomly post. That's all it takes to cause such a stir? Though he does offer a salary that is much higher than the industry. But it's not so bad that it's causing such a stir, is it? Even the official media went down. But after Lin Feng thought about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. Because a few days ago, the system rewarded him with a skill called something like Exposure Plus. As long as you have this skill, then events about Lin Feng and his companies. Then you get an exposure bonus. No matter what you do, you're on fire. That's why the employees' online posting has attracted so much attention. In less than half an hour, it topped the hot searches on Weibo and Jitterbug. Even the official media came down and praised Winshin Technology verbally. Chapter 21 Mr. Lin got married? Think about it. Lin Feng then tapped on the system panel. Checked his various attributes, as well as his natural skills. Host, Lin Feng. Sex, male. Age, 22. Power, 5. Endurance, 5. Stamina, 6. Agility, 3. Charm, 11. Culinary skills, 7 intermediate level, comparable to a restaurant chef. Lucky 3. Gifted skills, supermemory, poetry, manhood, hacking, entrepreneurship protection, exposure enhancement. Scientific and technological items, future computer systems. I can't imagine that it's only been a few days since I gained so many skills. It seems like it's really easy to do everything with the system. But these basic attributes of his own were a bit too low, weren't they? Except for the charm value, which was far beyond normal, all other attributes, even ordinary people could not compare. Honey, what are you waiting for? The food is getting cold, hurry up and eat. Sumushue smiled and said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, put away the system panel and continued eating. Since his wife doesn't know yet, this Wind God technology is his own company. Then Lin Feng wasn't going to tell her either. Wait for a while, when the company develops the Wind God system and successfully launches it. It's sure to be a national sensation. By then, Sumushue would also learn about this matter through the online media. That would surprise her more than telling her outright. After all, Sumushue to support her own business. Not to be outdone by the great righteous pitfalls of hitting on her dad. So, Lin Feng also wanted to prove one thing. That is, there was nothing wrong with her vision. Himself deserves her trust. And, even the old man's $200 million was not given to the wrong person. When the company made it, the benefits he could gain would definitely not be less than $200 million. Thinking of this, Lin Feng made a decision in his heart, secretly. After a while, he was going to give his wife a big surprise. And on Sumushue's side, there was a little secret hidden in her heart. That's about that $20 million bonus. It would be nice if my husband knew. If her father knew that the $20 million bride price was paid by his own daughter. And, still, to cheat him out of his money. At that time, I don't know what kind of expression Su Jiangwo will have. So one must keep this secret buried in one's heart. Can't let either of them know. Especially his own dad. If he knew, he would be in deep. And maybe, dad will be dutifully killed by himself. Day 2. After breakfast. Sumushue drove Lin Feng to work. Arriving at the venture park, Lin Feng opened the door and stepped out of the car. Sumushue waved her hand at Lin Feng and said sweetly, "Bye, hubby. Remember to pick me up at the office when you get off work tonight. We agreed last night that we would meet with my parents today to talk to them about the dowry. When the time comes, if you're too embarrassed to ask, I'll do it for you." Lin Feng said, "Wife, you're so good to me." "Of course. Well, enough about that, I have to go to work too." After Sumushue drove off, Lin Feng also turned around and walked towards the company. Just as he arrived downstairs, he met two employees of Wind God Technology. They wore black uniforms with high heels on their feet, a look of workplace OL. Upon seeing Lin Feng, a smile immediately appeared on his face and he greeted Lin Feng. "Good morning, Mr. Lin." "Good morning." Lin Feng nodded his head and walked with them towards the company. After entering the company, Lin Feng went straight to the office and started dealing with work matters. Two female employees, on the other hand, walked to the office area and chatted with their co-workers about gossip. The conversation was of course all about Lin Feng. "Sisters, guess who I just saw downstairs?" The co-workers asked with curious expressions. "Who?" "Our Mr. Lin." The other co-workers cut in, speechless. "What's all the fuss about seeing Mr. Lin? It's work time and the company just opened, isn't it normal for Mr. Lin to come?" Seeing the disdain of their colleagues, the two female employees immediately said, "Why don't you guys take it easy and hear us out? Let me tell you, not only did we see Mr. Lin, but we also saw Mr. Lin's wife. Mr. Lin is actually married. So young, he even has a wife. How's that for surprise, surprise, surprise?" Hearing this, the other co-workers froze and were filled with shock. "You guys aren't mistaken, are you?" "Absolutely not, we both saw it with our own eyes downstairs just now." The other co-workers fell silent. Originally they were thinking, Mr. Lin is so young, he must not be married yet, maybe he doesn't even have a girlfriend. If they work hard, they might even be able to marry Mr. Lin. But now, hearing the bad news, they were in utter despair. "By the way, what does Mr. Lin's wife look like? Is it good?" Some of my female co-workers are still not dying to ask. "Extraordinarily good-looking and temperamental. And it looks like, as young as Mr. Lin, he should have just graduated not long ago. Most importantly, this is someone you should also recognize. She seems to be Su Clan, the head of the project department, Sumu Shui. I went to Su's group before, as a marketing planner, and saw her a few times, so I can recognize her." Hearing Sumu Shui's name, the female co-workers in the room, once again, fell silent. Su's group, that's the leading company in Binhai City, very strong. In this area of the beauty industry, even if you look at the whole country, that is one of the biggest brands. Sumushue, on the other hand, was the second princess of the Su group, and was deeply favored by Su Jiangwo. In the entire Marina City, she was a famous young lady. Since the second semester of her senior year, Sumu Shui had given up her job abroad. Stayed with the Su group as a project manager. Su's performance, as a result, surged by a few percentage points. Like her, a goddess with stunning looks and outstanding abilities, there would naturally be no shortage of people pursuing her. But I didn't realize that she was married? And the marriage partner is still their company's Mr. Lin. When they thought about it, their hearts, instantly, went cold. Compared to Sumu Shui, these people, were like ugly ducklings. Not only is there no chance of winning, there is not even a qualification. For comparison. Chapter 22, Having a Husband, Forgetting Your Best Friend. The Other Side. Sumu Shui drove and came to Su's group. After parking her car, she stepped into the elevator and made her way to the project headquarters. Not long after she entered, her assistant ran over to her and rushed over to her. Sister Mu Shui. Mr. Li is in his office and has been waiting for you for a long time. Mr. Li, as the assistant called him. It was Sumu Shui's best friend and college roommate, Li Yaoyao. The company that transferred money to Lin Feng was run by her family. After graduating from college, she took over her family's company and became the president of Starfire Media. Okay, I got it. Go about your business. Sumu Shui nodded and said to her assistant. Then with a stride, he headed for his office. Upon entering the office, she saw a girl with short hair, sitting in her seat. She was wearing hip-hugging shorts, revealing her long, white legs and her sexy, charming little waist. The whole person appeared cold and sharp, with Sumu Shui's small family character. A stark contrast. She was Sumu Shui's best friend for 4 years in college. Also a roommate in the same dormitory. Li Yaoyao. The two were particularly close, and when they went to college, they were kind of inseparable, so to speak. Seeing Sumu Shui come in, she immediately raised her head and complained. Mu Shui, what have you been doing? I'd been waiting here for you for ages. Sumu Shui closed the door and said with a guilty expression. Sorry, Yo-Yo. I just dropped my husband off at work, that's why I'm late. Hearing this, Li Yaoyao's entire body was shocked. What Sumu Shui said just now is. She sent Lin Feng to work? There's no mistaking it. What kind of woman sends a man to work? Mu Shui, everyone else is a husband driving his wife to work. You're so good, you've got it backwards. But then again. The $20 million I called Lin Feng yesterday, did he receive it? Sumu Shui nodded and returned, received. Thank you, Yo-Yo. That $10 million, I'll pay you back after my wedding. Li Yaoyao waved her hand and said indifferently. Mu Shui, on our relationship. And what a thank you. That $10 million, you can pay it back or not. I must say, though, you're very dutiful to your father. When you told me about it yesterday, my whole body froze. If this were me, my dad would beat me to death. Sumu Shui's expression was a bit embarrassed and she lowered her head. As you said, that's your dad. My dad's so good to me, he can't be bothered to hit me. Besides, my husband's company just opened and it's just the time when he needs money. I think my dad would understand even if he knew. Li Yaoyao smiled and shook her head helplessly. Never mind, let's not talk about these things. But Mu Shui, I've noticed that after you got married, your whole person seems to have changed. Do you remember when you were in college, the boys who chased you could have circled the school 3 times? Quite a few high flyers have passionately pursued you, but all of them were rejected by you. Back then, I thought you were a lily and didn't like men. Speaking here, Li Yaoyao paused for a moment. Make a backward face. But I didn't expect it, just the other day. How dare you tell me that you're married to Lin Feng? It's a good thing I wasn't at graduation, or I would have stopped you. And? You've only been licensed for a few days, huh? And you have the nerve to hit on uncle? Mu Shui, you're afraid you're not overwhelmed by love, right? Hearing Li Yaoyao's words, Sumu Shui had a speechless expression on her face. Shrugged, a little embarrassed. Yaoyao, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Besides, I'm married now and have my own family. So I have to look out for the family, huh? What's all the fuss about? Li Yaoyao sighed and said helplessly. Forget it, it's your personal problem and I don't want to interfere. But can you block me in your future friend posts? In the last few days, watching you guys show love every day, I'm about to get full of dog food. With a bitter expression on her face, Li Yaoyao continued. As you know, sis, I've been single for a long time. Can't look at stuff like that. Just do me a favor and leave me alone. Hearing Li Yaoyao's words, Sumu Shui couldn't help but spit them out. Just pretend with me. Someone like you who bounces around every day. Will there be a shortage of men? See, you're just night and day. Li Yaoyao couldn't help but roll her eyes in depression. What do you know, I call it staying close to the youth. How can someone like us in media be out of touch with the youth? Enough about that, let's change the subject. Did you look at yesterday's Twitter hits? Sumu Shui nodded and said, you're trying to say that hot search about wind god technology, right? Yeah, as you know, our company does film and television programs. Recently, we started a web variety show. It's called The Aughts Fixing the Workplace and the Fixed Aughts. This hit, in particular, fits the content of our show, and I'd like to use him as fodder. So, I want our company's staff to interview the boss of Wind God Technology to confirm the authenticity of the hot search. Your Su family has a wide circle in Binhai City and more connections than me. See if you can get in touch with me, that wind god technology boss. I want to do an exclusive interview with him. Su Muxiue furrowed her brows and said thoughtfully. Okay, I'll ask for you. But whether people are willing or not, that's none of my business. Li Yaoyao smiled and said, it's fine, thank you, Mu Shui. There's no thanks for that. You helped me yesterday, so this is what I deserve. Su Muxiue immediately called and made contact. After about 10 minutes, Li Yaoyao asked, Mu Shui, how is it? I got a couple of friends in Creative Park. They said that this wind god technology, which was just established not long ago, has a godly boss. No one has seen him at all and there is no contact information for him. But the things Hot Topic says are true. Their company benefits package, it's really good and the employees are very motivated. Li Yaoyao nodded, alright, I probably understand. In that case, I'll have to do it myself. Kill them at Wind God Technology and do a live interview. Mu Shui, are you free right now? Do you want to come over with me? Su Muxiue picked up the documents on the table and waved her hand and said, no, I've got a ton of things waiting to be done. You'd better go by yourself, bye. Seeing this, Li Yaoyao couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. It's so true that when you have a husband, you forget your girlfriends. This would have been before. There was no need for Li Yaoyao to ask, she would follow her. But now, things are different. Forget it, just go by yourself. Li Yaoyao lamented and turned to leave the office. Rushing towards Windshear Technology. Chapter 23, So Rolled? 2 hours later. Li Yaoyao took the filming team and killed them directly to the Binhai Creative Park. For most companies, especially tech companies that are just starting out, is not going to boycott the media from coming to cover it. Because tech companies, the one thing they lack the most is investment. To get investment, you must have press to lead and get enough exposure. It was also because Li Yaoyao knew this that she dared to bring her team over directly without greeting them. By this time, they had set up their machines and started the live broadcast. Hello everyone, I'm a reporter from Starfire Media, ICE. Yesterday there was a post about the treatment of the company, which received a lot of attention from the general public and the media. Right now I'm in the exact same creative park where this company is located. Next, I will lead you to the inside of the company to find out what's going on. Let's see if what the post describes is true or not. The live broadcast room had just been opened, and immediately a large wave of viewers flooded in. Seeing this, Li Yaoyao was also shocked. She took over the company for over 6 months and drove through countless live streams. But never have so many spectators flooded in at once as today. You know, it's now just a few days before the live stream opens. It's been less than 5 minutes. The audience in the live broadcast room, then, was approaching 100,000 people. These spectators, a large part of them, came to see what was going on. Then there's the other part, the programmers who want to seek employment. There are a lot of them, and they are re-employed people who came out of Beaver and Goose Factory and went back into the community. Last night, after they saw this thread, immediately interested. After all, you get paid at least $20,000 just for starting. That's not counting the usual performance and end-of-year bonuses. And making a performance, there's a chance to win a suite in Marina del Rey. You know, a suite in Marina City, that's worth a lot of money. Even if we calculate it $30,000 per square meter, an 80 square foot housing unit will cost at least $2.4 million. If this is true, then when the time comes, the competition will surely be fierce. For the program apes, this wind god technology is like the existence of the mountain of flowers and fruits. If you go late, I'm afraid you won't even have peaches. Bing Bing, the reporter in charge of this live broadcast, saw the soaring popularity of the live broadcast room. Eyes were glazed over. From 100,000 viewers, all the way up. It wasn't until the million mark that the numbers slowly stabilized. This crazy rate of growth stunned ICE. Even if a celebrity were to have an online concert, they wouldn't have such outrageous numbers, would they? This is too much. ICE's mouth dropped open. She had completely forgotten that she was now on the air. As the number of people in the live broadcast room soared, pop-ups began to cover the entire screen. So many people? Brothers, are you all here to see Bing Bing live? Look at your sister. I've been unemployed for half a year, how can I have time to look at girls? That's it, if I don't get a job, I won't even have the strength to glue. I also don't know if the treatment of this wind god technology is as good as it is said on the internet or not. Yeah, I heard that this company, even the salary of the janitor, is $20,000 to start, and the programmer is guaranteed $50,000. Holy crap, seriously, I'm a laid-off flight attendant, can I apply for housekeeping? Nima so rolled? Even the flight attendants are coming for the janitorial positions? Stop it, I've been working on my resume all night and I'm just waiting to get started. Where are all the rolled nymphettes? With a growing audience. All sorts of pop-ups also came flooding in. ICE takes the mic and leads the live team. Led by Li Yaoyao, he came directly to Wind God Technology. Just as he walked into the company, the receptionist girl greeted him with a puzzled expression. Hello, may I ask who you are? Li Yaoyao walked out and smiled. Hello, we're reporters from Starfire Media. I came to your company today because there was a post yesterday about the treatment of your company. And it's also on the Weibo and Jitterbug hot searches, attracting the attention of the majority of netizens. That's why we want to interview the owners and employees of your company. I don't know, is it convenient for you guys? The receptionist girl froze, though she was reluctant. But the other party was from Starfire Media, which was still very influential in Marina City. She didn't dare to slack off, so she had to nod her head in agreement. Okay. I'll ask our manager for you. But today, it seems that our Mr. Lin didn't come to work. He's out shopping for equipment, along with the manager of the product department. If you guys want to interview him, I guess you'll have to come back another day. I'm afraid there's not much hope today. But I can get our manager, Mr. He, to talk to you. You guys wait a minute. Li Yaoyao nodded, yes, please. Although I couldn't meet the owner of WinSense, it was nice to be able to interview the manager. Just be able to determine if what that post said is true or not. Most of the audience, after all, came for this. The other side. The account manager, Mr. He, after learning that the people from Starfire Media had come, he immediately took out his cell phone and called Lin Feng. Tell him a reporter is coming to the office. Ask Lin Feng if he wants to be interviewed. Lin Feng didn't resist and said there was no problem. As a tech company, as long as you can get exposure and raise awareness, then you can get financing even if your product sucks. After all, in this day and age, traffic is king. Now that the traffic is coming to your door, how can you refuse? However, Lin Feng still gave a special explanation that it was okay to be interviewed. But you can't divulge anything about the product because it's a company secret. Until the Wind God system is developed, it is important to keep it under wraps and not let the outside world know about it. Otherwise, it will cause a lot of unnecessary controversy and denigration from peers before the system is even brought to market. Many, after all, are already on their knees from the heart. It is felt that domestic systems, no matter how much research and development is done, cannot possibly match foreign systems. Instead of wasting time and arguing with them here, it would be better to quietly research and develop the Wind God system, make it bigger and stronger, and then launch it on the market to amaze the world. Okay, Mr. Lin. I see what you mean. I won't divulge half of the information about the product, don't worry about that. After talking to Lin Feng on the phone, Mr. He then left the office and came to the front desk of the company. The people from Starfire Media had already been standing by, setting up their machines and waiting for Mr. He's arrival. Seeing Mr. He, Li Yaoyao hurriedly greeted him. Mr. He, you're finally here. When can we start the interview? Mr. He glanced at her with a look of amazement on his face. I can't imagine that the owner of Starfire Media is so pretty. And just like Mr. Lin, it's also so young. Is it now all the rage for young people to be bosses? Mr. He smiled and said, yes, let's start now. Bing bing, get ready. Li Yaoyao said it bing bing. Upon hearing the order, the reporter named Bing Bing immediately walked up. With the lights on, Ice passes the microphone over. Hello Mr. He, it's an honor to interview you today. As the management of Wind God Technology, may I ask what you think of the post that, yesterday, exploded on the internet? Or in other words, what that post said, is it true? Is there any exaggeration? That's something a lot of our viewers on the air want to know. I hope you can answer for them. Mr. He took the microphone, looked at the camera in front of him and smiled. Hello, everyone. As the management of Winshin Technology, I can tell you all very responsibly. What that post on the internet said is all true. Although our company was just established not long ago, Mr. Lin is thirsty for talent and values it very highly. If you want to join our company, you can submit your resume directly to our company email. Our colleagues in the HR department will work overtime to review it. If you want to know more, I can take you, later, on a tour of our office environment. With the appearance of Mr. He, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room once again skyrocketed. From less than 1 million just now, it directly soared to 1.5 million. A whole 500,000 more viewers. Because of the exposure plus skill. Anything that involves Lin Feng or his company will get an exposure bonus. The live room is now comparable to a celebrity online concert. The gifts alone amounted to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Chapter 24 Meet the In-Laws. Under the leadership of Mr. Ho, Li Yaoyao and her group came to the Wind God Technology office area in great numbers. Along the way, the crowd couldn't help but be staggered. The office environment of Fengshan Technology reveals luxury everywhere. Especially the lounge area, with those beautifully decorated, upscale furnishings and a wide variety of entertainment. It simply took the crowd's breath away. The viewers in the live broadcast room, too, were envious. My god, is this really an office area? Look at that latest Sony PS5 you guys, and the Xbox, and the 3D projector. Is this nifty sure it's a place to work? This is heaven. That sofa, bigger than my bed, and the computer equipment, a set without $50,000 or $60,000, simply cannot come down. Stop it, I'm resigning from my boss and abandoning my job. I don't want a paycheck, I just want the boss to take me in. Upstairs, I think it's just that you're craving for that game console, right? For a moment, pop-ups flew by like crazy. The netizens in the live broadcasting room are all interested in the office environment of the Wind God technology, expressing a great deal of shock. They had never seen, in all their time as social animals, such a comfortable environment. This is not going to work, this is just going to enjoy the happiness. This shows that what was described in that post yesterday was not half adulterated. And the actual environment, which is much, much better than the post suggests. A host of netizens, who have said they want to join WinSense. Some of the activists have already made their resumes and dropped them in the mailboxes of WinTech. As of 6 p.m., the HR department's email inbox was on the verge of exploding. A whole 20,000 resumes. Many of them, too, are highly educated people from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Seeing this, Mr. He's mouth was on the verge of cracking open with laughter as he secretly said in his heart, Mr. Lin really picked up a treasure today. After the live broadcast, Li Yaoyao told her employees to go back to the company first, while she herself came to Su's group. She found Su Mu Shue's office and directly knocked on the door. When he heard Su Mu Shue's voice coming from inside, he pushed the door and walked in. Just after entering the office, Li Yaoyao sat down on the sofa and poured herself a glass of water. And then I drank tons and tons and tons of it. After 4 glasses of water in one gulp, she just sort of stopped. Su Mu Shue looked at her with a puzzled face and inquired, Yao Yao, didn't you go to interview the boss of Wind God Technology? Is the interview over? Li Yaoyao burped and put the cup back in its place. Well, it just ended. Mu Shue, you don't know, this live broadcast of mine lasted for 4 whole hours. Not only did I interview their manager, but I also toured the office area, the research area, and the rest area inside the company. The environment of their company, it's called a luxury, more comfortable than my family villa. At first I thought that yesterday's post, which was more or less an exaggeration, was a soft advertisement. I didn't realize that when I had a field trip, I realized that I was being narrow-minded. That environment of others, there is no need to publicize, anyone who sees it has only one word, that is awesome. Li Yaoyao said a bunch of words in one breath. She took a breath and continued, I can't believe that we have such a company in Binhai. And, they offer their employees the highest level of treatment in the industry. I'm kind of regretting now, taking the company's employees to this interview. When they go back, they'll surely go behind my back and call me Cho Pai Ping. Compared to Wind God Technology, this Starfire Media of mine, isn't it a black-hearted capitalist? Hearing Li Yaoyao's self-deprecating words, Su Mu Shue covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh. Yo-yo, so to speak. You met the owner of their company? Li Yaoyao shrugged, no, he's traveling today. But anyway, this broadcast today, it was a success. A whole 1.5 million viewers. It's almost like a celebrity online concert. And we received $500,000 in gifts alone. If I get the chance next time, I'll have to find their owner and get an interview. This kind of lucrative business is hard to find these days. Li Yaoyao couldn't help but lament. You know, they do a network show. It takes most of the year from pre-planning to final release. In the end, the proceeds will probably be around a couple $1 million. But today, it only took 4 hours to receive $500,000 in rewards. This is a money grab. That's right, Mu Shui. Isn't your husband, Lin Feng's company, also open over at the Creative Park? Turn around and talk to your husband, ask him to keep an eye out for me, this Wind God Technology. Let's see what their boss looks like and if we can hook up with him. Li Yaoyao said and stood up from the sofa. It's getting late. I'll just head back. Su Mu Shue nodded, then looked at Li Yaoyao and said, Do you want me to give you a ride? No, you go about your business. Li Yaoyao took one last sip of water, then picked up her bag. Straight out of the office. Not long after Li Yaoyao left, Lin Feng sent a message. Honey, are you off work yet? I'll come over to you later. Aren't you going to take me, tonight, to meet my aunt and uncle? Let's go buy some gifts before it gets dark, and then we'll go over there. Otherwise, empty-handed, it would look like I'm being rude. When she saw Lin Feng's message, Su Mu Shue immediately pouted. Honey, we're all married. Why do you still call them aunt and uncle? When we meet later, you have to change your name to mom and dad, okay? Lin Feng returned, yes, wife is right. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng arrived at the Su group. Su Mu Shue had already been waiting in the car for a long time. When Lin Feng sat in the car, Su Mu Shue directly stepped on the gas and drove towards the mall. After spending about half an hour, the two of them finally bought a gift for Su Jiangwo and Jia Yalan. Then drive to the Su house. On the road, Lin Feng's mood was still apprehensive. After all, it was the first time to meet the in-laws, and the two were still flash married, more or less nervous. Seeing Lin Feng in this state, Su Mu Shue couldn't help but purse her lips and snicker. Honey, you don't have to worry, my parents, they're easygoing. Besides, we're both licensed. Even if they don't like you, are they going to kick you out? When the time comes, you don't have to say anything, just take the $20 million and dump it in my dad's face. Show him what the power of RMB means. With such an expensive bride price, he'll be dumbfounded. It's fun to think about. Hearing this, Lin Feng was immediately amused. Thanks to the fact that Su Jiangwo wasn't here, if he heard these words from Su Muxue, probably had to be pissed off on the spot. This little cotton jacket. Leaks even if. What's with the barbs? Just as the two of them, Su Muxue, were rushing to the Su mansion at fire speed, Su Angel has taken the lead in returning home. Before heading to the mall, Su Muxue had already greeted her. Said he was going to accompany Lin Feng and go to the mall to buy some meet and greet gifts. Tell Su Anqi to go home first, no need to wait for her. When Su Anqi returned home, the one who came out to open the door was Zhao Yalan. Angie, why are you alone? Where are Muxue and Lin Feng? Why didn't they come back with you? Su Angel returned, Mom, take it easy. Muxue went gift shopping with Lin Feng, saying it was for you and Dad. Zhao Yalan hurriedly turned back and shouted at Su Jiangwo. Honey, look. You daughter and son-in-law, how filial. Filial piety, that's a must. And wait, there's even more piety. Chapter 25 Healthy Body and Beauty Bundle. Hearing outside, Zhao Yalan's voice. On Su Jiangwo's face, there was also a long-lost smile. To my surprise, my son-in-law is quite polite. I can't believe you know to bring gifts to the door. Su Jiangwo sat inside the house with a very satisfied expression on his face. Just then, Su Anqi walked in and said with a smile. Yeah, Dad. You're really picking up the slack. That Lin Feng is not only handsome, he's also very good to Muxue. The last time I had dinner with them, it almost didn't sour me to death. I ate several pounds of dog food alone. Hearing this, on Su Jiangwo's face, the smile became even thicker. Although, Su Muxue had married Lin Feng without consulting herself. It was something that made him a little angry. But hearing Su Anqi say that Lin Feng was good to his daughter, Su Jiangwo's impression of Lin Feng had also begun to change a bit. And usually when he was in the company, he could hear the employees talking about Lin Feng. Every evening, he would appear downstairs on time to pick up Muxue and take her home. It was the envy of those female employees. They also hoped to find a model husband like that. Not bad. This kid is really good. As long as his own daughter can be happy, what is there for a father to be picky about? Su Anqi sat down on the sofa, picked up the fruit and ate it, then rushed to Zhao Yalan and Su Jiangwo. By the way, Mom and Dad, I heard from Muxue. In addition to introducing Lin Feng to you tonight, he also wants to talk to you about the dowry. When Su Jiangwo heard this, his expression became a bit ugly. Talking about the dowry? Didn't we agree on the bride price, just give 100,000? A few days ago, we talked to Lin Feng's parents. What else is there to talk about? Could it be that brat Lin Feng thinks that a bride price of $100,000 is all too much? Su Anqi shook her head and said, I don't know, Muxue didn't tell me the details. It's better to wait for them to arrive and hear what Lin Feng has to say. Dad, don't get too upset. To be honest, there was already a gap between Lin Feng and Su Muxue's identity and background. Su Muxue came from a wealthy family and was also the school beauty of Binhai University. And Lin Feng is nothing but an ordinary man. Making him pay a $100,000 dowry is kind enough. After all, there are plenty of fairies who look like dinosaurs and didn't even graduate from elementary school. The bride price can easily be hundreds of thousands of dollars. And they also pick and choose their men, and those who are ugly don't even get a chance to pay the bride price. Su Muxue, her family, only accepts $100,000 for the bride price. And accompanied by a suite and a car. It's Lin Feng's blood money any way you count it. What's there to talk about? Su couldn't figure it out. Just then, Zhao Yalan, who hadn't said anything, suddenly opened her mouth. If you ask me, you should all have misunderstood Lin Feng. He should be thinking that the dowry was given too little and wants to give more. Hearing this, Su Jiangwo's expression, only then, eased a bit. If that's the case, it's okay. Otherwise, this kid would be too much of a badass. Although Su Jiangwo had previously said that no matter how much dowry Lin Feng gave, he would return it tenfold. But Lin Feng and his family's conditions, Su Jiangwo had inquired about them before. And when he talked to Lin Feng's parents on the phone, he got a general idea. Lin Feng's parents, both of whom are employees of the coastal county, receive a few $1,000s a month. The kind of family that is, well, too ordinary to be ordinary. And right now, Lin Feng has only just graduated from college. Even if he was capable, he couldn't have come up with much of a dowry. Su guessed that the most he could take out was $200,000? 10 times 200,000, that's 2 million. This amount of money is nothing to Su Jiangwo. As long as Lin Feng was genuinely good to his daughter, he could afford to give even if it was doubled again. Half an hour later, Su Muxue led Lin Feng to the entrance of the villa. Honey, are you nervous? Su Muxue looked at Lin Feng with a worried expression on her face. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, it's okay. On the way here, Lin Feng did get a little nervous. Although he had been a man for 2 lifetimes, this was his first time meeting his in-laws. It would be impossible to say that you're not nervous. So he could only pretend to be calm and act like he was stress-free. Honey, don't be afraid. With me. Su Muxue grabbed Lin Feng's hand and said softly. Immediately afterward, she went to the door and rang the bell. Ding dong. With the doorbell ringing. Inside the room, Zhao Yalan suddenly stood up and said. It can't be Mu Shui and the others coming, right? Mom, sit down, I'll get the door. Su Anqi put down the fruit and ran straight for the door. Not long after, she opened the door to her room and saw the two Su Muxue, excited. There you are. Hearing the sound, Zhao Yalan also walked out from the living room. She took a closer look at Lin Feng. The young man in front of him, with his handsome looks and outstanding temperament, did not look bad. Although she had previously, in Su Muxue's circle of friends, seen pictures of Lin Feng. But in person, he looks even more handsome than in the photo. Especially the aura on him and the deep eyes that seem to be full of charm. It's hard to get lost in it. No wonder his own daughter would take the initiative to court him. If he were 20 years younger, he probably wouldn't be able to hold it himself. After all, who doesn't like handsome men? Muyuki Kobayashi. There you are, come on in. As soon as he entered, Lin Feng spoke, Dad, Mom, this is a gift I bought for you, I hope you don't mind. Zhao Yalan was not polite and directly accepted the gift. After all, this is the first time a son-in-law has come to the house. If he didn't accept it, Lin Feng would have no face. And it will also look like you're being insensitive. Thank you, Kobayashi, with all due respect. Come on, come inside and sit down. Zhao Yalan hurriedly greeted Lin Feng and sat on top of the sofa. Then he looked at a few more people and rushed at Su Anqi. Angie, go to the kitchen and help Mom. Are the dishes cooked yet? Since Kobayashi is here, it's almost time for us to eat. Su Ange nodded and ran to the kitchen to check it out. Then ran out again and looked at Su Muxue and said, Muxue, come in and help me serve dinner. Let Lin Feng talk to Mom and Dad alone, don't disturb them. Su Muxue understood what her old sister meant. Nodding, he walked helplessly toward the kitchen. Before she left, she gave Lin Feng a reluctant glance. Honey, come on. I'm sure you can. After saying that, she followed Su Anqi and headed for the kitchen. At this time, inside the living room, only Su Muxue's parents were left, as well as Lin Feng. With the two Su Muxue sisters missing, the atmosphere in the living room instantly dropped to freezing point. Especially Lin Feng and Su Zhangwo, the two of them looked at each other and didn't say anything. The air seems to reveal a hint of embarrassment. At that exact moment, the voice of the system came. Ding! Model husband step 2, show your sincerity and gain the approval of your in-laws. Reward, a gift pack for health and beauty. Chapter 26, Huge Dowry. Step 2 of model husband? Getting approval from your in-laws? Seeing the system panel, that clear mission prompt. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth rose slightly as he said in his heart. Isn't that easy? If you want to get their approval, just drop the money. Like the wife said before, take the 20 million and give it away as a dowry. That always gets their approval, right? For this amount of money, Lin Feng didn't feel half bad. Not to mention the fact that by completing the mission, you will be rewarded by the system. And the bride price sent out, when the time comes, Su Mushui's father will also 10 times return back. No matter how you counted it, Lin Feng wouldn't lose out. It could be said that the system's mission and Su Mushui's thoughts were practically the same. Lin Feng had originally resisted a little, feeling that this was sorry for his father-in-law. But now, it can't be helped. God forbid. Although Lin Feng didn't know what was in this fitness and nourishment gift pack, what was in it? But by the sound of the name, it shouldn't be bad. I guess it's something like strengthening and beautifying the body. Just right for myself and my wife, one for each. In his heart, Lin Feng silently made a choice. He was about to open his mouth and talk to Su Zhangwo about the dowry. Right at this moment, the two of them, Su Muxue and Su Anqi, had already brought out all the meals. Mom and Dad, come and eat. Let's talk about what's going on after dinner. Zhao Yalan looked at Lin Feng. Shaolin, let's go, let's eat first. Lin Feng nodded, then got up and looked at Su Zhangwo and said, Dad, I bought a bottle of wine. Why don't you and I have a few drinks later? Su Zhangwo, as a person, has no special hobbies. But the only one who loves to drink. It doesn't matter if it's red, white, or even beer, he can drink it with gusto. Okay, I was worried about being at home and not having anyone to drink with. Here, Lin, you sit first. Hearing that he wanted to drink, Su Zhangwo immediately became interested. Hurriedly greeting Lin Feng and sitting down. Immediately afterward, he rushed Su Anqi and said, Anqi, go to the study and bring out my bottle of 82 Lafite. Su Anqi's face changed when she heard this. Dad, the bottle of 82 Lafite. Didn't you say that you wanted to wait until Mu Shue's wedding? Su Zhangwo waved his hand, it's fine, go get it. Drink up, I'll buy it then. Just then, Su Muxue stood up and said, Sit down and eat, old sister. I'll get it. When she finished, she ran to the study and found the bottle of 82 Lafite. Take it out and put it in front of Su Jangwo. Then looked at Lin Feng. You drink less. Drinking too much is bad for you. Before Lin Feng could speak, Su Jangwo spoke. It's okay, daughter. Dad's in good health, no problem with some wine. Besides, this is the first time Shaolin has come to our house, so we have to mean it anyway. After Su Jangwo finished speaking, the expression on his face was extraordinarily smug. He thought that those words of Su Muxue just now were addressed to him. As a result, the next second, Su Muxue's words. Straight to the scene of his social death. That, Dad. What I said just now, I said to Lin Feng, it has nothing to do with you. If you love to drink, then feel free to do so, it's fine. Hearing this, Su Jangwo's old face immediately blushed. The whole thing is silly. What? Ed up. So he made a fool of himself? Mu Shui didn't care about herself at all, but was concerned about Lin Feng? Mother and daughter Su Anqi and Zhao Yalan, who were sitting opposite Lin Feng. At this time, he was drinking chicken soup, and when he heard the conversation between the two Su Jangwo, he almost didn't spray out. Especially Zhao Yalan. After she heard Su Mushua's words, she indeed had been filial to her. As for Su Anqi, she frowned and shook her head helplessly. This sister of his own, she is also too biased. At this time, Su Jangwo smiled awkwardly and coughed twice and said, Ahem. So that's it, looks like Dad got the wrong idea. But it's okay, Kobayashi, he just graduated from college, he's in good health. Have a drink, nothing will happen. With that, Su picked up the corkscrew and pulled out the cork. Pour Lin Feng a full glass of red wine. Come on, Kobayashi. Let's both have a drink first. I'm telling you, this bottle of 82 Lafite, that's a rare wine. If you don't have access, even if you're rich, you can't always buy it. Saying that, Su Jangwo also poured himself a cup and raised it. Seeing Su Jangwo so enthusiastic, Lin Feng was somewhat flattered. It seems that this father-in-law of his is really addicted to alcohol. Lin Feng raised his glass of wine with a sense of humor and said, Dad, here's to you. Yes. Lin Feng raised his glass and drank it down. Su Jangwo didn't show any weakness and directly tilted his head and drank it. Not bad for a 82 Lafite, this just doesn't taste the same. Right, Kobayashi? I hear you have other ideas about the dowry? Do you think 100,000 is too much, or? Su Jangwo put down his glass of wine and asked with a twist of words. Lin Feng hurriedly waved his hand and explained. No, Dad, you're mistaken. I do think that a bride price of $100,000 is a bit too little. After all, Mu Shui is the second princess of the Su family. If I give such a small dowry, I'm afraid I'll be laughed at if I spread the word. So, I want to give more money, and I can also prove to you guys that I'm true to Mu Shui. Hearing this, Su Jangwo had a smile written all over his face. It seems that this son-in-law of his, and a really good man with a good sense of humor. Seriously, Su Jangwo isn't even close to this $1,000,000 or $800,000. But Lin Feng can say that. That meant that he really had Mu Shui in his heart. Ha ha ha, you kid. Su Jangwo patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said with a smile. Not bad, you have this intention, that's enough. As for something like a bride price, it's nothing more than a formality. Don't you care too much, it doesn't matter if you give more or less. Honey, do you think I'm right about this? Zhao Yalan glared at him and said in a cold voice. Right for what? Just right? People have said that Shaolin is doing it for the sake of the Su family's face. What are you blathering about? Your son-in-law wants to give more, just keep it. Being lectured by Zhao Yalan, Su Jangwo didn't dare to get angry and could only nod repeatedly. Yes, 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 all at your service. Shaolin, so how much are you going to pay for the dowry? Lin Feng took out a bank card, put it on the table and pushed it in front of Su Jangwo. Dad, there's $20 million in this card, it's my bride price for Mu Shui. I know $20 million is a little low for you. But it's also something I'd like to do. I hope you don't mind. A $20 million dowry? And I hope we don't mind? Hearing this, Su Jangwo's entire body was dumbfounded. Isn't Lin Feng and their family's condition pretty average? How could he possibly have so much money? And if there really is $20 million on this card, doesn't that mean he has to return $200 million to Lin Feng? Chapter 27 Company to be exposed? Kobayashi, you're not kidding, are you? Do you really want to give $20 million as a dowry? At this moment, Zhao Yalan couldn't sit still either and asked with a shocked expression. She had just spoken to Lin Feng's parents on the phone a few days ago. As far as she knew, Lin Feng's family's condition, it seemed to be very average. In that case, where did he get so much money? Seeing the two of them, Zhao Yao and Su Jangwo had an incredulous expression on their faces. Su Angel got up straight away, ran to the utility room, and took a POS out. It just so happens that we have a POS machine at home. Whether it's that much money or not, just swipe it. Su Anqi picked up the bank card on the table and swiped it toward the POS. Discover the numbers shown above. Sure enough, it's $20 million. Seeing this scene, Su Anqi was also shocked. I can't imagine that this brother-in-law of mine is so rich. He was all pretending to be a pig before? However, Su Jangwo, Su Anchi, and Jia Yalan. What they don't know is this. This huge sum of $20 million was actually given by Su Mu Shui. Even Lin Feng was kept in the dark by her at this point. If Su Jangwo knew that his daughter was doing this to herself, probably had to be filibustered to death by her on the spot. Nice guy. You're no better than you are at pitting your father. The daughter of the family pays for her son-in-law's dowry. Then have your son-in-law come in and set your own father up for a tenfold return. You're playing fight the landlord here? Super double, pair of threes. Can't afford it? I'm really filial to my father. At this moment, Su Jangwo couldn't help but ask. Lin, where did you get this money? I think you just graduated from college, if I remember correctly? And your parents have said that your family is rather average. Seeing this, Zhao Yalan and Su Anchi, both of them, pricked up their ears. They also wondered where Lin Feng got the money. Lin Feng didn't hide it and told them about Su Mu Shui's set of words. After hearing these words, the expressions of the three of them immediately became incomparably wonderful. Especially Su Anchi and Zhao Yalan, the entire group was dumbfounded. Is this a joke? Mu Shui, is this for real? Did you guys really win the lottery? In the face of questioning, the expression on Su Mu Shui's face became a bit tense. This? Yeah, like my husband said, we won the lottery. It's a little hard to believe though. But Mu Shui, this child, could not lie since she was a child. Zhao Yalan also had to believe it. No wonder, I told you, Shaolin's family is in an average condition. How could they possibly come up with so much money? So that's what happened. Su Anchi also spoke thoughtfully. Just in case people continue to obsess about the source of the dowry. Su Mushui suddenly stood up and changed the topic. That's right, Dad. I suddenly remembered something I thought you said. When I get married, no matter how much dowry Lin Feng gives, you'll return it tenfold, right? Hearing this, Su Jangwo almost didn't vomit blood. At this point he sort of understood. After all this, it turned out to be my own daughter who was setting herself up. Su put on a bitter face and pretended not to understand what she was saying. Mu Shui, what do you mean by that? Seeing that Su Jangwo was playing dumb, Su Mushui showed no mercy at all and directly demolished him, saying, Dad, you're not trying to pull a fast one, are you? Since you said before that it would be returned tenfold. Now then, isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? Su Jangwo still doesn't die thinking of dumping the pot on Zhao Yalan. Saying that this thing, which has nothing to do with herself, is her way of saying, you want money, go to your mom. But before he could speak, Su Mu Shui began to make a petulant attack. Dad, my good old dad. You can't go back on your word. You know, what I admire most about you? Su Jangwo sniffed and asked curiously, which bit? My greatest admiration. It's the air of your word. If it's something you promise, you'll do it. So this time, you won't let me down, will you, Dad? Seeing Su Mu Shui being cute, Su Jangwo's heart instantly softened into a puddle. He nodded his head in a hurry and said, alright, I'm kind of falling into your hands. He turned his head and rushed to Zhao Yalan, wife, go upstairs and help me bring over that secondary card. Zhao Yalan smiled helplessly, then gently tapped Su Mushui's head with her finger. You just like to bully your dad. Su Mushui also felt that she had damaged herself a bit. But then again, as long as hubby has the money, he'll be able to make the company work. The money that will be made in time will surely be hundreds of times that amount. She believed in her husband's strength. Definitely no problem. Why don't you just give the money back to Dad on that day? It didn't take long. Zhao Yalan then came down from upstairs. She took the bank card and handed it over to Su Mu Shui. Mu Shui, this secondary card is bound to your father's primary card. Whatever you spend can be charged directly to your dad's card. Tomorrow you'll go to the bank with Shaolin, take out the money and return the card to me. I have to go on a business trip in a couple of days. Su Mushui took the bank card and nodded with a smile. Don't you worry, Mom. Immediately afterward, she said to Lin Feng, hubby, first thing tomorrow morning, we'll go to the bank to get the money. With these $200 million, your company should have no worries about funding. Later, when the company goes public, we'll pay Dad back the money. What do you think? In this regard, Lin Feng of course had no problem with it. Although Su Mushui didn't know what exactly Lin Feng's company did. But she believes that with her husband's intelligence, she can definitely take the company public. As long as it's listed, it's not easy to make money behind it. As soon as Su Mushui finished saying this, Su Anchi couldn't help herself. She looked at Su Jangwo and snorted, Dad, did you hear that? After half a day, it turns out that Mu Shui is helping Lin Feng pull in investments. But I'm afraid you're going to lose your investment very soon. For the matter of Lin Feng starting his own business, Su Anchi was not optimistic. After all, he had just graduated and had no social experience. And as soon as it comes, it's going to be a tech company. Although we all know that tech companies are very lucrative and have a very large scope for growth. But that's all for other people. Lin Feng, on the other hand, has no work experience, much less the concept of running a company. If you want to get into tech without a year and a half, that's simply not possible. Just then, Zhao Yalan stepped forward and rounded off the conversation. Well, don't even say it. Let's hurry up and eat, the food is getting cold. Xiaolin, this lotus seed pork waste soup is specially made for you, you drink more. Zhao Yalan said as she gave Lin Feng the pork loin soup. Su Anqi looked at it, an ambiguous smile on her face, and secretly said in her heart, my sister is blessed for the evening. As dinner proceeded to its conclusion, Su Jiangwo just suddenly remembered and asked, by the way, Kobayashi, you said you're starting a business now. Where do you want to go from here? Lin Feng replied back, what I'm doing is an internet technology company. The exact business, it's still in the figuring out stage, it's not set in stone. Regarding the company, Lin Feng didn't go into detail, and Su Jiangwo didn't pursue the matter too much. It's the age of the internet, if you can catch the wind. It's still easy to get a company off the ground. And at that moment, on the TV in the living room, a news story was playing. This piece of news was exactly what Li Yaoyao had done at Wind God Technology, conducting a live interview. The news, at once, attracted Su Jiangwo's attention. Regarding this Wind God Technology, in the past 2 days, he hadn't heard much about it. Xiaolin, this Wind God Technology, have you heard of it? It seems to be in your creative park as well, doing the same thing with internet technology. Don't you think that's a bit of a coincidence? Chapter 28, Discovering Hua Point. Hear that. Lin Feng was a bit flustered. Is it possible that the company's business is going to be exposed? And at this moment, Su Anqi, who was sitting next to Su Muxue, suddenly opened her mouth. Dad, this Wind God Technology you're talking about, I have an impression. It seems to have caught fire because, well, an employee posted it online. I looked at that post, and it's still in the top 10 of the Hot 100. Moreover, the media that went to interview Wind God Technology seems to be Yao Yao's and their company. I have an impression of this reporter, I think her name is Bing Bing? Right, Mu Suk? Su Muxue and Li Yaoyao were good girlfriends and also college roommates. This, Su Angel knew. Su Muxue nodded. Yeah, and yesterday, Yoyo even came to the company to look for me. She told me about this Wind God Technology. Originally, she was going to ask me to go with her, but I was busy, so I didn't. Hearing Su Muxue and the girls discussing about Wind God Technology, Lin Feng sat next to him and didn't say a word. If they were to know that this Wind God Technology is their own company, I wonder what the reaction will be. Especially Su Muxue. Probably drop your jaw in shock, right? But right now, Lin Feng would never take the initiative to say it. The Wind God system has not yet been developed. At the current rate of progress, it will take at least a month for it to run smoothly. Trying to go public can take as little as 2 months or as long as 3 months. When the time comes, they will naturally know. Half an hour later, after dinner, Su Muxue and Su Anqi cleaning up the dishes. Lin Feng, on the other hand, sat on the sofa and chatted with Su Jiangwo and the two of them. The content of their chats centered around when they would meet with Lin Feng's parents. Though the wedding was something they had already communicated about on the phone. But how can you meet your in-laws before organizing a wedding? Ah, Xiaolin, ask for us someday. Your parents and them, when they're free. Everyone comes out to dinner and gets to know each other. Zhao Yalan admonished Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, okay, Mom. Trouble. Remember to tell us when you do. It better be next week, because I'm going on a business trip this week. Zhao Yalan paused and then said, however, you can take this time to bring Mu Shui to meet your parents. Next, the two talked about getting married. Time slipped by, and soon it was 10 o'clock in the evening. Su Muxue looked at the time and rushed to Lin Feng, hubby, it's getting late, shouldn't we go home? Lin Feng stood up from the sofa and bid farewell to the two Su Jiangwo. Mom and Dad, then Mu Shui and I will go back first. I'm bothering you guys tonight. Some other day when we have time, Mu Shui and I will come over to see you again. Su Jiangwo and Zhao Yalan also stood up, walked to the door of the villa and watched them both leave. Su Anqi, on the other hand, sat on the sofa, took out her cell phone, and kept flipping through today's live video. After Su Jiangwo and Zhao Yalan returned to the living room, seeing Su Anqi playing with her cell phone, she couldn't help but say, Anqi, you say you're really too. Mu Shui and Xiaolin are both leaving, and you don't know to go see them off. All you know how to do is play with your cell phone, where's the sense of being his sister? Doesn't care about his sister at all. It wasn't that Su Angel didn't care. On the contrary, she cares more than anyone else. But after the last time, after having dinner with them, she wouldn't want to care anymore about her sister's relationship problems with Lin Feng. Su Anqi hurriedly said, Mom, you don't know, the last time I had dinner with them, how embarrassing that scene was. They're wearing couples outfits and showing their love in front of me, and I'm just like a huge light bulb. People around me look at me with unbridled sympathy. From that day on, I swear, I'm never eating their dog food again. Zhao Yalan smiled with relief at his words. So it is. I thought, you don't care about your sister anymore. But in that case, the two of them, Mu Shui and Xiaolin, seem to be quite in love? Think about it. On Zhao Yalin's face, there was then an ant's smile. As long as my daughter can be happy, that's more important than anything else. At this time, Su Anqi watched a few more times the live video about wind god technology. She wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. Because she's found Hua Point. The company, Wind God Technology, seems to have been founded a few days ago. According to Mu Shui, Lin Feng's company hadn't been established for long either. And it's all in the Marina Creative Park. And again, it's an internet technology company. The name is still Wind God. Would that be too much of a coincidence? If it was just a little bit right, it would be a coincidence. But does the litany of Wind God Technology is Lin Feng's company? Thinking about it, Su Anqi felt it was unlikely again. Lin Feng didn't have any money in his hand, he simply couldn't, at all, afford such a high salary. And it offers such a great office environment. Su Anqi was puzzled in her mind. She was going to find another day and find someone to ask around. The other side. Su Mushui drove. Lin Feng sat in the passenger seat. The two headed in the direction of their home. On the way, Su Mushui said to Lin Feng, "Hubby, my mom said that she wants you to take me to meet my in-laws when you're free. Why don't you take me to your house this weekend? I've been chatting with my mother-in-law online lately, and we're both having a great time. But she keeps pushing me, saying she wants to meet me. I don't even know what to say back." Lin Feng nodded his head and said, "Yeah, this weekend then. It just so happens that these days, my parents and my sister-in-law and the others have been rushing me. And threatened me that if I didn't go back, they'd come over in groups to see me. What a way to use anything to see you. It's scary." Half an hour later, Su Mushui drove back home. Lin Feng is a little disoriented from drinking and walking. Su Mushui then helped him and walked straight into the living room, sitting on top of the sofa. Immediately afterward, she poured another cup of hot water. "Honey, drink some water. Careful, it's hot." After settling down Lin Feng, Su Mushui took her pajamas and ran to the bathroom to take a shower. Lin Feng was sitting alone on the sofa. In a daze, he seemed to hear the voice of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and gaining the approval of the in-laws. Reward, a gift pack for health and beauty. Chapter 29. There really is a free lunch under the sky. Hear the system. Lin Feng instantly came to his senses. Hey, the reward did arrive. System, open the gift bag. As soon as the words fell, a mechanical tone once again sounded in Lin Feng's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host, he has obtained a marrow cleansing elixir and a face nourishing elixir. Marrow cleansing pill, it can wash away impurities in the body, strengthen the tendons and veins, and gain stronger body functions. Yen Yen Dan has the effect of beautifying and nourishing the face. After taking it, you can keep your youthful years forever. May I ask if the host is taking it now? Sure enough, like Lin Feng had guessed before. Inside this great package are all things that strengthen and beautify your body. Things like marrow cleansing pills and face nourishing pills. Lin Feng wasn't unfamiliar with it, he had heard of it within many novels. I never thought I would be able to see it with my own eyes one day. Lin Feng immediately nodded and rushed to the system and said, "Take the marrow cleansing pill." As soon as the words fell, a warm current was injected into Lin Feng's body, and along his meridians, it began to flow. He then felt his entire body wrapped in this warmth. Lin Feng felt comfortable all over. Ding! Due to the host taking the marrow cleansing pill. Attributes: Strength +1, Endurance +1, Stamina +1, Agility +1, Charisma +1. Awesome. I can't imagine that taking a marrow cleansing pill can add so many points. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and realized that on the surface of his skin, he was wrapped in a layer of black substance, like sludge. He rushed to the bathroom and grabbed a towel to wipe his body. After scrubbing his body, Lin Feng felt like his body was filled with power and his eyes became sharp. Originally somewhat nearsighted, he now saw things with exceptional clarity. And Lin Feng's face value, too, has gotten a huge boost. Not only are the contours more defined, but even the skin has become fairer. Even that aspect seems to be much stronger. Lin Feng walked towards the living room with light steps. Although he was separated by a door, Lin Feng was still able to sense that Su Mushui was moving within the bathroom. If he hadn't sensed wrongly, she should, by now, be getting dressed? Sure enough, the next second, Su Mushui then wore a halter nightgown. Stepping on her slender legs, she walked towards Lin Feng in a graceful manner. Honey, go take a shower. Su Mushui had just finished speaking when she suddenly stared wide-eyed and carefully sized up Lin Feng. Honey, how I feel. You seem to have gotten handsome, huh? The whole thing is a little different than before. 2. Su Mushui suddenly said. Lin Feng laughed and made a random excuse and said, "Probably because of the drinking. I'm going to take a shower first." After saying that, Lin Feng went into the bathroom and took a beautiful shower. While taking a bath, Lin Feng realized that he seemed to have grown up quite a bit. It seems that this thing, the marrow cleansing pill, is really a good thing. Day 2. Since Lin Feng got $200 million. So, after coming to the office, he then announced an important decision. That is, in order to improve the quality of the employees' work, Lin Feng decided that he wanted to improve the cafeteria for the employees of Wind God Technology. After all, the office environment, as well as the salary package, is already top-notch in the country. There is little room for improvement. But there is still a lot of plasticity when it comes to diet. As the saying goes, food is what people eat. If you can't eat well, how can you work? That's why the cafeteria manager of Winshin Technology, at noon that day, made an announcement. Dear colleagues, because Mr. Lin cares about his employees, he has decided to improve everyone's meals. So starting today, dining in the employee cafeteria is going to see a huge change. First of all, above the dishes, it will become more rich and diverse so that everyone can choose freely. Moreover, each employee, from the previous 2 meat and 1 vegetarian, to the cafeteria optional self-service, want to eat whatever you want to take. The company doesn't charge a penny, it's all paid for by Mr. Lin. Learn this message. The employees of Winshin Technology flocked to the cafeteria to get their meals. The original fat nerds who loved takeout couldn't resist the temptation of White John's. What in heaven's name is a free lunch? Is this for real? When they arrived at the cafeteria, they saw the wide array of dishes, as well as the 7 big words posted on the door. Free buffet employee meal. The employees froze, with expressions of indescribable surprise on their faces. I can't believe it's true. Not only have the dishes become more plentiful, but the whole place is free all you can eat? Seafood and abalone, beef and lamb, fresh vegetables, old fire soup. Really have everything you need. I'm not dreaming, am I? What kind of fairy company is this? Not only do they give their employees the highest pay packages, but they also have such a comfortable office environment. Even the food is now served at 5-star hotel level. And on top of that, it gives you a free whore for nothing. Our Mr. Lin, the pattern that is not ordinary big, it seems that if we do not work hard, we are sorry for this meal. I dare say that as long as the Wind God system is successfully developed, it will definitely blow up the entire world. You can't find a boss as good as this one. I am so happy. The employees were taken by Lin Feng's pattern. Shocked hard. Eat while being grateful. Wondering if I should work an extra shift later to repay my boss's favor. The other side. Lin Feng had just finished a meeting with a few department managers. When they arrived at the cafeteria, the employees, who were present, stood up. Took the initiative to greet Lin Feng. Hello, Mr. Lin. See the employees, the look of respect on their faces. Lin Feng was also comfortable in his heart. Indeed. In his previous life, he was considered to have suffered from social animals. Since he was reliving his life, as long as it was within his power. He's all about giving his employees the best possible work environment. And trying to create a, domestic system that will blow the world away. Employees must be made to, from the bottom of their hearts, love the job as well as the company. Only then can we work together and lead the company into the world. Lin Feng rushed at them and nodded with a smile. Everyone sit down. There's no need to be so formal, it's time to eat and have soup. The staff cafeteria, whether it's food or rice, it's all free. If you can't finish it, you can still pack it up and take it back. The employees nodded heavily. Lin Feng looked behind him, at several department managers and said, let's get dinner too. The meeting just got a little longer, so you guys should be hungry too. After hitting lunch, many young and beautiful female employees waved at Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, I have a seat on my side, come sit on my side. Mr. Lin, my side is clean, I just wiped it specially for you. Mr. Lin, there's something I don't understand, I'd like to ask for your advice, can you come over? Lin Feng smiled and politely refused them. With a couple of department managers, sat down. Just as he was about to sit down to eat, Lin Feng's cell phone rang. Chapter 30, Excited Relatives. Lin Feng looked at his cell phone. Found out it was a tweet from my mom. Son, I just got off the phone with Mu Shui. I heard from Mushu that you guys are planning to go home this weekend, right? Seeing the message from his mother, Lin Feng long pressed the screen and returned a voiceover. Well, I'll be back by the end of the week. Hearing Lin Feng's reply, Wang Yue was so excited that she almost didn't jump up. I'm going to see my daughter-in-law soon, and I'm happy to think about it. Although in the past few days, she had been online, chatting with Su Mu Shui. But up until now, Wang Yue had never seen Su Mu Shui in person. That was why she kept urging Lin Feng. Tell him to bring his daughter-in-law back home when he's free. She was looking forward to meeting Su Mu Shui. For Su Mu Shui, she was really satisfied everywhere. Not only is she pretty, but she also does well in school, and her family's condition is nothing to write home about. The point is, through the last few days, chatting with her online, Wang Yue realized that Su Mushua was very polite and didn't have half the arrogance of a rich girl. And extraordinarily knowledgeable. The man has not been seen. She then went online, bought a lot of supplements and sent them to Lin Feng in their house. Try a daughter-in-law like that. Who couldn't love that? Wang Yue held her cell phone and laughed so hard that her mouth couldn't close. She walked to the living room and rushed to Lin Weiman. Honey, my son said it. This weekend, he's bringing Mu Shui home. I told you, since Mu Shui dared to say that, it means they must have discussed it. Hearing this, Lin Weiman was a bit surprised and snatched the cell phone. Excitedly, he said, really? Let me see. Lin Weiman tapped on his voice and heard Lin Feng's affirmative reply. On his face, too, was a smile. That brat. Finally willing to make the trip back home. Other people's kids, when they graduate from college, the first thing they do is go home. He's good, he graduated from college, got married first, and didn't even tell us about it. It's been 10 days since the past, and I don't know to bring my daughter-in-law back. Doesn't he realize how anxious we are to wait? Lin Weiman was fine. After all, he was the head of the family anyhow, not so gossipy. But those relatives within the family, as well as friends and co-workers. For 3 days, just run to the house. He came for no other reason than to ask Lin Feng when he would bring his daughter-in-law home. Now, after getting an affirmative reply from Lin Feng, Wang Yue couldn't hold back any longer and directly clicked on the family group to launch a voice invitation. Family group, less than 20 people in total. There were Lin Feng's aunt and uncle, his second uncle and aunt, and his uncle and aunt, as well as his sister-in-law and his aunt and uncle's families. After they connected to the voice, Wang Yue couldn't wait. Sorry, guys. I'm not interrupting your meal by giving you a voice call in the middle of the day, alright? Lin Feng, his sister-in-law, asked, elder sister, what's the matter with you? See how excited you are, is it little wind that he's coming back? I, as a sister-in-law, have waited so hard to drink his wedding wine. Lin Feng, his cousin, also followed, auntie, which is not only you waiting for the bitter ah. I, as a cousin, am no exception. As the two men opened their mouths, other relatives in the group, too, began to rise up. Yelling, when can I drink Lin Feng's wedding wine? Seeing this, Wang Yue smiled and said, almost there, almost there. I'm not going to give you guys a voice call here. Just wanted to let you all know that this Saturday night, all of you are coming to my house for dinner. When the time comes, Lin Feng will bring Mu Shui back. It's been a long time since we've had a meal together, our big family. It's the perfect opportunity to get together. Relatives in the group patted their chests with assurances. Don't worry, big sister. We're afraid to do anything on Saturday, we're just waiting to go to your house for dinner. Yeah, when the time comes, I'll buy some lo mein and go to your house for a good meal. And bring a few bottles of old wine, so we can all get drunk. After notifying relatives, Wang Yue proceeded to chat with them for a while. Then she hung up her voice and shook her head helplessly. Hubby, why do you think they, who are elders, are more excited than I, who am a mom? Lin Weiman laughed and explained, that's for sure, in exchange for you having a happy drink, aren't you happy? And our family, Lin Feng, is still the first one to get married within the younger generation. With Lin Feng to start with, they can start hyping up the marriage too. You're like Lin Feng, his cousin, all in her 20s. Not even a boyfriend. Is that like it? Wang Yue sniffed and nodded approvingly. Indeed, before if I were to rush the marriage. What else can they say? None of the juniors are married. Now that our Xiao Feng is married, let's see what else they have to say. The other side. Lin Feng, who had just returned to his office. It would never have occurred to me that I had just returned a random message. I can't believe it's right here at home, causing such a stir. Nor did I expect that I would become the imperial sort of relatives urging for marriage. At that time, the brothers and sisters who were in the same generation as Lin Feng would not be able to hate him. If you're so handsome, why are you getting married so early? To this, Lin Feng did not know. At 6 in the evening, Lin Feng left the office. Go to Sue's group as usual and pick up his wife from work. Come downstairs to the office. Lin Feng then saw Su Mu Shui chatting with a woman. This woman, with short hair, light makeup on her face and revealing clothes. On top of that, she wore a halter top t-shirt that managed to wrap around the fullness of her breasts. Underneath was a pair of hip-hugging shorts, revealing 2 sexy white long legs that looked tantalizing. The woman in front of her, no matter her figure or her temperament, could be said to be superb. But compared to Su Mu Shui, there was still a less pure atmosphere. She is Li Yaoyao, who did an interview with Fengshan Technology last time. Although Lin Feng and Li Yaoyao were both students of Binhai University. But the two, in college, didn't really cross paths. So it's not like they know each other. Seeing Lin Feng, Su Mu Shui rushed over and rushed to introduce Li Yaoyao. Yo, this is my husband. Lin Feng. After saying that, Su Mu Shui took Lin Feng's arm and said sweetly, honey, this is my college roommate and also my best BFF. Her name is Li Yaoyao, and she's now the owner of the media company. A while ago, she even went to Wind God Technology to do an interview, do you remember? That reporter, it's from Yao Yao's and their company. Chapter 31, A Girlfriend's Doubt. Hearing Su Mu Shui's words, Lin Feng instantly reacted. So it was their company that did the last interview. When he said that, Lin Feng had an impression. I remember after the last interview, the company's HR department's mailbox, it was about to explode. A full 20,000 resumes were received. It was also because of the last interview that Lin Feng and his company. A reputation among many job seekers. Lin Feng also found a lot of talent from those 20,000 resumes. Now there are many, already in the Wind God technology, hold important positions. Lin Feng sized up Li Yaoyao and nodded at her. And when Li Yaoyao saw Lin Feng, her whole body froze. At this moment, she finally understood why Su Mushui had to fall back on her door. Handsome face, high nose, and deep eyes. Every part of Lin Feng's body was so mesmerizing. Especially the temperament on his body. When he raised his hands, it was as if he had his own BGM. Such a boy, not to mention Su Mushui. Even Li Yaoyao, she felt a bit overwhelmed. Blah blah blah. What the hell was he thinking? Lin Feng is his best friend's husband. Even if you're horny, you can't hit on your best friend's husband, right? Su Mushui looked at Lin Feng and said softly, "Hubby, let's go eat together later. It just so happens that in this neighborhood, there's a new barbecue restaurant and I hear it tastes pretty good. Why don't the three of us try it together? And, I've been wanting to introduce my BFF to you for a long time. I still remember to this day, after the graduation ceremony, you and your dormitory mates having a breakup dinner together. At that time, I wanted to introduce Yo-Yo to you. She didn't come to graduation, though. But it's not too late to introduce it." On the way to the grill, Su Mushui was like a sloth, sticking to Lin Feng's body. Every move the two make is filled with a sweetness that will take your breath away. Plus, they were accompanied by a tall beauty with a hot body and a cold temperament. The three walked down the street, causing passers-by to turn around. Originally, Li Yaoyao was fine, but after being looked at like this, she was a bit embarrassed. Sure enough, when you go out with a couple, you just can't help but eat dog food. She was, by now, feeling a little awkward. If I had known, I would have driven there. Right now, though, it's rush hour. Driving there, you might get stuck in traffic. But even that's better than eating dog food in the street, right? Li Yaoyao had been single for so many years, although there had never been fewer men. But at this moment, she felt that being a single dog was so pathetic. She was beginning to regret a bit why she had come out to eat with Su Mushui. Come to the grill. The three of them found a corner seat. An order of pancetta, seasoned beef, honey beef ribs, and a vegetable platter. The three of them ate and chatted, and the process was quite harmonious. After all, Lin Feng's face value was there. During that time, Li Yaoyao asked quite a lot about Lin Feng and their company. But they were all perfunctorily passed over by Lin Feng, perfunctorily. Li Yaoyao was also very sensible and didn't pursue too much. Just instruct Lin Feng. Since the same, both are based in the Marina Creative Park. If he had the chance, see if he could help himself and introduce the boss of Wind God Technology Company. Li Yaoyao was still thinking that if there was a chance, be sure to get the owner of Windtech for a special visit. Since the last time I went to Wind God Technology and did a hot live broadcast, the fame of their company is rising. In less than 2 days, $50 million was financed. And that live broadcast drew millions of viewers and received $500,000 in bounties. Even if it was because of this reward, Li Yaoyao felt that it was very necessary to interview the boss of Wind God Technology again. Thinking about, Li Yaoyao suddenly realized that something was wrong. Mu Shui, his husband, Lin Feng, also opened a company in the creative park not long ago. And on that day, I heard the company receptionist say that their boss's name was Lin. And Lin Feng is likewise surnamed Lin. Could it be that there is some connection between the two of them? Thinking of this, Li Yaoyao fell into deep thought. Not bad for a journalist. In this regard, Li Yaoyao was indeed more sensitive than the average person. Seeing Li Yaoyao froze, Su Mushui couldn't help but ask, "Yo-Yo, what are you doing? What's the good reason to be dumb? Come on, let's raise our glasses together and celebrate our happy graduation." Su Mushui raised her wine glass, which was filled with juice, and set at Li Yaoyao. Li Yaoyao followed suit and raised her glass. "Good luck with our 306 dorm room. Happy graduation." The two men each said something and then drank it all in one go. Li Yaoyao's gaze, on the other hand, was always staring at Lin Feng. She wanted to find out a little bit about it. But until the end of dinner, Li Yaoyao didn't find anything unusual. After all, in this world, there are many people with the same name. Not to mention the big surname Lin. She didn't have any evidence right now to prove that Lin Feng was the owner of Wind God Technology. And even Mu Shui didn't find out about it. Could it be that one is really overthinking things? After dinner, Lin Feng accompanied Su Mushui to the mall. Because in 2 days, it will be the weekend. Su Mushui wanted to go buy some clothes and some more gifts. When the time comes, bring it over to Lin Feng's parents as a meet and greet gift. Arriving at the mall, Lin Feng found a truth. That is, no matter what kind of woman, she likes to go shopping. This season is the peak season for tourism in Marina City, and all the major merchants have started to use all kinds of tricks in order to grab customers. What with the 50% off sale and buy 2 get 1 free on the entire site? All kinds of discount promotions, that is to push into the new, endless. They have one ultimate goal, and that is to attract more customers and spend money in their store. A woman is always one dress short. Lin Feng remembers that the world's most famous clothing guru, Val Soder, once said something like this. Speaks to a woman's obsession and madness with clothing. Sumu Shui naturally couldn't be an exception. The two were left behind in any store that had anything to do with clothing. Sumu Shui was over and over again, tirelessly, trying on all sorts of outfits. She was enjoying the process of trying on the clothes more than anything else with the company of her beloved man, so unconsciously she wanted to show him the beauty, to him. And Lin Feng had a great time as a result. The body of his own wife, that is naturally nothing to speak of. No matter what kind of clothes she wore, they were so radiant on her. No, Sumu Shui just came out from Gucci and then ran to the Prada boutique next to it and continued to try on clothes. Honey, does this dress look good? Sumu Shui came out of the fitting room and walked up to Lin Feng, showing off her figure. The newest dress of the season, coupled with knee-high socks, brings out her wonderful figure, setting off a clean and pure feeling. Even the store's guide, who looked frozen, forgot to sell for a while. Honey, whatever clothes. It all looks good on you. Lin Feng smiled and said subconsciously. Sumu Shui also laughed happily. After paying the bill, the two left the mall. Honey, thank you. After hanging out with me for so long, I had a great day, let's go back. Sumu Shui had a sweet smile on her face and took the initiative to hold Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng brought his face over and whispered in her ear. In that case, it's your night. Make it up to me? Chapter 32, Returning Home. 2 days later. The weekend went as planned. Lin Feng and his family, located in the county below Marina City. It's not far from downtown Marina, about an hour's drive away. An hour later, Lin Feng and Sumu Shui arrived in front of the house. Only, what they didn't expect. Just at this time, a surprised voice suddenly came from behind him. Lin Feng? Lin Feng looked back. It was found that standing behind them was a woman with a sexy body and exquisite looks. Her name was Chen Yutong and she was Lin Feng's second cousin, the daughter of his aunt and uncle. I just turned 30 this year and usually work out of town. It was only in recent times that she had come back to Marina City. Not long after returning to Binhai City, she heard that her cousin, Lin Feng, had gotten married. And the marriage object, surprisingly, was Sumu Shui, the second princess of the Su group. Sumu Shui's name, Chen Yutong had also heard of it long ago. Not only in Binhai City, even in the entire southeastern province, Sumu Shui's name, that was also loud and clear. Binhai University School Flower, second princess of Su Group. Coupled with excellent academic performance, he was directly hired by a famous foreign company at a high salary. But even so, she chose to stay in the country. Shine a light on the national product. Plus, it's been over 6 months. Sumu Shui holds the position of general manager of the Su Group project department. It has made a lot of successful cases and pushed domestic cosmetics to a new level. Boys may not know much about it. But as long as it's a girl, to the cosmetics of the So, then there's no such thing as not knowing. Currently the major online shopping platforms, as well as the major anchors with Goods app. At least half of the top-ranked ones were plotted out by Sumu Shui. Chen Yutong never expected that the wife her cousin married would be Sumu Shui. This brat. Usually see him loafing around. I didn't expect to be quite reliable at the critical moment. Even a goddess like Sumu Shui can be put in her hands? What Chen Yutong didn't know was that in fact, the marriage between the two started from Sumu Shui's backwardness. If she knew about this, she'd probably pass out on the spot in shock. When did you come back, cousin? Why no sound? Lin Feng was still quite surprised to see Chen Yutong. For this cousin of his own, among so many brothers and sisters. It's the prettiest one. And the one with the most hustle too. After college, she ran around the country, working on her own business. However, I wonder why she suddenly came back to Marina City recently. Hearing this, Chen Yutong smiled and joked. Why, old man? Aren't you glad to see your cousin back? Lin Feng hurriedly waved his hand and said, no, I'm just a bit surprised. Lin Feng and Chen Yutong, although they were cousins. But they were, as children, very close. Usually, they chat with each other online when they have something to do. When Lin Feng was in college, Chen Yutong would still send him red envelopes. In response, Lin Feng was also moved. Chen Yutong glanced at Sumu Shui, then said to Lin Feng. Dude, seriously. I was really surprised that you got married right out of college. A while ago, I saw you posting a friend circle and I thought you were playing a game and losing and doing punishment. Then I heard from your parents that it was true and I dared to believe it. Lin Feng smiled and didn't explain anything. Then said to Sumu Shui. Honey, let me introduce you, her name is Chen Yutong, she's my cousin. Also my second aunt's daughter. It's been good to me since I was a kid. Also, the people are beautiful, and their bodies are beyond words. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Chen Yutong froze for a moment and then said, I've noticed that you've become sweeter since you got married, old man. Looks like siblings don't usually discipline you. Didn't you, before, always love to carry on with me? Speaking in human terms now really makes me a little less comfortable. Looks like the internet was right, this man, his mouth gets sweeter when he gets married. Seeing that the two were being poor, Su Mushue also smiled and greeted Chen Yutong. Hello cousin, my name is Su Mushue, you can just call me Mushue. Chen Yutong directly stepped forward and pulled Su Mushue's hand. Very self-congratulatory, he said, Mushue, my old brother, he usually doesn't bully you, right? If he bullies you, you tell your cousin. Let's see what I can do with him. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt that he had been somewhat wronged. Cousin, have you made a mistake? Don't you know what kind of temper I have? Ever since I was little, I've been the only one bullied by you, how dare I bully anyone else? At this moment, Su Mushue also stood out and spoke for Lin Feng. Cousin, don't worry, Lin Feng is very good to me. Usually at home, he's the one who takes care of me and cooks for me. And his cooking, too, is first rate, almost as good as a state banquet chef. He usually picks me up from work. He won't force me to do anything I don't want to do. Even though we've been married for almost half a month, he's been the one who's been taking care of me all this time. I feel a little ashamed just thinking about it. After hearing these words from Su Mushue, Chen Yutong's first reaction was shock. She looked at Lin Feng incredulously with a surprised expression. What a surprise, old man. This is what you'll look like when you're married. I usually see you as but now you've become a model husband? Not bad for a close cousin. It's one thing after another to undermine someone. Seeing the way the two of them, Chen Yutong and Lin Feng, got along, Su Mushue was suddenly a bit envious. It was obvious that the siblings were very close. Moreover, Chen Yutong, as a person, had a generous personality and was quite easy to get along with. Su Mushue smiled, Cousin, I see you have such good skin, you should usually use skincare products often, right? It just so happens that our company recently launched a skincare product that sells exceptionally well. I'll talk to the company later and have them send you a box. You can come back for more if you think it works. Hearing this, Chen Yutong's entire body froze. My goodness! A box of skincare products? How long will this take? Chen Yutong's face was immediately filled with smiles. Sibling, are you serious? Su Mushue nodded and laughed, of course. We're a family now, what's the point of giving away some skincare products? I was hoping my cousin would take care of me more in the future. Chen Yutong quickly said, that's for sure. She glanced at Lin Feng, although she didn't say anything. But from among her eyes, Lin Feng seemed to be able to understand what she wanted to say. Brat, you've got quite the eye. Siblings know too much. For Su Mushue, Chen Yutong, who was a cousin, I can say that I am 100% satisfied. Sibling, let's not stand at the door, hurry up and go in. Auntie and the others, they should have been waiting impatiently a long time ago. Chen Yutong pulled Su Mushue's hand and walked towards the house. Lin Feng followed closely behind and walked in as well. Chapter 33, 86 Muten. Led by Chen Yutong. The two of them, Lin Feng, came inside the living room. Seeing Su Mushue appear, the elders of the family hurriedly stood up from the sofa. Lin Feng's aunts and uncles, and his sister-in-law and aunt, including Mrs. Wang Yudinger. One was wide-eyed with excitement. Mushue, you're here. Come on, come in and sit down. Wang Yue pulled Su Mushue's hand, the expression on her face, indescribably excited. Su Mushue was also excited. After being married for so long, I finally met my mother-in-law. Su Mushue took Wang Yue's hand and hurriedly opened her mouth. Mom! Here's a gift I brought for you, take it. Su Mushue was carrying 3 bags in her hands. One of them was given to Lin Weiman and contained a bottle of white wine. This bottle of white wine is an 86 Flying Mutai. It's also part of her dad Su's collection. It can be said to be priced to sell. Very precious. In the meantime, Su Jiangwo just came out of the study. He came to the living room and looked at Su Anqi with a depressed face and said, Angie, have you seen my bottle of Flying Muten? It was sitting on the shelf the other day, why is it gone today? I don't think I gave it away either. Su Angel shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. Dad, why don't you ask Mom? Maybe Mom hid it. Su Jiangwo nodded, feeling that Su Anqi had a point. And rightly so, according to your mom's character. There's a good chance she did it. When he thought of this, Su Jiangwo took out his cell phone and called Zhao Yalan. At this time, Zhao Yalan was traveling abroad on business. He was just about to talk business with someone when he received a call from Su Jiangwo. The phone just picked up. Su Jiangwo immediately opened his mouth to question. Wife. The bottle of thatch I keep in the study, have you seen it? I was just cleaning the house when I realized the bottle of mutai was gone. Or did you not want me to drink and secretly hide it for me, huh? Zhao Yalan walked outside with a mortified expression. What are you blathering about here? Isn't that bottle of your crappy mutai sitting on the shelf? I even saw it when I left. Being lectured by Zhao Yalan. Su Jiangwo's entire body wilted, not daring to squeak. He also wondered. Since it was yesterday. So how come today, it's gone? But, to say that it's still the real mom who knows her daughter. Soon, Zhao Yalan thought that Su Muxue was going back to her in-laws' home today. Honey, why don't you go ask Muxue? It's the weekend, didn't she go to Lin Fang's and their house for dinner? I saw her carrying a bag this morning, do you think it would? Zhao Yalan said this and said no more. As for Su Jiangwo, he also reacted instantly and muttered in his heart. Can't be. Anymore, it's your own daughter. This bottle of wine, which she couldn't even bring herself to drink, she took to her in-laws. Su Jiangwo had originally had confidence in Su Muxue, still. But think of the last. This little cotton-padded girl herself, in order to support her husband's business venture. Both knocked the bamboo pole into themselves. A whole $200 million. That's nothing compared to a bottle of white wine. When he thought of this, Su Jiangwo frowned. Think it's likely. It's just that my own little cotton jacket, it's ing leaking again. Wife. I think you have a point. This bottle of mutai was most likely taken by Muxue to give away. But right now, Muxue should be having dinner with her in-laws. Better wait until I get back tomorrow and I'll ask her. Thinking of his bottle of flying mutai, Su Jiangwo had some heartache. It hurts a little too much to breathe. Nice guy. The daughter you worked so hard to raise. It's amazing that it ended up so much toward the in-laws. As the saying goes, if you marry a daughter, you throw out the water. But Su Muxue was different from the others. That's a little too much water for her. And it's still the kind that takes the pot with it. Alright, wife. You talk business, I'll leave you alone. Don't worry, I'm sure Lin Feng's parents will love our family Muxue. After all, even my bottle of 86 mutai went by the wayside, so they can't help but like it. After talking to Zhao Yalan on the phone, Su then went into the study and locked himself inside. Looking at what little is left of my collection, my heart begins to get nervous. Next time. I wonder which bottle my daughter is going to take out again. The other side. Inside the living room of Lin Fang's and their house. Su Muxue carried the gift bag and said at Wang Yue. Mom, these two gifts, I got them especially for you. What's in this bag? I bought it especially for you after shopping at the mall all night with Lin Feng. Inside is a Givenchy necklace, and it's not very expensive, just a few tens of thousands of dollars, but I think it goes particularly well with your temperament, so I bought it for you. And, this necklace is especially suitable for women of your age group. I'm sure it will look great on you. Su Muxue said, took out another bag and continued. The other one, which is our company's high-end product, is all about face masks and skincare products and stuff like that. These products, some of which are already sold out, have gotten exceptionally good reviews. Mom, you can try too. Afterwards, Su Muxue looked at Lin Weiman and said, Dad, this is for you. Because I don't know what you like, but I've heard from my husband that you're usually more of a drinker. This bottle of 86 Flying Mutai is a stash from my dad's study. He said. For me to bring it over to you. Just in time for dinner later, you can taste it with your uncles and uncles, together. If you like it, I can bring another bottle next time, it's guaranteed to be even better than this one. Over here, Su Muxue had just finished speaking. Su Jiangwo, who was sitting in the study, then began to sneeze violently, having a bad feeling. Strange. Why do you keep sneezing when you're good? Could it be a cold? Can't be. But why is? Like that? Chapter 34, 10 Good Wives Who Moved China. Seeing Su Muxue being so filial, Wang Yue and Lin Weiman hurriedly accepted the gifts. This is something they would not have taken if it were normal. After all, none of these gifts are cheap. But this was the first time my daughter-in-law had come to the house, and it would seem a little unkind not to accept it. That's a gift, Mom and Dad will take it. Muxue, thank you. Su Muxue smiled, no need to thank you, this is what I should do. Just then, she suddenly remembered something and looked at the other relatives present and said, Auntie, uncle, sister-in-law, and auntie. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you guys were there, so I didn't prepare so many gifts. But next time, I'll bring you cosmetics from our company. A set is about $5,000 or $6,000. When the time comes, I'll get you a couple sets. Hearing Su Muxue's words, those female elders of Lin Feng were all excited. At their age, they were already very concerned about maintenance and for the products of Su Group that was also coveted for a long time. But due to the price, you can only go through the motions and can't afford to buy it at all. But now, Su Muxue actually said that she would give them a few sets. They were so happy they didn't know what to say. Lin Feng, I have to say, you're so lucky. I can't believe I married such a wonderful wife. What your aunt and uncle and the others think, I don't know. But, as a sister-in-law, I could so love this nephew-in-law. At this time, Lin Feng's other elders also took a stand. Turning to Su Muxue, it was a fierce boast. Look at them, it's more exaggerated than one, more enthusiastic than the other. Su Muxue was a bit flattered. At first, before she even walked in the door, she was a little worried. Although Wang Yue had a good impression of herself. But that doesn't mean that other relatives, too, will like themselves. The results were unexpected. Just using a few sets of makeup brought everyone closer together. It seems that women communicate with women. Cosmetics are hard currency. Half an hour later. The meal is ready and almost ready to be served. The family was very welcoming and the table was set with a variety of dishes that looked very inviting. During the meal, Su Muxue didn't even need to clip her own food. Various relatives, in turn. It didn't take long for Su Muxue's bowl to pile up into a small mountain. Seeing this scene, Su Muxue felt a bit unbelievable. I can't imagine that the relatives in my husband's family would like her so much. And most importantly, these relatives of Lin Feng are all honest and treat people warmly. While we ate, we chatted with them about their families. Auntie was the first to speak and asked, "Right, Muxue, did Lin Feng go to your house and visit your parents?" Su Muxue nodded, then replied, "Yeah, just been there the other day. In addition to visiting my parents, there was a renewed conversation about the dowry. My parents are quite happy with Lin Feng." Su Muxue said, looked at Lin Feng, and then said, "And my dad still drinks with Lin Feng. My dad was so happy after the drink." Hearing Su Muxue's words, Auntie and the girls all nodded. "That's great. Since it's even drinking." That meant that the in-laws were quite happy with Lin Feng. However, only Lin Feng's cousin, Chen Yutong. From Su Muxue's words just now, he heard something strange. Chen Yutong looked at Su Muxue and Lin Feng and asked curiously, "Muxue, you just said. And you've renegotiated the dowry? But the matter of the dowry, wasn't that discussed before?" At this time, Wang Yue and Lin Weiman also felt puzzled. "Yeah. It was agreed before. Give $100,000 for the dowry. How come the son is talking to the in-laws all over again? Could it be that the in-laws aren't too happy with that dowry?" Seeing his parents' reaction, Lin Feng hurriedly put down his chopsticks and explained to them. Told the story in a nutshell. First, he opened his own company, encountered financial problems, Su Muxue gave himself tips, let himself use the bride price rebate, set father-in-law's investment. Then the lottery was won and $20 million in cash was awarded. And then the last time I went to my in-law's house, I used a $20 million bonus to siphon off $200 million from my old man. After hearing what happened inside the restaurant, there was a dead silence. Everyone's eyes were wide with disbelief. What? $200 million in rebates? At this moment, everyone was shocked by Lin Feng's words. Really? $200 million in dowry rebates? Lin Feng, Muxue. You guys aren't kidding us, are you? Did the in-laws really give $200 million as a bride price rebate? Wang Yue and Lin Weiman were filled with shock. The other relatives present, too, were too stunned to speak. Lin Feng took out his cell phone, tapped on the online bank and showed them the deposit records. Sure enough. The whole $200+ million. In addition to the $200 million rebate from my father-in-law. In Lin Feng's bank card, there was still the $10 million that the system had rewarded him with earlier. It used up a couple million, but there's still some left. After looking at Lin Feng's deposits, it was only gradually that the people present woke up. At this time, Lin Feng's sister-in-law spoke. Lin Feng. Look at your daughter-in-law, what a good husband. Buy a few random lottery tickets and win a $20 million prize? And the most touching thing is that it's a good idea to go over your own father's head in order to support you in your business. Kind of sympathize with Muxue her dad though. But I have to say, to be able to marry Muxue as your daughter-in-law, you're really lucky. Got a big compliment from my sister-in-law. Su Muxue was a little embarrassed. Auntie, don't say that. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. If my husband wants to start a business, as a wife, shouldn't I support him? Hearing these words from Su Muxue, the male elders present were envious. Nice guy. Compared to my own wife. The nephew-in-law is just as good as it gets. It's not like the tigress in her own family, who usually controls this and that. At home, if you want to have a drink or a cigarette, you get stared at. It's not like other people's Muxue. Not only is she beautiful, but she has a great personality. The bottom line is that in order to support her husband's business, she even dared to screw her own father. And that pit is a small target of $200 million. Just for her record, she was named one of the top 10 good wives who moved China. That's not too much to ask, is it? It didn't matter if it was Lin Feng's mom and dad, or those elder relatives of his. All of them were very satisfied with Su Muxue. Only. While praising Su Muxue, they also sympathized with Su Jiangwo. This little cotton jacket. It's leaking badly. Su is afraid he's going to catch a cold. Chapter 35 Relationships draw closer. After dinner, everyone chattered some more. It wasn't until 10 p.m. that the relatives left. Sending them away, Wang Yue then said to Su Muxue, Muxue, it's so late. Why don't you guys just stay here for the night? Su Mushue nodded and agreed. Yeah. Then I'm interrupting. Wang Yue patted Su Mushue's hand and lifted her voice. What a thing to say. We're all family, what's there to disturb or not? From today on, this is your home, and you can come here whenever you want. After saying that, Wang Yue rushed at Lin Feng again and said, Son, you and Mu Shui go back to your room early to rest. It's getting late, and I'll clean up the dishes on the table with your dad. Don't you guys have to go to work tomorrow, Monday? Get an early night. Lin Feng sniffed and stepped forward. It's okay, Mom. Let me help you. Honey, do you want to take a shower first? Su Mu Shui didn't refuse and nodded her head obediently. She went into her bedroom, found her toiletries, and ran to the bathroom to take a shower. After Su Mu Shui left, Lin Weiman walked over to Lin Feng. Patting Lin Feng on the shoulder, he said in a serious tone. Lin Feng, in the future, be nicer to other people's Mu Shui. She really did everything for you. You can't bully people. Still, when it's time to bully, it's time to bully. Your mom and I are anxious to have grandchildren. Lin Weiman gave Lin Feng a you-know-what expression. Lin Feng immediately felt a great deal of pressure. It's not just Lin Weiman. Just now, at the dinner table, the Lin family's relatives, too, had taken turns urging Lin Feng. Let Lin Feng and Su Mu Shui have a child earlier. They're waiting for the full moon wine. Regarding this aspect, Lin Feng felt that he, himself, needed to discuss it with Su Mu Shui. After all, the two had been married for over 10 days and hadn't taken the final step yet. Now it seems like it's time to speed things up a bit. After clearing the table, Wang Yue said to Lin Feng, Lin Feng, go inside early and rest. Tomorrow morning, Mom will make chicken soup for you, so you can get a good tonic. Back inside. Lin Feng and Su Mu Shui had both finished their baths. At this time, Su Mu Shui was wearing a lace nightgown. The two white legs, unreservedly exposed to the air, seemed to be able to drip water. Lin Feng looked at it and was a bit distracted. He suddenly remembered the words that Lin Weiman had just said to himself. Wife. You know, what my dad just told me? Su Mu Shui asked curiously, what was said? My dad said. Let me be nice to you, no bullying. But bully you a little when appropriate. Hearing this, Su Mu Shui froze for a moment, her expression looking a bit puzzled. What do you mean be nice to me and not bully me? But then to bully yourself at the right time? What's that supposed to mean? Su Mu Shui had a simple character and didn't quite understand for a while. She had never been in love in all her life. There is also very little knowledge of the affairs of men and women. She is the type of person who is very strict with herself and likes to live by the book. So she didn't really understand what Lin Feng meant by those words just now. Seeing his wife's dumbfounded look, Lin Feng stopped beating around the bush. Moving to her ear, he whispered. Su Mu Shui's face instantly became blushing. Honey, you know what? Actually, according to my original plan, I was planning to have children when I was 30. Before I'm 30, I'm going to be busy with my career and promote the national product. But, if husband you want, I can make changes. I'd give up all my plans for you. Because there is nothing, in this world, more important to me than you, husband. In fact, from the day Lin Feng met his parents, Su Mu Shui then planned to completely hand herself over to Lin Feng. But during that time, Lin Feng was busy with the company and his whole body was exhausted. Su Mu Shui then thought about putting this matter on hold for a while. After that, the two shared a bed though. But at best, it's like kissing and hugging and lifting high, and nothing substantial. But now, after both parents meet, Su Mu Shui felt that she could get closer to Lin Feng. After listening to Su Mu Shui's deep confession, Lin Feng was touched. He leaned over and took Su Mu Shui into his arms, moving his other hand towards his back. Honey, you look beautiful today. The words came from the bottom of his heart. Because Su Mu Shui was indeed very pretty to look at. Exquisite features, fair skin, big watery eyes, flab-free legs. Plus, the fact that she was wearing a lace nightgown, revealing a patch of pale skin, added a touch of sexiness and flirtation. Try a woman like that. And who can resist? Feeling the movements of Lin Feng's hands, Su Mu Shui unexpectedly didn't resist and even cooperated with Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng was also a little nervous, his heart was beating straight away. After all, it was his first time, too. Looking in front of him, at the shy Su Mu Shui, Lin Feng had the urge to want it now. But he held back. Because, with fine wines, it's all about taking your time. That way you can taste it in its truest form. That's right, wife. Since when have you been looking at me? Looking at Su Mu Shui in his arms, Lin Feng suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Su Mu Shui froze for a moment. She didn't expect Lin Feng to ask this kind of question. She thought for a moment and then said. Actually, 4 years ago, I had my eye on you during freshman orientation. You weren't like the other boys, everyone was so excited about college life back then. But you stayed out of it, all cold. That's when you captivated me. But I'm chicken. I put it off until the end of my senior year before I dared to confess to you. Su Muxue snuggled into Lin Feng's arms and said with a blushing face. Hearing this, Lin Feng was quite speechless. At that time, he had just crossed over. The whole thing was a dud, plus there was no system. So you can only hang back and look like you're staying out of it. At this moment, the fragrance emanating from Su Muxue's body kept pouring into Lin Feng's nostrils. He teased, actually. I've long liked you too. Speaking later, Lin Feng even increased his tone a bit. Deliberately molested Su Muxue. Looking at Lin Feng's handsome face, Su Muxue clenched her fists and her breathing sped up a little. Honey. So? You want it? At this moment, the two men looked at each other in all directions. Both saw in each other's eyes the blazing fire. I'm so hungry. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly said something inexplicable. It confused Su Muxue. Still, Su Muxue immediately said, if you're hungry, I'll go down there and feed you. When Su Muxue wanted to get up and go out to help Lin Feng cook noodles, Lin Feng exerted a fierce force and pulled her into his arms. Lin Feng looked at her with a hot gaze, a bad smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and he opened his mouth. Don't bother. I eat you just fine. When Su Muxue heard this, her pretty face was so red that it was like it could drip blood. Of course she knew what Lin Feng meant by that. She wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck and allowed him to pick her up and throw her onto the bed. In the meantime, the system's voice kept coming. Ding! As the host gives his wife sexual bliss. Strength +1. Endurance +1. Power +1. Power +1. Chapter 36, One Divine Drawl. The next day, early morning. Lin Feng looked at the messy bedroom and exchanged a glance with Su Muxue, who had just woken up. All with coy smiles. Last night, the two of them were just too crazy. And the clothes on Su Muxue's body had long been soaked with sweat. Luckily, she had stuffed an extra set of clothes in her bag when she left yesterday. Otherwise, she wouldn't have any clothes to wear today. At this moment, Su Muxue's body, sticky, was full of sweat stains. She pulled a dress out of her bag and ran to the bathroom in her bedroom to take a shower. The bedroom bathroom fitted with a frosted glass door. So Su Muxue wasn't worried that Lin Feng would peek at her shower. Of course, it was fine even if Lin Feng wanted to peek. He'd already seen all the places he should have seen anyway. As for Lin Feng, he didn't care too much about being clean, lying on his bed, thinking about the company. The development progress of the Wind God system will soon enter the final sprint stage. In less than a month, it will be developed. Perform the first live machine operation. And the company's employees, too, are self-motivated and dedicated in their respective roles. Lin Feng believed that with their efforts, it's definitely possible to get ahead of schedule. Lin Feng was now already able to think of the day when the Wind God system was officially announced to the public. How explosive the scene will be. When the time comes, he's going to show those foreign netizens. National systems. Just how awesome is that? The Dragon Kingdom's science and technology endeavors, which have been suppressed for years, will also see a leap forward. He was looking forward to that scene. Foreign netizens, as always, are proud of their tech companies, thinking that the Dragon Kingdom is just backward and can't do anything but pirate. But this time, Lin Feng was going to completely reverse their kind of condescending and wrong worldview. My lord, times have changed. From now on, the global internet technology sector will be led and dominated by the Dragon Kingdom, will be led and dominated by Wind God technology. Wait for Su Muxue to finish her bath. It was already a little after 8 o'clock in the morning. The two cleaned up and went inside the living room. Su Muxue had originally wanted to continue sleeping back to sleep. After all, she hadn't slowed down after tossing and turning for 2 hours last night. But now, it's at Lin Feng's and their house. Su Muxue didn't want to leave any bad impression on Wang Yue. She didn't want her mother-in-law to think that she was a lazy, sleepy woman. Coming to the dining room, Lin Feng and Su Muxue both sat down and started drinking chicken soup. Wang Yue looked at the tired two with an ambiguous smile on her face. Rushing towards Su Muxue, she said, Muxue, did you sleep well yesterday? Hearing this, Su Muxue froze for a moment. Well, sleeping okay. Wang Yue smiled and didn't continue talking. Lin Weiman sat next to him and also rushed at Lin Feng, giving him an appreciative look. And so, in an awkward but cozy atmosphere, the two finished breakfast. After breakfast, it was almost 9 o'clock. Before Lin Feng and Su Muxue went out, Su Muxue also didn't forget to say to Wang Yue and Lin Weiman, Dad, Mom, I'm going to work with Lin Feng first. I'll come back and have dinner with you guys some other time when I'm free. After that, the two of them came downstairs. In the parking space, find Su Muxue's black Mercedes. Su Muxue took out the car key, pressed the unlock button, and was about to enter the driver's seat. Just then, inside Lin Feng's mind, came the sound of the system. Ding! System mission released. Ask the host to drive and send his wife to work so that she can gain happiness. Mission accomplished, rewarded with a divine lucky draw. After hearing the system's quest prompt, Lin Feng decisively accepted the quest. Driving my wife to work. Isn't this a piece of cake? What's more, after the mission was completed, the system would also reward a divine draw opportunity. I don't know, though, what rewards I'll be able to draw. But since it carries the word godly, that thought should be awesome. So, with an arrow step, Lin Feng directly drilled into the driver's seat. Su Muxue looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Hubby, what are you doing? Lin Feng laughed. Honey, you used to drive me to work, now it's my turn to drive you. Su Muxue froze for a moment. Ha? Honey, can you drive? While Su Muxue was surprised, her heart was also looking forward to it. Honestly, she'd been waiting for this day for a long time. Driving isn't easy. It's getting late, hurry up and get in the car. After saying that, Lin Feng fastened his seatbelt and put the handbrake down. I remember when I first went to college, Lin Feng went with his roommate in the same dormitory and took the driver's license test together. At home, Lin Weiman also spent tens of thousands of dollars and bought a used car. Normally, Lin Feng didn't drive much. His driving skills, though, are not as good as the Akamason car gods. But it's still more than enough to get your wife to work. Su Muxue nodded and sat in the passenger seat. After fastening his seatbelt, he said to Lin Feng, Honey, you can drive. I'm buckled in. Lin Feng stepped on the gas and drove directly in the direction of downtown Binhai. On the way, Su Muxue even took out her cell phone and took a few pictures. Because this was the first time Lin Feng had sent himself to work. It was a memorable event for Su Muxue as well. For example, Lin Feng cooked for her for the first time. And the first official announcement. She keeps track of it all. And yesterday, I had dinner at Lin Feng's in their house and met my in-laws and other relatives. Before she left, she also took out her cell phone and took a picture with everyone. So now, she's going to pee down these photos. Send a heavyweight circle of friends. On the way to the office, Su Muxue PD'd the picture and sent out several dynamics in a row. The first dynamic was to share the mood of yesterday morning, when she went back to her mother-in-law's house with Lin Feng. The second dynamic was a photo of a meal with the elders of the Lin family. The third dynamic was a photo shoot with Lin Feng's parents. The fourth dynamic was a photo taken by Su Muxue sitting on the passenger side. With words, in honor of the first time my husband drove me to work with love. These four dynamics were like a wave of dog food thrown into the faces of the crowd. Within moments, it was seen by friends and family. The first person to leave a comment. It's the same Li Yaoyao that Lin Feng met last time. Mu Shui, aren't you going a bit overboard here? What did I tell you last time? I'll let you show your love, remember to block me. You're good, you're going straight for a quadruple shot and I haven't even had breakfast yet. Now eat your dog food, I'm full. Others, too, commented underneath and began to condemn Su Muxue. Yeah, that's outrageous. I'm still eating breakfast, thinking about brushing up on my friends for a while, and I didn't realize that the beginning was a blitzkrieg. If this is one, so be it. Bite the bullet, I can still eat it, but you're a big wave of dog food. Who can top that? Sisters, don't say anything, I'll do it first. You do it, I'll slip away, I really can't eat these 4 bowls of dog food. Chapter 37, You're really a daughter with filial piety. See the messages from friends. Su Muxue sat in the car, laughing her ass off. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, Wife, what's wrong with you? Su Muxue covered her mouth and laughed, It's fine, I just sent a few friend circles. Then my friend left a comment at the bottom saying she was full of dog food. I don't know why, but seeing their reaction made me feel a little good inside. No, I'm going to send another wave. Thinking of this, Su Muxue was in the car and took a selfie with Lin Feng. And then another friend post. With the words, husband is so handsome. Below the circle of friends, it's all verbal abuse. Nima. You're still coming, right? Help. It's broad daylight and they're killing dogs again. Seeing these comments, the smile on Su Muxue's face became even brighter. She was all starting to get a little skeptical. Is there something weird about yourself? An hour later, Lin Feng drove Su Muxue to the downstairs of the Su group. As soon as the car was parked, co-workers, coming and going, noticed the two inside. Look guys, isn't that Sister Muxue? The one driving the car, it can't be her husband Lin Feng, can it? I'm so envious, when will I let my husband drive me to work? Alas. Single dogs like us, I'm afraid we won't have a chance in this life. In addition to these co-workers, there's also Angela Su. She also happened to run into the scene. Seeing this, Suanchi directly walked towards where Lin Feng and Su Muxue were. Although, the last time I had dinner with the two of them, Suanchi was stuffed with dog food. From that day on, she made a secret vow in her heart. Next time, as long as Lin Feng was around, she would never come into contact with Su Muxue. Because, you never know. When will they show you the love? And it's still a blitzkrieg kind of thing. As a single dog, how could Suanchi bear this? Especially this morning, Suanchi swiped her friend's circle as usual while eating breakfast. But I didn't expect that just after clicking on the circle of friends, I saw the dynamic that Su Muxue had sent. She kind of got it now. You can't hide from the first day, but you can't hide from the 15th. It's better to hide than to fight head-on. Anyway, Su Mushue was thin-skinned. If she were to confront him head-on, she would in turn be a little more restrained. As the saying goes, it's better to strike first. Get down and eat dog food afterward. Su Angel walked up and tapped on the window, rushing to the passenger side. Mushue, how come Lin Feng is the one who sent you to work today? It looks like you were at your mother-in-law's house last night. It's quite tiring. And when you go to your in-law's house, you don't forget to take our dad's good wine collection with you. Our father cried all night last night, hiding in the study. Mushue, you are truly a daughter with filial piety. Being teased by Su Anqi like that. As expected, Su Mushue immediately blushed a little. Sis, what are you talking about? How could I? Immediately after that, Su Mushue looked at Lin Feng again and said, Honey, I'm already at the office. You get to work, don't be late later. After all, you're the boss, you have to set a good example for your employees. Lin Feng nodded and looked at Su Mushue. Okay, wife. I'll be off to work then. I'll pick you up later after work. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he directly drove and left the Su clan. Wait for Lin Feng to leave. Su Mushue glared at Su Anqi and beamed. What are you babbling about, old sister? I didn't take any of Dad's booze, don't you dare say that. Su Anqi shook her head helplessly and said in a deep voice. Mushue, just stop pretending. We know all about it. Last night, Dad couldn't find his bottle of 86 white wine. And called Mom and asked her, thinking she was the one who hid the wine. But I didn't realize that our mom didn't know either, and said that she saw the bottle of wine when she left this morning. Aren't you the only one left in our family besides me, and Mom and Dad? Even after being dismantled, Su Mushue still had a tough mouth and refused to admit it. Sis, I really didn't take it. I don't drink, what's the point of having it? Su Anqi rolled her eyes and couldn't do anything with her. Fine, just pretend. Let's see how you're going to act when we meet Dad later. Don't blame me for not warning you beforehand, our dad's pissed off right now. If you're sincere, maybe he'll forgive you. Su Mushue sniffed and immediately panicked. Ha? Dad's pissed? Seriously? Su Anqi snorted, haha. Now you're not beating yourself up, are you? Su Mushue then realized that she had been set up by Su Anqi. So it's back to the bitterness card. Okay sis, I admit it. I took that bottle of 86 mutai. But I couldn't help it, that night, Lin Feng came to our house for dinner. Didn't he drink with our father? I saw how much he loved to drink and thought that my father-in-law should like to drink too. But I'm too embarrassed to give away the usual wine. That's why. I hid on that bottle of white wine in our dad's study. Sis. My good old sister, you'll go up with me later. I'm afraid if Dad gets really mad, he'll even beat me. Su Mushue pulled Su Anqi's arm and kept shaking it. Su Anqi said, I can go up with you, but I have one condition. Okay, go ahead. Anything I can do, I promise you. Su Anqi said, in the future, can't you and Lin Feng keep a low profile, even though I know that the two of you have just gotten married and are in the newlywed stage? But you have to think about other people's feelings too, right? Your old sister, I'm still a single dog. Can my heart stand watching you post that stuff all day? Hearing this, Su Mushue almost didn't strain herself. Okay, I promise. In the future. I'll try to keep a low profile. Well, that's more like it. Immediately after that, Su Anqi took Su Mushue with her. A piece came to the top floor of the company. Su's office. The two knocked on the door, then walked in. Upon arriving at the office, Angel Su was the first to speak. Dad, Mushue is here. Seeing Su Mushue, Su Jiangwo put down the documents in his hand, then sat down on the sofa. Mushue, sit down, Dad wants to ask you something. Here's the thing, Dad has a bottle of 86 flying mutai. I've had it in my collection for years and I've never been able to drink it. But yesterday, I realized it was gone. Did you bring it to Lin Feng's house to honor his dad? Su Mushue didn't deny it and directly nodded her head to acknowledge it. Yes, Dad. For his own daughter, Su Jiangwo was originally still very satisfied. But ever since she married Lin Feng, she has become more and more filial every day. A trip to the in-laws' house even involves taking along your own white wine. This great filial daughter. It really moved his liver. Seeing the conversation between Su Mushue and Su Jiangwo, Su Anqi, who had always been unsmiling, couldn't help but laugh out loud at this moment. What a great pair. Husband and daughter. In the meantime, Lin Feng was driving on his way to the creative park. Just then, the system voice came. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing your mission and driving your wife to work. Bonus attributes, luck +1, endurance +1. Reward, 1 chance to win a divine lottery. Chapter 38 Employee Payback. Ding. May I ask the host if the lottery is now being drawn? Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Feng couldn't help but slam on the brakes. His long-awaited divine draw had finally arrived. Make the draw. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and said directly. Ding. divine lucky draw opens. Congratulations to the host, you've won a global exposure role. Global exposure volume. With this volume, you can get the global top traffic exposure once for half a month. Seeing the system's prompt, Lin Feng was ecstatic in his heart. This reward, for him, could be considered timely. Just by having this role, it's the equivalent of, well, being able to have a global exposure. A whole $8 billion of traffic. Seeing that, the Wind God system was about to be developed. When it's time for the product launch, use this exposure role, plus your own, exposure plus, skill. That's definitely a heat value pull. In this day and age, as long as there's traffic, pigs can make money. What's more, what Lin Feng's company had developed was still the top-of-the-line computer system. By then, it will not only be a global sensation. Maybe even alerting someone from above, that is. As the saying goes, even fragrant wine is afraid of the deep alley. No matter how good your product is. If no one pays attention, it's all for naught. But now, Lin Feng had obtained this exposure role, and that was equivalent to making up for the shortcomings in this area. And it's good for half a month. In this way, it is hard not to be on fire. He was looking forward to the reaction of the netizens from various countries when the time came. When he thought of this, Lin Feng kicked the gas and accelerated to the company. 5 minutes later, Lin Feng drove to the creative park. It is customary to hold a company staff meeting today. Make plans and goals to accomplish for the week. At the meeting, Lin Feng took out the Wind God system, the most crucial piece of source code. Handed it over to Manager Lu of the technical department. Manager Lu looked at Lin Feng and patted his chest to assure him. Mr. Lin, please don't worry. With this critical source code, I trust our technical department. Just spend another 10 days, and you'll be able to develop the Wind God system completely. If it goes well, with an extra shift on Saturday and Sunday, then next Tuesday, we'll be ahead of schedule. Mr. Lin, do you think you should let the employees, all of them, work overtime this week? Hearing Manager Lu's suggestion, Lin Feng's answer was clear. That's 2 words. Not working. The Wind God system, which is really needed, grabbed and developed it. As the owner of the company, Lin Feng was more anxious than anyone else. After all, the company is, right now, completely unproductive. Every day is a burn. But he didn't want to go against the company's original intent because of it. That is, it is okay to catch up, but you should never squeeze your employees to catch up. If Wintech really did this, what's the difference between that and any other lobby business, then? And a while ago, Winshin Technology was on the hot seat for a few days because of the company's good benefits. Wouldn't it be a slap in the face to do so now? Lin Feng looked at Manager Lu and said with a solemn expression, Manager Lu, I understand what you mean. But I want you to remember that we, Wind God Technology, not only to create a, well, domestic operating system that will take the world by storm. More than anything, we want to be an enterprise with a conscience and become a benchmark for enterprises in the Dragon Kingdom. That's why I created this company in the first place. That's why. No matter how urgent the project is, you can't squeeze the brakes out of your employees. This point, do you hear me? After hearing these impassioned words from Lin Feng, the department managers present, all of them, froze. They glanced at each other, and a surge of righteousness rose in their hearts. Honestly, compared to Lin Feng's pattern, they are just too narrow-minded. After the meeting, Lu, the manager of the technical department, immediately returned to the technical department and held a small meeting. When he talked to the employees in the technical department, after relaying Lin Feng's words, the employees who were there were moved to tears. I can't imagine that Mr. Lin, as the boss, is still thinking of his employees in every way. Where can I find such a company? Even if not for the prize money. For this company, for Mr. Lin. They have to do a good job too, otherwise how can they live up to Mr. Lin's kindness? There are a couple of single employees who are still thinking about the evening after work. Go to the cafeteria for a meal, then come back and continue working late. They were spontaneous. Count me in. Going back to playing games anyway. Might as well blow the air conditioning in the company and develop the Wind God system along the way. That's right, get the system developed in advance and get your bonus as soon as possible. I'm not doing this for any other reason, just because I have a boss like Mr. Lin, I can't let this company close down. Stop it, the company is my home, production depends on everyone. At this very moment. Such a scene does not only happen in the technical department. Other departments, whether it's HR, finance, or marketing, they were even more hopeful than Lin Feng himself, that they would be able to make the company work and bring the Wind God system to the world. Because only in this way could they continue to stay in Wind God Technology. Such a good company, if it goes out of business. What a loss, huh? That's why. They have volunteered to work overtime. Sisters, get over here, I have a discussion with you. In the meeting today, Mr. Lin slammed Manager Lu for proposing overtime. I'm sure you've all heard that all of my colleagues in the technical department are now working overtime on their own initiative. Our marketing department, that can't be left behind. Now I would like to ask, as part of the marketing department, do you serve? Anyway, I'm all for it. I'll be back after dinner to continue working late. Hearing this, the colleagues in the marketing department nodded their heads. Is that even a question? If he-tech can work overtime, of course we can't lag behind. Woman. To the end. To the end. All 20 female co-workers in the marketing department raised their hands in favor, without a single exception. Okay, unanimous vote. We'll eat later and sneak back in quietly. We mustn't let Mr. Lin know that we're secretly working overtime at the company. Lin Feng, at this time, was still in his office, dealing with financial statements. He hadn't even thought about the fact that he had vetoed manager Lu's overtime offer at the meeting. But the employees of various departments, after learning about this matter, even hid from themselves and secretly worked extra shifts. If Lin Feng knew about this, I wonder if I should cry. Or should I laugh? Buzz off. Just then, Lin Feng's cell phone rang. He picked up his cell phone and took a closer look at it, realizing it was a text message. The text message said roughly the same thing. Dear Mr. Lin. Congratulations, you won the grand prize when you bought the welfare lottery a few days ago. Please contact us within 7 days to claim your prize. If you miss the redemption time, the ticket will be automatically voided. Copy that, go back 1. Chapter 39, Did you really win the lottery? See this text message. Lin Feng suddenly wanted to laugh a little. What is this day and age with these scam texts? Grow a pair, scammers. What a lack of progress. Lin Feng remembered that when he was in junior high school, he often received such fraudulent text messages. Say something about you winning $5 million or an Apple phone. Ask you to contact him and make a deposit. After the deposit, the person is gone. I can't imagine that in 2023 there are such scammers. Who would believe that? Lin Feng put his cell phone aside and ignored the matter. Continue to review the financial statements. The other side. Inside the main lottery station in Marina del Rey, several staff members were gathered around chatting gossip. I'm telling you, the lottery was just drawn. There's a kid who won the grand prize. Guess what, that special prize, how much? On the faces of the others, there were curious expressions as they inquired, how much? The number speaks for itself. You're not going to believe this, all I can say is it's pretty bombastic. Never mind, I'll keep a little suspense. By then, when that kid is on the news, you guys will naturally know. The other co-workers cut in, their expressions somewhat disdainful. But soon, it came around again and asked. And who was the winner of the last issue of? That's always revealing, isn't it? The head of the lottery station hesitated. But seeing his co-workers, with their gossipy faces, he still couldn't help but say. Okay. We'll reveal a little bit to you. The winner of the last issue was a young man named Lin Feng. Probably early 20s, still young. The expressions on the faces of the people present became even more shocked when they heard this. But while shocked, there was more envy. My God. I can't believe he's only in his early 20s? That's too much luck for this Thomas. I've been buying lottery tickets for more than 10 years and the biggest prize I've ever won was $500. This kid, a proper winner in life. At such a young age, you won so much money, you'll have a comfortable life in the future. In the meantime, Lin Feng didn't realize that due to the increase in lucky value leading to him, the lottery ticket he had bought with Su Mu Shui earlier had actually won. And it's the first ever grand prize. I guess even Su Mu Shui didn't expect it. She had previously made up a random excuse to support Lin Feng's business venture. Let Lin Feng buy hundreds of lottery tickets. I can't believe I actually won. At this point, it's not expected to be more than a few days left before this lie wears thin. Su Mu Shui gave Lin Feng $20 million on the pretext of winning the lottery. It's because she feels that the probability of winning a lottery ticket, that's less likely than choking on water. So there's absolutely no way to win. And that lie will be buried in her heart forever. But now, due to the increase in lucky value, something happened that made Su Mu Shui unexpected. Lin Feng went so far as to, it really hit the jackpot. At this time, Su Mu Shui knew nothing about this. Lin Feng is no exception. He thought that it was a scam text message. Who let the scammers, nowadays, are just too rampant. It's easy to get a head start. And Lin Feng also felt. The lottery is a scam. No one ever wins the jackpot. Those so-called winners are nothing more than the trustees put out by the lottery stations. Next time. Lin Feng commutes to work as usual, and his days are quite comfortable. Until the eve of the vacation, Manager Lu of the technical department submitted a document. The document says above that the final stage of development of the Wind God system is 80% complete. Next Monday, the final sprint stage will take place. The progress of the project's completion could be said to have completely exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. Originally, he thought that unless it was Saturday and Sunday overtime, otherwise, it would probably be hard enough to complete 50% of the progress. Because time-wise, there just isn't enough. But now, Surprisingly, 80% of the progress is done? This was doubly surprising to Lin Feng. Manager Lu. According to you, we'll be done with system development by next Tuesday? Manager Lu looked at Lin Feng and replied. Yes, Mr. Lin. I'm surprised about this, too. I can assure you that they were definitely not made to work overtime. But for some reason, the staff in the tech department, their efficiency has suddenly skyrocketed. A task that would have taken 2 days to accomplish, they actually accomplished it in 1 day. After hearing this from Manager Lu, Lin Feng always felt that something was strange, but couldn't quite put my finger on what was wrong. Just at this time, Lin Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up his cell phone and looked at it. It was discovered that it was Su Mu Shui who had called. Lin Feng waved his hand, signaling that Manager Lu could go out first. Only after Manager Lu left did Lin Feng pick up the phone, and Su Mu Shui's voice came immediately. Honey, are you still busy? I'm going to a cosmetic industry reception tonight. At that time, there will be a lot of celebrities from Binhai City, as well as giants from the cosmetic industry in Dragon Kingdom attending. I've accompanied my oldest sister to all of them before. But today, my oldest sister had something to do and couldn't get away. So, can I trouble you to accompany me to attend? I can reward you if you say yes. Balls you up, hubby. Lin Feng instantly grasped the point. The corners of his mouth turned up in a playful smile as he asked. What are you going to reward me for? I'll see if the rewards are plentiful and decide if I want to help you or not. Originally, if Su Mu Shui had whined or pout with Lin Feng, and Lin Feng agreed. But now, she had to deliver it to her door, saying there was some kind of reward. Saying this, Lin Feng could be interested. After all, the two had only just gotten substantial. Lin Feng hadn't tasted enough of his wife. And hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Mu Shui, for a moment, was in a bit of a dilemma. In fact, just now, she just casually said that. I didn't expect Lin Feng to take it seriously. But fortunately, in her private life, she hadn't studied this much. There are a lot of articles on the internet that say that men can't resist the allure of black silk. I wonder if that's true? Want to try it yourself someday? Or, use this as a reward for your husband to accompany you to the reception? Su Mu Shui originally had a good figure, to have breasts and legs. 2 chopstick legs, I don't know how many people are envious. Add to that the unbelievable face value, and if you put on stockings, who could top that? If Lin Feng liked it, she wouldn't mind trying it on. But Su Mu Shui was thin-skinned, so how could she ask about this? Can't say, honey, do you like black silk? Why don't I try it on for you? This is too sick. In that case, wouldn't her image as a high-flying schoolgirl be ruined in one egg? This is not good. Su Mu Shui thought for a moment, then said, Honey, what's the point of asking now? Since it's a reward, then surely I'll have to wait until it's over before I tell you all. That's what makes it mysterious. You don't have to worry, this reward, it certainly won't disappoint you. Lin Feng smiled. I can't imagine that my own wife, she has learned to play with desire. He was just about to agree to Su Mu Shui, but just then, the system's voice suddenly came. Chapter 40 Xavier Lee. Ding. System mission released. Accompany your wife to business receptions to give her a sense of well-being. Bonus skill, business acumen. Seeing the system prompt in front of him, Lin Feng immediately became interested. If you have this skill, you can become a real business genius and see all the business opportunities. This skill, for the future development of wind god technology, could be considered crucial. After all, create a homegrown operating system. This is just the initial goal of the company. In the future, more applications and software are bound to be developed around this system. Let Fengshan Technology become the world's top technology enterprise. And having business acumen is important. Lin Feng had just come out of society, and this was what he lacked the most. Therefore, he didn't even think about it and directly accepted the mission. And, even without this mission, rushing to his wife's so-called reward, he would have agreed. After all, the temptation of a school beauty. Who can resist? What's more, this was the first time his wife had asked for help. Of course Lin Feng wouldn't refuse. Honey, are you serious? Will you really accompany me to the business reception later? Su Mu Shui asked in an agitated tone. Lin Feng laughed. Of course it's true. It's just a cocktail party. Since your honorable wife has asked, how dare I refuse? Honey, you're so good to me. Then come pick me up after work. I've got a little work on my end that I haven't finished. Lin Feng returned. Good. After hanging up, Su Mu Shui continued to handle the work. Just then, outside the office, there was a sudden knock on the door. Immediately afterward, a female co-worker walked in. Sister Mu Shui, the person in charge of the reception called just now. Ask you and Mr. Su if you can attend the reception in the evening. He has to count the number of people on his side. Su Mu Shui put down the documents in her hand and looked at her. You tell him. My sister has something to do with this reception that she won't be attending. But I'll be at the reception. The female co-worker wondered, are you attending alone? No, and my husband. I'm going to ask him to accompany me. As Sumu Shue said that, a happy smile appeared on her face. Okay, I get it. I'm going to reply to them. The workplace, as always, is the birthplace of gossip. When the colleagues from the other departments of the Su group heard that Su Mushue was going to take Lin Feng to the industry reception tonight, there was a lot of acid to it. The male co-workers, in particular, almost broke their defenses on the spot. Alas. It's really a matter of goods being thrown away and people dying. Look at the other Lin Feng, he's so young, he's married to the schoolgirl as his wife. And you get to spend time with your wife and go to these high-class receptions, and we're stuck here working overtime. It's so sour. Sour me to death. How can the gap be so wide when they are both men? People graduate from college and become bosses, we graduate from college and become leaks. Mud, is there any justice? With the male colleagues breaking their defenses in time, Lin Feng had already driven and arrived downstairs at Su's group. Sumu Shue had long been at the door, waiting for Lin Feng for a long time. Seeing her car, Sumu Shue directly drilled in and smiled. Honey, let's get going. The reception will be held at the Sheraton Hotel in Newtown. Yes. Lin Feng nodded and directly stepped on the gas. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the Sheraton Hotel. Sumu Shue took Lin Feng's arm and elegantly walked towards the hotel auditorium. Before they could walk into the auditorium, a beautiful woman in a bustier evening gown with heavy makeup on her face walked over. She's the owner of Violet Beauty. Name's Xavier Lee. In recent times, Violet Beauty and Su Group have reached an in-depth cooperation strategy. Privately, Su Mushue's relationship with Xia Weilei was also very good. Mu Shue, you're here. Su Mushue laughed. Yeah, Sister Violet, you've come quite early too. I got here half an hour early. Just now, I heard someone say that your sister couldn't come to this reception because of her work. But you'll bring your husband along for the ride. At first, I thought they were joking with me, but I didn't realize it was true. Mu Shue, your husband is quite handsome. Su Mushue smiled and said proudly, that's for sure. Can my husband not be handsome? Let me introduce you, this is my husband Lin Feng. Su Mushue took Lin Feng's arm and continued. Honey, this is the owner of Violet Beauty, you can call her Sister Violet. She's one of the most beautiful people in the beauty industry in Binhai City. And also my predecessor, who recently signed a cooperation strategy with our Su Group. When I first joined the industry, Sister Violet didn't take care of me. Lin Feng nodded his head as a way of saying hello to Xavier Lei. From the looks of it, Xavier I was in her early 30s at most. But in reality, her real age, however, was around 40, only that she looked younger because she had taken better care of herself. But on her, that matured flavor could not be deceived. Especially she was the fullness of her breasts, which looked particularly tantalizing under the constraints of the evening gown. You can't help it, you want to play with it. Xavier I looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Well, let's hurry up and get inside. The reception is about to begin. Just waiting for you guys. Su Mushue held Lin Feng's hand. Let's go, husband. Lin Feng nodded. Aha. The two men followed Xavier Lee's lead. Head straight for the auditorium. Chapter 41, Finding the Actual Hammer. Inside the hotel auditorium. When Su Mushue and Lin Feng appeared in front of the crowd, the expressions on the faces of the men in the room all became envious and jealous. You know, although Su Mushue had just joined the industry not long ago, but her ability to work, that's there for all to see. Plus her illustrious background and her reputation as the flower of Marina University. Who wouldn't want to marry her? But I didn't expect to be cut off by a brat so close to graduation. Many of them, within them, are old men in society. It was originally thought that when Su Mushue graduated, just start wooing her. But now, it's too late to say anything. But honestly, this Lin Feng was pretty damn handsome. A height of 1.82 m, coupled with a handsome face and a unique aura on his body. Even if a man looks at it, he can't help but say, handsome. It was no wonder that Su Mushue was upside down. Many of the women in the room were casting sizzling gazes at Lin Feng. At this moment, they gathered around and greeted Su Mushue. Mushue, this is your husband, right? Too good looking too. This face, this body, it's just a gaga messy kill. No wonder Mushue you proposed to him at the graduation ceremony. If he goes out into society, he'll be played by those old women. Compared to these greasy men in the room, your husband is a man of God. That's it, what envy. The women who were there were heard praising Lin Feng. As Lin Feng's wife, Su Mushue's face, too, was very dignified. At first, when I was in college, she couldn't figure out why those women, when they couldn't move, had to show their love. But now, she finally understood. Turns out the husband was complimented. It's amazing how much fun it can be. But at this point, the men standing next to them. Instead, each one of them showed a bitter face with a very ugly expression. Nice and proper. What have you done to yourself? Just to be called a greaser by these girls? Especially this Lin Feng, you're so handsome, can't you keep a low profile? It was already infuriating enough when you married Su Mu Shui. But now, surprisingly, he had to accompany her to the reception. Isn't this just to piss us off? Seeing the goddess of his dreams in Lin Feng's arms. And calling him husband in public. Men in the audience. It's a total meltdown. 8 o'clock in the evening. Inside the Su Group office building. Although it was long past closing time. But Su Anqi and Su Jiangwo, as the company's president and vice president. The two remained in the office to take care of some business matters. By the time I finished the task at hand, it was almost 9 o'clock. Su Jiangwo looked at the time and realized that it was already so late. He gathered his things and prepared to walk out of the office. Just then, the assistant came over and greeted him. Su Don, are you done with your work? Su Jiangwo nodded and asked, well, where are Angie and Mu Shui? Tonight, there's a business reception that the girls should have been at, right? The assistant replied, Su Don, it's like this, Mr. Su didn't go to the reception because he had to work overtime. But Sister Mu Shui, she's already gone to participate, so you don't have to worry. Su Jiangwo nodded, okay, I know, you also get off work early, it's so late. The assistant bowed and then said, okay, thanks Su Don. Wait for the assistant to leave. Su then walked into the elevator. Straight to Su Anqi's office. At this time, Su Anqi was in her office, dealing with documents. Seeing Su Jiangwo come in, she froze for a moment and then asked, Dad, what are you doing here? Su Jiangwo laughed, I heard from my assistant that you didn't go to this reception, so I came over to see you. Su Anqi said shyly, actually, I wanted to participate, but I've been too busy with work lately to get away. Then, Mu Shui went to the reception alone. Nothing's going to happen, is it? She hasn't been out of the community for long, and she doesn't know how to drink. Su Jiangwo asked with concern. After all, it's my own father, although the little cotton jacket is leaking badly. But no matter what, it's still your own daughter. Dad, don't worry. With Lin Feng accompanying Mu Shui along, it'll be fine. Su Jiangwo nodded and smiled. Well, so, that's a relief. But then again, wasn't Mu Shui a bit too biased lately? It's only been a few days since we got married and we're taking my husband to a reception. Usually they go over there with themselves. LOL. It's really a girl's fault. Okay, I got it. You pack up too and hurry back to rest. It's getting late. Su Jiangwo finished his instructions and was just about to leave the office. Just then, Su Anqi suddenly said, right Dad, there's something I want to ask you. Do you know Wind God Technology? What exactly does this company do? Su Jiangwo was slightly puzzled. Wind God Technology? Right. Su Anqi nodded her head and said, it's the tech company that, before, was famous in Binhai City. Su Jiangwo shook his head and said, this, I'm not too sure about. After all, our family is in the beauty business, and with the tech industry, there's no connection. But the other day, when I went out for a drink, I heard from a couple of bosses in the tech world. The company, they say, offers a very good benefits package to its employees, but they don't know exactly what they do. When he said that, Su Jiangwo felt a little strange and continued to ask. But, Angie, I've noticed how you've been, lately, so interested in this company. The reason why Su Anqi is interested in Wind God Technology. It was because she had been able to be 100% sure. Some time ago, on the list of major hot searches and sensationalized the entire coastal city business circle of the Wind God Technology. It's actually Lin Feng's company. The reason why Su Anqi dared to be so sure. There was a reason for her. Ever since the last time Lin Feng came to the house as a guest, she began to suspect in her heart that this Wind God Technology was, in fact, Lin Feng's company. After all, there's no such thing as coincidence in heaven. Again, it's a tech company. Again, it opened a few days ago. Also open in the Marina del Rey Creative Park. Even the name of the company carries the word wind. It's a series of coincidences down the line. Isn't that the real deal? That's why Su Anqi was secretly investigating in private. After her investigation, she found that Lin Feng, indeed, frequented Wind God Technology. And the employees at the front desk, they all address him as Mr. Lin. This is the nail in the coffin, so to speak. Only. What intrigued Su Angel? Lin Feng and his company, what exactly do they do? Although it says it's a tech company, no one knows exactly what it does. For this reason, Su Anqi even went to Li Yaoyao to inquire about it. After all, Li Yaoyao had previously gone to Lin Feng's company to do a live interview. According to her, when she first went to the interview, everyone was very cooperative. But there was only one department that declined her interview. That would be the technical department. When she heard this, Su Anqi's heart was filled with doubts. Why is it that WinTech, all the other divisions are available for interviews? But what about the only thing that doesn't work is the technical department? Could it be that? What is this company, Winshin Technologies, working on? Fear of being forewarned? Chapter 42. A chance to make a name for yourself in history. Seeing Su Anqi in a daze, Su Jiangwo couldn't help but say, Angie, what are you thinking? What's gotten into you? Hearing Su Jiangwo's voice, Suanchi came back to her senses. No. Nothing. I'm just wondering what Windsor Technologies, really, is for. Paying their employees such high wages, but no one knows what their company does. Suanchi made a random excuse and perfunctorily passed it. Until we figure out what exactly Lin Feng's company does. She didn't want to tell this matter to Su Jiangwo and Su Muxue to know. Su Jiangwo stroked his chin and said thoughtfully. Here's the deal, Angie. Since you're so interested in this company, Dad has quite a few friends over at the creative part, so I'll ask them to ask around for you. Dad will let you know if anything comes of it. Su Angel nodded and smiled. Okay, Dad. You go back first. I'm going to be busy for a while longer. Su packed up, then drove toward home. At this moment, in the entire Su clan, only Suanchi was left alone. She stayed in her office, long past the point of working. The more she thought about it, the more curious she became. What is Lin Feng's company working on, anyway? It's so mysterious. Could it be that Lin Feng is really up to something big? With him being an undergraduate. What can we do? The more Suanchi thought about it, the more her heart scratched. It's like a cat scratching. 10 o'clock at night. The reception ended on time. Lin Feng drove Su Muxue home. Su Muxue sat on the passenger seat and touched her stomach and said, Honey, I'm so hungry. Haven't eaten a thing since I got off work. On top of the reception, it was also all too busy talking to people to eat much. Lin Feng smiled and said, Honey, when we go back later, I'll make you food. Aha! Honey, you're so good to me. Su Muxue had just finished speaking. A system voice then came from Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your mission to accompany your wife to the reception. Bonus skill, business acumen. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Feng felt his head tighten. Countless business knowledge, like an ocean, flooded into his brain. Lin Feng felt that his understanding of business had now reached an unprecedented level. After a few moments, Lin Feng let out a long breath, his mood extraordinarily pleasant. Now everything is ready, all we need is an east wind. As soon as the wind god system is developed. And hold a new product promotional conference. By then, the wind god system would definitely cause a global sensation. Lin Feng's heart is really getting more and more excited. After all, to break the foreign operating system, the decades-long monopoly. Let the domestic system to the world stage. This feat is something that can go down in the annals of the internet history of the Dragon Kingdom. Next time. Lin Feng commutes to work as usual every day and picks up his wife. Life is quite full. But by the time Monday rolled around, something happened that Lin Feng didn't expect. Manager Lu of the technical department holding a document. Fire ran in. Mr. Lin, this is the progress of our technical department's work this week. Please take a look. Lin Feng took the document, roughly looked at it, and then said, Just tell me directly. Manager Lu replied, Yes, Mr. Lin. Our current staff in the technical department is becoming more productive by the day. As of now, the Wind God system has been developed and is in the final stages of testing. As long as there are no problems with the testing, then a product launch can be held at any time. Get the product on the market. Although it was expected. But hearing this result, Lin Feng was still a bit surprised. Originally, according to his plan, it would all take at least 3 months to complete the development. But now, it was done in less than a month? Lin Feng was really getting puzzled. This employee commutes to work every day as usual. And it's all double time on Saturdays and Sundays. But, this work process. How come it's getting faster by the week? It's amazing that the system is now being developed a month and a half ahead of schedule. It's simply horrible as hell. Seems like a surprisingly efficient group of employees, this one. Now all that's needed is final testing and the Windsor system will be ready for sale. But really, since this is a reward given by the system. Generally, even without testing, there are no bugs. That means it's time to get the system on the market and sell it now. But, it's better to test it just to be on the safe side. There's no rush. At this point, inside the technical department, 24 employees just finishing up for the day. Everyone is exhausted to the point of exhaustion. However, the thought of getting the Windsor system on the market next week is a good one. They were full of chicken blood again and became combative. Brothers, starting tomorrow, let's continue to speed things up. Trying to get the Wind God system tested by Friday. That would make the launch next week. We can slow down a bit too. Mention the launch of the Windsor system. The employees of the technical department were even more excited than Lin Feng himself. If this time, the domestic system can be released successfully, then their names. It will also go down in the annals of the Dragon Internet. So, the employees of the technical department, every face is full of anticipation. They expect that the release of the Wind God system will create a buzz across the internet. Even on foreign social media, it can cause a stir. Let those foreign netizens have a good look at the technology of the Dragon Kingdom. It is important to realize that in the field of internet, the country started too late. Everywhere, they are overwhelmed by foreign countries. But now, with the development of the wind god system completed, this is a situation that will be completely broken. And most importantly, it's a great opportunity to make a name for yourself. Those foreigners used to always say, the Dragon Kingdom is all about gaming and cutting leaks in the internet tech space with no big picture perspective. After all, it doesn't matter how hot your game is. At the end of the day, it still has to run inside a foreign operating system. If ever, there is a falling out between the two countries, all people have to do is move their hands and change the data a little bit and they have you by the throat. It's a feeling that's not so pleasant. By then, even if your company has a market capitalization of tens or hundreds of billions of dollars, they can also leave you in the dust overnight. That's the downside of being technologically backward. But now, the introduction of the wind god system will completely solve this drawback. Breaking the invisible hand abroad. Getting away from other people. When they thought of this, the colleagues in the technical department were overwhelmed with excitement. Because that day, it's not far away. The countdown is on, at least from now on. There were just less than a few days left before the wind god system was released. Chapter 43, Overtime Caught in the Act. The next few days, the company is in a state of preparedness. After the previous period of bonding, the employees of the various departments of Winshin Technology almost reached a good tacit understanding. That's every evening, after going to the cafeteria. Then after Lin Feng and the company executives all left, they then sneak back into the office and continue to work overtime to catch up on their work. On the one hand, they didn't want Lin Feng to have any psychological burden. Because Lin Feng is against employees working overtime. After all, he had harshly condemned such behavior at a company meeting. So, it's the co-workers who secretly work overtime without Lin Feng's knowledge. On the other hand, in fact, every employee hopes that the function system can be listed as soon as possible. If a company, for a long time, is losing money, then there is a good chance that it will end up in bankruptcy due to lack of cash flow. They don't want to see Wind God Technology take this step. After all, such a great company, such great pay, such a pattern boss. Where can I find it? So, for nothing else, even for myself, they also had to work overtime to get the Wind God system out ahead of schedule. One evening, about 6 o'clock, employees flocked to the cafeteria and had a buffet dinner. After dinner, first there were a few co-workers who went back inside the office building to see if Lin Feng and the other executives were off work. After making sure the company is empty, come back and inform the other co-workers. Then everyone swarmed into the office building. Meanwhile, in a certain restaurant across the street from the creative park, Li Yaoyao and Bing Bing, a reporter from her company, were sitting at the window seat to eat their dinner. They had just finished interviewing other companies in the creative park. It was hard to sit down for dinner. As a result, they found out there was a group of employees who were swarming, running towards the location of the office building. Seeing this, the reporter Bing Bing became a bit puzzled. Sister Yao Yao, if I'm not mistaken, these employees, they should all be from Wind God Technology, right? Didn't Winshin Technology just hit the hot search a while ago because of good treatment and no overtime? Now what, let the employees start working overtime, huh? Could it be that Wind God Technology has begun to cut leaks? Seeing this, Li Yaoyao revealed a grave expression. Relying on her experience in the media industry, which was not much, this matter should not be that simple. Bing Bing, let's sneak along and take a look. I have a feeling that tonight, we're going to dig up big news. I sniffed in surprise. Big news? Really? When Li Yaoyao and Bing Bing followed them over, the employees of Wind God Technology have all returned to the company. And when they were downstairs at the office, they heard an employee talking. Have someone stand sentry downstairs. Can't be found out by Mr. Lin and other company executives or anything. It seems like they have to work overtime until the wee hours of the morning. Hearing this, Li Yaoyao's entire body was dumbfounded. Even Bing Bing, too, revealed an expression of disbelief. She had been a reporter for so many years, what strange and bizarre things had she not seen? But before, she had only heard that capitalists forced their employees to work overtime. It also doesn't pay overtime and even makes the employees pay backwards. But she had never heard that there would be employees spontaneously working overtime. And a stakeout to keep the boss from finding out? Yo-yo-san. Did you just hear that? They said they were going to work late into the wee hours of the morning and not let the boss find out. That means they're working spontaneous overtime. In all my years as a reporter, I've never encountered anything like this. This is outrageous. Sister Yao Yao, you were right just now, this matter, if reported, can definitely become explosive news. Not only did Bing Bing think so, Li Yaoyao also thought so. But at this time, what Li Yaoyao didn't know was the owner of Winshin Technologies. It's actually her best friend Su Mushue's husband. I wonder how she would react if she knew about this. Just then, Ice suddenly spoke.
Yo-yo-san. Why don't we go in now and interview them?
Ask them why they're working spontaneous overtime and hiding it from their company bosses.
Or, ask them what they think of the company's owners?
Li Yaoyao shook her head and hurriedly said, Bing Bing, don't be in a hurry, let's wait a little longer. They are, right now, sending people downstairs to keep an eye on them, they just don't want anyone to know they're working late.
If we go over for an interview now, we're sure to be rejected by them. So, let's just wait. I thought about it, and it did make sense. How long do we have to wait?
Li Yaoyao replied, at the very least, you have to wait until after they finish working overtime, right? Don't worry, they're working spontaneous overtime now, they won't be working late.
After all, they're working overtime without pay anyway. And it's being kept from the boss, so that means there's definitely no overtime pay.
In that case, it certainly won't take long to add up, I reckon, half a bell at the most.
By then, they'll be out for sure. Hearing this, Ice finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it's just a half-hour wait, that's still fine. Okay. Then let's just wait. In the meantime,
after the employees of Winshin Technology returned to the company, the few co-workers who led the way spoke up.
Comrades, it's 7 p.m. sharp.
Everyone get back to your workstations, start catching up, and try to get the job done by 12 o'clock. In this way, when Mr. Lin comes to work tomorrow, we can submit the test report of the Wind God system.
Maybe that afternoon, there will be a system launch. The 200 employees present, after hearing this, nodded their heads and said, Brothers and sisters, let's all work together tonight. If you're really sleepy if it's late in the evening, you can go to a colleague in the finance department. Have them order a couple cups of coffee to refresh everyone.
The words were followed by colleagues from various departments. Then they went back to their respective workstations and began to bury their heads in the sand. They're ready to, work overtime into the wee hours of the morning. And at this time, Li Yaoyao and Bing Bing, who were ambushed outside Wind God Technology.
Instead, they waited relentlessly. Especially Bing Bing, she thought to herself, isn't it just half an hour? It's only 7 o'clock in the evening. In half an hour, that's 7:30. It's still early. But half an hour passed.
Inside the Wind God Technology office building, the lights were still on, and no one was going off work.
Bing Bing looked at Li Yaoyao and said, Sister Yaoyao, half an hour is here. But the employees of Wind God Technology, why haven't they come out yet? Li Yaoyao looked down at her cell phone and said,
Don't worry, wait a little longer.
I reckon they'll be out in another half hour, at 8 o'clock, for sure. When Ice heard that, 8 o'clock was it?
Also available.
It's acceptable. But half an hour passed again. Ice looked at her cell phone and then at the office building. Realized they had no intention of going off duty. Yo-yo-san. It's 8 o'clock, how come? No one's out yet?
At this time, Li Yaoyao was also a bit uncertain. She could only casually make a couple of perfunctory remarks to calm Ice down.
After all, opportunities are rare. It was so hard to catch such a powerful news, she didn't want to miss it. So, Li Yaoyao said to Bing Bing, Wait a little longer.
They're working spontaneous overtime, I'm pretty sure until 10 p.m. kind of at the most.
By 10 o'clock, they'll be out for sure. Hear that? Ice sighed helplessly. From 7 to 8 and now 10. Isn't that a bit too big of a span?
Still, it's just another 2 hours of waiting, which is barely acceptable.
But, by 10 o'clock, still no one had come out. See the situation. Li Yaoyao was also a bit unable to sit still. Even if they, Mr. Lin, have a high level of charisma, they can't be like this, right? A whole 200 employees, spontaneously working overtime. It's 10 p.m. and there's not a single off-duty person? This is not scientific. Chapter 44 System Testing completed. By 10 o'clock at night.
Ice was already so sleepy that her eyes were a little less open. She was already tired enough from today, going to interview other companies. I didn't expect to be dragged by my boss after work. Squat here. If it wasn't for the big news. That's 2 days vacation for her, and she doesn't want to keep squatting.
Yo-yo-san. Anyone out?
Ice leaned against the wall of the office building with a drowsy expression.
Should it be soon? Li Yaoyao was also a bit persistent.
She said in a daze, hold on a little longer.
Wait until 12 o'clock in the morning.
Bing Bing opened her eyes and forced herself to be sleepy and asked, Sister Yaoyao, not out yet?
Soon. Li Yaoyao said breathlessly. By 1 in the morning. Bing Bing asked again, Sister Yaoyao, is it out yet? I don't know, go to sleep. I've got my eye on this place. Li Yaoyao slapped her face to bring herself back to her senses. Yo-yo-san, I remember you said that.
It's spontaneous overtime for their employees, half an hour at most.
But now, it's almost 1 in the morning, why aren't they out yet? Li Yaoyao sighed and said helplessly, who knows?
The employees of their company are so capable of working overtime. I wonder what kind of ecstasy their boss has drugged them with.
All the way up to 2 o'clock in the morning.
A fierce cheer came from the office area where the technical department was located.
Stayed up from 7 p.m. until 2 a.m. After those 7 hours of fighting, they finally got the wind god system tested. And the performance of this system, as tested, is simply unrivaled. Unprecedented. As soon as it hits the market, it will absolutely set the market ablaze. At this time, colleagues from other departments also came to the technical department to celebrate together. They took out the pre-prepared peanuts and melon seeds, beer, and drinks and had a good time. Hurrah for the creation of the wind god system. Come, brothers and sisters. Let's all drink a toast to the prosperity of our company. When the wind god system is released, we will strive to break the foreign monopoly and become the light of domestic technology. At the same time, we're going to show those foreign netizens a good time. In the field of internet, we, the Dragon Kingdom, are not weaker than them. And, starting today, the entire internet sector, it will be dominated by our wind god technology. Employees from all departments raised their glasses. A colorful tribute to this memorable occasion. Hearing the cheers coming from the office building, Ice immediately woke up. She hurriedly shook Li Yaoyao awake and rushed to her. Sister Yaoyao, listen, there's a sound inside. They should be done working overtime, we can go in and interview them. Hearing this, Li Yaoyao was also excited. Holy! They finally ended up working overtime? It's so hard to get through. Squatting here all night, that's more exhausting than bouncing. Li Yaoyao looked at the time, it was almost 3:30 in the morning. Less than 2 hours left until dawn. Li Yaoyao couldn't help but sigh in her heart. How much personal charm does their company's Mr. Lin have? It's amazing that you can get employees, spontaneously, to work overtime for an entire all-nighter. Later, she must ask nicely. This news, after all, is just too powerful. Once it is released, it will surely attract the attention of countless netizens. Thinking of this, the two of them, Li Yaoyao and Bing Bing, walked towards the office building. Outside, footsteps were heard. The wind god technology employees who were in the middle of a wild high immediately pricked up their ears and became alert. Listen guys, there seems to be footsteps outside. Yeah, I heard that too. Who could it be at this late hour? It can't be that our sneaky overtime work was discovered by Mr. Lin, right? It doesn't matter if we find out, the system is done testing anyway. Out of curiosity, the HR colleague headed outside. Only then did he realize that the person coming wasn't Lin Feng. Instead, it was the two who had come to the company last time and had done an interview, Li Yaoyao and Bing Bing. Seeing the employees of the HR department, Li Yaoyao took the lead and said, "Hello, I'm the head of Starfire Media. My name is Li Yaoyao, do you guys remember? This one standing next to me is Ice Ice, the reporter who interviewed you at the time." The employees of Wind God Technology nodded their heads. "So it's you guys. The last live interview you guys did, the response was really good. The resumes we received in the HR department that afternoon were about to explode. So, are you guys still here for the interview this time?" Li Yaoyao and Bing Bing nodded. Yeah. But, how did you guys know that we were working overtime here?" Li Yaoyao didn't hide anything and answered directly. "This afternoon." No, it was yesterday. Yesterday at 6 p.m., we ate at the restaurant across the street from Creative Park. I happened to see you guys come back to work overtime, so I followed you here, thinking I'd come and interview you guys when you were done. After all, it's in media. If you don't know even the most basic words, how can you get along? The employees sniffed and realized. So it is. Okay, anyway, we've got the job done, now. Even if the boss finds out and bans us from working overtime, that's okay. You guys want an interview, right? Then let's get started and ask whatever you want. The employees thought. It's almost 4 in the morning. Even if you go home, you won't get more than a few hours of sleep. Might as well stay at the office, give interviews to reporters and get this one out there. Immediately, the launch of the Wind God system will be held. Maybe. This event will also bring some traffic to the system launch. And to the company's image, can also play a good publicity effect. The employees who were there all formed a unified idea. Finally, everyone nodded and said, "It's not too late, why don't we start now?" With the unanimous consent of all WinSense employees, Li Yaoyao was very excited, and her entire body came to its senses. For a media person, news with a breaking point. That's like a shot of chicken blood for an instant pick-me-up. She was so sleepy that she was almost asleep, but now she was instantly refreshed. She hurriedly said to Ice Ice, "Set up your equipment and let's start the interview right away." The two of them carry a Sony A7 and the B recording device. It's a little sketchy though. But it was enough for the interview. Chapter 45, Re-entering the hot surge, the whole internet was shocked. Day 2. 7 in the morning. Lin Feng was still sleeping when he was suddenly shaken awake by Su Mu Shui. "Honey, wake up. I have something to ask you." Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and asked with some uncertainty. "Honey, what are you doing?" Su Mu Shui had a smirking expression on her face. "Honey, are you hiding something from me?" Lin Feng was surprised. "Why are you suddenly asking this?"
Su Mushue took out her cell phone, opened the social software and showed it to Lin Feng. See for yourself. Your company, also known as Wind God Technology. It's already on the hot search list of all the major platforms, and now the whole internet is buzzing about it. Not only that, but even the major news media, they're all doing massive tracking reports. And this news, just released not 2 hours ago, the heat value has reached several hundred million, almost half of the country has swiped to this news. And that number, it continues to soar. Honey, I was really surprised that it turned out a while ago. That Wind God Technology that Yao Yao went to interview is actually my husband's company. And the most shocking thing to me is that the product your company is developing will actually be a computer operating system. According to your company's employees, this system is even more powerful than the foreign Windows system and Apple system. Is this true? Su Mushue said, and then handed the cell phone into Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng stared wide-eyed and took a closer look. Discover whether it's Weibo, or Jitterbug, or Shutterbug. Inside, there were almost 5 of the top 10 on the hot search list, all of which were related to Wind God Technology, or the man himself. Lin Feng looked at this one hot search. As well as underneath, tens of thousands of likes and comments, the whole thing froze. The Wind God system has unexpectedly finished testing ahead of schedule? And you don't know it yourself? What's going on here? At this moment, Lin Feng's entire body was in a daze. Until to read the news carefully. It was only then that I realized that the employees had secretly worked overtime until the early hours of the morning without their knowledge. No wonder the progress of the system's development has been so rapid during this time. Turns out they're all quietly working overtime in private. And hiding it from him. Lin Feng looked at Su Mushue and started to explain to her. Honey, actually this thing. Just as Lin Feng was explaining to Su Mushue. Many Chinese who have studied abroad, or worked abroad. All of them also swiped on this powerful news. Some of the netizens who are in the media have even taken this news and artistically processed it. It was made into tweets, or short videos, and posted on Tube, Twitter, and Facebook. After all, as a dragon's heir. In the field of internet technology, it is always ridiculed by foreigners. They'd had enough of it for a long time. But now, homegrown systems are coming out of nowhere. Of course they had to show off, letting those foreigners know that the technology of the Dragon Kingdom was not weaker than yours. And not only that. Su Mushue's mom and dad, that is, Su Jiangwo and Zhao Yalan. The two of them, they're going to an industry summit today, so they're up at 6 in the morning. About 7 o'clock it was time to leave for the hotel. As a result, just after arriving at the summit site, there were many peer bosses who came over to congratulate them. Su Dong, Mr. Zhao. Your family's son-in-law is not simple. I can't believe that we've gotten a domestic operating system out without a word. You know, this is a disruptive development for our Dragon Kingdom's technology field. Terrific. That was amazing. Hearing their words, Zhao Yalan and Su Jiangwo were confused. What the hell? Domestic operating system? This was made by Kobayashi? In addition to Su Jiangwo and Zhao Yalan, there were Lin Feng's parents, as well as many relatives of the Lin family, all of whom were shocked. It can be said that the sensation from this hot search has spread to all corners. Even the Daily Dragon, at just after 8 in the morning. A report was also released on the disruptive breakthrough that Winshan Technology had developed a homegrown system. With this tweet, Lin Feng's name could be said to have resounded throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. The entire internet started to boil over. Domestic operating systems, after all, are not like anything else. In today's internet age, the operating system, like the heart, is incredibly important. If even your own heart, you have to be held in someone else's hands. How can that be developed with peace of mind? But this time, with the development of a homegrown system by Winsense Technology, it can be said to have saved the life of the entire Dragon internet industry. And it's a major breakthrough in the history of global internet technology. That's why it caused such a stir. And at this point, after a lecture by my peers, Su Jiangwo and Zhao Yalan, both of them, also finally understood, their faces covered in shock. Wind God Technology is actually Kobayashi's company? How is this possible? And, Xiaolin and the others, they have developed a domestic operating system? My God! That's incredible, isn't it? Zhao Yalan pinched herself, thinking she was dreaming. As for Su Jiangwo, after this period of time, he already had a deep understanding of Lin Feng. Although it was known that Lin Feng was not an ordinary person. But he didn't expect it either. It's amazing that Lin Feng would do something so awesome. It's a domestic operating system. Even the top internet companies in the Dragon Kingdom, like Alibaba, Tencent, Baidu, and so on. Something that even they can't accomplish. I can't believe I let my son-in-law finish it. Seriously, Su Jiangwo, who was the father-in-law, was quite shocked. But at the same time, it was a relief. Just then, more and more of his peers gathered around. Rushing Su Jiangwo, the two of them congratulated him. Su Dong, Mr. Zhao. This son-in-law of your family is truly a man among men.
When you have the chance in the future, don't forget to introduce us. Yeah, it's amazing to make such a huge achievement at the age of early 20s. Where does that leave us old men, with our faces? What a long way to go. Older and older. Hearing the words of his peers praising Lin Feng, in Su Jiangwo and Zhao Yalan's hearts, a sense of pride also rose. After all, if their son-in-law was able to achieve so much, their faces as the mother's family would be brightened. All along, they were proud of Su Muxue and Su Anqi for being able to achieve dazzling results in the cosmetics industry. But Lin Feng, this time, is simply a king bomb. How could they not expect that their son-in-law would be capable of this? It was at this moment that Su realized something. That is, back then, Su Muxue tried to do everything she could to get the bride price rebate, and it turned out to be to support Lin Feng's business venture. The 200 million, I must say, was well spent. Only, what Su didn't know was, the $20 million dowry Lin Feng gave him in the beginning wasn't won by buying a lottery ticket. And his own daughter's money. I wonder how he would feel if he knew about this. Chapter 46, a little secret is about to be revealed. The other side. After listening to Lin Feng's explanation, on Su Muxue's face, there was also an expression of dawning realization. Honey, you say you really are Mingfengshan Technology, this company is yours. If that's the case, why didn't you admit it when Yao Yao went to your company for an interview before? Now that I think about it, I was pretty humiliated back then. I can't believe I'm in front of you, talking about how good this company, Wind God Technology, is. And I want you to take lessons from him, learn how to run a good company. But I didn't realize that this company, in fact, is yours. You must have laughed at me in your mind at the time? Right? Lin Feng moved over and swept Su Muxue into his arms. Why yes, wife. You've always been the smartest in my mind. Really? Su Muxue said with a puzzled expression, it's the big smart kind of smart, right? I can't even recognize my own husband's company, I'm so stupid. They say a pregnancy is a fool's errand, but I'm not pregnant yet. It's an abomination to just turn stupid. Lin Feng comforted her, wife, you don't have to blame yourself, it's normal that you didn't realize it. Because you have your mind set on how to support me in my business. As far as the rest of it goes, you're just not paying attention. And speaking of which, I have you to thank for it. Su Muxue pointed at herself and asked rhetorically, thank me? Right. Lin Feng looked at Su Muxue and said, if you hadn't taken me to buy a lottery ticket, could I have won that $20 million? If I didn't have that $20 million, how could I have gotten a $200 million investment from your father? Without this investment, with just the little money I have in hand, I would probably have burned through it long ago. So to put it mildly, you're the biggest contributor to Wind God Technology. Wife, thank you for always supporting me silently. I'm lucky to be married to you. Hearing this, Su Muxue became a little embarrassed. She waved her hand and said shyly, honey, why are you talking about this? We're two people, and since we're two people, isn't it only right to help each other? Well, enough about that, let's get up. Got to go to work later. And your company today, causing such a stir. I reckon you've got a busy day ahead of you. So hurry up and get up. Lin Feng nodded and gently booped Su Muxue. Then ran to the bathroom and washed up. Waiting for breakfast. Lin Feng sent Su Muxue to work. Su Muxue, who was sitting on top of the co-pilot, said, honey, you know what? I can already imagine now how my in-laws and sister-in-law and the girls are going to react. If they only knew that Windsor Technologies is your company. And with your company, having developed the Wind God system, they'll be shocked. Especially my sister-in-law, according to her character, she will surely send a dozen of friend circles in a row. And cousin will be happy for you. Lin Feng nodded and said, that's right, with my knowledge of my sister-in-law, it's indeed possible that she would do that. Su Muxue said, what do you mean by possible? This is simply 100% okay. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Then he said, honey, I've noticed that you know my family's relatives. It's as if you're even more penetrating than I am, even my sister-in-law's character, you've got it down to a science. Su Muxue raised her head and said proudly, of course, as the saying goes, marrying your husband follows your husband. Since I'm married to you, of course I need to know more. Not to mention, your family's relatives. Each one likes me so much. Lin Feng smiled and said, yes, my wife is right. What? You're jealous of me? Su Muxue looked at Lin Feng and asked. No. That's something I can't be jealous of. Su Muxue beamed and said triumphantly, it's good that you know. Just then, Lin Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. It's a local call from Marina. Lin Feng was driving and it was inconvenient to answer the phone, so he said, honey, get that for me. It could be a reporter, wanting to interview our company. Su Muxue nodded, good. She picked up her cell phone, connected the call, and then tapped the speakerphone. As soon as the phone was connected, a gentle voice came from the other end. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? It's like this, you were in our lottery store before, and you bought a few tickets, do you remember? I'm calling you now to ask you about it. Are you free to come over and claim your prize now?
Since the drawing, after half a month, you didn't come to claim your prize, we were afraid that you forgot, so we called here to inform you. If you are not convenient, you can also entrust a relative or friend to come and collect on your behalf. That's okay. Hear the voice on the other end of the phone. Lin Feng, who was driving, had a slightly confused expression. What's the situation? You want me to come over and get my prize? Could be another scam text? At this time, Sumu Shui, who was sitting on the co-pilot, had a slightly flustered expression. How she didn't expect it. Lin Feng actually won the lottery? No way. Is it really that bad? At this time, Sumu Shui suddenly had a bad premonition. One's own little secret, I'm afraid to be exposed. If Lin Feng knew about it, it would be fine. If Su Jiangwo knew, then he would be skeptical. No. He probably would have closed himself up on the spot. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly spoke. Sorry. Have you made a mistake? Wasn't the prize money from the previous lottery already paid out? Hearing this, the employee on the other end of the line said with some confusion. Mr. Lin. You mean we've given you a bonus before? That can't be right, it's all recorded on our end, your winnings haven't been claimed yet. And a bonus for a class like yours. We are not to be mistaken. Lin Feng's entire body was a bit confused when he heard that. What's going on here? Are there two bonuses? Is there such a thing in heaven? At this time, the person on the other end of the phone said, Mr. Lin, if it's convenient for you, can you come over next Monday to collect your prize money? Lin Feng didn't think much about it and replied directly. Good. When the time comes, I'll go over and pick it up. The opposite party replied, Okay, Mr. Lin, then I congratulate you in advance. Have a nice life, bye. At this point, inside a lottery company, an employee in his early 30s put down the phone. Curious, he asked a few other co-workers about the bonus. Several other colleagues gave the same result. That is the prize money, which was not claimed. That's odd. In that case, how did Mr. Lin, who was just here, say? What about the fact that someone has given him a bonus before? What's going on here? The employee, at this point, was all starting to get a little confused. By the way, did you guys see the news today? The news said that there's a company called Fengshan Technology in our Binhai that seems to have developed a domestic operating system. Even the Longhua Daily tweeted congratulations. And there's information about it hanging on every major software's hit list. I know, the owner of this company seems to be called Lin Feng, right? Upon hearing this, one of the employees who was drinking water, he choked and sprayed right out. He said excitedly, no way, the owner of Wind God Technology is actually called Lin Feng? Yeah, why? Have you guys forgotten? The winner of the last grand prize seems to be called Lin Feng too. Yeah, oh, it's called Lin Feng. Could it be the same name? But also in Marina City, also in his early 20s. It can't be the same person, can it? Can't be. Could it really be the same person? Colleagues from other departments rushed to pull up the winner's information and compared it to Lin Feng on the news. Looks like it really is the same person. My God. No way? It's really the same person? Only in his early 20s, he founded a company and developed a domestic operating system. And it got the last installment's sky-high bonus. That's too lucky. Many of the male compatriots present showed envious expressions. Look at people in their 20s. And look at yourself, 30 years old and still living like a dog. It's really a people person. Chapter 47. On the other side, inside the car. After the call ended, Lin Feng looked at Su Mushui and asked, Honey, what's going on with this? Aren't you going to explain it to me? Su Mushui didn't know how to answer Lin Feng. She can't always say, to support my husband's business venture. You've got your own ideas about your own father, don't you? If this is said, it is filial death. Su Mushui thought carefully, given the current situation, there was almost no possibility of wanting to continue hiding it. She had to sigh and confess. Okay hubby, I admit it. Before, didn't you just start a company? Money is needed on all fronts, but you won't accept my help. Plus at that time, my dad said, when I get married, no matter how much dowry you give, he will return it tenfold. So I was thinking if I could use this to help you get a grant. It will also help you a lot when you start your own business in the future. But you wouldn't take my money, so I had to resort to the lottery and put it on your card. And then I'll let you take that money and set my dad back tenfold. The account that paid you the money is Yo-Yo's company's. That's probably what happened. When she said this, Su Mushui was a bit nervous. After all, it's kind of cheating anyway. Even if it's a well-intentioned lie, it's still a lie of sorts. But after Lin Feng heard it, he cried and laughed a little and said in his heart, no wonder. It would be a media company that paid itself in the first place. That was when Lin Feng realized something was wrong. Only because I was busy with the company. And didn't go into detail. Anyway, the prize money had already come in and he was really a bit short of cash at the time. But now that I think about it,
The matter is, indeed, suspicious. Seeing Su Mushue's nervousness, Lin Feng comforted her. It's okay, wife. For that matter, you need not blame yourself. I wouldn't blame you, after all, you did it for my own good. Su Mushue asked, hubby, aren't you mad at me for lying to you? Why should I be angry? Anyway, you did it to help me. I can't thank you enough.
Lin Feng paused and turned his words around. However, if this matter is known to father-in-law, he will definitely be very angry.
So I think it's best if you don't tell him.
Su Mushue thought for a moment and said, then.
I'll tell him after this time. But I don't think my dad would be mad even if he knew. After all, you've done such great things with that money. He couldn't be happier. Lin Feng said, I think, you have a point. You're on your own, and anyway, when the time comes, I'll definitely be on your side. Su Mushue nodded and didn't continue to say anything. 5 minutes later,
Lin Feng drove to the Su clan. Su Mushue got out of the car and said to Lin Feng,
honey, go to the office now. I'm off to work. Bye.
Only when he saw Su Mushue walk into the company did Lin Feng drive, rushing towards Wind God Technology.
Guess the company should be pretty manic at this time of year. And at this point, the SOS is no exception.
At this time, inside the Su group of companies, the employees all gathered around and began to talk.
Sisters, did you see this morning's hot topic?
I really didn't expect that Sister Mushue's her husband, Lin Feng, is the owner of Wind God Technology.
And their company, what they developed is actually a domestic operating system. Do you know what this means? This means that from today, the domestic internet technology field will usher in a new era. We will have our own operating system.
Not only that, but this thing has also caught fire abroad, on both Tubes and Twitter, and it's causing quite a stir.
After Su Mushue walked into the company and came to the project department, the co-workers, who had gathered around to chat about gossip, walked over and opened their mouths to ask, Sister Mushue, I heard that Lin Feng is the owner of Wind God Technology? Is this true? Su Mushue nodded and said with a smile, not false.
Hearing this, the colleagues present all had envious expressions on their faces. At first, they thought that Lin Feng was just handsome. As for everything else, it's pretty ordinary. To put it bluntly, he's a soft touch. But they never expected that Lin Feng would be so good. Not only are they handsome and good-looking, it's not a normal bull when it comes to entrepreneurship, either. Thinking about it, the company's male compatriots are starting to feel a little ashamed of themselves. No wonder Sister Mushue proposed to Lin Feng. Turns out there's a reason for all of it. Compared to Lin Feng, these people, were just too much trash. It's not even in the same order of magnitude. To put it in a bad way. That is, not worthy of being compared to Lin Feng at all. The other side. After Lin Feng came to the company, an all-staff meeting was held immediately. At the meeting, Lin Feng opened his mouth. Let me say a few brief words about this meeting today. I already know about the spontaneous overtime by employees. Lin Feng said seriously while looking at the employees. Honestly, woke up this morning. I was truly moved when I saw this news. Although I've emphasized more than once that you can't take time off from your employees just to get ahead of schedule. But what I didn't expect was for you guys to sneak in overtime without telling me. That surprises me. At the same time, it makes me feel guilty. When Lin Feng finished those words, the employees have said, Mr. Lin, we spontaneously worked overtime, don't feel guilty. We've seen how well you've taken care of our staff, and that's why we want to return the favor. After all, people are all mutual. Mr. Lin, you treat us well, then we naturally have to treat you well too. Put your heart in the right place, don't you think? When the employee said this, the 200 or so employees present nodded their heads in agreement. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. If it were any other boss, I wouldn't want to work overtime even if I were paid overtime. Winshin Technology has given me a sense of belonging, and Mr. Lin has given me a sense of security, so I have to repay the company and Mr. Lin. Because all of us hope that Winshin Technology can go farther and farther. We really want, too, to stay in Wind God Technology for the long haul. Moreover, we also believe that apart from Wind God Technology and you, Mr. Lin, we can't find a second company that pays so much attention to the treatment and welfare of its employees. So Mr. Lin, please don't ever say these polite words again. It would just make us feel over the top. When Lin Feng heard this, he nodded and said, okay, then I'll stop with the polite remarks. Let's get straight to the point, since now, the operating system has been tested. I'm going to call a press conference at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At this conference, I will officially announce that the Wind God system has been successfully developed. After that, the Wind God system will be logged onto all major platforms for sale. We want to lead the domestic system to the world. Break the 2-decade-long foreign monopoly. Would everyone say it's okay? The words were met with thunderous applause. The crowd offered a round of applause that lasted a full half-minute or so. After the short meeting, colleagues from various departments all started to prepare for the launch. And Lin Feng got busy with his own work. Manager Lu, from the technical department, was called to the office by Lin Feng.
He was holding several reports and documents. After knocking at the door and getting Lin Feng's permission, he walked in. Mr. Lin, this is all the reports from our technical department so far. After running and testing, the stability of the Wind God system has reached a leading point. As soon as it's released, it's sure to cause a huge stir in the industry. And, just a few hours ago, our company has been receiving, one after another, calls from major media outlets and platforms. They're all asking, when is our launch party? They all want to come to the site and do interviews. Manager Lu looked at Lin Feng and said, Mr. Lin, can we, now, make an official announcement to the public? Lin Feng nodded and said, yes. Notify the company's marketing department and send out a statement to warm up first. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we'll hold a new product launch on time. At that time, all media reporters are welcome to be there. Going live. Chapter 48. There is no middleman to make a difference in price. Half an hour later. Winshin Technology is on all major social media platforms and has registered an official account. Then a statement was released announcing that at 2 p.m., there would be a new product launch at the Sea Restaurant in the new town. And the company's newly developed operating system. It will also go on sale after the launch. This statement from Winshin Technology, not long after it was sent out, once again hit the hot search. The company is once again on the hot search, in fact, not only because Lin Feng has a bonus of exposure skills. And right now, he hasn't made that ace in the hole. Also known as global exposure role. More than anything else, it's because, well, domestic operating systems matter. After all, today's Dragon Internet development has come to a bottleneck. The development of domestic operating systems can be said to be a top priority. Only, those giant companies in China, spending countless financial and material resources, have not been able to accomplish anything. Surprisingly, it was done by Winshin Technologies. It's only natural that it can now cause a stir, and the attention of countless netizens. It seems that Wind God Technology has really developed a domestic operating system. Their company has just made an official announcement that they're going to hold a press conference at 2 p.m. in the new city. So much anticipation. I wonder if the domestic system is awesome or not. Yeah. But it's that I'm most looking forward to. Those netizens abroad, if they knew that we have developed a domestic operating system, I wonder what their reaction will be. They must be shocked and angry, right? That's right. Who says that our domestic internet technology companies only know how to cut leaks? Now that's a slap in their face. Watching the countless netizens on the internet talking about it. Lin Feng's parents, as well as his aunt and sister-in-law, were also filled with shock. Although before, when Su Muxue went back to her in-law's house, once mentioned that he had pitched in $200 million from Su Jiangwo to support Lin Feng's business venture. But how could they not expect that what Lin Feng did would be a domestic operating system? That's what surprised them the most. So the first thing that happened was that the relatives of the Lin family initiated a video call in the group. After picking up, my aunt took the lead. I heard that our family Xiaofeng developed some kind of domestic system and it made it to the hot search? Yeah, just now the neighbors, they were asking me about it. Ask the news about Lin Feng, if he's our family's little Feng. I've had quite a few co-workers in our office ask me about it, too. I was in a daze, too. At this moment, there was no one more excited than Lin Weiman and his wife. After all, his own son made such a great achievement. They have a light on their faces as parents. Not to mention you guys, even old Lin and I, the father, were kept in the dark and had no idea what was going on. This brat Lin Feng, he's really getting over the top lately. So much for getting married without telling us. I didn't think to engage in such a big endeavor without telling us. Really? Auntie laughed, somewhat gloating, and teased. Well, don't you guys be born in a blessed place. I've heard that Little Wind is now on fire abroad, and now many foreigners are discussing the Wind God system developed by Little Wind and their company. Hearing her aunt say this, Wang Wei was also a bit surprised. What? All fire out of the country? Is this thing that important? My aunt raised her eyebrows and said in a serious voice, of course. It's a computer operating system, monopolized by foreign countries for decades. And now, it's being developed by Windy and his company. According to the rumors circulating outside, it seems that the Wind God system developed by Xiaofeng and their company is many times more powerful than the foreign ones in all areas of security and stability. Now they're not just as simple as generating buzz online, but even the Longua Daily has tweeted their support and appreciation. If the subsequent ecology if established, I'm afraid there shouldn't be anything foreign in the domestic systems market in the future. When the time comes, that money will just keep on coming. Don't look at Auntie as a person who usually has no integrity. But when I was younger, I at least went to college and studied exactly what I did in computer science. So it is more or less clear about this matter. Wow. So our family, Little Feng, is so powerful. Old Lin, did you hear that? Our Xiaofeng is really awesome. When it's evening, you remember to give Windy a call. Ask him when he's free, let him and Manhwa come home for a meal, let's have a nice family get together as a celebration. Lin Weiman nodded, okay, I know. I can see that.
Except for Lin Feng's mom and dad.
Other relatives of the Lin family, including aunts, uncles, and cousins,
all were happy and proud of Lin Feng's feat.
2 o'clock that afternoon.
Windsor Technologies organized a press conference in the new city on time. The launch party was packed. Reporters from all the major news media came to the scene. All kinds of long guns and short cannons, just like the United Nations meeting, flashing non-stop. This, of course, includes Yo-Yo Lee Ko.
After all, this matter was originally reported by Li Yaoyao's company first.
It's the immediate aftermath that has caused so much buzz and concern.
Naturally, there were reporters from Li Yaoyao's company at the launch site this time.
Li Yaoyao brought the company's filming team to the launch site and found a place to sit down. She first took out her cell phone, snapped a few pictures, and sent them to Su Manhwa.
Manhwa, I'm now at your husband's and their company's launch site. There's about half an hour left before the launch.
When the time comes, I'll take some pictures and send them to you. But seriously, I was really surprised.
That your husband's company is so great. And what's most amazing to me is this. You're a wife and you don't know anything about it. Do.
Married women get stupid mantle.
Seeing the message, Su Manhwa immediately typed a reply, Yao, I say, are you itching your skin again? 3 days without a fight. If you ever say that again, I promise you'll regret it. Li Yaoyao hurriedly typed, okay, I know I'm wrong.
Sister Manhwa, my good sister. Su Manhwa was speechless for a while and sent several disgusting emoticons in a row.
Don't gross me out. Remember to take pictures for me later. Make sure you take a good-looking picture of my husband, I have to send it to my friends, okay? Okay, I got it.
Li Yaoyao hurriedly typed, don't worry, I'll definitely take a handsome picture of your husband.
Not to mention, your husband is already handsome. Even if I shoot it anymore, it can't be ugly. Li Yaoyao is really getting good at talking.
Not long after the message was sent, Su Manhwa returned a bitter smile.
Look at you, talking nonsense.
I didn't realize that you, as my best friend, had improved your aesthetics and taste.
It seems that I've brought more than a little bit of influence to you. Instead, it's a billion dots. Well, enough chit-chat for now, remember to send me the pictures when you're done with them. I've got work stuff to do. Talk to you later. Seeing Su Manhwa's command, Li Yaoyao didn't know if she should cry, or if it was better to laugh. She was here for an interview, and Su Manhwa was asking her to take pictures? And a handsome shot? Good to send a friend? Combined. I produce my own dog food and feed it to myself? Have a homegrown? No middleman to make a difference?
When she thought of this, Li Yaoyao decided that she had to hurry up and find a boyfriend. Day after day, Su Manhwa was spreading dog food like this.
Who else could stand it?
Bing Bing, who was sitting next to Li Yaoyao, looked at Li Yaoyao and asked,
Yo-Yo-san, who are you talking to? Is that Mr. Su?
Li Yaoyao said, other than this bad woman, who else could it be?
The heartless one.
It feels like she's really changed since we got married. I remember when Manhwa never used to get distracted during work hours. But now, to even desert and ask me for a picture.
Ice asked, photos? What photos? What else could there be? Isn't it just a picture of her husband Lin Feng?
After the conference, asked me to take a handsome picture of his husband and send it to her.
It says it's for a friend. This ninny, she's not using me as a human camera, is she? Hearing this, Bing Bing couldn't help but say, so that's how it is, but that's normal, right? If my husband develops a homegrown system, I'd hate to get a bullhorn and announce it to the world.
Mr. Su was only sending out a circle of friends, which is already considered very low-key. Li Yaoyao glared at Bing Bing and said with a stern face, you stinky girl, you have to get it right, I'm your boss.
Why are you talking towards Manhwa? Bing Bing smiled and said, Sister Yaoyao, I'm just being honest. By the way, how long until the launch? Li Yaoyao looked at the time, it's about 20 more minutes, are you ready for the questions to be asked later? Bing Bing nodded, it's all ready, Sister Yaoyao, just don't worry. After all, this launch is getting national attention. And even abroad, there are many people waiting to see this press conference.
I've heard that some Chinese who study and work abroad have already taken this news and reproduced it on social media abroad. The number of hits has already exceeded 50 million, and it's even made it to the foreign hot search list. So, I can't go wrong with this interview. If you say the wrong word or stutter during a question, it's a disgrace. Li Yaoyao nodded, feeling satisfied with Bing Bing's work ethic. Chapter 49 There's traffic, there's money. Inside the Su Group building. The employees of the 5 major departments all put down their hands at this time, gathered around their respective computers, waiting for a live stream of WinTech's afternoon launch. Instead of working during office hours, they are collectively watching the live feed. This would have been heavily criticized. But because this time the situation is special. On the one hand, it is because of the introduction of domestic operating systems. This is a disruptive breakthrough in the internet industry in the Dragon Kingdom.
On the other hand, the other party was still Su Mushue's husband. That is, the son-in-law of So. Maybe in the future, Su's group will all be his. So much so, that the managers and supervisors of the company's various departments, instead of criticizing, followed a piece of it. Su Mushue was the only one who was sitting in the office, busy with her work. But she had instructed the program staff to record themselves. When I'm done with these urgent projects at hand, watch it properly again. At this time, Su Anqi walked down the stairs and came to the project department. The employees who were originally gathered in front of their computers, waiting for the live broadcast of the launch, greeted each other. Hello, Mr. Su. Su Anqi nodded. You guys are also watching the live broadcast of Wind God Technology, huh? The employees nodded their heads and said, right, Mr. Su. Want to watch it together? Su Anqi waved her hand. No, you guys can watch. Today's special. You may be allowed to watch it during work hours. When the broadcast is over, everyone will work seriously, is that clear? The employees said, I hear you, thank you Mr. Su. Su Anqi looked at them. Where's Mu Shui, in the office? The employees replied, yes, Mr. Su. Okay, you guys keep watching. Su Anqi said, walking into Su Mushue's office. Seeing Su Anqi, Su Mushue said, Sister, why are you here? I have, in my hands right now, a few more projects to review. Will you wait for me? Su Anqi looked at Su Mushue and said, Mushue, don't busy yourself with this for now, come with me upstairs. Our parents have something to ask you. Su Mushue sniffed and said with some doubt. Our parents? Didn't they go to an industry summit? Back so early? Su Anqi nodded. Yeah, they came back early from the summit forum after hearing about Lin Feng. Why don't you stop working on that and hurry up and come up with me? Su Anqi pulled Su Mushue and without waiting for her to speak, she headed outside the office. 5 minutes later, the two came to Su's office. Su Jiangwo and Zhao Yalan both sat on the sofa in the office. When the two sisters, Su Anqi and Su Mushue, came up, Zhao Yalan was the first to speak. Mushue, come over here, Mom and Dad have something to ask you. Su Mushue sat on top of the sofa with a straight face and looked at Zhao Yalan and the two of them and said, Mom and Dad, you guys want to ask about my husband, his company, right? Zhao Yalan nodded, right. This morning, I went with your father to attend the Cosmetic Industry Summit and I didn't expect to arrive just a short while ago. Peers just came up to me and congratulated your dad and me. At the time, your dad and I were so confused, we didn't know what was going on. Waiting for them to explain, only to realize that the original Xiaolin his company do domestic operating system. At first, your dad and I were a little unconvinced after all, a domestic system, that's no joke. I don't know how many companies tried to do it before and ended up burning through all the money before the system was developed. Either it is developed and does not run stably, or there are all sorts of problems that cause the project to be called off. I didn't realize that Kobayashi actually messed it up? And it even worked? Did you already know about this? Su Mushue replied, Mom and Dad, I actually just found out. Before that, all I knew was that my husband started a tech company. But exactly what it's called and what it does, I don't know. I don't want to ask too much detail and cause him, invisibly, some psychological pressure and mental burden. To be honest, when I saw the hot search this morning, I was taken aback too. It was even suspected at one point that it couldn't be a mistake to have the same name. And then I realized that it was true. Su Jiangwo's face was covered in smiles. At this time of the year, he was simply overjoyed. Alright, Mu Shui, we believe you. I just didn't realize that you girls have a pretty good eye. This Shaolin actually has so much potential. How many companies in the country that do the internet and spend a lot of money have not been able to accomplish anything? To think that he made it so easily, in only a month? And I've heard that even foreign netizens have been shocked by the Wind God system. Now it's all flaming out of the country. When Su Mushue saw her mom and dad, they expressed high appreciation for Lin Feng. The heart is filled with joy and an unspoken sense of pride. I don't know when it started, but when someone complimented Lin Feng, Su Mushue felt as if it was more of an accomplishment than if she had gotten the compliments herself. Half an hour later. Launch party at the top floor of the Sea Restaurant in Newtown. With Lin Feng's appearance, the countless reporters at the scene pressed their flashbulbs. The launch lasted all afternoon. During that time, countless journalists launched question after question. As the owner and chief executive of the company, Lin Feng was answering all of them patiently. When asked what advantages the Wind God system has over foreign computer systems, Lin Feng answered this reporter very seriously. In terms of stability and the ability to prevent and control security, our Wind God system is more than a few levels above foreign countries. It can be visualized that they are now standing at the foot of Mount Everest and we have come to the top. And we'll keep going up in the future. When Lin Feng was at the conference, he made these remarks and they were broadcasted. Above the domestic social media, netizens have been talking about it. What? It's an Everest short? Really? Is the performance of the Wind God system so far ahead of foreign countries? If this is true, doesn't that mean that our domestic operating system is not just a simple matter of breaking decades of foreign monopoly? Rather, far beyond them. In the future, most likely, it will take over foreign markets and monopolize their internet? Bulls tea. I can't imagine that this wind god technology is so powerful. How many companies wanted to do it before but couldn't, but it was actually developed by wind god technology. And it only took just over a month. Iron Sons, do you believe it or not, if this matter is spread to the top of foreign social media, foreign netizens will be unconvinced. They will definitely think that we are bragging. Definitely. I can already imagine what the netizens are saying about us. Look good, marketing skills over technical skills and all that. There's that smell. But as to whether or not it can hit the face, it depends on how Wind God technology proves it with strength next. Also looking forward to the moment when the Wind God system is officially launched. With the end of the new Winshin Technology Conference, Lin Feng, meanwhile, used that global exposure coupon to add heat to this new product launch. Because it won't be long before the Windsor system goes on sale. There's traffic, there's money. This is a truth that Lin Feng believes in. Chapter 54 in Netizens Questioning. After the launch, Li Yaoyao organized the material and prepared to go back to do a feature story. Just then, Sumu Shui sent a message. Yo-yo, where's my picture, did you take it? Send it to me when it's done. Li Yaoyao said, what's the hurry, it'll be sent. When she finished, she sent over 5 or 6 photos. Soon after, Sumu Shui replied, thanks, my good Yaoyao. Come on less. Li Yaoyao said, I only have one request, and that is, when you post your friend circle, remember to block me. I don't want any more of your dog food. Please spare me. Sumu Shui superficially said to Li Yaoyao, don't worry, I'll definitely shield you. But it doesn't actually do that. And not only did he not block it, but he also etched Li Yaoyao with the words, thanks to a good girlfriend for taking the photos. When Li Yaoyao swiped to this friend circle of Sumu Shui, a big bowl of dog food, inexplicably shoved into his mouth. Mu Shui Yu. What an outrage. If you don't block it, why do you intentionally tweet me? What do you mean? Below this circle of friends are all the comments from fellow college students as well. Mu Shui, you have such a good eye for finding a random classmate to marry. I didn't realize that the other party was a wolf exterminator. I have to say, you can always trust our Mu Shui's vision. Yeah, I'm still in the same class as Lin Feng. I really regret why I didn't go after him in the first place. It feels like missing out on hundreds of millions. After the launch, Lin Feng and the others also returned to Wind God Technology. It wasn't yet time to leave work, and a few department managers, holding a copy of the hot reviews on foreign social media, showed it to Lin Feng. And said to Lin Feng, Mr. Lin, take a look at this. This was just now, sent to me by a friend abroad. With our launch, it quickly hit the hot search headlines in various countries, dominating the top 10 positions on their lists. According to our marketing department's estimation, the amount of exposure this time is at least $2 billion or more. And grows in exposure over time. We've really made a fortune this time. The department manager paused, then turned the tables and said, however, with heat often comes skepticism. We, though, have caused a huge stir abroad. But there are a lot of foreign netizens who have questioned our Wind God system. Mr. Lin, you can take a look. With that, the manager then handed the screenshot of the hot review to Lin Feng's hand. Above these screenshots are all foreign netizens. Various cynical voices. Nani? The Dragon Kingdom has actually developed a computer operating system? Oh my god, is this for real? Don't laugh your ass off. Ola, as far as I'm concerned, I guess it's just a skinning software, something that doesn't do much good. Yeah, how could Dragon Kingdom have this kind of technology? And bragging that is 100 times better than our system? This bragging is too outrageous. The dragons really have no face. This must be a fake. After reading these comments, Lin Feng was even more certain that he was now doing the right thing for the cause. The more they questioned, the less they believed. Then one has to use strength and prove it to them. And just then, above the social media platforms of various countries, suddenly there's a video that's setting off a whole hot mess. It has caused shock among netizens in various countries. When they saw this hot video, netizens around the world, all shocked. This is a video posted by an uploader who studied abroad. This video, in terms of professionalism, that is absolutely awesome. And video bloggers, themselves, do internet technology. So it's clear what it really means that Winshin Technology has developed a domestic operating system this time. Moreover, inside the video, he also analyzed in detail the opportunities brought about by the successful development of the Wind God system, as well as the severe challenges to foreign technology companies. After all, the domestic internet sector, no matter what, is a superb market. A whole billion or so users. Even more than the population of several countries combined. If a foreign tech company, indeed, loses such a large market, the consequences can be very disastrous. The company's share price, say, might vaporize billions in an instant. Even tens of billions are possible.
Thus, when this in-depth video analyzing the Windsor system, the opportunities and challenges it presents. After social media exploded in various countries.
Soon after, foreign netizens launched comments below. No way, this is absolutely impossible. This blogger is an alarmist.
Even if they do start their own system, it's unlikely to pose any threat to our Windows and Apple whatsoever.
Yeah, the technological level of the two is not even on the same level. What are they comparing us to? This blogger really knows how to talk nonsense with the title of the video and boasts of being dry?
Bull dry, it's just a bunch of bull.
Guys, let's blackball this blogger.
Agree upstairs, pull it together.
Leahy +1. Less than half a day.
Global place, about the Wind God technology hot search, that can be said to be one after another. The netizens of various countries were all in heated discussions about the Wind God system.
And in the meantime, MS Technology Group, MI.
They also noticed the Wind God system thing. And an emergency meeting was held at the company specifically for this matter.
Discussed options for responding. After all, they're not the kind of jet-setters who mindlessly pound on their keyboards. Words from the company's perspective.
That blogger was right earlier, after all, it's a big market of over $1 billion no matter what.
They should never be dropped.
Otherwise, the company's stock price and market share would have plummeted like crazy.
That's a pretty heavy loss they can't afford. So at this point,
they thought about whether or not they should just acquire Wind God technology.
After all, the domestic internet giants. Isn't that how it's done? If you can't beat me, I'll just buy you out. For now. The least risky thing to do would be to acquire Windsor Technologies.
I heard that Lin Feng, the owner of their company, is a recent college graduate. It's really not simple for him to develop a domestic Wind God system in such a short period of time. I have to say, there's still a lot of talent in the Dragon Kingdom. So, Mr. Chairman, I think it's necessary to contribute more than $5 billion for a wholly owned acquisition. MS Technology Group deliberated for a full hour. Finally, a consensus was reached. That's, have the head of the Dragon Country branch go talk to Wind God Technology about the acquisition. It would be best if Lin Feng agreed.
If they don't agree, they have other means.
At that moment, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood up and said,
Chairman, don't worry.
I'm sure Lin Feng shouldn't refuse. After all, for a company that hasn't been around that long, to be able to sell it for $5 billion is considered a miracle of miracles in the entire history of the internet.
The chairman of MS Tech nodded and said, Okay, I'll leave this matter in your hands. Make sure to take down Windsor Technology.
They must never be allowed to develop. Otherwise, it will be very unfavorable to the development of our company. After all, our company's Microsoft Windows computer operating system, subsequently referred to as MS System, has a horrible market share in the Dragon Kingdom. If we really let them develop the Wind God OS, it will be a devastating blow to our market in the Dragon Kingdom.
If we lose the market in the Dragon Kingdom, our company's stock price will definitely plummet. So that should never be allowed to happen. Just get on with it. It's not too late, quick and easy.
Receiving the chairman's order, the man with the gold glasses nodded.
Yes, Chairman. I'm going back to take care of it. Chapter 51, Treating Husband. In the meantime, Windsor Technologies. Inside Lin Feng's office. Manager Lu looked at Lin Feng and said, Mr. Lin, you saw it, right?
These are the comments of netizens from various countries on our Wind God system. None of it, it seems, is very favorable.
And there are a lot of netizens that are saying we're bragging.
In fact, the Wind God system developed by our company is not likely to surpass their MS operating system at all.
We're a skins software. Roughly after reading these online comments,
Lin Feng didn't say anything, he just smiled faintly. Then, with an expression of indifference, he looked at Manager Lu and said, Manager Lu, you don't have to worry about this. After all, our Wind God technology is just starting out, and it's only natural to have doubts.
From the beginning, we should have been prepared for this. But there's a saying that a punch in the face should be taken one step at a time.
Currently, our company has held a conference though, and the Wind God system has been released across the internet.
But it will take some time to prove it. What's more, it's obvious they're just in a hurry. Can't you see?
Lin Feng looked at Manager Lu and said, with the rise of the Dragon Kingdom, they've been laughing at us. Says all we know how to do is make something to cover our skins.
At the end of the day, it's still trapped within the framework they've built.
But now, you give them another good look.
We've stepped outside of the framework they've established and developed our own operating system, and the heat it's generated, it's extremely high. I don't have to read all these comments and stuff. They must be on acid. But put them at ease. Next, it's going to make them even more sour and anxious. And do it in such a way that they can't do anything about it, no matter how anxious they are.
We can only watch, as our Wind God operating system grows stronger step by step.
And they, on the other hand, can't do anything about it. This is one of the things that Lin Feng has to do at the moment.
Secondly, it is a slap in the face of all the foreign netizens who are not optimistic about the domestic operating system. Let all of them stare and take a good look. The Wind God system, how powerful it really is. Lin Feng looked at the time and then said to Manager Lu. Right, Manager Lu. If I remember correctly, there's going to be an industry summit on technology in Marina City in a while, right? Manager Lu nodded and said, Mr. Lin, you're talking about the Binhai City 2023 Technology Summit, right? Right. Lin Feng thought about it and it seemed like it was indeed called that.
This summit.
It's arguably the biggest tech summit in all of Marina, if not the whole country. When the time comes, not only will there be big names in science and technology from Marina City, but also internationally recognized companies that will also attend.
Mr. Lin, do you mean that we should attend as well?
Lin Feng nodded and said, that's right. At this summit, technology companies from all over the world will showcase their top technologies. Of course we, Wind God Technology, should participate. This is the best way to prove to the outside world that we have top technology. When he said this, Lin Feng's expression suddenly became serious. He continued to look at Manager Lu and said, in fact, what really interests me is the 10 themed chapters of this summit. One of the topics that was covered was a demonstration session on security and defense of operating systems. If we, the Wind God system, beat the MS system at the theme meeting, then, in the field of domestic operating systems in the future, our Wind God system will dominate.
There is no longer a place for their MS operating system.
So all in all, this Binhai City Science and Technology Summit is very important to our Wind God technology. Even more important for the development of our domestic system. That's why this time, we, Wind God Technology, must go and participate.
Manager Lu nodded and said, Okay, Mr. Lin, I see what you mean. Don't worry about it, I'll move forward on this matter right away. Lin Feng looked at Manager Lu and said indifferently, fine, then go and arrange it. Manager Lu nodded and then left the office. Inside the office at this time, only Lin Feng was left alone.
He sat in his boss's chair and looked at the screenshots of the hot comments on his desk. As it stands now, after the Wind God system launch, Wind God Technology Company, the amount of discussion it has generated on the internet has pushed the limits of what a technology company can do.
There has never been a tech company that has caused shock and debate across the internet. Obviously because, the birth of a homegrown operating system. To the hundreds of millions of netizens across the internet, it brought an unimaginable shock. I never thought that one day, the country could have such a top-notch operating system. It seems to break the long-standing monopoly of foreign systems. It's not far off. Through this launch,
Winshin Technology, too, had gone from being a precariously small company to a hot topic all over the internet. As long as the article is related to the Wind God technology, the reading volume is 100,000 to start with. The higher quality articles have millions of likes alone. The comments section, even more than 100,000 entries.
Not only that. On foreign social media,
Winshin Technology has also become a general Netflix presence. But more than that, they were still waiting to see the Wind God system's joke. Based on these 2 points, the burden on the shoulders of Fengshan Technology has become heavier and heavier.
He wants to give the nation hope. And also to hit the foreigners hard in the face. 2 hours passed.
Lin Feng sat in his office, handling the documents on his desk. Just at this time, his cell phone rang.
It was a message sent by Su Mu Shui. Honey, are you still working? Pick me up at the office tonight after work, okay? My parents, and my oldest sister, would like to have dinner with you. Are you free?
When he received the message sent by Su Mu Shui, Lin Feng immediately put down the work in his hands.
He picked up his cell phone and typed a few words back quickly.
Yes, your wife has spoken, how dare I disobey? I'll be over to pick you up later after work. Receiving Lin Feng's reply, Su Mu Shui hugged her cell phone and giggled as she looked at the screen.
She never thought about it. One day.
It's amazing how falling in love can be so pleasurable. Even when seeing people around him highly recognizing Lin Feng. Her mood, too, would follow suit.
It's even more fulfilling than accomplishing anything on your own. It's a wonderful feeling, really. Soon after, Su Mu Shui typed a reply, okay hubby, then we have a deal. After work tonight, I'll wait for you in front of the company, no see you there. My mom said she'll cook for you herself tonight. After all, the selfsame son-in-law makes a sensation throughout the tech world. Of course I'm going to treat you. Honey, I have to say, you are amazing. I'm really growing to admire you. Well, enough of that for now, you get on with your work. See you later. Put down the phone later.
Su Mu Shui then looked at Zhao Yalan in front of her.
Before Su Mu Shui could speak, Zhao Yalan couldn't wait to ask. Well, Lin Feng, did he agree?
Su Mu Shui replied, Mom, I've already talked to my husband and he said it's no problem. And also said that he would pick me up at the office after work.
So, Mom, at the end of the night, you'll have to show off your best. Treat my husband. Zhao Yalan nodded.
Seeing Sumu Shui favoring her husband so much, she smiled helplessly. What a married daughter, what a splash of water.
Chapter 52. You'll have to make it up to me. Half an hour later.
When Sumu Shui finished the work at hand, then he brought Su Anqi and together they came to the entrance of the company and waited for Lin Feng to arrive. Su Mushues stood downstairs, her face filled with anticipation.
Seeing Su Mushue's reaction, Su Anqi couldn't help but skim her lips, speechless. Mushue, do you have to be like this? How am I doing? Su Mushue asked rhetorically. Look at the anticipation. Isn't that just picking you up from work? Is it necessary to look forward to it like this? Su Anqi shook her head, indicating that it was a bit hard to accept. Su Mushue gave Su Anqi a blank look and proudly said, Old sister, what do you know? We call this a little spousal fun. A single dog like you wouldn't understand. The words say. Solid. Not long after, Lin Feng drove over. Su Mushue stood in place, happily marching in place. Look, old sister. It's my husband is here to pick us up. Su Anqi, who was standing on the side, had an expression full of helplessness. This sister of his own. How come you're like a different person after you got married? To say that before. She could never have imagined that her sister would be like this after she got married. Okay, I know. I'm not blind from this close. Su Angel said breathlessly. Just as the two of them were talking, Lin Feng had already walked over. Without saying a word, Su Mushue immediately threw herself into Lin Feng's arms, then said in a whiny voice, Hubby, you're finally here. I've been waiting here for you for a long time now. Standing with numb feet. You just got here. Before Lin Feng could say anything, Su Anqi, who was next to her, couldn't help but spit out, what long time? It's obviously only a few minutes. Then I don't care. Su Mushue smiled cheekily, anyway, because you were late, you have to make it up to me. Lin Feng cried and laughed and said, okay, no problem, isn't it just to compensate you? It's no big deal. Su Mushue smiled cheekily, Hubby, you're so nice. By the way, honey, you know what? You were so handsome today when you spoke at the launch. Even though I was busy working at the time, I had Yo-Yo take my picture. Seriously, don't mention how handsome. Not bad for my husband. And, after I posted the photo to my friends, the comments underneath are all clear of praise and envy, too. When Su Mushue said this, her eyes were filled with love. Honey, you're so handsome and talented. I was afraid I wouldn't be good enough for you. Hearing this series of rainbow farts from Su Mushue, Su Anqi, who was an elder sister, was simply shocked. She never thought that her sister would worship a man so much. Before, she was all about men. But honestly, Lin Feng is truly outstanding. This was something that even Su Anqi had to admit. Su Mushue smiled cheekily, by the way hubby, why don't you ask me how I intend for you to compensate me? Lin Feng replied, no matter how I compensate you, it's no problem. I want you to kiss me, okay? Lin Feng thought it was some excessive request. That's all there is to it, isn't it? Okay, no problem. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. However, at this time, Su Anqi next to her was not happy. Mushue, you're going a bit too far. Aren't you ashamed to be in my presence? Su Mushue shook her head and said, I don't think so. You're my oldest sister, what do I have to be ashamed of in front of you? Sure, if it's anyone else. Maybe it will be a little embarrassing. But not in front of you, doing anything. Hearing this, Su Anqi froze, unable to refute it. Su Mushue smiled cheekily, alright hubby, hurry up. Su Anqi, who was next to him, saw the scene. It felt like I had taken 1 billion points of bludgeoning damage. This sweet love scene. What a devastating injury to a single dog. This is too inhuman, isn't it? Su Angel felt like it was a mistake to show up here. If I had known, I would have gone to the grocery store with my parents to buy ingredients. At the very least, one can get away with it. Su Mushue smiled cheekily and looked at Lin Feng and said, alright hubby, let's get in the car. Mom and dad have gone to the grocery store. Let's just go straight home. I reckon by this time, they'd be back home. Let's get back. Lin Feng nodded. Following Su Mushue, he headed for the parking lot location. But at this moment, Su Mushue couldn't help but say when she realized that Su Anqi was still standing in place. Sis, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and keep up. Su Anqi originally wanted to sneak out of here. But being discovered by Su Mushue, he had to follow again. Come to the car. Su Mushue firmly held Lin Feng's hand, not willing to let go. Mushue, what are you doing? I have to drive. Su Mushue said, but I don't want you to let go of my hand well. Good boy, stop it. It's dangerous to drive with one hand. Su Mushue skimmed her lips, oh, okay. But no letting go when we get home. Can it be done? Lin Feng gave an okay sign, indicating, yes. Great. Lin Feng moved towards Su Mushue's position and leaned over. Honey, what are you doing? Su Mushue subconsciously dodged. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. What did you say I was doing? Putting your seatbelt on, of course. Oh, so that's it. Lin Feng said helplessly, what are you thinking about? How could I? Su Muxue skimmed her mouth. Seeing this scene, Su Anqi hated it. Poke yourself in the eye and then go deaf. These two, they are really spreading dog food all the time. This is outrageous. On the way back, Su Muxue, who was sitting in the co-pilot, even took out her cell phone to take a picture. In the photo, she is sitting in the passenger seat. And Lin Feng is driving. The two of them look, well, very good together, and the picture is beautiful. Su Muxue looked at this perfect photo and couldn't help but send another friend circle. It didn't take long for the circle of friends to be sent out, and it gained hundreds of likes. More than that, though, it's a comment. The comments section is a whale. Muxue, you're feeding so much dog food day after day, who can eat it? Yeah, any more feeding and your stomach is going to explode. Wow, schoolgirl Su, you and Lin Feng are so sweet. I didn't realize life after marriage could be so sweet. Okay, I admit I'm sour. If I could find a husband like Lin Feng, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. Not only is he good looking, but he's also developed a homegrown operating system. Twice in a row, on the hot search, simply a male god. And let me tell you, I have a friend who works at MS Tech. It's rumored that their company intends to fund several $1 billion to acquire Lin Feng's wind god technology. Do you dare to believe it? Funding billions of dollars. My god, this is a huge amount of money. If Lin Feng agrees to it, then he'll never have to worry about money in his life. Worthy of MS Tech, this is a grand gesture. I also don't know what Lin Feng plans to do. Muxue, is your husband planning to sell wind god technology? Seeing the comments underneath the circle of friends, Su Muxue quickly grasped the point. A multi-billion-dollar acquisition of Windsor Technologies? Su Muxue looked at Lin Feng and opened her mouth to ask. Honey, I just sent a friend post. Then a friend in the comments section said he has a friend who works for MS. It is said that MS Technology is ready to offer billions to acquire your wind god technology. Is this true? As of now, Lin Feng has not received any relevant notifications. So, he shook his head and said, not sure. We haven't received any notice from the other company yet. Su Muxue nodded, that's right. And she didn't ask much. But Su Muxue believed. It doesn't matter how high that MS Tech company offers to buy it. There's no way Lin Feng would agree to that either. After all, Lin Feng chose to develop a domestic system in the first place. He must be hoping, then, to lead dragon technology to a new level. It's so hard to make some progress now. How is it possible to sell in the middle of the day? And it's still sold to foreign tech companies. It doesn't take much thought to realize that this is absolutely impossible. Chapter 53 Epic Reward. 20 minutes later. Lin Feng drove and arrived at Su Muxue's and their family's villa. After getting off the bus, Su Muxue took Lin Feng's arm and then said, Hubby, you're the one who just said you're going to hold my hand and not let go. Consider it your little punishment for being a few minutes late. He. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, fine. Lin Feng took Su Muxue's hand. 10 fingers interlocked. Su Anqi, who saw this, was about to collapse. Please. You're not done showing off your love for each other, are you? Now that it's on your doorstep, you're still showing? Would that be too much? Isn't that too uncivilized? However, no matter how much Su Anqi complained, Su Muxue always pretended to be deaf. After coming to the door, Su Anqi rang the doorbell in front. Soon, Zhao Yalan came over to open the door. Muxue and Shaolin, you're here. Come on in, come on Kobayashi. As a result, Lin Feng and Su Muxue had just entered the door. Zhao Yalan then noticed that Lin Feng and Su Muxue's hands were clasped tightly. She really didn't expect this from her daughter. Normally, it seems pretty reserved and high-strung. But now, why have you gotten so clingy? It was important to know that when she was studying, Su Muxue had always given people a very high and cold feeling. But compared to the scene in front of me, it's a far cry from that. Especially when Su looked at it. More stimulated. I didn't expect Muxue to look like this when she fell in love. After sitting down on the couch, Zhao Yalan hurriedly said, and go get Shaolin a drink out. You should be thirsty after driving all the way? Su Anqi nodded, good. Zhao Yalan then said, you guys sit and chat for a while, I'll go cook with your dad, later. Lin Feng stood up out of politeness and said, Mom, why don't I help you guys get it all together? I've made a couple of dishes before and they should be pretty good. I've made it for Muxue before when I was at home. Right, Muyuki? Su Muxue nodded and said, right. Mom, you don't know, my husband is a great cook. And it's 10 times better than what you cook, Mom. No. Is 100 times better. Zhao Yalan? Is this her own daughter? She was starting to get a little skeptical. You're not even married yet, and your daughter's elbow is turned like this? What if it does go through the door? Su Jiangwo, who was standing next to him, said somewhat gloatingly, wife, think about it. Just think of me, getting screwed by my daughter for $200 million. Does that make you feel better inside? Su Jiangwo had a look on his face as he watched the fun. At this moment, things are happening to you. It was only then that Zhao Yalan could realize what Su Jiangwo was feeling at that time. It's a feeling that's really so heartbreaking. What a little black-hearted jacket. Okay. Then, Kobayashi, I'll be working hard for you. Lin Feng smiled, it's fine, it's not hard. I'll go wash my hands and start getting it. The results were not expected. Su Mushue pulled Lin Feng's hand tightly, not letting him go. Musuk, I'm going to wash my hands. Su Mushue hurriedly said, it's okay, I'll accompany you to wash your hands. I have to cook later. It's okay, I'll stay with you. Just in time for me to learn how to cook. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, well, there's really nothing I can do about you. Seeing Su Mushue with this reaction, Su Anqi couldn't stand it a bit. Mom, look at your daughter. That's too sticky. It killed me to think that a sister-in-love would be like this. If college friends and company employees saw that, they'd probably be dumbfounded on the spot, right? Zhao Yalan also smiled, hey, who says otherwise? The more so. The more she realized what the old man had always said. It's a married daughter, it's a splash of water. So true. Half an hour later. All the dishes were done and brought to the top of the table. Lin Feng, Su Mushue, and Su Anqi, as well as Zhao Yalan and Su Jiangwo. The family sits around for dinner. Su took the lead in picking up 2 wine glasses and pouring them full of red wine. Then he took the initiative and said, Xiaolin come, let's have a whole one first between our son-in-laws. While drinking, Su Jiangwo said, Xiaolin, I really didn't expect it. You're surprisingly so capable that you've even broken through such a difficult technology as the operating system? And I've also heard that this Wind God system is hundreds of times more advanced than foreign systems? Is this true? Lin Feng nodded and said, of course it's true. Remarkable, worthy of being my Su Jiangwo's son-in-law, truly remarkable. Come on, have another drink with me. Speaking here, Su Jiangwo immediately picked up his wine glass and drank another cup with Lin Feng. Su Mushue, who was standing next to Lin Feng, hurriedly advised. Dad, it doesn't matter if you get yourself drunk. But don't bring my husband down. Su Jiangwo hurriedly said, Mushue, look at what you're saying. Su Mushue looked at Lin Feng and instructed, hubby, you mustn't learn from my father, he's a big drinker. After Su Jiangwo heard his own daughter's comments about herself. Simply skeptical. It really is a black-hearted little piece of work. Don't worry, wife. I know in my heart that I won't drink too much. Su Mushue smiled cheekily, okay hubby. Seeing the contrast of the difference between this before and after of Su Mushue. More than that, Su Jiangwo realized what it means to have a little cotton jacket that leaks. It was chilly. At this point, Su Mushue was eating her meal when she noticed that her cell phone lit up. It's a hot recommendation on all major platforms. Out of curiosity, she picked up her phone and looked at it and realized that all these platforms were pushing the same hotspot. And this hit, it just came out not 5 minutes ago. The heat is right at 20 million. Hubby. Look. Your company, and you, piece by piece, are on the hot seat. MS Technology intends to offer $5 billion to acquire your Wind God technology. This hot search, it blew right up on the internet. Thousands of netizens, all talking about this. At this time, Lin Feng was still drinking with Su Jiangwo. When he saw this hot search, his entire body froze for a moment. $5 billion to buy Winshin technology? Surprisingly, it's true? Just then, before his eyes, a quest prompt suddenly appeared. Ding! System mission released. Please ask the host to reject MS's $5 billion sky-high takeover, not to bend over for money, and to gain the adoration of his wife. Epic rewards will be awarded for mission completion. Seeing the mission prompt in front of him, Lin Feng got a little excited. Epic rewards? This is a new version of the ship that has never been seen before. Only, the system didn't give a clear answer as to what exactly the reward was. However, it also made Lin Feng look forward to it fiercely. Chapter 54, Shy? No, I'm not. Hear this. Su Jiangwo, who was sitting next to him, was also a bit shocked. What? Offer $5 billion to acquire Wind God technology? Su Jiangwo in the coastal business district also fought for so many years. No more or less about the tech side of things. A variety of summit forums, as well as related receptions, he did not miss to attend. Someone who has, so to speak, seen it all. But like today, in front of the media, it was publicly announced that it was willing to offer $5 billion to acquire Lin Feng's Wind God technology. It was the first time he had seen it. To know. That's a whole $5 billion. Not $5 billion in assets, but $5 billion in cash. It's a big difference between the two, alright. Being able to offer such a purchase price. It's already arguably sky high. To be honest, Su Jiangwo really felt a little ashamed of himself when he saw this. No wonder Mu Shui had said that Lin Feng was much more promising than herself. That's really not a bad point. Su Jiangwo patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Little Lin, first things first, I'm not flattering you. Honestly, you're the most successful entrepreneur I've ever seen in my decades of entrepreneurship. Your company, it's only been in existence for a month or two. To think that they could get MS to offer a purchase price of $5 billion. Whether in the end you agree to sell the Wind God system or not, you win. After all, with this purchase price from MS in front of you, in the future, you won't have to worry about financing. Lin Feng smiled. Indeed, Su was right about that. This move by MS can be said to indirectly raise its own price. I wonder what the hell their corporate decision makers are thinking. I can't believe I would make such a dim move. Or do they think that a mere $5 billion will take me down? At this time, tens of millions of netizens on the internet were discussing this matter intensely. Not just in posting and tweeting. There are also related community forums, as well as short video platforms, where everyone is buzzing about it. They were curious, faced with a purchase price of $5 billion. What will Lin Feng really do? Is it a choice to accept? Or is it a refusal? To this, Lin Feng was in no hurry to give a response. After all, the head of the other company hadn't come to the door yet. Only said so in an interview with a reporter. If the person in charge of the other company comes to Winshan Technology by tomorrow morning, open the door to offer the acquisition. Then, by that time, Lin Feng would definitely open his mouth and directly hit his face. $5 billion, right? Even if it was $50 billion, Lin Feng would have rejected it decisively. After all, the development of domestic operating systems, Lin Feng is not just to make money. Rather, it's about the pattern in your heart. This is far more important than making money. Break the market monopoly of Rice Corporation in the Dragon Kingdom. For the Dragon Kingdom, the establishment of a safe and reliable network environment, this is the goal that Lin Feng most hopes to achieve. Well, let's eat first. Lin Feng said. Aha! Honey, how about you try this dish my mom made? I think it's kinda tasty, try it. But of course, that still doesn't compare to your cooking. He. When Sumu Shui said these words, Zhao Yalan, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, was directly piety to. She rolled her eyes. Moyuki, what did you just say? Who do you think cooks better? Sumu Shui said, Mom, although I really want to say that your cooking is better. But I don't want to speak against my conscience. So one has to be honest. Of course. Saying this, Sumu Shui dragged out a big long sound, then looked at Lin Feng and said, Of course my husband's cooking is better. Hearing Sumu Shui say that, Zhao Yalan felt like she was struck again. This is really self-defeating. If you don't believe me, you can taste it. You'll know how good my husband's cooking is when you try it. Hear that? Zhao Yalan directly picked up the dish Lin Feng had made and tasted it. Well, Kobayashi. I didn't see it coming, but you're quite good at what you do. The level of cooking is quite good, no wonder Mu Shui said so. These days, men like you, Kobayashi, who are handsome, have a successful career, and can cook, that's really rare. Before Lin Feng could say anything. At this time, Sumu Shui said triumphantly. How about it, Mom? I didn't lie to you guys. It's true that there are not many men like my husband, who is handsome and talented, and who loves his wife. It looks like I've really picked up a treasure. Speaking of which, Sumu Shui took Lin Feng's arm and giggled at him. Right, hubby? Lin Feng was also crying and laughing. He thought. Sumu Shui seemed to be getting more and more integrated into the identity of his wife. Let's not talk about anything else, at least career-wise. Her heart is so high. It's rare to genuinely admire someone. But apart from Lin Feng, Sumu Shui felt from the bottom of her heart that Lin Feng was really powerful. If this time he can withstand the temptation of $5 billion, stick to his heart and resolutely develop the business of domestic systems, then she must have evaluated Lin Feng in her heart at the SSS Plus level. After all, who doesn't like one of these? There are patterns and ideals. And what about a husband who sticks to his principles? At this moment, seeing Su Mushua's reaction, the two of them, Su Jiangwo and Zhao Yalan. Be as desperate as you want. Ugh, it really is a girl's fault. This little cotton-padded girl is really getting darker and darker. Su Jiangwo said with a bitter smile. Zhao Yalan also rolled her eyes. Mu Shui, you really are too. Not that I'm talking about you. Mom used to think that you were pretty reserved. Now how did it become? What's that word? Yes, I remember, meaty. It's too meaty. I'm here with your dad and your oldest sister. Aren't you shy? Su Mushua took Lin Feng's arm and said, Shy? No way. Lin Feng and I, we're legal now, okay? What is shyness? That doesn't exist. Honey, do you want a kiss? Lin Feng said, It's not appropriate, is it? Then. Well, owe it for now, after dinner. After Su Mushua finished speaking, she immediately clamped a few dishes and passed them over to Lin Feng's side. Honey, do you want me to feed you? It's time to say no. The dish of shredded pork with fish is still very authentic, my mom's cooking. Here, you taste it. If you like it, I'll have my mom teach me well someday. From now on, I'll cook for you every day, okay?
Seeing Su Mushue's performance as a virtuous wife and mother, Su Jiangwo and Zhao Yalan, who were sitting on the opposite side of the table, were simply in a state of shock. It was unimaginable that this could come from inside Mushue's mouth.
You know, she's always been very high maintenance.
As her parents' older sister,
how can I not imagine that my own daughter and sister?
It's amazing to see such a curt remark come out one day.
But think about it. A boy as good as someone like Lin Feng. It wouldn't have been very common. LOL. Never mind. As long as their daughters were happy, Su Jiangwo and Zhao Yalan were relieved. Chapter 55. Su Muxue is pregnant? Seeing the two in love, Zhao Yalan smiled and looked at Su Muxue and said, "Pretty good. After your wedding, try harder and give me a grandchild."
Me, I'll stop worrying about the company and specialize in helping you guys watch the kids at home. Hearing Zhao Yalan's words, Su Mushue's pretty face immediately blushed.
Mom, what are you talking about? I'm ashamed if you're not. Zhao Yalan laughed. Huh, what's wrong with you, Mushue? Are you still embarrassed to be on it? Why are you blushing? Which is not. Su Mushue hurriedly said, where did I blush? I'm drinking wine and it's more on my face. That's why the blush. Not blushing because, well, you just said something about having a baby. Before Zhao Yalan and Su Jiangwo could say anything, Su Anqi, who was sitting on the side, started to dislike him. But, you didn't drink just now? These words directly disliked Su Mushue. Froze and couldn't get a word in edgewise. Yeah.
She clearly hadn't been drinking just now, so where did she get the upturned face?
Put. Zhao Yalan covered her mouth, a little taut.
Now Su Mushue's face turned even redder.
Okay, no laughing. Okay, no more laughing. But then, Kobayashi, you understand what mom means, right?
Work hard and have a little baby early. Mom's still waiting to help you guys with the kids, and the thought of me taking the kids and having afternoon tea and shopping with my group of sisters sometime in the future.
It's exciting to think about.
I wish you would have let me have that wish sooner. Su Mushue glared at her. Mom, if you keep talking nonsense, I'm going to get angry. Lin Feng and I, who are now in the rising stage of our careers, haven't thought about it yet.
Don't give Lin Feng orders indiscriminately. I think Lin Feng
Before Su Mushue could finish her sentence, Lin Feng then added right after, don't worry mom, I know what you mean, I'll fight for it and get Mushue pregnant sooner.
Trying to make you grandparents and aunts sooner rather than later. Su Mushue glanced at Lin Feng. Hubby, what are you talking about?
Su Mushue rolled her eyes and pretended to be angry. Inside, though, there was still an unspoken feeling.
And, she's taken a stand before.
Though one hopes, in one's 30s, to have children again.
But,
she was willing to give everything if Lin Feng was willing. Even when she gave up her career to return to her family and become a virtuous wife.
And she won't have any complaints. Because after getting married, she realized. Two people together, even in the minutiae of everyday life. It all makes her happy.
She would much rather enjoy this life now than be alone.
Well, eat your food, it's getting cold. And you guys take a look at Mushue's face, how red it is. If you guys keep talking like this, I'm afraid Mushue is going to burrow under the table. Su Angel couldn't help but snicker.
When Su Mushue heard this, she looked at Su Anqi with some gratitude. Stinky old sister, counting that you still have a bit of conscience, to relieve me and help me say something. After Su Mushue finished saying this, Zhao Yalan and Su Jiangwo, both of them, said with a smile.
Well. Hurry up and eat your food. Zhao Yalan looked at Lin Feng and said, right Xiao Lin, why don't you and Mushue not go back tonight?
Why don't you guys just stay at the house for the night? During this time, it's rare for Mushue to come home for a visit.
Mushue, what do you think? Zhao Yalan looked at Su Mushue and asked.
Originally, she had thought that the person who rejected her would be Lin Feng. But what I didn't expect, before Lin Feng could refuse. Su Mushue, however, was the first to shake her head.
No. Su Mushue blurted out.
It caused the atmosphere at the table to become a bit awkward. Su Mushue hurriedly said, no, what I mean is that my husband isn't very adaptable in our house, he's more introverted. So, we'd better go home after dinner later. I'll leave you guys alone, mom and dad.
Right, hubby? Then staying at home for the night. Su Mushue enjoyed her two-person world with Lin Feng even more. Su Mushue's words, not to mention Zhao Yalan and Su Jiangwo, didn't believe them. Anyone wouldn't believe it either. This Mushue, how come she became less and less reserved after getting the license? What's it like now?
Zhao Yalan shook her head helplessly.
Okay, in that case. Mom won't force you guys.
Then, Zhao Yalan looked at Lin Feng again and said, Kobayashi, seriously. You have a successful career now, and mom is happy for you. This proves that Mushue didn't look away. You don't look at Mushue as she is now, she seems to be quite big-headed. But you should know very well that she only does that to you.
And she hasn't been in a relationship, so she's still kind of a little girl in that way. Sometimes, it can seem a little more childish. I wish that, if there was anything you did wrong, you could have let her go a little more. Lin Feng quickly said, Mom, don't worry, I will. And it's always been Mu Shui who's been taking care of me since we got our license. Take that thing about my company's startup capital. Thanks to Mu Shui. Without waiting for Lin Feng to finish his sentence, he ended up being interrupted by Su Mu Shui in public. That what? Honey, don't just chat, eat more food. Come on, I'll give you some food, eat more, it's good for your health. Seeing that Lin Feng was planning to tell the truth about the startup capital, Su Mu Shui hurriedly stopped it. If Su knew. He pitched his dowry money himself to support his husband's business. I guess Dad will be autistic by then, won't he? So, don't say anything until the last minute. Mustn't let Su know. However, seeing Su Mu Shui's nervous appearance, Su Jiangwo and Zhao Yalan also noticed. Mu Shui just now, as if deliberately hiding something? I wonder if it's just them. After dinner, Su Mu Shui took Lin Feng's arm, then waved her hand with Su Jiangwo and Zhao Yalan. Mom and Dad, we'll be heading back then. At the same time, another greeting was given towards Su Anqi, see you later, old sister. Su Jiangwo, Zhao Yalan, and the three of them, Su Anqi. He came to the door and watched Lin Feng and Su Mu Shui leave. And they were told to be safe on the road. It's so late in the day, after all. After the two of them, Lin Feng and Su Mu Shui, left. The three of them then returned to the living room. Zhao Yalan sat down on the sofa and immediately opened her mouth to ask, Old Sua, do you feel that Mu Shui's behavior just now was a bit odd, even a bit perverse? When Zhao Yalan said these words, Su Jiangwo hurriedly said, I was about to talk to you about this. I just noticed that too. Kobayashi was obviously going to tell me things. However, our Mu Shui suddenly spoke up and interrupted Shaolin. It seems to be deliberately hiding something. It really makes me think. What exactly is Mu Shui hiding from us? Su Jiangwo mumbled in a very puzzled manner. At this time, Zhao Yalan looked at Su Anqi and asked, Angie, you know what? Su Anqi shook her head and didn't say anything. You sisters are so close, you would not know? It can't be. Tell me, Mom promises you that it won't leak out, don't worry about that. Su Anqi cried and laughed, Mom, I really don't know about this. If I had known, I would have told you and Dad a long time ago. Zhao Yalan was even more perplexed now. That's strange. What exactly is it that could make Mu Shui so nervous? It's like he's afraid we'll find out. Thinking of this, Zhao Yalan suddenly had a brainstorm. She looked at Su Jiangwo and asked, Old Sua, do you think our family Mu Shui, could she be pregnant? So just now, when Kobayashi was going to tell you things. Before being interrupted so nervously by Mu Shui? What? Su Jiangwo was confused, pregnant? That's impossible. After all, you know the character of our family Mu Shui. Even if she likes Lin Feng as much as she does, it's impossible for her to do something like getting pregnant before getting a license, right? When he said this, Su Jiangwo added another sentence. But here's the problem. If they're not pregnant, then why are they in such a hurry to get a license? Could it be that? Wouldn't really be like what you said, Mu Shui has it, right? Zhao Yalan thought about it and expressed her approval of this idea of Su Jiangwo's. It's quite possible. Su Anqi, who was next to her, also admired her mom and dad's brainstorming ability. Pregnant? How is this possible? But what Mom and Dad said seemed to make a little more sense. Indeed. If it wasn't for the pregnancy, why didn't you even say hello to your family? What about just, like, getting a license? What does that mean? It's not precisely illustrative. Have they gotten to the point where they have to get a license? Su Anqi muttered, it should be unlikely, right? Chapter 56 The Intact Family. And at that moment, the two of them, Lin Feng and Su Mu Shui. Unbeknownst to them, of course, Su Jiangwo and the others brainstormed a big scene on their own. They were on their way home. Su Mu Shui said as she took Lin Feng's arm. Honey, you were great tonight. Keep up the good work. Lin Feng smiled, really? Why do I feel average? Which general? You were superb alright. When she said this, Su Mu Shui tightly wrapped her arms around Lin Feng and said with a smile. Especially when our mom and dad, after seeing those hot searches. You saw how they reacted. Don't mention the shock. After all, my parents have been in business for decades, and they haven't even made $5 billion until now. But you've just started your business and you have a chance to get a $5 billion purchase price. Honey, I really think that you are amazing. Only, what makes me curious is this. What are you going to do next? Su Mu Shui looked at Lin Feng and asked with a serious expression. Lin Feng furrowed his brows and queried, what to do? How to respond to the MS group, of course. Su Mu Shui said, if the head of the MS group comes tomorrow morning and make a formal offer of purchase with you, what are you going to do? Is it a refusal? Lin Feng smiled, his eyes filled with determination, of course. It's just as I suspected. Sumushu said proudly, husband, although we haven't been married for long. But I followed you silently when I was in college. This you know. So I can't say I know your character very well. But the basics, I still know. I knew it, you definitely won't sell wind god technology.
Hearing this, Lin Feng was a bit curious.
He couldn't help but ask, yeah? So tell me instead, what is my character? Sumushu said confidently, when I was in school, I knew that you were a different person. That's why I know that you won't be bought by money.
The wind god system is your heart and soul, and it's your first step in changing the internet in the Dragon Kingdom.
Of course you won't sell it easily. Let alone $5 billion, you wouldn't sell it even if it was 10 billion, would you?
Lin Feng couldn't help but smile at his words. He stretched out his right hand and pinched Su Mushue's cheeks, snickering.
Ha! I can't believe it's only been 2 months since we got our license and you know me so well, huh?
Su Mushue beamed her little mouth and said breathlessly, hubby, look at what you're saying.
You're my husband. If I don't know you, who does? And it's not just that.
When she said this, Su Mushue stopped.
She looked at Lin Feng very seriously. What about in the future? If there's anything I don't understand about you, would you please let me know?
We're a couple, it makes more sense to run in both directions.
Strive to be a model family that everyone envies. Okay, hubby?
Lin Feng thought about it, it's good, but it's just missing something.
What's missing?
Hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Mushue revealed a puzzled expression.
She thought carefully. Cars and houses and money and stuff. You don't even seem to be lacking yourself. Su Mushue pursued, hubby, tell me quickly. What's missing, anyway?
Lin Feng looked at her, a few little babies are missing. Su Mushue's face instantly turned red with shame and pouted.
Honey, you.
Su Mushue skimmed her lips and glared at him. When we were just at my house, my mom, she was joking.
You can't be too serious.
Lin Feng said with a serious expression, I'm not joking.
For the next while, I can be sure.
The development of wind god technology will definitely soar. It won't take long to completely defeat the MS system and become the most utilized operating system in the country. So, in terms of career, it's good to have me out there fighting.
And all you have to do now is help me have a baby and make a whole family. Su Mushue looked at Lin Feng with a surprised expression. Hubby, are you serious? Of course. If you don't want to, then forget it.
Lin Feng then added, when you have a successful career, it's not too late for us to consider this matter.
No, husband, you've got it all wrong. That's not what I meant. I mean to say.
Speaking of this, Su Mushue was obviously much more nervous.
She continued, yes. Lin Feng looked at her, you agree? Sure. Su Mushue whispered, though, it's not what I planned.
But as I said before, I'll make any change for you, if you want. Maybe for the old me, career was the most important thing. But right now, for me, you, husband, are the most important thing.
Besides, I want to have a baby that belongs to both of us.
A family of 3 kind of life, just thinking about it makes you look forward to it.
And our mom, and our mother-in-law, and our aunt and uncle and they have all pushed in turn.
Su Mushue said, only, if I do get pregnant.
When that happens, I won't be able to go to work. I'm afraid, it's up to you to support me.
When she said this, Su Mushue hugged Lin Feng's arm and looked at him and said, then,
husband, will you raise me?
Lin Feng pinched Su Mushue's cheeks favorably and laughed, of course, I'm your man.
If I don't feed you, who will? I promise, I will absolutely raise you to be fat.
Su Mushue hurriedly waved her hand and said, the chubby one is not necessary, but bye-bye can be considered.
I'm afraid that by then, I'll be fat. You just don't like me anymore.
Lin Feng looked at her with a serious expression and said deeply,
honey, I love you no matter what you become. Seriously? You didn't lie to me?
Lin Feng nodded heavily.
Su Mushue hugged Lin Feng's arm tightly and laughed, hubby, you're so nice. Come on, it's windy out there. Go home. Lest you freeze and catch cold. Besides, you might have to get up early tomorrow.
Lin Feng rubbed Su Mushue's head. The two walked down the commercial street of Marina City. Many passers-by passed by them and saw the dog-filled scene.
Invisible is blitzed to the point of being invisible. Young people nowadays, do they like to show their love on the street anymore? Wouldn't that be too inhumane? Chapter 57 Making out was discovered by an employee. 7 in the morning. Lin Feng was then called up by Su Mushue. Honey, hurry up and get up. Late for work.
Lin Feng subconsciously asked after being woken up.
Honey, what time is it?
Su Mushue hurriedly said, it's almost 7:30. Lin Feng looked at the time.
Sure enough, it's almost 7:30. Even though you're the boss, it's not nice to be late for work.
At the very least, the example was not well set. Lin Feng quickly got up and got dressed. Su Mushue looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, hubby, go brush your teeth. I've made breakfast, it's in the dining room, and I'm going to go iron your clothes for you now. You'll have to wear it at work later. After saying that, Su Mushue headed downstairs. Then he picked up the iron and started to help Lin Feng iron his clothes. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Seriously, wife, I've realized that you're becoming more and more like a good wife and mother.
Su Muxue smiled, that's for sure, don't you see who I am?
When it comes to work, I dare say that in the whole company, no one can be more serious than me. Even something as difficult as work, I can do it brilliantly.
So how can being a good wife be hard for me? Don't you think so, husband? Lin Feng smiled and said, yes, yes, yes.
Soon, Su Muxue helped Lin Feng iron his clothes and then said to him, alright hubby, let's eat breakfast first.
Got to go to work later.
Su Muxue walked to the table and smiled, I got up early to make this. I went to your house earlier and learned a couple of tricks from my mother-in-law.
I just don't know how well it's doing.
Lin Feng was just about to pick up his chopsticks and prepare for breakfast. Su Muxue hurriedly stopped it, wait a moment first.
Before breakfast, I must tell you something. I'm really not very good at cooking. But then, I'll study hard. So this time, if I don't do a good job, you mustn't blow me off. Hear that?
Lin Feng smiled helplessly, fine, don't worry wife.
No matter how bad you make it, I'll say it's delicious. Su Muxue rolled her eyes, so reluctant? I'm just being modest, and you're taking it seriously?
I'm still very confident in myself.
Lin Feng smiled and didn't say anything.
Instead, he picked up his chopsticks, picked up a few dishes, and savored them. Su Muxue, who was sitting next to him, had an impatient expression on her face, wanting very much to hear the evaluation from Lin Feng's mouth. Lin Feng cleared his throat and commented,
Muxue, what a surprise. You're quite perceptive when it comes to cooking.
These dishes, but my mom's specialty, although the ingredients are simple, but the process of making them, not simple.
You've done well to learn to this extent in a short period of time. Su Muxue asked, so, you think it's delicious?
Lin Feng hesitated for a second, then said, well, it does taste good.
Really? Looks like I'm really quite talented when it comes to cooking. I'll try it too.
Speaking of this, Su Muxue immediately picked up her chopsticks and picked up and tasted it. And then threw up inside the trash can on the spot.
What? This is too bad to eat, it's not even human. I can't believe I'm the one who made something so awful. It's horrible.
Su Muxue had a disgusted look on her face, then she looked at Lin Feng and said, hubby, I'm sorry, it looks like I was overconfident. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, it's okay, take your time, there's no rush.
Nah. Su Muxue smiled cheekily, don't worry husband, I will definitely study hard. One day, I'm going to make you eat master caliber food. I promise you. After breakfast.
Su Muxue changed her clothes and then put on her shoes. After everything was done, Su Muxue took Lin Feng's arm, hubby, I'm all packed up, let's go to work.
Look at the time, it's only 8 o'clock in the morning. It's not very late. It's a half-hour drive, just make it to the office by 9. Su Muxue said, hubby, why don't I drive today? What's wrong? You don't trust my driving skills, huh?
Lin Feng subconsciously asked.
Su Muxue shook her head, no.
I mean, MS today, we'll probably go to your company and talk to you about the acquisition.
If you're driving, you'll have to take me to the office and then back to yours. This is taking too much of your time.
Although, you don't intend to sell the Wind God system, but no matter what, MS Group is a globally recognized company.
It's not good to be late. What if people are already waiting for you at the office by this time?
Speaking here, Su Muxue took out the car keys from her bag. So what, it's better for me to drive today.
You're in the passenger seat.
Lin Feng nodded helplessly.
So, okay then.
Lin Feng said and got into the co-pilot's seat. Half an hour later, the two of them arrived at the entrance of Wind God Technology. Su Muxue waved her hand towards Lin Feng, hubby, you can quickly go in.
I'm going to work too. Bye.
Lin Feng smiled, okay, drive carefully on the road.
Remember to send me a message when you get to the office.
Okay, I will. Lin Feng said, then I'll go into the company first.
Honey, wait. Su Muxue suddenly called out to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng stopped and looked back.
Why, is there anything else?
Su Muxue poked her head out of the car and laughed, come over a little. Lin Feng poked his head over and was just about to ask what was up. As a result, Su Muxue then made a direct sneak attack and kissed Lin Feng.
Right about this time, 3 or 4 female employees, about to walk into the office.
I didn't expect to see the boss and the boss's wife making out in front of the company.
The atmosphere at this moment instantly stiffened. These women are not employees of other companies in the Marina Creative Park.
It just so happens to be a co-worker at Wintech.
It's no big deal for Lin Feng. It's just a kiss. But Su Muxue, who was a girl, that was a big deal.
Having just graduated from college, she still had to be a little thin-skinned. She never thought to death that she would be seen by his employees when she kissed her husband.
This is simply a large social death scene.
Su Muxue was instantly confused, and even her speech began to stutter.
What about? Honey, you get in there, I'm going to work first. Bye. Before Su Muxue left, she even greeted those employees. Only, the greeting couldn't have been more awkward. Chapter 58 Rejection of MS Group. After watching Su Mu Shui drive away, the employees who stayed where they were then looked at Lin Feng and said, Mr. Lin is sorry. Did we come at a bad time? Lin Feng smiled, it's fine, where are the words? Let's get in there. After saying that, Lin Feng took a few female employees with him, walked into the office together. While riding in the elevator, Lin Feng casually asked, have you guys had breakfast yet? Not yet, but Ran has gone to get us breakfast. Mr. Lin, have you had breakfast? Why don't I make a call and ask Ran to get one for you too? Lin Feng waved his hand, no, I've already eaten. So? These female employees nodded. Ah, yes. Mr. Lin. I was sleeping last night and I saw the company's hit list. I heard that the head of MS Group Dragon, in an interview with the media, announcing that it intends to negotiate a takeover with our Wind God technology. And the price offered, too, is frighteningly high. According to them, they initially intend to offer $5 billion to acquire the Wind God system. Then, Mr. Lin, what are you going to do? Employees are concerned about this. When they saw the news last night, their first reaction was shock. The second thing is to feel good about it. After all, the company you work for is being looked at by the biggest names in the industry and offers such a high purchase price. This is a great honor for any employee of WinSense. After all, the Wind God system is built. There is a part for all of them. At the same time, though, they were worried. If Lin Feng really sells the Wind God system, then, after that, someone else will come and take over WinSense. Then, Lin Feng would no longer be their boss. At the thought of this, the feelings of all the employees of Wind God Technology were, well, complicated. On the one hand, they want Windsor Technologies to be recognized. But on the other hand, they don't want to change bosses. They knew that in this world, it was impossible to meet another capitalist like Mr. Lin, who was genuinely good to his employees. That's why at this time, these female employees, they were so curious to ask Lin Feng about it. Mr. Lin, how do you plan to reply to MS Group? Can you tell us about it ahead of time? Would you really sell the Wind God system? But, even if you really want to sell, all of us, we will still follow you. Whatever business you're in next, we're willing to follow you. Even if the new company pays, not particularly well. We do too. Because, what attracts us to follow you, Mr. Lin, is no longer wages and salaries. Rather, it's your character, Mr. Lin. Seeing them say that. As the boss, Lin Feng was indeed touched. Lin Feng smiled and said, don't worry about this. The Wind God system doesn't just belong to me, it belongs to everyone in the company, including you. Whether or not the other side is actually going to buy it, my answer will always be one word. Pussy. The female employees, subconsciously confused, pussy? What do you mean? Ding dong. Just at that moment, the elevator doors opened. Lin Feng smiled faintly, you guys can experience it yourselves. I'm going to the office first. The employees stayed where they were, with puzzled looks on their faces. You said. What exactly did Mr. Lin mean when he said that just now? Pussy? What kind of answer is that? Why can't I understand it? Stupid you guys, what Mr. Lin meant to say was that no matter how much money Mississippi Group offered, he wouldn't agree. That pussy. Ah, I see. The word pussy is not made up of bad. Sister, I have realized. Anyway, as long as Mr. Lin doesn't sell the Wind God system, then I'm relieved. Upon returning to the office area, a lot of employees, they're talking about it. Everyone was talking about whether Lin Feng would sell the Wind God system. After all, that's a $5 billion purchase price anyway. It's ridiculously high, okay? There are not many people who can withstand such a great temptation. And those few female employees just now, after telling everyone about Lin Feng's reply, everyone was shocked. What, even a purchase price of $5 billion can't impress Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin doesn't agree? My goodness, look at Mr. Lin's style. It's just, how can I say this, I've never served many people in all my life. But I'm really convinced by someone with a pattern like Mr. Lin. That's right, I'm convinced. After all, that's a sky-high price of $5 billion. I bet 99.99% of the people in the world would bow down for money. What ideals, what patterns, it's all bull. In the face of sufficient benefits, is it not the same compromise? But our Mr. Lin is different, he really has a pattern. Why don't you say that Mr. Lin is different from other capitalists? And the point is, we don't have to worry anymore, that Wind God technology will change bosses. Everyone work in peace. Yeah, back to work. The other side. Lin Feng had just arrived at his office. It didn't take long for Manager Lu to knock on the door and walk in. Lin Feng opened his mouth and asked, Manager Lu, what are you looking for me for? Manager Lu said, Mr. Lin, the matter is like this. Just 10 minutes ago, I received a call from Feng Yi, the head of MS Group, in the Dragon Kingdom. Mr. Feng said he'd like to invite you to dinner. Let me help by asking if you have plans for lunch today.
He'd like to ask you out to dinner at the Marina del Rey Sea restaurant, if that's not arranged.
By the way, to talk to you about the company acquisition. Before Lin Feng could say anything, Manager Lu then continued, Mr. Lin, you should have seen what happened on the hot search yesterday, right? Simply put, it means that MS Group sees the value of our Wind God system. At the same time, it also sees the future potential of our Wind God system and the competitive pressure it may bring to their company's MS operating system. So, the intention is to acquire our company in advance and also realize their absolute lead in the field of operation. Manager Lu continued to ask, so, I wonder what you have in mind, Mr. Lin. You are thinking that the $5 billion purchase price, higher or lower? Lin Feng replied indifferently, higher or lower, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that I never wanted to sell the Wind God system. So, turn down the noon invitation today for me. Let's just say that we appreciate your company's appreciation. But we, at Winshin Technologies, just want to be focused on doing our own thing. Build a domestic operating system that sells worldwide. Of course we can't sell the Wind God system, especially since your company is still a rice country enterprise. If that's the case, why did we bother starting the business in the first place? Isn't what we're trying to do, cracking the predicament of the Dragon Kingdom and leading the Dragon Kingdom's internet industry to a new level? Now, you're asking me to take a domestic system that I built with great difficulty and sell it to a company in the US? This can't be right. A look of shock flashed across Manager Lu's face. Soon, though, he pressed on and nodded. Okay, Mr. Lin, I understand what you mean. I'll call and reply to the head of MS Group in the country. And indicate to him what you think, Mr. Lin. After saying that, Manager Lu walked out of the office. Then call Fang Yi from MS Group. Originally, Fang Yi thought that he would receive a satisfactory reply. After all, that's a whole $5 billion purchase price anyway. There's no company that's going to say no to that. What's the concept of getting $5 billion in cash? You can't spend it all in 10 lifetimes. It's unlikely anyone will say no. But unexpectedly, after receiving the call, Fang Yi's entire body was dumbfounded. Lin Feng surprisingly refused? How dare he turn down MS Group's $5 billion takeover bid? Chapter 59, an additional $2 billion. What? Did you just say that your Mr. Lin doesn't agree? Manager Lu replied, yes, Mr. Feng, our general manager Lin's original words, that's what he said. He appreciates your company's recognition, but he has business to attend to at noon today. I'm afraid, I won't be able to dine with you, I'm sorry. If there's nothing else, that's all for now. I hope we get the chance to work together again next time. After hanging up, Fang Yi, who was staying at the headquarters of MS Group's Longhua branch, he shouted twice in a hurry, hello? Hello? The other party had hung up. At this time, sitting on the office couch, there was a middle-aged man. He frowned with a serious expression. Mr. Feng, how is the situation? Did Lin Feng promise? Fang Yi replied, unfortunately, he refused. What? A purchase price of $5 billion and he turned it down? Are you kidding me? Fang Yi said, as much as I would like to say that this is a joke, this is the truth. It seems that even with a price tag of $5 billion, it still can't impress Lin Feng. Why don't you apply to headquarters again and see if you can raise the purchase price? Maybe, Lin Feng just thinks the price is too low. But anyway, once if we let the Wind God system develop, that's a big blow to the MS operating system. The market in the Dragon Kingdom is so big, our company can't afford to lose it. The middle-aged man nodded, well, your analysis makes sense. I'll report back to headquarters now and see if I can raise the purchase price by another $2 billion. That's $7 billion, I just don't believe that Lin Feng will still refuse. Fang Yi nodded, that's right, with a price tag of $7 billion, it's absolutely impossible for him to refuse. It's a full $2 billion increase, after all. There's no way anyone would say no. In the meantime, the official microblog of Winshin Technology also posted a notice. Above this notice, a few words stood out. Denial. For the MS Group's opening bid of $5 billion for the application. The answer from Windsor Technologies is no. The notice immediately caused a huge stir on Twitter. After all, at the beginning, 90% of the people felt that Wind God Technology would definitely agree to sell the Wind God system. After all, that's a whole $5 billion. But I didn't expect that the final response of the Wind God Technology is rejected. So much so that on Twitter, it was an instant sensation. Within a short period of time, hundreds of millions of people were talking about it. Just in time for this. On Twitter, there is a big netizen with 500,000 followers. A sudden tweet. And at this time, all the employees up and down the Wind God Technology put down their work. At the same time, Su Mushue, as well as Lin Feng's parents, Jia Yalan and Su Jiangwo, as well as classmates and friends, all called one after another. Lin Feng had just received a call from Su Mushue. He heard Su Mushue, who was on the opposite side, say in a very urgent voice, honey, look at the hot search, something big is going on. There's a big internet celebrity with 500,000 followers who suddenly posted a tweet and it's related to you. Lin Feng took out his cell phone and looked at it. I didn't realize that tweet said that above. Inside the MS Group, according to sources, a bid of $7 billion is being discussed to acquire the Wind God system. Previously, MS Group offered $5 billion, which was rejected by Wind God Technology, therefore making an adjustment to the amount of the acquisition, adding $2 billion to the original amount. This tweet was sent out by a well-known big shot with 500,000 followers. And he's a finance-related blogger himself, with 500,000 followers. Plus his fans on top of short videos, as well as B-site, forum postings, and other related social platforms. Cumulatively, across the web, it's probably in the tens of millions. Such a tweet posted by a well-known big name. Of course it quickly attracted the debate and attention of countless netizens, especially on Twitter. When he sent out this microblog, it instantly reached the #1 position on the microblog hot search list. Millions, if not tens of millions of netizens have watched it. Shock was written all over his face. One must know that the MS Group's previous offer of $5 billion, intending to acquire the Wind God system, had already surprised them. Though, it is said that Fengshen Technology has developed a domestic operating system. It is indeed a remarkable thing. But no matter what, their Wind God technology, after all, was only founded not 2 months ago. In less than 2 months, it was offered this outrageous purchase price by the global internet giant, MS Technology Group. You can see how valuable the Windsor system really is. It also shows how ambitious MS Group is in the domestic market. It's what makes you sensitive to this extent. But whenever a rival emerges, it is either acquired or defeated. In short, they are all about being a leader in the domestic market. But even with an astronomical price tag of $5 billion, people's Wind God technology, at the end of the day, is still mercilessly hit in the face, pressing the bill. But to my surprise, something even more shocking happened. This time, MS Group even directly added $2 billion to the purchase price? Straight up to the $7 billion amount? This Wind God technology is worth too much. It's so commercially valuable that it can be offered a sky-high price of $7 billion by the MS Group? I think this time Wind God technology will agree to be acquired, right? It's a full $2 billion more, after all. I don't believe that the boss of Wind God Technology can have this kind of determination and will really remain unmoved in the face of MS Group's additional $2 billion. It's not going to happen. At the end of the day, an entrepreneur is just an entrepreneur and can't possibly have any idea of the big picture. I can guarantee that the reason why their Wind God Technologies Mr. Lin rejected MS Group's $5 billion acquisition, it's not that they don't want to sell at all, it's that they want to sell for a higher price. I'll put my words right here, in a few days, the Wind God system will definitely be sold to the MS Group. If you don't believe me, you can come back and punch me in the face again in a few days. After Lin Feng read the hot search on the internet. Immediately after that, he smiled faintly at Sumu Shui. Muyuki, you said those. I've already seen it on Twitter. Sumu Shui asked, then. Husband, what are you going to do? Reject it again? Lin Feng said lightly, of course. Didn't I tell you before? Don't say billions, even if the asking price is 10 billion, 50 billion I won't sell. My goal is to create a domestic computer operating system and break the existing internet industry landscape. It's something I want to pursue. Sumu Shui had an indescribable feeling in her heart after hearing these words from Lin Feng. 1,000 words that finally came together in one sentence. My husband is awesome. Even in the face of an additional $2 billion acquisition, it still doesn't budge. Not bad for my favorite man, just bold. Alright then, go about your business, I'll leave you alone. The other thing I want to tell you is that no matter what decision you make, I, as your wife, will silently support you behind the scenes. Go for it, oh hubby. Besides, what do you want to eat for lunch today? I'll go to your company and bring you a meal, okay? Of course, you can count on it. I didn't make it myself, it won't be particularly bad. I just wanted to drop off your food once, I don't think I've visited your office until now. So today at noon, can I go? Without waiting for Lin Feng to reply, Sumu Shui continued, of course, if it's inconvenient for you, then forget it. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, how could that be? My wife personally came to the company to bring me food. I'm more than happy. How could it be inconvenient? Really? Sumu Shui smiled cheekily, that's great. When I get off work at noon, I'll come to your office and bring you food. I'll leave you to your work. Bye. Chapter 60, Can't refuse anymore, can you? After talking to Sumu Shui on the phone. After about 5 minutes of this, several department managers, one after another, came inside Lin Feng's office. They couldn't wait to speak, Mr. Lin, it was just on Weibo. There's a blogger with 500,000 followers who posted an article. According to his revelations, MS Group is planning to acquire our Wind God system for an additional $2 billion. We came over, just to ask you about it. Even if the other party adds an additional $2 billion to the price, you still don't intend to sell the Wind God system? All the departmental managers present were all puzzled. It is particularly interesting to know what Lin Feng thinks. Lin Feng said blandly, "Managers, I don't think this matter needs to be repeated anymore. Whether it's now, or in the future, or whichever company it is, it doesn't matter how much money is offered. Don't say billions, even tens of billions. As long as it's a foreign company, I still say, never agree. Otherwise, it would go against my original intention of founding Wind God Technology. If that's the case, what's the point of us establishing Wind God Technology? Is it just to make money? No." When Lin Feng finished the sentence, the entire office was instantly filled with applause. There wasn't a single department manager present who didn't applaud. Compared to Mr. Lin's pattern, they were really ashamed of themselves. So at this time, the managers, led by Manager Lu, said, "Mr. Lin, we understand. That is to say, the ultimate purpose of our company is not to make money. Rather, it is for the development of the domestic internet business. Therefore, the Wind God system must not be sold to foreign companies. Otherwise, wouldn't our Wind God system become a foreigner's product?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. That's what I meant. So from now on, there's no need for me to report anything like this." All rejected. The managers, who were present, nodded their heads. "Okay, Mr. Lin, we know. Then we won't bother you." After saying that, these department managers then left the office one after another. Come outside the office. The managers were talking to each other. Mr. Lua, that said, I really didn't expect it. Even with MS Group's additional purchase price of $2 billion, Mr. Lin still doesn't agree to sell the Wind God system. It looks like our Mr. Lin is serious. He really intends to lead our Dragon Kingdom and get rid of foreign technological sanctions. Manager Lu followed up with, "That's for sure. From the day everyone first joined. Didn't Mr. Lin emphasize this to us?" That manager nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's true, but the problem is, in front of absolute benefits, how many people can resist the temptation? Isn't that what happened?" Manager Lu nodded, "Well, you have a point. In this world, for 99% of the people, the temptation of money cannot be resisted. But our Mr. Lin, he's not like other entrepreneurs. This is what I appreciate most, as well as what I admire most about our Mr. Lin. So going forward, everyone must work hard. Do it for the company. I believe that following our Mr. Lin and developing the domestic internet business together will definitely lead to a bright future. All of us here are great contributors to the Dragon Kingdom. Maybe in the future, it could even go down in the history books of internet development. Years from now, when our children and grandchildren mention the history of the development of the domestic internet. Everyone here is an important component of the inside." The other department managers, too, nodded, yeah. Manager Lu is right. Everyone get back to work. If MS Group sends another person to contact them, just reject it for Mr. Lin. So as not to disturb Mr. Lin's office. Besides, didn't Mr. Lin already say that just now? No matter how high a purchase price MS Group offers, Mr. Lin's answer is only one word. That's a no. Several department managers, after some discussion at the door. Then he went back to his office. Go ahead and start working. And at this point, inside the MS Group, several managers are also meeting urgently. They were discussing the issue of an additional $2 billion to the purchase price. Anyway, whatever. They had the MS Group would never allow that a computer system company from the Dragon Kingdom would rise to the top. In that case, I'm afraid that their company's dominant position in the Dragon Kingdom would be lost. What's more, the Wind God system was also the system of the Dragon Kingdom. Their MS system, on the other hand, is a system developed by a MIG company. For the vast majority of computer users in the country. Obviously, the domestic Windsor system is, more than anything else, a natural advantage. If we really let the Wind God system develop, then it is probably only a matter of time before the MS system is withdrawn from the domestic market. If it comes to that, their MS Group share price must have plummeted dramatically. After all, the market in Dragonland is huge. Arguably, it is the most important market in the world. If you lose the dragon market, you can imagine the consequences. That's why they, the MS Group, can never allow this to happen. So the chairman of the MS Group headquarters called an emergency meeting. Decided to increase the purchase price to $10 billion. That means doubling the original $5 billion purchase price. No matter how much financial resources were paid, the Wind God system had to be acquired. It was because within the past few days, they had carefully studied the Wind God System 1.0 public version. They found that this operating system, whether in terms of security, stability, or smoothness and many other aspects, it can be said to completely hang on to their MS system. If we don't hurry up and acquire it, being overtaken is already a predictable thing. Chairman, do you really want to do this? The purchase price was directly doubled and raised to $10 billion? Such a high purchase price is too outrageous?
Although, it's true that the performance of their wind god system is slightly better than ours. But anyway, they're just a company that's been around for less than 2 months. A direct bid of $10 billion, would that be a bit too much? I think that another billion, or 8 billion, is about right. Yeah, Chairman, that's what I thought. Another billion is already holding up, it can't go any higher. Otherwise, the payback period would be very large and risky. But even though many of the top brass are against it, the chairman of the MS Group headquarters still ordered it down. Notify Fang Yi, the head of MS Group in the Dragon Kingdom. Tell him to contact Lin Feng of Wind God Technology immediately. Bid 10 billion. Acquisition of their Wind God system. This time, he couldn't refuse, could he? After all, this time, the MS Group has dropped a lot of money. On top of the original $5 billion, there was an additional double, a whole $10 billion. This time, he had no reason to refuse. Chapter 61 Fang Yi's Invitation. Received notice from the board of directors. Fang Yi immediately patted his chest and assured, Chairman, don't worry. It's definitely not going to be a problem this time. Last time, the offer was $5 billion, although it was rejected by Mr. Lin of Wind God Technology. I haven't even seen his face, but this time, I'm confident. Because I believe it's not that he doesn't want to sell the Wind God system, he just doesn't think the price is high enough. This time, bid $10 billion, he definitely won't have a problem with it. I promise, I'll definitely take the Wind God system this time. Fang Yi swore with assurance. After putting down the phone, he immediately called Manager Lu of Wind God Technology. This time, he didn't bring up the matter of acquiring the Wind God system over the phone. Instead, he offered to ask Lin Feng to have dinner with him in the evening. Manager Lu, I'm calling this time. It's not about wanting to talk to your company about acquiring the Wind God system. Rather, simply want to ask your Mr. Lin to have dinner. Tonight, I wonder if Mr. Lin is free. Still on the phone from earlier, Marina City by the Sea restaurant. I've booked a private room. I hope that when the time comes, Mr. Lin can give face, okay? Manager Lu thought for a moment, then replied, this. Mr. Feng, you wait a moment first. I'll go ask our general manager Lin. See what he has to say. Fang Yi hurriedly said, yes, no problem, I can wait for your reply. Just tell me I'm sincere. No matter what, we, MS Group, are also the leader in the industry, right? Even if your company doesn't intend to sell the Wind God system. But I don't think it's necessary for both of us to go to the point of death. Maybe we can even, in some aspects, reach relevant cooperation. Anyway, our MS system has also been in the industry for decades. The contacts we have at our company are also very extensive. Your Wind God system has just been released. What's the most important thing at the moment? Have you guys thought about it? Before Manager Lu could say anything, just then I heard Fang Yi say, what you guys need most right now is connections. Because of the computers within major corporations, the systems that are loaded. It's all our company's MS system. Perhaps we can help you develop a few cooperative ventures. Let thousands, or even tens of thousands, of computers in their companies be loaded with your Wind God system, thus helping you to increase the installed base of the Wind God system. Well, think about it, it's a pretty rare opportunity for you guys. Hearing Fang Yi say this, Manager Lu of course knew that there was no free lunch under the sky. However, he was right. For now, the installed base is really the most important thing for the Windsor system. Manager Lu nodded and returned, okay. I'll talk to our Mr. Lin. However, if Mr. Lin doesn't see you, there's nothing I can do. After all, as you know, our company has just been established, and there are still a lot of things that are waiting for us, Mr. Lin, to handle right now. Fang Yi smiled while replying, it doesn't matter, as long as you bring the word. Okay. Wait a moment then. I'll call you back later. After hanging up the phone, Manager Lu ran directly to Lin Feng's office. He knocked on the door. After getting permission from Lin Feng, Manager Lu walked into the office and said, Mr. Lin, sorry to bother you again. Lin Feng put down the document in his hand and said with a flat expression, it's fine, say what's up. Manager Lu replied, Mr. Lin, the matter is like this, just now I received the person in charge of MS Group in China. It's also that Fang Yi. He called and said he'd like to ask you to have dinner with him tonight. And it was made clear on the phone that it was simply to have dinner with you and talk about whether there was anything we could both do together. Said they could use their influence in the industry and their connections with major corporations. Help us increase the installed base of the Wind God system. I hope you give a damn. At 8 o'clock in the evening, we'll have dinner together at the Marina City Sea restaurant. Mr. Lin, what do you mean? When he asked, Manager Lu looked at Lin Feng, waiting for his answer. However, Lin Feng subconsciously smiled. Immediately afterward, he replied, Manager Lu, let me ask you this. If you were the owner of MS Group, would you give your competitors contacts to help them increase their installed base? Manager Lu shook his head, of course not. It's a cutie. Only thing to do. Then do you think that the MS Group, which has been developing for decades, would be that stupid?
Do you think that they would be so stupid as to suck their own blood and feed it to someone else? Of course not.
Lin Feng continued, so I'm sure that this Fang Yi has merely changed his negotiation tactics.
Intending to take a gentle approach, or maybe he's lusting for a fight.
At the end of the day, it's still going to bring up the acquisition. Manager Lu looked at Lin Feng and asked, then, Mr. Lin, what do you mean?
I'll just turn it back? Okay, I understand what you mean, Mr. Lin.
I'm turning him down.
But at this time, Lin Feng waved his hand and said, wait a minute. Don't say no for now, I'll think about it.
Lin Feng thought for a moment, then replied, Manager Lu, you can call him back later, just tell him that I have time in the evening so I can have dinner with him and talk.
Manager Lu's expression was a bit surprised. But he didn't ask more questions and nodded, okay, I'll get back to him.
Lin Feng said blandly, well, go ahead.
After Manager Lu returned to his office, he immediately called Fang Yi back.
The other side of the phone had just been connected. Fang Yi was nervous and bad, directly opening his mouth to ask.
Manager Lu, how is the situation off? Has your Mr. Lin agreed? Does he have any plans tonight?
Manager Lu said, Mr. Feng, I just relayed everything you said to our general manager Lin.
Our Mr. Lin said that he doesn't have any plans for the evening, so he can meet you for a chat. Really? That's great. Fang Yi said excitedly. 8 o'clock at night then.
I'll be at the Sea Restaurant, right on time, waiting for your Mr. Lin to come over.
Manager Lu nodded, well okay, I'll pass it on to our general manager Lin. Yes. Fang Yi hurriedly said, then I won't disturb you. Tell your Mr. Lin for me. See you tonight.
Only after saying that did Fang Yi hang up the phone.
Chapter 62, A Satiated Man Doesn't Know a Hungry Man's Hunger. 2 hours later. Su's side of the group. Su Muxue was busy with work stuff. Just then, she received a call from her best friend Li Yaoyao. On the phone, Li Yaoyao opened her mouth and asked, Muxue, the interview on my side is almost over, have you finished your work? Wait, why don't you just drive over here, I'm near the creative park. That is, your husband Lin Feng, this side of their office building. Or, I could come up to your office and pick you up. If you're too lazy to drive.
Su Muxue hurriedly said, no need, my husband didn't take the car away during this morning. I'm the one who drove my husband to work.
Wait, let me drive to you. Send me the restaurant's location, and when I'm done with the job at hand, I'll come over and find you.
Li Yaoyao quickly sent over the positioning, then said, Muxue, the positioning has been sent over, take a look.
I've got about half an hour before I'm done with the interview. You estimate the time and then come over. Today at noon, I'll buy you dinner. By the way, wanted to ask you a few questions about your husband.
Of course. Are purely work issues. As you know, the last time I did an interview with your husband in their company, Wind God Technology, it blew up straight away. It caused a very big stir online.
The number of visits, and the heat, was off the charts.
And the products that partner platforms have placed on our platforms have converted very well.
So this time, I'd also like to interview your husband's company. When we finish eating at noon, why don't you accompany me to Lin Feng and his company for a spin? I'd like to interview him for a few questions. Okay, Muxue? Su Muxue said, okay, no problem. It just so happens that I'm going to bring my husband lunch today, at noon.
After we eat, we'll make a trip to my husband's company and bring him lunch.
If my husband doesn't object, you can interview, it's fine with me. But, if he doesn't agree, you'll have to come with me and not bother my husband at work, understand? Or else, watch me clean you up. Anyway, I'm warning you, no bothering my husband for your company's performance. Otherwise, I'll never forgive you, do you know that? After Su Muxue said this, Li Yaoyao was simply speechless to the extreme. Come on, at least I did you a favor in the first place.
A month or so ago, you wanted to transfer money to Lin Feng to support his business venture.
But I'm afraid he won't take it, and I'm not the one who fixed it for you. Is this something you've forgotten so quickly? Without my help, Lin Feng and their company, it wouldn't have been possible to do it so quickly.
Speaking of which, I'm still the #1 contributor to Wind God Technology.
But now, I want to interview your husband and you're not happy about it? And talk about cleaning me up? Are you still my sister?
Why do I feel that ever since you married Lin Feng, you've become more and more that?
It's so different from the Muxue I used to know. Does it mean that all married women are like that? Li Yaoyao didn't even know what to say.
One must know that the former Su Muxue was her close and good sister.
Going out, it's all about sleeping in one bed kind of thing. Now that you have a husband, you've forgotten yourself as your best friend? This is too much of that. Su Muxue hurriedly said, hee, Yaoyao, don't be angry. I was just kidding you. As long as my husband is okay with it, of course I have nothing to say. But if he won't, you just leave him alone. Li Yaoyao sniffed with a helpless expression. Muxue, you've really changed. The old you weren't like this. Su Muxue asked curiously, oh, then you tell me how I was like before? Li Yaoyao said, you know, you used to be so nice to me. And very opinionated. But now, how did you become like this? Why am I hearing between your lines that all I'm hearing is listening to your husband? Su Mushue hurriedly said, of course. I'm married now, so I'm married to my husband. Of course I'm going to listen to my husband, don't you understand such a simple truth? No wonder you're still a bachelor even after graduating from college and you haven't married until now. Looking at you, I guess you won't be able to get married in this life. He. Hearing this damaging mouth of her best friend, Li Yaoyao hurriedly scolded. Stinky Mu Shui, don't curse me. I'm going to marry into a rich family and become a rich wife in the future. I'm just clean now. Su Mu Shui rolled her eyes and disliked her mercilessly. Come on, you're the one who married into the family, it's good that someone is willing to have you. Besides, what's the point of marrying into the family? You should learn more about me. Find a normal boy and help him and make him a hoe. That makes more sense. At least I think there's more to it than just marrying into the family. Besides, wouldn't it make more sense for two people to help each other and then achieve prosperity together? Li Yaoyao's expression was speechless. Come on, you don't want to be full of people who don't know how hungry they are. A man like your husband, where is he ordinary? Plain drums and snails, plain and slippery, huh? And good looking even. Fresh out of college, with a startup grant, he dares to directly challenge the field of homegrown systems. And, in just 2 months' time, the Wind God system was developed. Even the MS Group offered $5 billion. It shows how good their company really is now. We're all amateurs, so we may not be able to see what's going on. But MS Group, that's the global leader of the internet industry. To be held in such high regard by the Dragon Head boss. And after spending $5 billion on a failed acquisition, it's not about to give up. There are even rumors on the internet that MS Group is preparing for a second round of acquisition, reportedly with an additional purchase price of at least $2 billion. That is to say, a company that was founded just 2 months ago is worth more than $7 billion. You can't find many people like your husband in the whole of the Dragon Kingdom, alright. Cultivate a mansion? I don't have your luck. Let's just forget about it. When Li Yaoyao finished these words, Su Mushue's face, then, was instantly filled with smiles. She smiled and said, Yoyo, I have to say. You're really getting a good eye. As you say, it's true that there aren't many people as brilliant as my husband. If it were anyone else, give him $20 million to start a business, let alone make money, it's not bad if he doesn't lose it all. As soon as she talked about Lin Feng, Su Mushue was like a chicken blood, gushing and showing off. Li Yaoyao helplessly shook her head. Alright, don't show off your husband. I make a few random comments and you're still floating? It's so unqualified. Su Mushue said, so what, that's my husband. Well, I've got work to do over here. Ice is so busy with interviews all by herself. I'm done talking to you for now. Anyway, meet us at the restaurant in half an hour. Bye. Su Mushue said on the other end of the phone, okay, bye. See you in half an hour. After talking to Li Yaoyao on the phone, Su Mushue realized that her cell phone kept vibrating. She opened WeChat and realized that during the call just now, a lot of people had ate herself in the group. Ask something about Lin Feng and their company. Schoolgirl Su, I heard that your husband rejected MS Group's $5 billion acquisition application? Is this for real? That's $5 billion, just turn it down? It's not like the internet is messing with it. And I've also heard that MS Group is preparing for a second round of acquisitions, and I've heard that the starting price is $7 billion? Sister Mu Shui, can you tell us about it? Your husband isn't still going to refuse this $7 billion takeover bid, is he? Schoolgirl Su, come out for a quick chat. In the school chat group, a lot of people were eyeing Su Mushue. But Su Mushue just clicked in to read it and didn't reply to them. Just staring silently at the cell phone screen. One giggled. She was now thinking more and more that her husband was fantastic. Chapter 63, Delivering Meals to Husbands. Just as Su Mushue was giggling, her cell phone, once again, vibrated with a message from Chen Yutong. Mushue, are you there? Are you free this afternoon to accompany your cousin for a shopping trip? Although Chen Yutong was Lin Feng's cousin. But now, one has been licensed with Lin Feng. So, she is also her own cousin. What's more, Chen Yutong's age was not much older than Su Mushue's. Totally the same age. And both girls have very much in common. Su Mushue was certainly willing to take this opportunity to spend more time with her cousin and integrate into Lin Feng's family as soon as possible. So Su Mushue hurriedly replied, yes, of course there's no problem. But I'm not free until 4 in the afternoon. Cousin, do you think this is a good time? If it's too late, I can leave the work at hand, to my sister, and go over early as well. Chen Yutong hurriedly typed, it's fine, you can just get busy with your work. Let me know when you're done. I don't have anything else, I just want you to go shopping with me. By the way, get you some more outfits. So there's no rush, just come back to me when you're done. Su Mushue typed and asked, cousin, you're buying me clothes? No need to break the bank, I've got quite a few clothes, my oldest sister and my mom bought them for me, and I usually can't wear them all. Chen Yutong hurriedly replied, oops, one size fits all, now it's me who wants to send you. Besides, no matter what, you're my oldest brother's daughter-in-law. How can I, as a cousin, not show it? Alright, it's a deal. Go ahead and get busy, I'll leave you alone. After chatting with Chen Yutong, a happy smile appeared on Su Mushue's face. Looks like hubby was right. Cousin's character is, indeed, very good to get along with. And, my mother-in-law and aunt and the girls, they've been very good to me, too. Looks like my initial worries were a bit redundant. Soon, half an hour passed. By the end of the day, many of the employees in the project department invited Sister Mushue, let's go have lunch together after work. Su Mushue said, I won't accompany you to eat together today. Ah, why? Is there something we're not doing well at work? Before they could finish their words, Su Mushue said in a hurry. No, you guys don't want to get carried away. I'm just meeting up with my girlfriends to go out to dinner. By the way, bring my husband dinner again. After the co-workers listened to Su Mushue's explanation, that's when I realized what was going on. So, Su Mushue nodded, so you guys hurry up and go eat. Yes. The co-workers nodded and then waved their hands towards Su Mushue. Sister Mushue. Then we'll go ahead and eat, bye. Su Mushue returned a polite smile, well, I'll see you this afternoon. 10 minutes later, Su Mushue then drove and arrived at the restaurant she had agreed with Li Yaoyao. It's a 3 Michelin star restaurant called Yuxian. It's by the window. Li Yaoyao and a girl are sitting over there. The girl sitting across from her, Su Mushue, was no stranger, the reporter she had seen last time, Bing Bing. After Su Mushue walked into the restaurant, she directly headed for the window seat. Reporter Bing Bing was the first to discover Su Mushue and hurriedly said to Li Yaoyao, Sister Yaoyao, look, Sister Mushue is here. After Su Mushue walked over, she directly sat down next to Li Yaoyao. Yo, sorry. There was just a traffic jam on the road, so I'm a little late. A while? Li Yaoyao rolled her eyes and said breathlessly, look at the time yourself. Su Mushue said, well, don't mind all that, hurry up with the meal. After we eat, I have to deliver my husband's meal. I don't want my husband to wait for me hungry. Order now. The waiter bowed slightly and said, yes, may I ask what the three of you would like to eat? Here's the menu, take a look at it. After a quick order, it didn't take long for the food to be served. Because it's a 3-star Michelin restaurant, not a lot of people come here to spend money. So the food will be served a little faster. Li Yaoyao opened her mouth while eating. Mushue, don't just eat first. I have a few questions for you. Su Mushue was busy eating while saying, you ask. Li Yaoyao looked at her, it's the matter of MS Group acquiring your husband's company. A $5 billion purchase price. Your husband really turned it down. Such a high acquisition amount. It's incredible to think about. Su Mushue said, of course it's true. My husband has his view of the pattern. Making money and all that is secondary, his real quest is actually to develop the dragon internet business. Let alone $5 billion, even if it's tens of billions, my husband won't move. With Li Yaoyao's keen judgment. It would be nice to take this, do a feature interview, and report on it. It's sure to be a sensation all over the internet. After all, in this day and age, almost all business owners are in the business of making money at a profit. But a boss with a pattern like Lin Feng, that's a rare breed. Arguably almost nothing. It would have been an internet sensation if it had been reported. Next, Li Yaoyao followed up with a few more questions. By 12 noon, it was almost time for lunch. Su Mushue called the waiter over and then ordered a few dishes. They were instructed to do it as soon as possible. Pack it up and take it with you yourself. Li Yaoyao looked at Su Mushue and said, Mushue, say, did you ask Lin Feng? What did he tell you? Does he have time for our interview? You believe me, if this story goes out, it's sure to be a big boost to his reputation as well as that of Windsor Technologies. So, if you have time, be sure to accept our interview this time. Su Mushue smiled, don't worry Yaoyao, I already greeted my husband on the way to the restaurant. He agreed to be interviewed by you. It even says that you can be invited to collaborate with their company if you wish. In the future, when the Wind God system version is upgraded, or if there are any updates, I'll leave it to you to release them at the first opportunity. Hearing this, Li Yaoyao was thrilled beyond belief. Mushue, is this true? Mu, you're not kidding me, are you? You know, right now, Wind God Technology, it's the most talked about company at the moment, bar none. If your husband's company, all relevant news developments are given to us to publish first. Then our company's performance will surely go up like a rocket, Miso. Su Mushue smiled and said, of course it's true, why would I lie to you? Besides, we're good sisters. It's only right to take care of your company for a bit. Besides, the last time you covered that story about my husband's company, it did give him a nice word of mouth boost. I haven't thanked you properly for this. Li Yaoyao waved her hand and smiled, Aya, you're too polite if you say that. You're my good sister, it's only right to help him. But thank me if you really want to. Well, why don't we get him to buy me dinner? I prefer fondue, and as the saying goes, there's nothing a fondue meal can't fix. If so, 2 meals. Sumushua smiled and said, good, if we have the chance some other day, let's have a hot pot together. But not tonight, I'm afraid. My husband said he's going to meet Fan Yi, the head of MS Group in China, at night. Said he was going to talk about things. It was Fan Yi who took the initiative to invite my husband. Li Yaoyao looked at Su Mushue in surprise. What? The head of MS Group in the country? Su Mushue nodded, right. Li Yaoyao barred her mouth. Mushue, I have to say, your husband is really amazing. Surprisingly, even the head of MS Group personally contacted the door. You can see how big this face has to be. Su Mushue smiled, it's okay. At this time, the waiter came over. Hello, Mississippi. We've packed the meal you just ordered. Su Mushue nodded, picked up the packed meal and smiled at Li Yaoyao. Yaoyao, let's go. Take you to my husband's company. Chapter 64 Visiting the Company. Yuxian Restaurant, not far from the Creative Park. It's a short walk away. Su Mushue, the three of them, arrived at the Creative Park. Directly towards where Wind God Technology is located. After coming to Winshin Technology, it's lunchtime and there are quite a few employees and co-workers coming in and out of the office. After they saw Su Mushue and Li Yaoyao walk in, many of my co-workers have said hello. Mrs. Lin. Mr. Li. When Su Mushue heard Lin Feng and his colleagues call themselves Mrs. Lin, she said, I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I'm not sure what you're talking about, she said. Su Mushue's heart, there is an indescribable sense of excitement. It was more exciting than calling her Mr. Su, whatever. Mrs. Lam. It was a term of endearment that she liked. Seeing Su Mushue's reaction, Li Yaoyao, who was standing next to her, also had a helpless expression on her face. Come on, Musuk, look at you. Didn't they just call you Mrs. Lin? As for being so happy? Su Mushue glanced at her, humph, what do you know? That's an endorsement. Forget it, you wouldn't understand if I told you. How can a single dog like you realize what I'm feeling at this moment? Li Yaoyao had the feeling of being zapped. At the drop of a hat, the word single dog was used to dislike her. The point was, what Mushue said seemed to make sense. Froze with no way to refute it. That's what depressed her the most. After coming to the office, Su Mushue knocked on the door and heard Lin Feng's voice from inside. The two then pushed open the door and walked in. At this moment, Lin Feng was working with his head down. In the next second, Su Mushue walked over and said with a sweet mouth, Hubby. Well, you're starving, aren't you? I brought you food. These dishes are delicious, so eat them while they're still hot. When she said this, Su Mushue put the packed meal on the office's coffee table. Su Mushue saw that Lin Feng was still busy and urged him. Honey, don't get busy with work yet. Hurry up and eat. Lin Feng nodded, aha. He got up from his desk chair and then sat down on the couch. Su Mushue smiled and said, Hubby, try it, how does this dish taste? This restaurant, it was recommended by Yo-Yo. Still, it's the first time I've eaten here. But yeah, it still tastes great, try it. Lin Feng picked up his chopsticks and tasted it. Su Mushue couldn't wait to follow up, Hubby, how was it, was the food good? Lin Feng nodded and said, well, it's really delicious. Yeah, I think so too. Lin Feng chucked a piece of beef and then fed it to Su Mushue. Mushue, you try it too. Su Mushue hurriedly said, no need, I already ate when I came. Lin Feng looked at her. In the next second, Su Mushue changed her words, alright then, I'll taste it. Well? Lin Feng asked. Su Mushue said with a smile as she ate. Extraordinarily delicious. Plus it seems to smell even better when it's still hand-fed by you, hubby. Seeing this loving scene between Lin Feng and Su Mushue, to the Li Yaoyao and Bing Bing in front of them, it was simply a devastating bludgeoning injury. Jesus. Why do I have to be a single dog to see this image? That's too sour. Especially ice, I should have known better than to come along. Just had a full lunch a few minutes ago. And now, as a result, there's going to be forced dog food. Who's going to die? Li Yaoyao looked at Su Mushue and said, Mushue, you guys are overdoing it. Me and Ice, we're both still electric. Is it appropriate for you guys to show your love like this? Su Mushue smiled cheekily, what's so inappropriate about this, right hubby, come on I'll feed you. The more Li Yaoyao said this, the more Su Mushue came on. Okay, no kidding. Su Mushue looked at Lin Feng and said, hubby, after dinner later, why don't you do a simple interview with Yaoyao and the girls? Just in time to give the Wind God system a free publicity. And it can also the company's reputation and word of mouth to a great extent. By the way, don't forget to treat me and my husband to hot pot later. I can't let you do an interview for nothing. Hearing the last two sentences, Li Yaoyao had a dumbfounded expression on her face. Li Yaoyao? No, when we were at the restaurant just now, didn't we agree that you two youngsters would treat me to dinner? How come now, it's your treat? This is too much. It seems there is a saying that is really true. A best friend can't be kissed by her husband. Sumu Shue smiled cheekily. However, just at this time, Sumu Shue's cell phone rang. She received a message from Angela Su. Open it. Sumu Shue's expression instantly stiffened. What did you say, sis? Pregnant? Me? After Sumu Shue received the message sent by her old sister, her entire body was dumbfounded. No way, this is outrageous. I'm pregnant? Are you kidding me? Although it is said that Sumu Shue is currently planning to prepare for pregnancy and have a little baby early. Give this new family, add some popularity or something. But she's been doing safety measures with Lin Feng lately. How can you be pregnant? Sister and mom, did they misunderstand something? This is outrageous. My goodness, could it be that it's because of the sudden license thing between himself and Lin Feng? Make them feel out of place and perverse? So you suspect that you're pregnant? After noticing the change in Sumu Shue's expression, Lin Feng looked at Sumu Shue and asked, Muyuki, what's wrong? Sumu Shue handed her cell phone to Lin Feng. Hubby, you'd better look at it yourself. This is a message from my oldest sister. Lin Feng's expression was also a bit surprised after he read the message. What? Your mom and your sister, they think you're pregnant? Sumu Shue nodded, yeah. How could there be such a misunderstanding? Sumu Shue shook her head, how would I know that? I guess it's because of the license thing. What about this? Want to explain? Before Lin Feng could say anything, Sumu Shue at this time then hurriedly said, alright, let's not talk about this first, husband, you quickly eat your lunch, the food is about to get cold. Lin Feng nodded, aha, good. After dinner later, we'll do an interview with Yo-Yo. If we have time someday, let her treat us to more meals. Right, Yo-Yo. When Sumu Shue said this, her gaze fell towards Li Yaoyao. Li Yaoyao was in a state of agony. Okay. Anything you say as long as you get an interview. Li Yaoyao bitterly smiled and shook her head, then Bing Bing, let's both go outside first and take a look around at Lin Feng in their company. Mu Shue, you accompany Lin Feng to eat first. We'll come back in later. Sumu Shue hurriedly said, Yao Yao, what are you guys doing? We'll accompany you on a tour of the company after my husband finishes dinner. Li Yaoyao waved her hand and said, no, it's better not to, we don't want to be continued to spread dog food by you guys. I can't eat that much dog food after a full lunch. Any more food and we'll both be stretched to death. Right, I see. Bing Bing, who was standing next to Li Yaoyao, also hurriedly nodded her head, right, Sister Yaoyao is right. Go. After saying that, Li Yaoyao and Bing Bing, both of them, left Lin Feng's office. After coming outside the office, Li Yaoyao then found a few co-workers and gave them a good tour of the various departments. Today just happened to be a great day with plenty of time. There wasn't much interviewing to do in the afternoon, except for Windsor Technologies. So they could use a good tour of the Wind God technology. By the way, let's have our colleagues in the technical department and marketing department to give them a good introduction to some things about the Wind God system. This will also help them a lot in doing their reporting. Li Yaoyao smiled, sorry to trouble you guys. The colleagues of Wind God Technology, who were also quite friendly, responded in a hurry. It's okay. That's the way it should be. After all, you're also helping to publicize our company. Giving you a little information about the company is also something we should do. This way. Immediately after that, the two sisters, Li Yaoyao and Bing Bing, followed them, their colleagues, to visit various departments. After coming to the technical and product departments, I heard their constant explanations and clarifications. There are a lot of specialized aspects involved. Although Li Yaoyao couldn't understand it, she still filmed it. Go back and interview Lin Feng. Do a cross-edit with BGM. The heat and popularity that will come with it once it's released will certainly not be bad. Chapter 65, Only to You Not to Be High and Mighty. In the meantime, inside Lin Feng's office, after Li Yaoyao and Bing Bing left, only then did Sumu Shue stretch and lean back on the sofa. Then he said to Lin Feng, hubby, I want to eat that beef, will you feed it to me? Lin Feng froze for a moment and asked with a somewhat puzzled expression. Didn't you just say that you were full? Why are you hungry now? Sumu Shue hurriedly said, which is not true, just now that was because someone was there, so I was a little embarrassed. Now that they're gone, I'm asking my husband to feed me something. What's not to like? Lin Feng smiled and said, yes, of course. Here, I'll feed you. With that, Lin Feng picked up a slice of shrimp slider and fed it to Sumu Shue. How was it good? Sumu Shue laughed as she ate. Yummy. Honey, you're wonderful. Not only is it a successful business, but it's also great for me. I really made the right choice when I gave you $20 million. I'm really proud to be a wife. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, you still have the nerve to say that. Thanks for thinking of that at the time and lying to me about it being a bonus. Have mercy on me. It was too innocent to even believe such words. Sumu Shue smiled cheekily, it can't be helped, who made me give you money and you refused to take it? So, I had to resort to this, and it's not my fault. But now, isn't it nice? Would your company have risen so quickly if it weren't for me? No. Right?
When she said this, a smug little expression instantly surfaced on Su Mushue's face.
So says the man. You should marry a wife like me.
Not only is she pretty, but she can help you in your career, right hubby?
Lin Feng smiled helplessly and looked at Su Mushue and said, yes, whatever the wife says is right. Su Mushue snorted coldly and looked at Lin Feng and asked, what, are you being sarcastic? Which is not true, I'm telling the truth.
Lin Feng had just finished saying this when he heard Su Mushue say this.
I don't believe it. You're obviously being sarcastic and you won't admit it.
Lin Feng looked at Su Mushue and said, alright, why are you still angry? Su Mushue snorted and covered her mouth.
Just kidding you. By the way hubby, just now at the office. My cousin sent me a message. Cousin?
Lin Feng was slightly stunned and looked at Su Mushue and asked, what's cousin looking for you for in a good reason?
Su Mushue replied, it's no big deal law. It's just,
cousin wants to ask me to go shopping and buy me some clothes or something.
I've promised. Something like 4 in the afternoon. Lin Feng was a bit surprised. Cousin bought you clothes? Su Mushue nodded and said, right. Cousin says I'm her oldest brother's daughter-in-law, so I have to show it anyway. You know what hubby?
I think the cousins, and the aunts and uncles, including my mother-in-law and the girls.
It was really super nice to me. More and more I think that you are so right.
In hindsight, I was a little too worried at the time.
Lin Feng smiled, right, am I right? Who wouldn't like a girl as cute as you? Hearing Lin Feng say that, Su Mushue was a bit surprised. Me? Lovely?
She pointed to herself and asked rhetorically, honey, you're still the first person to compliment me on my cuteness. Former classmates around, or friends?
All the reviews I've been given are high and dry. Lin Feng looked at her and said, are you high-strung? Why can't I feel it at all?
Little mouth blah 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 from the time you walked in the door until now.
Just listening to you, pressing on. That's considered high maintenance?
Su Mushue rolled her eyes and glared at him, saying, look at what you're saying.
People are only not high on you, okay? I'm still high and mighty when it comes to other people, okay?
What a blessing in disguise. Lin Feng laughed and said, alright, just kidding with you. Of course I know, you're only not high on me. Actually, when I was in college, I could tell that you had a crush on me. Though we haven't said more than 10 words.
But I can feel it. You're shy.
Hearing this, Su Mushue's small face blushed.
I can't imagine that my mind, so easily, has been seen through.
She looked at Lin Feng and said, changing the topic, but seriously, hubby, I was really surprised.
Didn't expect what? Lin Feng asked curiously. I didn't think that you could actually win the lottery. Otherwise, this thing probably wouldn't have been revealed. Su Mushue paused and then said, so, didn't they contact you before and ask you to go over to receive the award? When the time comes, you take me along. I'd like to see how much money was won. Let's see if I am, indeed, so prosperous.
Hearing this, Lin Feng said in his heart,
aren't you a good husband? I don't think the system could have gotten out without you.
Seeing Lin Feng in a daze, Su Mushue continued.
Is it okay, honey? Take me with you then. Lin Feng hurriedly said, fine, no problem. I'll take you along next week. I'm actually curious as to how much of a prize was won. Su Mushue nodded, aha.
After lunch, Su Mushue looked at Lin Feng and said, hubby, let's go outside and look for Yao Yao.
By the time you're done with the interview, it's time for me to go back to work. There's so much work waiting for me to get busy. And I have to go shopping with my cousin at 4 in the afternoon. And on top of that, I'm going to go to dinner with you tonight.
Just you wait husband, I'll be dressed to the nines when we meet tonight. When the time comes to accompany you a piece of the sea restaurant, to ensure that you are very dignified.
Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, that's for sure, my wife is so good looking, even without clothes, I feel good looking.
Su Mushue's pretty face blushed and pouted, hate it, you just know how to flirt with people.
Okay, let's get out. Chapter 66, Shocking News. Su Mushue and Lin Feng, both of them, walked out of the office. Did over an hour of interviews. After it's over, Su Mushue and Li Yao Yao, as well as Bing Bing and the three of them. That's what left Windsor Technologies.
Before leaving, Su Mushue waved her hand towards Lin Feng.
Bye-bye hubby. I'll see you at dinner tonight.
Lin Feng returned a smile, well, I'll see you tonight.
After leaving Windsor Technologies.
Come to the front of the Creative Park parking lot.
Su Mushue asked, Yao Yao, how was the interview at noon today? Li Yao Yao replied, the interview was great.
I dare say that if this interview is broadcasted, your husband Lin Feng, and his Wind God technology, will surely get an excellent reputation online. Influence, too, can be instantly increased by more than n times.
And it can also set a very good impression in the minds of young people. Maybe it will even attract a lot of talent. When the time comes, just wait and see, the results will be great.
You, just get ready to buy me hot pot and thank me properly.
When Li Yao Yao said this, Su Mushue however said, Yao Yao, it's like this, there's a sentence I must correct you on. You should be the one to treat me and my husband to fondue. Li Yaoyao had a feeling of wanting to cry. No, Muyuki. That's not enough for you. Your husband's company, it's doing so well now. Even treating me to a hot pot, you're so stingy, it's really not enough. Li Yaoyao skimmed her lips very breathlessly. Su Muxue smiled cheekily and ignored her. Forget it. Count me out. Li Yaoyao quickly said, my treat is my treat. After finishing with Su Muxue, Li Yaoyao then looked at Bing Bing and said, Bing Bing, we should go back. Okay, Yo-Yo-san. Bing Bing looked at Su Muxue and waved her hand, Sister Muxue, then we will go back to the company first, you drive carefully on the road alone. Su Muxue smiled, don't worry guys. After seeing Li Yaoyao and Bing Bing drive away, only then did Su Muxue drive her car and return inside the Su clan. After returning to the office, Su Muxue went directly upstairs to the project department office area. Just entered the office area. Many of his colleagues, then, came over and said towards Su Muxue, Sister Muxue, Mr. Su has been waiting for you in his office for a long time. You're finally back. Su Muxue subconsciously asked, huh? My old sister? She's looking for me to do. Before the words were finished, Su Muxue reacted. Older sister comes to herself. Probably because she and mom suspected something about her pregnancy? Just thinking about this matter, Su Muxue felt a little embarrassed. Su Muxue waved her hand and looked at the colleague and said, okay, I got it. I'll be right in, you guys keep working. The co-workers nodded and said, okay Sister Muxue. Everyone get back to work. After Su Muxue walked into the office, Su Anqi immediately stood up from the sofa. Muxue, you finally returned. Do you know how long I've been waiting here for you? Going to deliver a meal to Lin Feng for so long, are you sure you drove back? I thought you were walking back, what a wheeze. Su Muxue said, old sister, I'm sorry. I came back so late because Yo-Yo had to do an interview with my husband. But, what do you want from me? Su Muxue asked knowingly. Su Anqi said, what else could it be, tell me honestly, are you pregnant? Su Muxue opened her mouth and just wanted to speak. Su Anqi then hurriedly said, Muxue, don't open your mouth yet. Just listen to me for a second, we know all about it. Mom knows too. So you don't have to deliberately hide it from us. After all, what could possibly go wrong that could be hidden from the eyes of your oldest sister and your oldest mom? Right. So from now on, you have to take care of your body. Body first, work second. The other thing is that it's time to put your wedding ceremony with Lin Feng on the agenda. Just in case it drags on for a few more months and you're pregnant. When the time comes, it won't be pretty to have a wedding ceremony. You say so? Su Muxue really wanted to say, old sister you misunderstood, I'm really not pregnant. But Su Anqi didn't give her a chance to explain at all. Well, that's all I have to say. As for work, you don't have to work too hard. The body matters. After saying that, Su Anqi walked towards the outside of the office. Pressure didn't give Su Muxue a chance to explain. Looking at her old sisters departing back, Su Muxue's expression was helpless. Never mind. They can think what they like. Outside the office. Just now, when Su Anqi was chatting with Su Muxue, there were a few nosy employees who took the opportunity of fetching water to lean over the doorway and eavesdrop. But I didn't expect to hear a shocking news. Sister Muxue is actually pregnant? When the word pregnancy is uttered, the entire project department's colleagues, straight away, exploded. What? Sister Muxue is pregnant? Seriously, are you sure you just heard right? Don't turn around and make a big mess. That coworker hastily patted his chest and assured, don't worry, I wouldn't dare say anything else. But when it comes to listening to gossip, that's something I'm a professional at, okay? I heard you loud and clear just now, not a word out of place. Just pregnant. The moment these words came out, the employees of the project department instantly sat down. They gathered around and began to talk. My God. I can't believe that Sister Muxue is pregnant? What a welcome sight. In that case, after a while Sister Muxue shouldn't be able to come to work at the company, right? After all, it's inconvenient to do anything with a big belly. Well, probably. But our Sister Muxue is a workaholic, whether she can come to work or not is still unknown. But what's certain is that Sister Muxue is really pregnant. After Su Anqi left the office, there were several co-workers that wanted to go in and ask Su Muxue. It's not true or not. But it was work time and they thought about it and gave up. Because Su Muxue's requirements for work ethic were stricter than anyone else's. Even the bosses, Zhao Yalan and Su Jiangwo, were included. None of them are so demanding. If she's caught chatting about gossip during work hours, and it's her own gossip at that, nothing good will come of them, I'm sure. So it's better to give up decisively and wait until after work to ask again. By the time it was 4 in the afternoon, cousin Shen Yutong sent a message. Muxue, are you busy? Can I accompany my cousin to the mall now? Chapter 67 Sister Muxue has changed. Received a message from my cousin, Shen Yutong. Su Mushue put down the work in her hands and hurriedly returned. Cousin, I'm still. Well, I've been busy. Just send me a location, I'll come over and pick you up later. Although he said so to Chen Yutong on his lips. But in reality, Su Mushue hadn't finished her work yet. Mainly because, today, there was just too much work. Already in a hurry though. But there's still a 10th left to finish. But anyway, after all, it was the cousin who took the initiative to ask herself out for shopping. Of course it's going to be dominated by this thing. After marrying Lin Feng, Su Mushue then gradually stopped focusing on her career. For Su Mushue, running this marriage relationship is the most important thing. And the most important thing about running a marriage is that it's not just about the two people on either side of each other. The relatives and family of the other half are equally important. What's more, the cousin is so friendly. Buying clothes for myself again. So even though Su Mushue was a workaholic, she still gave up her job this time. It's important to accompany your cousin. As for the unfinished work, I'll have to ask my oldest sister to help me with it. The big deal was to help herself the next time she had something to do. I don't think my oldest sister would say no, would she? Su Mushue secretly thought in her heart. Just then, Chen Yutong's message, once again, sent over. Mushue, you don't have to come pick me up. I'm near your office and just ran some errands here. It's busy now. I'm coming over to you, how about that? Su Mushue replied, yeah, then when you arrive, send me a message. Chen Yutong returned an emoticon and continued. Then we'll be in touch later. I visually estimate it will take like 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, it will be in front of your office. Su Mushue hurriedly said, okay cousin, I know. Well, that's all for now then, hang up. Nah. Bye cousin, see you later. Well, I'll see you later. After chatting with Su Mushue, Chen Yutong drove straight to the Su Group's office building. And on Su Mushue's side, she also walked out of the office. With the file in her hand, she went to the department where Su Anqi was. Many of his co-workers stood up and took the initiative to greet Su Mushue. Sister Mushue, why are you free to come to our department? What do you want with Mr. Su? Mr. Su is inside talking business with a client. A co-worker said to Su Mushue. Su Mushue was slightly surprised. Older sister is talking business with a client, The co-worker nodded and said, yeah. Sister Mushue, are you in a hurry? Shall I go in and talk to Mr. Su? Su Mushue thought about it, waved her hand and said, it's still not necessary. Su Mushue handed the document in her hand to the other party and instructed. Tell you what, I'll give you this document. You'll give this document to my oldest sister when she's done with her business. Just tell her. This co-worker listened intently. Only to hear Su Mushue continue, just tell her that this document is quite urgent, so let her help with it. I'm going to the mall later with my husband's cousin. You can't go back on your word when you've already promised someone. So, this document, please old sister. Let her help with it. Just relay these words of mine to her. After Su Mushue finished speaking, that colleague hurriedly said, okay Sister Mushue, don't worry, after General Manager Su finishes talking business, I will definitely relay your words to her, please don't worry. Well, thanks then. After Su Mushue finished speaking, she directly left the marketing department. And the colleagues in the marketing department, each face was filled with shock. It's no wonder they reacted the way they did. Mainly because Su Mushue's work ethic has always been very serious. One might even describe it as workaholic. But I didn't think that this time, she would leave her job behind. Leave work early and go shopping with your husband's cousin? That's something new. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought that it was a dream. Did you guys find out? Ever since Sister Mushue got her license, her whole personality seems to have changed. You know, the old Sister Mushue was a real workaholic. No matter how big a deal it is, it's all about the job first and everything else is on the sidelines. But now I realize that Sister Mushue has changed. At this time, a female co-worker wearing black silk smiled and said, this is normal, if I had a husband like Sister Mushue. Not to mention personality, even if it means making me transgender. Yeah, you know that Sister Mushue, her husband, is the boss of Wind God Technology. Not long ago, he just rejected a $5 billion takeover by the MS Group. It is rumored that the other party has not given up and has added billions of dollars of additional investment. I know about that, and it just so happens that I have a friend who works as a financial accountant at Winsong Technologies. I heard her say that this time, the MS Group's additional purchase price is likely to be tens of billions. What? This can't be right. Didn't the internet say the purchase price was around $7 billion? It even soared to $10 billion? Really, who did you hear that from? Is that friend of yours reliable? The co-worker nodded and said, can't go wrong. She told me herself, it can't be false. Hearing this, the co-workers in the room were collectively shocked. Just as they were chatting, the door to Su Anqi's office was suddenly pushed open. Su Anqi and a woman in an OL outfit walked out. Both sides shook hands in a friendly manner. Mr. Wang, I thank you on behalf of our Su Group. Thank you for your company's willingness to purchase such a large order, and I hope we will have a good cooperation in the future. The woman who was called Mr. Wang by Su Anchi, she was the marketing manager of a large cosmetic sales company. This time, he came to Su Group mainly to talk about things related to order cooperation. Just been in the office and had a good talk. A contract has been signed by both parties. Mr. Wang shook hands with Su Anchi and nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Su, I have great faith in your company's strength. Plus, the cosmetics designed by your sister Su Mu Shui are very popular in the market. It's with that in mind that I came to your company. Unfortunately, I have a meeting at the office later. Otherwise, I'd like to invite Mr. Su and your sister to have a meal together tonight. Guess we'll just have to wait for next time. Su Anchi smiled slightly and said, it's okay, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. We'll all work together more in the future, and for dinner, anytime is fine. Some other day when you have time, Mr. Wang, let's have a meal together. When the time comes, I'll definitely call on Mu Shui. Mr. Wang laughed, okay, then it's a deal. If we have time someday, let's have dinner together and talk. Well, that's all for now, I should get back to the office. Su Anchi hurriedly said, I'll give you a ride. Mr. Wang hurriedly said, no, I can go downstairs by myself, you can busy yourself. Although Mr. Wang had already said so, nevertheless, Su Anchi still instructed an employee and said, Xiao Zhang, go and see Mr. Wang off. The employee nodded and said, okay Mr. Su. She smiled and said to Mr. Wang, this way please. When Mr. Wang saw this, he didn't say anything. Nodding his head, he said, all right then. Mr. Su, in that case, I'll go back to the company first, bye. Su Angel waved her hand back, bye, slow down. Just then, just as Su Anchi was about to go back to the office, a co-worker next to her suddenly called out to her. Mr. Su, please stay. Chapter 68. Accompanying her cousin to go shopping. Seeing the other man call out to himself, Su Anchi asked with a slight blink of an eye. What's the matter with you? The other party said, Mr. Su, the matter is like this. Sister Mu Shui came to see you just now. Su Anchi was surprised. Mu Shui came to see me? Where is she? This co-worker quickly explained, she just saw you talking about something. So it didn't bother you. However, Sister Mu Shui left this for me. As he said this colleague handed the document in his hand to Su Anchi. What is it? Su Anchi subconsciously asked. Only to hear the other party explain, Mr. Su, it's like this. Sister Mu Shui said that she's meeting her husband's cousin to go to the mall with her at 4 in the afternoon. But then, there are a few jobs on hand that I haven't finished. So it had to be. Su Angel picked up on this and said, so it just had to. Throw the job at me? Let me take care of it for her? The other party nodded, yes, that's probably what Sister Mu Shui meant. When she heard this, Su Anchi simply wanted to cry. Is this really her own sister? That's too heartless. For the sake of going to a mall with Lin Feng, his cousin, he left unfinished work for his own sister to handle? That's just not enough. Married after all. That's a lot of arm twisting, isn't it? And the point is, Mu Shui has always been serious about her work. But now, in order to go to the mall with cousin Lin Feng, you even ignored your job? As a real sister, Angela Su. It's still a shock to hear it. Is this still her own sister who treats her work like her life? Su Anchi had a feeling of wanting to cry. She shook her head helplessly and muttered bitterly in her mind, this stinky sister, see how I'll clean you up when I get back. I can't believe you left me to handle your job just to go to the mall with your husband's cousin? This is outrageous. This girl, how long has it been since she married? The elbow is getting out of line. Let's see how I'll teach her a lesson when she comes back, huh? Thinking of this, Su Anchi said to the few co-workers in front of her, alright I know, you all go back to work. I'll just take care of it for Mu Shui. After saying that, Su Anchi returned to her office to help Su Mu Shui with her work. Don't look at her mouth quite so poisonous. But the sisters, they're very affectionate. Though it's a bit unorthodox for a sister to do this. But after thinking about it, Su Anchi thought it would be better to forget about it. Don't get on her bad side. How can you say that you are also a sister? With that thought in mind, Su Anchi got busy. And in the meantime, Su Mu Shui had already arrived downstairs at the company. But after waiting for half a day, there was no sign of Chen Yutong. She took out her cell phone, ready to call Chen Yutong and ask her if she had arrived yet. The result was that the phone call was made before it had a chance to go through. Suddenly, just at that moment, Su Mu Shui noticed. Chen Yutong got out of a car and then walked towards her. After Chen Yutong walked over, she took the initiative to apologize to Su Mu Shui. Mu Shui, I'm sorry. I've kept you waiting, there was a traffic jam on the road earlier. Su Mu Shui smiled, cousin is fine, I didn't wait long. Chen Yutong looked at Su Mu Shui. The more she looked at this sister-in-law of hers, the more satisfied she was. What a surprise, that brat Lin Feng. It's amazing to have such a rich white daughter-in-law. The point is, people aren't just as simple as being good-looking and having money at home.
Most importantly, Su Muxue could also help Lin Feng in his career.
This is a very rare one.
And Lin Feng's company, to be able to do what it is doing today. Su Muxue didn't dare to say that she had taken the lead, but at the very least, she had her share of the credit.
So to summarize, your own sister-in-law, what a wise woman. Chen Yutong took Su Mushue's hand, then looked at her very seriously. Muxue, do you know? I feel from the bottom of my heart that my cousin married you.
What a stroke of luck. When Su Muxue heard her cousin's words, her heart was happy though.
But still, he quickly changed his words and said, No, cousin, words can't be said like that. Actually, I'd like to say that it's my good fortune to be married to Lin Feng. And, you don't know that, do you? Chen Yutong asked curiously. No what?
I haven't told you before, I don't think, when I was in college actually.
I just had a crush on Lin Feng for a long time.
So?
Su Muxue said, getting a little shy.
Hearing this, Chen Yutong hurriedly said in surprise, I just know that you and Lin Feng suddenly got a license.
I didn't realize that in the middle, there was such an episode, huh? But love in school days. It's still sweet. Su Muxue smiled cheekily. It's okay la actually. Cousin, let's not talk about this, didn't we say we were going to the mall? Let's get out of here. Chen Yutong nodded, holding Su Mushue's hand and walking towards the car.
The two arrived at a large shopping mall.
Walked straight through until after 6 in the evening.
Only then did he leave with a large bag, satisfied.
Chen Yutong gave Su Muxue 7 or 8 sets of clothes and shoes.
It cost about $5,000 or $6,000.
Su Muxue said, Cousin, you've bought me too much, right? It's time for my husband to turn around and talk about me.
Chen Yutong hurriedly said, he dares. I'll spend money on my brother-in-law, I'm happy to. Besides, the cosmetics you gave me cost a lot more than these clothes. Speaking of which, I'm still taking advantage of you. These clothes Su Muxue was wearing now were not her own. They were all bought for her by Chen Yutong. Because she was going to accompany Lin Feng to the sea restaurant for dinner in the evening, dressing nicely would also give her husband some face. Chen Yutong looked at Su Muxue and said, Muxue, I have to say, you're really pretty.
Especially in this outfit, it's just beautiful. But then again, that cousin of mine has a pretty good eye. Su Muxue hurriedly said, No way, cousin, you're undermining me again. Why, I meant what I said. Right, why don't we have dinner together in the evening? I see that at this hour, Lin Feng and his company should be getting off work as well. My treat.
Su Muxue hurriedly said, No need cousin, I let you spend so much money this afternoon, how can I be ashamed to let you treat me again?
Someday, you come to my house, I'll treat you well. I'll cook it myself. Although, my cooking isn't very good, but if you don't mind, cousin, I'm willing to cook for you.
Chen Yutong hurriedly said, Not too much, how could it be too much?
Su Muxue nodded, nah, that's good. But tonight, my husband asked me to join him for dinner at the sea restaurant.
Chen Yutong asked curiously, Oh?
A sea restaurant? What, you two youngsters are going on a date for a candlelight dinner? If that's the case, then cousin will leave you alone.
Su Muxue hurriedly explained, Cousin, you've misunderstood, we're not going on a date.
Actually, it's because Fang Yi, the domestic head of MS Group, he asked Lin Feng to have dinner together.
Then Lin Feng said he wanted me to go along for the ride. When Su Muxue finished speaking, Chen Yutong then realized. So that's what this is all about, I thought you two youngsters were going for a candlelight dinner.
But then again, Muxue, all those things said on the internet, are they true? When I was at home, my mom even asked me if this was true or not. From what you're saying, that's true, isn't it? MS Group is really planning to offer $7 billion to buy Little Win's company?
Su Muxue thought for a moment, then said, Well, how should I put it? From the sound of my husband's words, it could be more than 7 billion.
What, more than 7 billion? My goodness, Little Wind is really something.
As a cousin, I feel proud in my heart, too. When she said this, Chen Yutong continued, Alright, I won't keep you guys any longer.
Come on, I'll walk you back to the office. Chen Yutong looked at Su Muxue and said, If Lin Feng meets you afterward, I'm sure he would have complimented you on your beauty. This outfit, it really suits you, Muxue. Su Muxue looked at Chen Yutong and asked, Really? What, don't you even believe what your cousin says? No, I believe I certainly do. Isn't that right?
Chen Yutong hurriedly said, If that brat Lin Feng dares to say it doesn't look good, let's see how I'll clean him up later.
Not long after, Chen Yutong sent Su Muxue back to the company.
Su Muxue waved her hand and said, Cousin, I've arrived at the company, you go back earlier. Chen Yutong nodded, nah, then cousin will leave first. You wait for Lin Feng at the company. Bye. Su Muxue waved her hand and said, Cousin, bye.
Next time if you have time, remember to come to my house for dinner.
Chen Yutong hurriedly stated, Yes, no problem.
Definitely. When the time comes, don't mind if I eat too much. I won't. Don't worry.
After seeing Chen Yutong drive away, Su Muxue kept admonishing herself in her heart.
Looks like the next while. Gotta get better at cooking.
I can't lose face the next time my cousin comes over for dinner.
It's okay to lose my own face, but definitely not my husband's.
Sumu Shui reminded herself in her heart.
And at this time, Sumu Shui sent a message to Lin Feng. Honey, are you done? Why don't I come over and pick you up?
After Sumu Shui sent a message to Lin Feng, it didn't take long to receive a reply.
I'm done on my end, so come on over. I'll meet you at the office. Upon receiving Lin Feng's reply, Sumu Shui hurriedly said, okay, no problem. I'll go over right now. Just give me a minute, hubby. Okay.
Lin Feng quickly replied, then said gently, then I'll wait for you at the company.
Okay.
You're going to be surprised when you see me later.
Hearing this, Lin Feng was a bit surprised. What do you mean by that? Sumu Shui sold a lie. All in all, you'll know when you see me. Wait for me. After sending the last message,
Sumu Shui then went directly to Wind God Technology.
Chapter 69, being set up by his wife. 10 minutes later, Sumu Shui pushed open the door to Wind God Technology Lin Feng's office. It was now after hours, and up and down the company, there was no longer a single employee in sight. After all, Winshin Technology's employee benefits and treatment were, shall we say, the highest. Off duty is early. It was now after 7 o'clock, and the staff had of course long since gotten off work. The only person left in the entire company was Lin Feng waiting for Sumu Shui in his office. Pushing open the door of the office, Sumu Shui walked in. Honey, you've been waiting for me for a long time, haven't you? I'm sorry for making you wait so long.
Before Lin Feng could open his mouth to speak, Sumu Shui spun in place and continued, how about it, do you think this dress I'm wearing looks good on me?
My cousin bought this for me and it's one of my favorites. Well, doesn't it look good? Honey, why don't you say something, doesn't it look good? Standing across from Lin Feng. After seeing Sumu Shui in this outfit, the first reaction was to choose silence. That's why it made Sumu Shui curious. No way, this outfit looks good to me and my cousin. Does it mean that boys and girls have different aesthetics? I guess not. I didn't realize that the next second, Lin Feng was answering like this. Is the person standing in front of me still my wife? Ha! Sumu Shui didn't react for a moment. It's like a heavenly fairy coming down to earth. Sumu Shui was completely amused by Lin Feng's words, scared to death. I thought you didn't think it looked good. Why yes, my wife looks good in anything.
Being praised so much by Lin Feng, Sumu Shui felt a little embarrassed.
Anyway, as long as hubby thinks it looks good, that's fine. Because was supposed to be worn specifically for you. Sumu Shui smiled cheekily, took Lin Feng's hand and continued to show off. Honey, look at these clothes. The rest of these, again, were bought for me by my cousin. When Sumu Shui spoke,
Lin Feng skimmed his lips and said somewhat helplessly, Mu Shui, I have to say that your status in our family right now, that's really skyrocketing.
Sumu Shui smiled cheekily, really? What does that say?
It goes without saying.
Just look at the action.
My cousin grew up with me, and as far as I can remember, my cousin has never given me such an expensive gift.
Took you out to the mall and actually bought you 7 or 8 outfits. That cousin of mine, who has always been stingy, is surprisingly generous to you. I'm shocked. When Lin Feng said this, Sumu Shui smiled cheekily, really? But I don't think cousin is stingy, she's still generous to me. Besides, you don't know enough, okay? Didn't my parents treat you just as well when you were at my house? And I think it's only good the way it is.
A mother-in-law be kind to her daughter-in-law, and an old husband be kind to his son-in-law.
That way, the marriage relationship between two people can be run better, can't it?
Lin Feng smiled helplessly, then nodded, you're right, it seems to have a little bit of truth to it. Sumu Shui skimmed her mouth, then glared at Lin Feng.
Come on, what do you mean it makes a little sense? It makes a lot of sense, okay? Well, very sensible, very sensible. Whatever your wife says. Sumu Shui smiled cheekily, then looked at Lin Feng. Right. Sumu Shui said immediately after, well, say serious, husband time is not early, is not about 8 o'clock in the evening in the C restaurant dinner? Sumu Shui looked at the time, it was already 7:30 now. If we don't get going, I'm afraid we'll be late.
Although, we are not going to sell the Wind God system.
But after all, you can't be late for a dinner date with someone, right? Honey, do you think I'm right? Lin Feng smiled and nodded, of course that's right.
In that case, let's get going, don't keep people waiting, it's not very polite.
Lin Feng smiled and nodded, fine, no problem. Let's set off here, I'll drive, give me the car keys. Just after Lin Feng's words had fallen. Immediately after that, Sumu Shui took out the car keys from inside her bag and then handed them to Lin Feng. Here are your car keys, husband. After locking the company gate,
Lin Feng then took Sumu Shui's hand and then got into the car.
Sitting in the co-pilot's seat, Sumu Shui looked at Lin Feng and said, hubby, can you fasten my seatbelt for me? Lin Feng skimmed his lips and said somewhat helplessly, won't you fasten your seatbelt yourself? But, I just want you to put my seatbelt on for me. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, I really can't do anything about you, okay? Sumu Shui smiled cheekily, husband, why are you so nice?
But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that when he leaned over and was about to help Su Muxue fasten her seatbelt, the next second made Lin Feng immediately confused. Unexpectedly at this time, Su Muxue came over and kissed Lin Feng on the side of his face. Lin Feng almost couldn't hold it together. Honey, after all this time you just set me up? Say, who taught you that trick? Does that even need to be taught? Okay. I learned it from the internet. I told you. Lin Feng smiled and said. But you don't say, it's a good learning curve. Well, do you like it? Su Muxue smiled slightly, then said to Lin Feng, if I like it, I'll learn more in the future. That's not necessary, just be yourself. There's no need to deliberately learn anything to try to change yourself. Su Muxue looked at Lin Feng and said, but, would you think that I'm quite boring? After all, I've never been in love, you know that. So I'm the equivalent of a beginner when it comes to relationships. Totally won't tease their husbands. Lin Feng smiled, it's fine, if it won't be, isn't our daily life together quite sweet? After Lin Feng finished saying this, Su Muxue nodded, then looked at Lin Feng and said, well, if you put it that way, it's not wrong. Indeed. Everyday life, eating together, commuting together, plain and cozy, and pretty sweet too. Right. Su Muxue smiled cheekily and looked at Lin Feng and said, anyway, as long as you don't mind me being bored. No it won't, it's your high-flying van that I like. After you, if you keep acting like you just did, I'm a little less comfortable with it instead. So? Su Muxue nodded, then looked at Lin Feng and said, alright then, I'll listen to you. Hubby. I'll do whatever you say, he. All at your service. Lin Feng coughed, ahem. Where's the promised high and mighty? Su Muxue subconsciously spat out her tongue, sorry, in front of you. Habit law. But I'll try, as best I can. Seeing Su Muxue with this reaction, Lin Feng smiled helplessly. Forget it, there's really nothing I can do about you. It seems, that when a girl gets married, changes do come. And it's a change, and it's really not a small one. A high-strung girl like you is getting clingy now. Su Muxue rolled her eyes and said, hubby, you're undermining me. No, complimenting you. Su Muxue hummed, Che, I didn't even hear that you were praising me. It's clearly a deliberate attempt to undermine me. You thought. Just in time for this. Lin Feng's cell phone rang, interrupting what Su Muxue was going to say next. Chapter 70 Going to Feng Yi's appointment. Honey, your cell phone is ringing. It's Feng Yi, the head of MS Group, calling. Su Muxue helped Lin Feng pick up his cell phone and handed it to him. Lin Feng took the phone, then pressed the connect button and said to Feng Yi on the other end of the line. Hello, Mr. Feng? What is it? At this moment Feng Yi, the person was already in the private room of the C restaurant. After waiting for half a day, there was no sign of Lin Feng. Thought Lin Feng wouldn't come. After half a day's agonizing, I finally made a phone call. I didn't expect Lin Feng to answer in seconds. When the other side picked up the phone, Feng Yi hurriedly opened his mouth and asked, Mr. Lin, you haven't arrived yet? I'm already waiting for you at the restaurant. Lin Feng said, Mr. Feng, my wife and I just got in the car and we're about to set off towards the restaurant. Just wait a little longer, it'll be here later. In that case, then I'm relieved. I thought that you regretted it and weren't going to come, Mr. Lin. Don't worry, it won't. 15 minutes tops, should be there. Okay Mr. Lin, then I'll wait for you here. Just after putting down the phone, Feng Yi was relieved. After waiting for so long, Lin Feng hadn't arrived yet. He thought Lin Feng wasn't going to give this face. That's not good. Wait, no matter what, we have to persuade Lin Feng. Get him to sell the Windsor system to the MS Group. Otherwise, with the technology currently mastered by Wind God Technology and the stability of the system, it won't take long to be able to overtake the MS system. It's only a matter of time. That's why, within the MS Group, there was a reason why they wanted to acquire the Wind God system back even at the cost of a huge amount of money. Can't even be bothered with the risk. What's that compared to losing the domestic market? Put down the phone later. Lin Feng handed his cell phone to Su Muxue, who was sitting on the passenger side. Muxue, hold my cell phone for me. Before Su Muxue picked up the phone, she looked at Lin Feng and asked, what did you just call me? Muxue? Are you sure it's appropriate for you to call me that? Lin Feng changed his words, okay, wife okay. Well, that's more like it, huh? Su Muxue smiled cheekily, then took the cell phone from Lin Feng's hand and put it inside her bag. In response, Lin Feng smiled helplessly. Wasn't it just that I called you Muxue a few times just now, and now you're starting to make comments? It's too careful, too. Says who's being careful? Su Muxue questioned. Is that even a question? It's about you, of course. Lin Feng replied. That's so true. Su Muxue followed up with, I am indeed quite careful, and this is all seen by you? From now on, in front of and behind people, you will call me wife. I don't like it when you call me Muxue. Like wives, and daughters-in-law, and babies, and all that. The title Muxue is for friends and relatives. And wife, that's what you call yourself. Remember?
Lin Feng cried and laughed and said, fine, remember. That's right. That's more like it. Alright hubby, no more teasing, just drive. Didn't the person in charge of the MS group, Mr. Fong, already call you just now? Don't keep him waiting after making him wait so long. Lin Feng nodded, okay, let's go. Only then did Lin Feng start the car. Then traveled directly towards the location of the restaurant on the sea. It's a 5-star restaurant with ridiculously high spending. Usually those who can afford to spend money here are either big entrepreneurs or dignitaries or the like. To see Lin Feng, the meeting place that Fong Yi had arranged certainly couldn't be too shabby. Otherwise, it would be a joke, wouldn't it? Just drove up to the entrance of the restaurant. Lin Feng then noticed Fong Yi. I only saw that at this time. Fong Yi hurriedly walked over, then took the initiative to greet Lin Feng and said, Mr. Lin, you're here, quickly please come inside, I've already booked a private room. The food is served and waiting for you. This should be your wife, Miss Su? I've heard of her, she's arguably the most talked about product designer within the cosmetics industry at the moment. Fong Yi was worthy of having been in the workplace for so many years. Although it was the first time we met, the pleasantries of meeting and greeting, and the business blowing each other up, played out plainly. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, let's go this way. After hearing the name Mrs. Lin again, Sumu Shui felt happy in her heart. Taking Lin Feng's arm, they then walked inside the restaurant together. After walking into the restaurant, Fong Yi walked ahead and then led Lin Feng and Sumu Shui to the private room. After entering the private room, Fong Yi took the lead and said, Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, please take a seat. Lin Feng and Sumu Shui sat down. Fong Yi immediately said, Mr. Lin, over this period of time, your company, including Mr. Lin yourself, I have often heard people around me talk about it. Today, it's always a privilege to see. Meeting for the first time, I hope you won't be offended if there's any lack of hospitality on your part, Mr. Lin. When he said this, Fong Yi immediately stood up before picking up a wine glass on the table. Taking the initiative to toast, he said, Mr. Lin, how about this, I'll toast you. I'll do it first, make yourself at home. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Yi immediately took the wine in his cup and drank it in one gulp. Lin Feng politely drank a glass with him as well. Afterwards, Lin Feng spoke, Mr. Feng, tonight you asked me out for dinner, what exactly do you want to talk to me about? You might as well open up and say it. Fong Yi nodded, I didn't expect General Manager Lin's character to be so straightforward. In that case, then, I won't beat around the bush. Originally, I was going to be a little more tactful, but since Mr. Lin likes to be direct something, then I'll be straightforward. Honestly, I asked Mr. Lin for you to come here for dinner today, on the one hand because I wanted to meet you. After all, both of our companies, we are in the operating system field. Maybe, we'll still be strong competitors. Meeting in advance might keep the competition, when the time comes, from being too intense or to the point where you're dead or alive. This is the main reason why I asked Mr. Lin for you to come out for dinner. And secondly, is the more selfish side of it? Fong Yi looked at Lin Feng and continued, frankly speaking, the Wind God system developed by your company is indeed very impressive. We, the MS Group's headquarters in Rice, also highly appreciate and commend this. That's why I was asked to come over this time, because I'd like to talk about the acquisition again. I know that Mr. Lin has no intention of selling the Wind God system. Perhaps it's because Mr. Lin wasn't very satisfied with the previous purchase price. So the word has gone out from HQ that we're willing to bid. Before Fong Yi could say this secondary offer, Lin Feng then waved his hand, Mr. Feng, I think you should have misunderstood. Misunderstanding? Hearing this, Fong Yi was a bit confused. He expressed his doubts and said, Mr. Lin, what did you mean by that just now? Lin Feng replied indifferently, I don't intend to sell the Wind God system, not because I'm not satisfied with the purchase price. Honestly, just the last offer alone is good enough for me. But I refused, not because of the purchase price. Rather, it has my own ideals in it. That's why I, today, also want to take this opportunity to make things clear with your company once and for all. I have no intention of selling the Wind God system, and no matter how much your company offers, the end result will be the same. And please go back and tell the chairman of your company that there's no need to waste any more time. I am not for sale. Hearing Lin Feng's resolute reply, the atmosphere within the entire private room instantly fell to the extreme. And Fong Yi's expression at this time also became a little ugly. Originally, Fong Yi was still full of confidence, thinking that by offering a sky-high price of $10 billion, he could definitely take down Wind God technology in one fell swoop. But I didn't expect. It's amazing what the end result will be. Lin Feng's answer was, surprisingly, still a refusal. Chapter 71, Hubby Not Single Like a Mother's Child? At this moment, Fong Yi was also a bit flustered. Faced with Lin Feng's strong reply, he simply couldn't hold back. For a moment, he froze in place, not knowing how to break the awkward atmosphere. It was Sumu Shui who took the lead. Hubby, don't just chat, eat something first. You too, Mr. Feng. Sumu Shui maintained her politeness and said flatly, don't misunderstand, Mr. Feng, my husband doesn't mean anything else. Only you know that. The original purpose of our founding of Function Technology was to develop a domestic computer operating system. I'm sure that's not new to you, is it? So, as far as the acquisition is concerned, it's just like my husband said. There's no need to talk about this later. No matter now, or in the future, we will not sell the Wind God system. But then, if you have the intention, between our two companies, we can still cooperate. It's just a few days away from the Marina del Rey 2023 Technology Summit. When the time comes, there can be more exchanges in terms of technology and cooperation and collaboration if there is an opportunity. Sumu Xue had already politely explained to Fang Yi. Fang Yi did not continue to say anything more. Isn't it obvious? People are not planning to sell at all. It's not about money at all. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seemed that the plan to acquire the Wind God system was 80% going to fall through. Fang Yi shook his head and picked up his wineglass, revealing a forced smile. Alright, since Mr. Lin has said so, then I understand. When I return, I will report your meaning, Mr. Lin, to our chairman truthfully. Sincerely, as Mrs. Lin said just now. It's not long until the Tech Summit Forum is going to start. Hopefully, when the time comes, we'll be able to exchange more on the technical side of things. Together we can develop together and improve the quality of service for our users. After Fang Yi had said some scene-stealing words, he picked up the wine cup on the table and drank it down. After spending the better part of an hour in the restaurant, he looked at his watch. So what? I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so that's enough for today. I've already bought the order, Mr. Lin, you guys can enjoy it slowly. If there's nothing else, I'll head back. Farewell. When the words were spoken, Fang Yi's face had become visibly ugly. You can see it from here. For some time to come. The two companies must be in a very fierce competition. After all, MS Group is a big name in the industry. The reason why they offered such a high purchase price and wanted to acquire the Wind God system. The reason is simple, they don't want the Wind God system to bring competitive pressure on their company. But now there's a change of plans. Acquisition failed and look what Lin Feng just indicated. It seems that no matter how much money the MS Group offers, it will never be able to acquire the Wind God system. But no matter what, MS Group is a global oligopoly and arguably in the top 10 of the most profitable companies in the world. It's impossible to lose to WinSense Tech anymore. By this time, Fang Yi could already roughly guess their boss's reaction. It will be very shocking. Okay, Mr. Feng, take your time. Lin Feng's expression was flat and he didn't intend to get up to see him off. Sumu Xue, who was sitting next to Lin Feng, felt that this was a bit impolite and asked, Honey, aren't we going to see him off? Wouldn't that make us look a little less polite? Will it worsen the relationship between our two companies? Lin Feng had a flat expression. It's fine, don't worry. Anyway, in the future, our company and their MS Group will have competition in all aspects, and it will be very intense. Haven't you noticed? Just now, when we said we would never sell the Wind God system, Fang Yi's expression became visibly ugly. I guess after I go back and report it to their chairman, I should be very shaken up as well. Or even mess up and say that we, Wind God Technology, don't know what we're talking about. If we can't live together peacefully anymore, then why are we trying to please them? Why bother? Sumu Xue nodded, then looked at Lin Feng next to her. Honey, words though. But I always feel as if that's a bit of a bad idea. But since that's what you think, I'm with you. Our Wind God Technology and their MS Group will definitely compete fiercely in the future. When they say they're working together, most of them are just going through the motions and saying a couple of polite things. Forget it, leave him alone. Sumu Xue smiled cheekily, looked at Lin Feng and said, that said, husband. What do you think of the outfit I'm wearing today, huh? Accompanying you here this time shouldn't have embarrassed you in front of Fang Yi, right? After saying this, he didn't even wait for Lin Feng to answer anything. Sumu Xue then stood up from her seat and walked aside. Then looked at his outfit. Couldn't help but comment. Seems pretty good, I think. Right, hubby? Lin Feng cried and laughed. Wife, there's no one like you. Sumu Xue rolled her eyes and skimmed. What do you mean? Like me? What's wrong with me? Shame on you for bragging about yourself. Lin Feng said, crying and laughing. Sumu Xue smiled cheekily and said, hee, what does that matter, it's in front of her husband anyway. There's a saying that if a man is not narcissistic, the sky is the limit. Haven't you ever heard the saying? Lin Feng was speechless and said, it's an old story from 10 years ago, it's not funny. Sumu Xue pouted her little mouth, a little upset. To put it bluntly, you just think I'm old-fashioned. Just say it if you think I'm dirt. Why are you beating around the bush? I don't care about you. Lin Feng hurriedly said, coincidentally, I also like corny girls. Like you. Sumu Xue snorted, hubby, you're too good at this. In the car, letting you help me with my seatbelt and then kissing you while I'm at it. This kind of earthy love story like stunt, which I learned from watching short videos, is hot. This is still understandable. But the thing is, I don't think you've learned how to say love words, husband. It's like it's in character. You're awesome. I'm really seriously wondering now if you've ever been in love before, husband? I don't suppose you're maternally single, like me? Chapter 72, Special Task Release. Facing Sumu Shue's questioning, Lin Feng hesitated for a few seconds before replying. Of course I'm maternally single. Sumu Shue skimmed her lips before glaring at Lin Feng. Come on, I don't believe it. You must have an ex-girlfriend. Why else did you hesitate for a few seconds when I asked you earlier? Sumu Shue hummed, ugh, suddenly I feel so disadvantaged. I'm maternally single and husband, you actually have an ex-girlfriend. I can't believe I'm not the only one of your girlfriends. What a disappointment. Seeing Sumu Shue with this jealous look, Lin Feng didn't know what to say for a moment. Mu Shue, look at you. How is it that you just don't believe a word I say? Sumu Shue glared at Lin Feng and said, hubby, what did you just call me? Mu Shue. Forgot again, didn't you? Sumu Shue questioned. Only then did Lin Feng remember what was going on, so he hastily changed his words. Oops, look at my memory, I almost forgot. Wifey. That'll do. Sumu Shue grunted and said, right, this is more or less the same. Okay, no kidding. Hurry up and eat, your stomach has been growling for a long time. Right about this time. In Lin Feng's ears, the system's voice came. Ding. Special tasks are issued, please choose any one of the following tasks for the host. Upon completion of the task, you will be rewarded accordingly. Task 1, feed your wife dinner, spread dog food, and make a vlog to record your daily routine to become a better model husband. Reward, randomly get the title of a company. Task 2, take a photo of the meal and post it in your circle of friends. Reward, 1 random draw. Please ask the host to make a choice within 1 minute. See the 2 tasks in front of you. Without the slightest bit of entanglement, Lin Feng decisively chose the first mission. Just kidding. The second task, though, is a chance to draw. But there's so much uncertainty in something like a lottery. Who knows what the reward will be at the end of the draw? If it's just tens of millions, or a very cockamamie skill, then it's better not to. Lin Feng didn't want to take that risk. After all, the system's quests were not triggered anytime, anywhere. Instead, it's a randomness trigger. When was the next trigger away, Lin Feng himself didn't know. So it's better to be conservative and go with the first task. Just by making a vlog, you can get ownership of a company. Even if it's a smaller company, that's making money. System, I choose 1. After Lin Feng silently made the option in his mind. Immediately after that, it was time to get on with the mission. Lin Feng took out his cell phone, then turned on the front camera and switched to selfie mode. Honey, what are you doing, taking pictures? Yeah. I love taking selfies. It's just that I think it would be better to wait until we're done eating before we take a picture together. It's not a very good picture to take with so much oil on your mouth when you're eating. Sumu Shue, who was sitting next to Lin Feng, said. Lin Feng hurriedly said, it's okay, I'm not going to post a friend circle, I'm just going to shoot a vlog to record our daily life after marriage. Documenting the daily life of 2 people together in the form of a vlog, sweet moments, and whatnot. Usually, it's the girls who are keeping track. But boys like Lin Feng, who would take the initiative to record, were too few and far between. Therefore, Sumu Shue was subconsciously surprised. Hubby, you said you're going to do a vlog of the 2 of us cozying up to each other on a daily basis? Is this true? Is that really what you think? Sumu Shue asked seriously. Lin Feng smiled helplessly and said, look, aren't I already planning to start recording? This can't be fake. Wow. Sumu Shue looked at Lin Feng, hubby, I really didn't expect you're such a detail-oriented boy. People say that boys are careless. Things like documenting the day-to-day of a relationship are usually done by girls. I'm ashamed to say that even I didn't think to document our daily lives. I didn't realize that it was you who took the initiative. You know what, hubby? I suddenly feel so happy. You're such a good husband, hee hee. Before Lin Feng could say anything, Sumu Shue said excitedly, when will it start? When will it start? I can't wait. But let me tweak it a bit before I start vlogging. Strive for a shot that comes out beautifully. Though I know that videos like documenting your daily routine don't always come out looking good. After all, it's certainly different from a photograph. Most of the photos are going to be well beautified or taken at the prettiest angles. But recording daily vlogs, for the most part, there's no way to do that. But still try to make me look good in the picture. Okay, hubby? Lin Feng smiled slightly, fine, no problem, I'll try my best. But it doesn't matter if it's a bad shot. Why? Sumu Shue asked. Because in my eyes, you would have been the prettiest. It doesn't matter how bad the vlogs that are made really are. But as beautiful as ever, in my opinion. Sumu Shue felt a little embarrassed herself after being complimented so much by Lin Feng. Honey, don't flatter me. I should be embarrassed if I keep boasting like this. Lin Feng smiled and said, fine, I won't tease you, come on start. Just as the shooting started, Lin Feng looked at the cell phone camera and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Lin Feng, and the person sitting next to me is my wife Su Mu Shui. Starting today, I'm going to record, one after another, the cozy daily routine of the two of us together. Sort of a vlog of our married life. Today was the first shoot, and anything that didn't go well, hopefully sometime in the future when this vlog is released. Friends and classmates who see it can take no offense. Shooting a vlog is easy too. It's just feeding your wife. It's a very cozy scene. Well, was it good? Wife." Lin Feng rubbed Su Mushua's head and looked at her and asked. Su Mushua nodded, "It's especially delicious. But then again, compared to the rice made by your husband's own hands, it's still almost a long way off. Then tomorrow night, we'll have dinner at home, okay?" "Yes, of course." Su Mushua smiled cheekily, "Hubby, try this dish, it tastes great. This time, it's my turn to feed you." He. Even when she was filming a vlog, Su Mushua didn't forget to spread dog food. Chapter 73: The Boss's Phone Call. The other side. After Fang Yi left the restaurant, he directly got into a car at the entrance. The driver turned his head and respectfully asked, "Mr. Feng, where to?" Fang Yi said indifferently, "Send me home." "Okay, Mr. Feng." The driver drove while looking at the expression on Fang Yi's face in the rearview mirror. At this moment, Fang Yi's expression could no longer be described as difficult. So the driver had the good sense not to say anything along the way. Half an hour later, the driver drove Fang Yi back home. After returning home, Fang Yi walked around the living room. Spun in place many times. On the couch, not long after he sat down, he immediately stood up. Can't sit still at all. A thought of the owner's face and reaction when he learned of the failure of the secondary acquisition of Windsor Systems. Fang Yi then felt scared. Just in case it was going to be because of this that the bosses at HQ thought he was a no-worker. Not even that little thing was done or even given a screw-up. He was still not sure if he could keep his identity as the head of MS Group's Dragon Country. Thinking about this, Fang Yi was a little frightened. I don't know if this call should be made or not. What if you call and the boss gets mad on the spot? Never mind, let's save the heavenly thing for tomorrow. Whatever. Fang Yi was just about to take a break when something unfortunate happened as a result. The cell phone suddenly rang at this time. Opening his cell phone, he saw that it was a call from the headquarters side. Old boss. What is it? After Fang Yi picked up the phone, even his speech stuttered a bit. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other side of the phone. "Fang Yi, what's wrong with you? What did I tell you to do? And you're asking me what? Come on, how did you and Lin Feng really talk? Did the wind god system take it?" In the face of the headquarters boss's questioning, Fang Yi stammered and didn't dare to say anything further. The opposite party got anxious and directly rebuked loudly. "Fang Yi, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me asking you? Or are you too dumb to speak?" "No. Is not. Old boss. Me. Just as Fang Yi stumbled and prepared to answer. In the next second, the middle-aged man on the opposite side said indifferently, "Don't ever tell me that after adding an additional $5 billion, you still haven't taken the wind god system? This is something you promised me on your chest. I can't believe I didn't do it now." Fang Yi instantly wimped out, not knowing what to say. Just a stutter. "Old boss, it's not like that, it can't be blamed on me. If you're not to blame, am I to blame? No, boss, I didn't mean that, don't get me wrong. How dare I blame you? Mainly because Lin Feng has already made a clear statement to me. He said that no matter how much our company offered, he would not agree to the acquisition. Because he just wants to vigorously pursue the cause of domestic systems. So there's absolutely no agreement to sell the stake. Much less sell equity to us foreign tech companies. In that case, wouldn't they wind god technology have tossed it all away for nothing?" The boss of the headquarters on the other side of the phone was not happy on the spot. "What do you mean, tossed for nothing? He just started his business 2 months ago, and I wouldn't frown on giving him billions, even tens of billions. As long as he's willing to sell the wind god system, I'm willing to buy it. It will definitely be acquired at any price. Tens of billions of dollars in purchase price, and he calls this a wasted toss?" Fang Yi hurriedly said, "Boss, you may not quite understand, let me explain it to you again. In fact, Lin Feng's meaning is very simple, he just wants to." Before Fang Yi could make his words clear, the other party immediately said, "Alright, I'm too lazy to listen to your explanation. Anyway, the secondary acquisition still failed, right?" "Yes." Good, very good. Originally, I was thinking that I didn't want to get into too much conflict with them wind god technology, nor did I want to do some fearless competition with them. So thinking, offer a high price for their company. This will save a lot of trouble, after all, anything that can be solved with money is not a thing. But I didn't expect that this young man called Lin Feng would be so ungrateful. I've made acquisition requests to him over and over again. It's even offered a sky-high price of $10 billion, and he still won't sell. It's clear that they don't take us, the MS Group, seriously. Isn't it just the development of a domestic system? Isn't it just a little more system stability? What's the big deal? I'll hire someone to develop the 20th generation version of our MS system tomorrow.
At that time, the stability and security of the system, including the smoothness, must be countless times more powerful than their wind god system. When the time comes, I'd like to see which one the general public will choose. I just can't believe it, he started a small company a month or two ago. The ability to outperform the big companies we've been around for decades in terms of user experience? We'll see, let him. At this moment, he heard the boss of the MS group, pointing all the fingers at Lin Feng. Fang Yi then let out a sigh of relief and followed the other party's words. That's right, you're right, boss. This Lin Feng, he's so ungrateful, our company offered such a high purchase price, and he even had to refuse. This surname Lin is clearly looking down on our company. No face at all. Right now, it's all over the internet, and a lot of netizens are laughing at us. We're a big company that's been around for decades, pulling down to acquire a small company, and we've been rejected 2 or 3 times. What a disgrace. So, it's necessary to pass the 2023 Binhai City Technology Summit, and when the time comes, we'll have to properly compete with their wind god system and thwart them before we can do so. On the other side of the phone, a faint voice came, this is not urgent for the time being. With the current smoothness of the wind god system, and the security capabilities, and the stability. In every way, it's better than us. If you're actually at the Internet Technology Summit, compare yourself to them. When the time comes, I'm afraid it's our MS system that will make a fool of itself. Fang Yi hurriedly asked, then. What do you mean, boss? I mean, we're not attending the Internet Technology Summit this year. When the time comes, just shrug it off for any reason. Don't make comparisons with their company in terms of technology until our MS system develops the 20th generation version of the system, which is to fully surpass the wind god system. Otherwise, the only ones who will lose face will be us, get it? Fang Yi nodded, then said, so that's how it is, got it boss, I'll listen to you. Then after a while, I'll just find some random excuse to say I can't go. Let them wind god technology make a splash first. After our MS system is developed to the 20th generation system version and released globally. Let's see if there's any heat left in their wind god system. When the time comes, you must regret not being acquired by us, right boss? That's right. Well, that's enough for today, you have a time difference here, get some early rest. Fang Yi hurriedly said, okay boss, I'll rest first. I'll call and check in with you if there's any follow-up. Aha! On the other side of the phone, there was a faint voice. Chapter 74 Fakurai Restaurant Group. In the meantime, the online debate is also growing. There are a couple of bloggers with millions of followers who have posted a couple of photos on top of the social media platform. The photo was the scene where Lin Feng and Fang Yi met in front of the sea restaurant. Besides the two of them, there was also Su Muxue. After these photos were posted all over the internet, on all major social media platforms, there is a buzz. Wow! That man in the picture, is that Lin Feng, the boss of Wind God Technology? I've heard online before that he's very young and started his own business not long after graduating from college. I thought it was fake, but I didn't realize it was real. At such a young age, you've done what so many entrepreneurs can't even do. It was incredible. And, so handsome, so envious. Yeah, handsome and rich, how the hell are we supposed to live? It's no wonder that just after graduation, he was proposed to by the school's flower girl. If it were me, I would have done the same thing. It's just a shame that I'm just a class flower. It's true, a high-flying male god with a successful career definitely won't like ordinary girls, like us for example. Hey, I can be too sour. I can't believe I'm getting dog food when I'm swiping the news at night, help. Noticing the wind direction of the online comments, Fang Yi's face became increasingly ugly. Obviously, thousands of people online. Evaluation of the wind god system, and Lin Feng's personal popularity. All have far surpassed their MS group. That's not good. It seems that this wind god technology is really the #1 competitor of MS group after all these years. Fang Yi said secretly in his heart. In the meantime, the two of them, Lin Feng and Su Muxue, had already left the sea restaurant. Can't drive due to drinking. The two decided to walk home. It's still a great feeling to stroll through the city streets at night. Su Muxue took Lin Feng's arm and said, hubby, the vlog you just shot, show me. Let's see how the shot went, it didn't make me look bad, did it? Lin Feng laughed and said, how could that be, my wife is so good looking, it won't be hard to take any more pictures. Su Muxue glared at Lin Feng and skimmed her lips and said, Che, cut the crap, I don't believe it. You must have gotten my ugliest moments on film, right? Lin Feng said breathlessly, where is it? If you don't believe me, take a look yourself. After taking over Lin Feng's cell phone and clicking on that vlog video, a general look at it does capture her beautifully. It wasn't as bad as she thought it would be. So after reading it, Su Muxue looked up at Lin Feng and said, I didn't expect a husband, you're not bad at taking pictures. The angle is just right, it looks like my face is smaller. Nice. What about next time, how about a vlog?
I think it's really sweet to document our daily life after marriage like this. It'll be really nice to get it out after a couple years, yeah. Or, wait 10, 20 years. When our kids grow up, we can still show them the moments when mom and dad were in love. Right? Lin Feng rubbed Sumu Shue's head and said, of course there's no problem. From now on, I'll take care of the vlogging to document the day-to-day. He, why are you so nice, husband? Sumu Shue smiled cheekily. Then he returned the cell phone to Lin Feng. And Lin Feng was satisfied. It wasn't just because of seeing Sumu Shue smile. Also because, just now, the system's voice followed suit. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the task of filming a vlog to record daily life. Reward, Fukurai Restaurant Group. Seeing the system's prompt, Lin Feng never expected it. The rewards given by the system would actually be the Fukurai Group. Fokusai Group is a large listed company whose main business is food service. For what it's worth, many well-known local catering companies are under his umbrella. Annual profits are in excess of $1 billion. And the shares that Lin Feng obtained were still 100%. At this moment, Lin Feng couldn't have been more shocked. You know, this is a big company with over $1 billion in annual profits. And it's still a 100% share. One could imagine how excited Lin Feng was at this time. At this time, Lin Feng silently asked the system in his mind, System, may I ask if there are any tedious procedures required to obtain a stake in the company? Soon the system gave a reply. Back to the host, no need. This system has taken care of everything for the host. The system has funded the completion of the acquisition and placed the company's shares in the host's name. Within the next 24 hours, the relevant person in charge of the company will take the initiative to contact the host. After getting the system's explanation, Lin Feng said secretly, looks like just keep up the role of model husband and be nice to your wife. The rewards that you get, they get richer and richer. Sure is a model husband system. Just be a good husband and you'll get a steady stream of rewards. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Feng focused his gaze on Sumu Shue. Noticing Lin Feng's gaze, Sumu Shue said shyly, honey, what's going on? Suddenly looking at me with that look? Lin Feng smiled, it's nothing, it's just that I feel that marrying you is really a blessing for me. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Sumu Shue's little face instantly burst into red. Honey, why are you saying that all of a sudden? Actually, what about? I should be the one to say that. Sumu Shue took Lin Feng's hand, looked at him and said, it's also my good fortune to marry you. Look at you, the company is doing so well now. I'm feeling as if I'm all a bit unworthy of you now. As long as you don't mind me. I will definitely put my husband first in the future. I'll be a good wife. I promise. Sumu Shue smiled cheekily. Lin Feng pinched Sumu Shue's face, then said tenderly, silly wife, of course I'll treat you well, how could I dislike you? In the future, I'll treat you better and better. Really? In the end, it's a girl who always likes to hear something affectionate. Sumu Shue was also a girl, so of course she was no exception. Not to mention Sumu Shue has never been in love. For this aspect, it almost amounts to ignorance. So even if it was just a very ordinary sentence, as long as it was spoken by Lin Feng, Sumu Shue still felt sweet. Steeped in love talk. By the way, when I get off work tomorrow, I'll take you to a big dinner. Well, Sumu Shue was slightly stunned and looked at Lin Feng in surprise and asked, what, didn't we agree to eat at home? Suddenly changed your mind? Lin Feng nodded and said, that's right. Because I suddenly want to take you to a restaurant and have a big rubdown. By the way, one more thing to announce to you. At this time, Sumu Shue's soul of gossip was burning brightly, simply not to mention how curious she was. Really? What a big deal. Honey, you tell me. I want to know now. Sumu Shue looked at Lin Feng and urged, hubby, don't sell yourself short. Come on, I want to know now. What the hell is going on, and it's all so secretive. Come on, honey. The more Sumu Shue was curious, the more Lin Feng refused to say. Didn't I just say that? Wait until tomorrow, and you'll see. Now well. Can't tell you yet. Otherwise, wouldn't the surprise left for you be gone? Sumu Shue skimmed her small mouth and snorted coldly. Humph, what a cheapskate. Well, tomorrow will be tomorrow. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, don't be angry, wife. Tonight, I'll make it up to you. Saying that, Lin Feng put his arm around Sumu Shue. It's also starting to get restless. Chapter 75 Meet the New Boss. The next morning, Lin Feng drove Sumu Shue to the company. And then on the way to Windsor Technologies. Suddenly, a phone call was received. The person who made the call was none other than the head of the Fukurai Group, He Jiwen. He Jiwen said on the phone, hello, is this Lin Feng, Mr. Lin? After Lin Feng picked up the phone, he said back, this is Lin Feng. You are? He Jiwen on the other side of the phone hurriedly opened his mouth and did a brief self-introduction. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm the head of our Fukurai Group. Currently holds the position of president of the company. Responsible for the day-to-day operations of the company and issues related to that and so forth. What about calling to contact you, mainly because you acquired our company? So, I wanted to ask when it would be convenient for you to come by the office. If it's convenient now, that would be great. Look, is it convenient for you to come over now, Mr. Lin? Or I can drive to pick you up, just send an address.
Lin Feng hurriedly said, there's no need to go to so much trouble, I'll go over later.
Really? That's great. I've got the company staff all at the door to welcome you. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, there's no need for this, just keep a low profile, don't make it too high profile.
Hey, no, where are those words?
How can you be too low-key for your first visit to the office?
Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I'll arrange these, you don't have to worry about it.
Lin Feng said, alright then, I'll be there in like half an hour. Wait, I have to go to Wind God Tech. Have a regular daily meeting with the staff. It's probably only 10 minutes.
I'll go straight over there when my side is done, so please be patient.
Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, He Jiwen quickly said, you're too kind, Mr. Lin, it's okay. No matter how late we wait, we can do it. You can rest assured, Mr. Lin.
Lin Feng nodded and said blandly, okay, then I'll hang up first.
Okay, Mr. Lin.
I'll be waiting for you at the entrance to the Falklands Group in half an hour.
Got it. Not long after putting the phone down, He Jiwen, the president of the Fakurai Group, immediately ordered it down.
Later, Mr. Lin will be coming to the company, so all of you go get ready.
Although Mr. Lin said on the phone just now that he didn't want it to be too high profile. But I don't think it can be a little too low key.
After all, in the future, the top and bottom of the company, it's all up to Mr. Lin to make the decisions.
First of all, this first impression, you can't show too much. No matter what, we have to leave a good impression on Mr. Lin, don't you think so?
When He Jiwen finished his sentence, several department managers in the office nodded their heads and stated, that's right, you're right, Mr. He.
Indeed it should. One of the female managers asked curiously, Mr. He, this new Mr. Lin, I heard his name is Lin Feng?
It seems to have the same name as the owner of the Wind God Technology, which has been particularly hot lately.
It can't be, he's the boss of Wind God Technology, right? Hearing the words of this female manager. Inside the office, everyone froze, their expressions extremely shocked.
They all looked at He Jiwen and asked, right, Mr. He?
That's one thing we're all curious about. It can't be that this new Mr. Lin is really the boss of Wind God Technology, right? If it's really him, that would surprise me too much.
Just graduated from college and was able to develop a domestic operating system in just 2 months.
Become a myth on the whole internet scene.
And most importantly, in the last few days, I heard that he continuously rejected the MS Group, which offered a sky-high acquisition fee.
For the sake of the pattern and the idea. What kind of background does his family have? This is too rich.
And now, it's also directly taking all the shares of our Fakurai Group. You know, even the former owner didn't have that kind of financial power. After all, if you want to acquire our Fakurai Group without a few tens of billions of dollars, it's absolutely impossible to do so.
Inside the office, many of the managers were curious about this. Expect Ho to give them an answer. He Jiwen's reply was also very dry and direct. Regarding the background of Mr. Lin's family, I'm not very clear about it either. But there's one thing I can tell you.
And that's that the new boss of our Fakurai Group is indeed Lin Feng, the owner of Wind God Technology, that's right.
As for the rest, I don't know much about it. In half an hour, when Mr. Lin arrives, you can ask him face to face. Well, that's about it. He Jiwen instructed, you guys notify the employees in each department.
Make arrangements to meet in the company hall in half an hour.
Greet our new boss, Mr. Lin. Let's make sure everyone is never late for the first meeting, it's got to be taken seriously, do you all understand? Inside the office, all the managers have assured. Don't worry, no problem.
Meanwhile, inside the Wind God Technology office building. After Lin Feng arrived at the company, he went straight upstairs to the company's conference room. When they saw Lin Feng appear, the managers present all stood up at the first opportunity and took the initiative to greet Lin Feng.
Mr. Lin. Good morning.
Lin Feng nodded indifferently, then looked at them and said,
everyone be natural, didn't I say that before? There's no need to be so formal in front of me. Although we're up and down, boss and employee. But what I would prefer is for all of us to get along as friends as we get along. That's true though.
But they've been in the workplace for so many years.
It's a hard habit to break for a while. They hurriedly said, yes, Mr. Lin is right. It's just that. You're the first boss to be so approachable, Mr. Lin. We were, for a while, not able to get used to it. I'll be sure to pay attention in the future, for sure. The co-workers next to him chimed in. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, aha. Before we begin today's regular meeting, I'd like to make an announcement to you.
Hearing this, the department managers present all looked at each other.
The expression on his face was somewhat surprised. What is it, Mr. Lin? Was it last night, when you had dinner with Fang Yi of MS Group, that you reached some kind of cooperation? Or did you agree to be acquired by MS Group? The department managers who were present at the meeting sent out inquiries within the first few moments. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "No, this thing I'm going to talk about next has nothing to do with MS Group. The other thing I can also tell you is this. Last night when I had dinner with Fang Yi, the head of MS Group, not only did it not result in any cooperation, even, there is a possibility of offending their MS Group. For some time to come, the MS Group may be all over us. So I hope that we all have to work even harder in the future to do that." After Lin Feng said this, all the managers took a stand and said, "Don't worry Mr. Lin, isn't it just the MS Group? What's the big deal, isn't he just relying on having decades of seniority? Whereas our Wind God technology, although the development time is very short, but our Wind God system, on a technical level, has far surpassed them. Even if they continue to develop new versions and try to overtake us. Estimates, too, are that it will take a certain amount of time, and it will cost a lot of financial resources." We didn't give them a second thought. Colleagues, are you right? The department managers, next to them, all stated, "That's right." Seeing the executives within the company, the opinions are unanimous. And so united. As the owner of the company, Lin Feng did feel relieved. Only if there is agreement within the company can we better face the challenges ahead. So, next. The thing I want to announce to you is this. Chapter 76, Strong Cooperation. Hear that. The managers, who were present, held their breath. Only Lin Feng slowly said, "The thing I want to announce to you is, just a few days ago, I acquired a company. So for the next period of time, I hope the two companies can have a deep cooperation. When the time comes, I'll make the arrangements. You guys just wait for the notification." When Lin Feng said this, all the managers present were shocked. "What? You acquired a company, Mr. Lin? What kind of company, what's the name, what's the size? Yeah, why so sudden?" What was clear was that everyone in the room was excited. Very curious about the company Lin Feng acquired. "I only heard this time," Lin Feng said, "that company, it shouldn't be unfamiliar to everyone. The name is the Forklift Group. I think that's a name that everyone has heard before, right?" When Lin Feng's words fell, all the managers in the room were once again shocked. On everyone's face, there was an expression of disbelief. "What? The company you acquired, Mr. Lin, is actually the Fukulai Group? My God, is this real? It can't be. You know, this is a mega food service company. And there are a lot of subsidiaries and assets in the name. Supposedly, the annual profit is probably more than $1 billion, and note that this is still an annual profit. As for turnover, that's not to mention ridiculously high. Mr. Lin, you're also too powerful to have acquired such a large company without a word? Mr. Lin, now I finally understand why you are not moved even in the face of MS Group's sky-high acquisition price. So your own financial resources have come to this. You know, the Falkland Group is not an ordinary company that wants to complete the acquisition. The amount of money that will be spent, it shouldn't be small, right?" Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, "So, I'm here to tell everyone in advance. In the next period of time, the two companies should reach a cooperation as soon as possible. When the time comes, I hope that you will cooperate with the brothers of the Falklands Group to fulfill the relevant cooperation matters." Got it? Everyone nodded and said, "Don't worry Mr. Lin. We will do what you tell us to do." Lin Feng laughed, "Well, that's good. Anyway, you guys have kind of been with me all the way from the beginning of the business. And they, the Falklands Group, will be integrated into our family in the future. If there's any unpleasantness, let's give them more slack. Try to make the relationship work. That way, both companies can grow in tandem. And the Falklands Group has connections in the business world that are still very wide. With the resource connections of this group, I believe it will be very helpful for us to promote the Wind God system. That's something I'm sure everyone should be able to understand." Lin Feng's words had just fallen. The department managers nodded their heads and said, "Don't worry Mr. Lin, we understand." That's good. Speaking of this, Lin Feng took the initiative to stand up. Then he said to them, "All right, in that case, that's the end of today's regular meeting. It's about time for me to head out now and make a trip to the Falkert Group." On their side, they're still waiting for me. Several department managers said, "Mr. Lin, then you go and get busy. Don't worry, we've got the company." Lin Feng nodded, then pushed open the door to the conference room. Drove straight to the Falklands Group. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng then arrived in front of the company building. Parking his car, he eased into the corporate lobby. Thousands of employees, up and down the company, were seen standing in the lobby location. He Jiwen walked over, then smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, you're back from Wind God Technology?" Lin Feng nodded, "Well, I just went to a meeting and I'm fine now." "Go." He Jiwen bowed and said, "Mr. Lin, please come in. Mr. Lin, let me introduce you. These are the employees of our company. How is it? The overall grooming is not bad, right? These people standing next to me are the company's department managers. This is Mr. Zhang from the finance department, and that one is Mr. Li from the personnel department." Lin Feng shook their hands in turn. Then, led by He Jiwen, he went to the second and third floors of the company. Go around and look at all the floors of the company. And the employees who stayed put were whispering, "Ouch me. This new boss of ours, he's so handsome and looks so young. I don't think it's been long since you graduated, has it? By the looks of him, he's in his early 20s at most." That was awesome. The male co-workers next to me, each one of them is going to cry. You know, all these male employees in the room are on the verge of being three. But in terms of career, nothing has been accomplished. Although being able to get into the Falklands group was good enough compared to his peers. But compared to Lin Feng, it was like a world of difference. People are more angry than people. Thinking about it, the male employees in the room had a feeling of despair. The female employee next to her, however, rushed to say, "Well, don't get unbalanced in your minds. And don't look at who the other side is. Our new boss, Mr. Lin, that's the chairman of Wind God Technology. You guys should know about Wind God Technology, right? That's one of the most famous companies these days. And it's still doing a homegrown operating system. Even the giant of the industry, MS Group, failed in its acquisition. So you guys don't compare with Mr. Lin, that's not for you to compare." Hear that? The male employees in the room shook their heads in utter despair. Indeed. There's nothing wrong with that. Chapter 77, Being a Dumpster. Lin Feng followed He Jiwen and the others. Go up and down and take a closer look at the company. Then returned to the hall and briefly stated his opinion. Although, our Falklands group is doing pretty well. Both in terms of profitability and future potential, it's in the top tier of the industry. But I would like to say. Lin Feng looked at them very seriously and said, "Take the present. We're still pretty average when it comes to salary and treatment of employees in the forklift group. Even, one could describe it as poor. So I'm hoping that the next week, you were able to make adjustments right away to bring up the pay and benefits of your employees. About my philosophy of running a company, I think you should know more or less about it." After Lin Feng said this, the managers present nodded their heads. Of course. Mr. Lin's business philosophy. We'll find out through the Windsor Technologies report. Lin Feng said blandly, "Well then, since you all know, can you execute it?" The managers chimed in, "Of course it's okay. Mr. Lin, you're the boss of our Fuckalai group. Even you, Mr. Lin, have said so, so what else can we say?" "We agree." "Yes, and I raise my hands in support of that." They all took a stand. Lin Feng said, "What I want is not an attitude. Rather, it's that you truly recognize my business philosophy. Improving the happiness of my employees is much more important to me than even the profitability of my company. I hope people can clearly realize that. Only by getting the welfare of the employees right and putting their hearts and minds together will the employees be better able to work more efficiently. Otherwise, if you just rely on drawing big cakes, you won't be able to conquer hearts after all. Besides, it's not good for the company's reputation." Actually, everyone present agreed with Lin Feng's business philosophy. It's just that they're just ordinary department managers in the Falklands group, though they do the position of manager. But in the end, they are just ordinary people who work under the hands of others. Where would you dare to make such suggestions to your boss about improving employee benefits? After all, entrepreneurs are in the business of making money and turning a profit. A conscientious entrepreneur like Lin Feng, that's really rare. Can't even think about it. Almost only in my dreams can I come across a good boss as conscientious as Mr. Lin. That's why the managers at this time all took a serious stance. "Mr. Lin, we do it from the bottom of our hearts. It's not about making a scene." Lin Feng patted their shoulders and said, "Well then, I'm sure you guys are serious. In that case, let's carry it out properly. Don't let me down. In addition to that, after a while I will arrange for us, Fuckalai Group, and Wind God Technology, to cooperate in some areas where we can create greater benefit and value for both companies. After all, we, the Falklands Group, still have a wide range of connections in the business world. That's something I think everyone in the room should know better than I do." The managers all nodded. That was true. After all, no matter what, the Fokker Group is also a giant company in the industry. Whether it's in the restaurant industry or any other industry, there are more or less always friends and partners that you know. Lin Feng continued, "And with our Wind God Technology, that's what we're currently lacking the most. So going forward, it also needs a lot of help from the staff and executives of the Falkland Group. In the future, let the two companies join hands and grow together. I hope I can make that wish come true." The moment Lin Feng finished saying that, represented by He Jiwen, they all said, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin. In the future, Winshin Technology is a sister company of our Falklands Group. Of course we'll do everything we can to help. With Fokker's influence and connections in the business world, it helps Wind God Systems to do promotional cooperation for the installation. On this point, you can rest assured, Mr. Lin. We have great relationships with companies in all major industries, all the time. The big deal is to give more concessions to the other company on future collaborations. There's absolutely nothing wrong with letting them load the machine.
When he said this, He Jiwon patted his chest and assured Lin Feng, Mr. Lin, leave this matter to me. I dare not say anything else. Within a month, there is absolutely no problem in helping the Wind God system pull in more than 100,000 installations. Maybe even higher. Lin Feng nodded very seriously and said, well good, then this matter will be left to you. Make sure you don't let me down. Don't worry about it, Mr. Lin. Lin Feng stayed at the Fakurai group for about 2 hours or so. After getting in touch with the executives, I found them to be relatively nice people to work with. There's no conflict with your own business philosophy, either. Although it is said that Lin Feng is a 100% shareholder of Fokker. Whatever company policy one wants to enforce, none of them have the power to intervene or object. Even if Lin Feng was willing, he could remove them from their positions with a single word. But that is, after all, the thing that defeats character. Lin Feng wasn't interested in doing it. He still wants to talk to the original team within the company if he can, which is the best outcome. Well, it's about time to stay at the company, and there are still things I need to take care of over at Wind God Technology. After all, as you all know, it hasn't been long since our Wind God system was released. It's getting a lot of attention from the industry right now. Plus, the MS Group's attempt to make an offer to buy it has been making the rounds on the internet for the past few days. There are a lot of media outlets that are lining up to cover the company for an interview. Being interviewed, it's a great way for the company to raise awareness. So, I'll just head back. I'll come back to the office to see more next time I have time. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he directly left the hall and walked into the car. He Jiwen and the few of them stated, we understand. You go about your business, Mr. Lin. You don't need to worry too much about what's going on with the Falklands Group. Just feel free to be a throwaway. Don't worry, we will definitely run the company in a good way. And it will raise the salary and treatment of the employees, as you requested, by one step. Let the company's employees, in our Falkland Group, find a sense of belonging and happiness. You can rest assured, Mr. Lin. We promise to fulfill the task you have given us. Lin Feng nodded, then started the car. Okay, in that case, I'll go back to the company first. See you later. Goodbye, Mr. Lin. Chapter 78, The Perfectly Good Boss. After Lin Feng drove away, the managers present looked at He Jiwen and said, Mr. He, I really didn't expect this. At such a young age, our general manager Lin has achieved so much in terms of his career. Not only that, but it's the same as what's being rumored on the internet. Mr. Lin's a good person, indeed. Employee welfare is prioritized in everything. And the personality, too, is really down to earth. Looks like all those reports on the internet, they're not made up. It looks like the employees of our group are really blessed next. The managers of the various departments, at this time, all exclaimed. Compare that to the previous owner of Forklift. Mr. Lin is simply too conscientious. A good boss with such a conscience could even care less about the company's annual profits in order to improve employee benefits. These days, there aren't many entrepreneurs with a conscience like Mr. Lin. More than that, the employees are blessed. Even for those of us who are department managers, isn't that true? That's right. He Jiwen took over the conversation and said, so what, now our company has replaced a young like Mr. Lin and has the ability to start a business, as well as a strong financial capital. Such a perfectly good boss in every way, including character, personality, etc. In the future, we all need to be more conscientious in our work. Well, that's enough of that, everyone get back to work. Immediately after, the managers of each department have returned to their respective departments. And the employees of the department announced the decision that Lin Feng had just made. Upon learning that Lin Feng had really issued an increase in the treatment of employees within the Fokker Group, all the employees, stunned. In fact, after realizing that the new boss was Lin Feng of Wind God Technology, they had guessed that this would be the situation. But I didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. First day at the office and immediately order an increase in employee treatment? My goodness. In the world, there is still a boss as good as Mr. Lin? This can't be in a dream, can it? Otherwise, where would it come from? A little after 2 in the afternoon, Su Mushua ate lunch and took advantage of the company's lunch break. Prepare to make a video call to Lin Feng. A morning without seeing Lin Feng is really missed my husband so much. Probably Su Mushua herself didn't expect it. The self that was once a high-flying schoolgirl would one day become so unproductive. It's time for a lunch break though. But after all, people are still in the company. And, it's only been a morning apart and you're already thinking about Lin Feng? It's so uninspiring, isn't it? However, this couldn't be blamed on Su Mushua. The only one to blame is Lin Feng, who is too good at selling and whetting people's appetites. On the way back from the C restaurant last night, he told Su Mushua that he was going to announce something to her today. Su Mushua didn't sleep all night. Even when I arrived at work, I wasn't in very good shape. It was all she could think about at this time. Hubby's too good at selling out. What's the announcement all about, anyway? Geez, that's annoying, I wish I knew now. Su Muxue picked up her cell phone and was ready to just call Lin Feng on the video.
But I didn't expect it just then. Li Yaoyao's video call that came in. Yo-yo? Seeing the video that Li Yaoyao called,
Su Muxue subconsciously felt curious and muttered.
Strange. What's Yo-yo doing calling me during lunch break? And what a bad time to call. I was just about to call my husband. But after thinking about it, let's not answer this call from Yo-yo, in case there's any emergency. It's not good to be delayed. Forget it. Better call hubby later. Anyway, she was bound to find out. What exactly is Lin Feng going to announce? Otherwise, she wouldn't expect to work properly this afternoon. How can I work when all I can think about is this? After connecting the video. Soon, Li Yaoyao's face appeared on the cell phone screen. She glared with a complaining look. Muxue, what the hell, I called the video for so long before you answered. It's noon, you're not getting all mushy with your husband again. I'm so convinced. It's just a marriage, look at you, what's the point? A high-flying goddess, all turned into a little daughter-in-law? Is this still the Su Muxue I know? Su Muxue was speechless and skimmed her mouth. Come on, Stinky Yao Yao, did you call the video over just to undermine me? Why yes, how could I be that bored? I was really looking for you for something. What is it, you tell me? Su Muxue said. Li Yaoyao on the other side of the video said, Muxue, do you know about this company, Fukurai Group?
Su Muxue subconsciously felt puzzled.
Then immediately afterward, spoke up and asked, I know, why? Fukurai Group, isn't this the most famous big company within the food service industry? Why? Yao Yao, why are you suddenly mentioning this company to me in a good way? Is it hard to believe that you're going to invest in forklift?
Don't tease, with the little assets you've saved up, if you want to invest in someone else's Fukurai Group, I'm afraid you're not qualified. People from the Fukurai Group aren't short of money, so how could they possibly look at your meager investment?
Save it, Yo-yo.
I advise you to stop toadstooling around, there's no show to be had.
Before Li Yaoyao could say anything, she came up and was hit by Su Muxue.
Though what she said was true. With the current strength of your own company,
let's not talk about investing in people's forklift group.
Even if you invest in a third-tier restaurant group, I'm afraid people may not even bother.
But was it necessary to hit me so hard? Are we still sisters? Li Yaoyao said somewhat unhappily, Muxue, you've gone too far. Su Muxue smiled cheekily, okay, just kidding with you, teasing you. Come on. What the hell is going on?
Why are you mentioning the Falklands Group to me for a good reason? After noticing this reaction from Su Muxue, Li Yaoyao subconsciously felt a little surprised.
Muxue, look at this reaction. Is it hard to believe that you don't know about this? Su Muxue didn't understand and asked with a puzzled face, know what? Yo-yo, what's going on here? Talk to me. Chapter 79, Good day, Mr. Lin.
Originally, Li Yaoyao thought that Su Muxue knew about this matter. She called over, just to ask Su Muxue to answer her doubts for herself.
But screw it. Su Muxue didn't even know about it, did she? Li Yaoyao hurriedly said, since you don't know, then forget it. Su Muxue was a bit unhappy. Stinky Yao Yao, what are you selling?
Why, just like my husband, you like to whet people's appetites so much.
Say it, say it.
Su Muxue skimmed her lips and said.
Hearing this, Li Yaoyao instantly understood. Mu Suk.
Since Lin Feng didn't tell you, I really can't tell you in advance.
He probably wanted to surprise you?
If that's the case, then all the more reason for me not to spoil the surprise he's so carefully prepared for you.
So, you get it.
Hearing this, Su Muxue had a puzzled expression.
What? Could it be that Yao Yao knew what Lin Feng was going to announce to her today?
Thinking of this, Su Muxue was even more impatient.
Yo-yo, my good yo-yo. I'm begging you, just tell me, okay? Last night, my husband told me that he was going to make an announcement to me tonight. But won't say what it is. Messed me up all day today, I've been distracted. Full of it.
Su Muxue continued, so what, Yao Yao, if you really know something, you must tell me.
Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to work properly this afternoon. Efficiency is ironically not centralized. Please, yo-yo. But even so, Li Yaoyao still shook her head.
No, I can't break the surprise your husband has planned for you.
Otherwise, I'm in deep.
Well, let's not talk about that for now. I suddenly remembered that I seem to have a few things to take care of on my end.
That's all for now, Muyuki, bye.
In the next 2 days when I have time, I'll treat you and your husband Lin Feng to hot pot again, didn't I promise you last time?
Don't worry, I, Li Yaoyao, don't have any other merits as a person, just honesty. Since it's a promise, I'm sure I won't go back on it. Wait for it you.
After saying that, before Su Muxue had a chance to open her mouth,
Li Yaoyao had then hung up the phone. Su Muxue skimmed her mouth and said in a very speechless manner, this stinky Yao Yao, if I had known this, I might as well not answer her calls. It's making me look forward to it now more than I did a moment ago. However, Su Muxue thought about it. Forget it. Since it's a surprise my husband has planned for me, I'd better save it for the evening to hear his announcement. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I'm going to have to be unfocused again this afternoon in terms of productivity. Sumu Shue, who thought of this, cried and laughed a little. By the end of the evening shift, colleagues in the project department are packing up one after another. When Sumu Shue walked out of the office, intending to go and pour a glass of water and slowly wait for Lin Feng, the colleagues of the project department took the initiative to come over and greet Sumu Shue. Sister Mu Shue, we're off duty. Bye-bye. Sumu Shue smiled, well, bye, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Sister Mu Shue. Pouring a cup of water, then Sumu Shue returned to her office. There's not much work on hand anymore. Therefore, Sumu Shue took out her cell phone and leaned on the sofa, playing elimination music. As it was last night, there wasn't much sleep all night. Without realizing it, Sumu Shue leaned against the sofa and huffed and puffed. When she woke up, she found herself in the back seat of a car. She looked up and around and subconsciously asked, "Where am I? Husband?" Sumu Shue asked in surprise, "How strange? When did I get on the bus? Why don't I remember anything?" Lin Feng, who was driving, said breathlessly, "How could you possibly be impressed? You sleep like a pig." Lin Feng spat mercilessly. "After all the calls to you, you just don't answer. I thought something had happened to you, it scared me. I ended up realizing when I got to your office that you had actually fallen asleep with your phone in your arms. Made me worry so long for nothing. It's going to be you." Ha! At this time, Sumu Shue had a dumbfounded expression on her face. She hastily pulled out her cell phone and looked at it. Sure enough, there were a dozen or so calls from Lin Feng, and text messages and whatnot. Sumu Shue hurriedly said, "Hubby, I'm sorry, I was thinking, play the game for a while and wait for you slowly. Because I don't know when you're going to pick me up. And I was afraid to call you in case you were still busy. But I didn't expect to be sleepy enough to fall asleep after just playing for a short time. Honey, I'm so sorry to have worried you. I promise I won't do that next time. I promise." As soon as Sumu Shue finished saying this, Lin Feng sent out a soul torture question. "What? You want there to be a next time?" Sumu Shue hurriedly shook her head, explaining, No, I wouldn't dare. That's more like it. He. I'm sorry, hubby." Sumu Shue scratched her head, then asked rhetorically, "But then again, I didn't expect me to be so dead when I was sleeping? Carried out of the office by you and still not awake? Suddenly I kind of admire myself." He. As soon as Sumu Shue's words fell, she received a blank stare from Lin Feng. "At your expense." Sumu Shue smiled cheekily, "What does it matter? By the way, hubby, last night, didn't you tell me? Are you going to announce something to me today? After whetting my appetite all day, you tell me now, immediately, right now. Come on. I can't wait to find out." Facing Sumu Shue's urgent question, Lin Feng smiled helplessly, then said, Fine, no problem. Only, I'm driving now, just to be safe. Or wait until after the restaurant. I'll tell you more." Sumu Shue skimmed her mouth, then glared at Lin Feng. Stinky husband. That's pretty good at selling it. At this point, it's surprising that you're still selling out. But then it occurred to me that it was almost time to get to the restaurant. So, Sumu Shue agreed, "Alright then. Listen to you." Lin Feng smiled faintly and complimented, "Well, my wife is so good." Yeah? I think so." Sumu Shue leaned against the car seat, then picked up her cell phone and continued to play. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng drove to a restaurant, and it was a 5-star restaurant. This restaurant was not unfamiliar to Sumu Shue. When Lin Feng had just parked his car at the entrance, Sumu Shue pulled down the car window and glanced at this restaurant in front of her. Sumu Shue asked with some confusion, "Hubby, didn't you say you were going to take me to a big restaurant today and have a good rubdown?" Lin Feng replied, "Yeah, isn't this restaurant big?" "But..." Sumu Shue just got off the bus and pointed at the restaurant in front of her. "This restaurant, isn't it Fang Yi from last night with MS Group? That C restaurant you went to? Today, again? The C restaurant in front of us is actually a property of the Fakurai Group. The main business of Falkland Group is the food service. Although in other areas, there is some dabbling. At the end of the day, however, it is the food service industry that is the main revenue area for the Falkland Group. And this 5-star C restaurant. It is even one of the many restaurant assets of the Falkland Group." Lin Feng laughed, "Let's go inside and you'll see." Sumu Shue had a puzzled expression on her face. "Hubby, what kind of medicine are you selling in this gourd? Also, weren't you going to announce something to me? It should always be possible to talk now." After Lin Feng and Sumu Shue walked into the restaurant, the manager of the restaurant lobby and the staff came forward. Offered a greeting. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Chapter 80, honey, what's going on?" "Mr. Lin. Good." After Sumu Shue heard the manager and the employees address Lin Feng inside the restaurant, the expression on the entire person's face froze on the spot. She looked at Lin Feng with a surprised expression. Eyes wide. Only at this time, the employees of the restaurant all continued to greet
Mr. Lin, you're here, quickly upstairs please. On the top floor of our restaurant, there's a diamond class private room reserved especially for you.
This way. Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin.
The restaurant manager walked in front, while Lin Feng and Su Mushue walked behind.
After getting on the elevator,
Su Mushue, who was standing behind Lin Feng, hurriedly tugged on Lin Feng's arm, then said, Husband, husband.
What the hell is going on here? Does that mean that what you're announcing to me today is? You bought the restaurant? My god.
Hubby, I know about your wind god technology, and it's doing very well at the moment.
But, from what I understand, it looks like your company hasn't started making a profit yet, right? Where did you get the money to acquire such a large restaurant? Could it be the bonus that was won before? No, didn't we say we'd pick it up next week? It's not time yet, is it? Or are you done claiming your bonus? It's not right, even if you win the prize, but it's not so much that. Can buy this 5-star C restaurant, right?
Su Mushue, who was standing behind Lin Feng, could no longer be described as shocked at this time.
To be precise, the word that should be used is shock and awe.
Su Mushue hurriedly pulled Lin Feng's arm, then asked,
Honey, tell me about it. What the hell is going on, okay? I want to know so badly. Before Lin Feng could say anything, the restaurant manager next to him then asked in surprise, What, Mrs. Lin, don't you know about this? Mr. Lin has acquired our main company, also known as the Falklands Group. He's now the owner of the Falklands Group. And our restaurant, too, is a branded restaurant owned by the Falkland Group, 100%.
So, naturally, Mr. Lin became the owner of our restaurant.
Don't you, by any chance, know about this? Seeing this surprised reaction from Su Mushue,
the restaurant manager subconsciously covered his mouth. Then he looked at Lin Feng next to him. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, did I say something wrong just now? Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. It's fine, anyway, even if you don't say anything, I'm going to tell Mushue.
It works better coming out of your mouth rather than me opening it.
Lin Feng slapped the manager on the shoulder.
It was followed by a ding. The elevator doors opened.
The manager took the lead and walked out of the elevator, then said to Lin Feng,
Mr. Lin, it's here.
This is the diamond-level private room.
It's also the most luxurious restaurant room in our restaurant.
After walking into this diamond-class private room, the manager smiled slightly and said, Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, please come in.
I'll have the waiter come up and take your order and see what you want to eat. Not sure about your tastes. Lin Feng nodded and said, okay.
So the manager went downstairs and called the waiter up.
Not long after, the waiter came up with a menu and then said, Mr. Lin, what can I order?
Lin Feng handed the menu to Su Mushue, who was next to him.
Mushue, it's better if you order it. You can order whatever you like.
Su Mushue's expression was still surprised at this time. Obviously, at this moment, Su Mushue was still immersed in the surprise she had just experienced and had not come out.
Su Mushue's gaze was still condensed on Lin Feng's face. Honey, it's better if you order it. I don't care about any of it. Lin Feng looked at her and asked, Sure? Su Mushue nodded vigorously.
Lin Feng said, That's good.
I'll order it if I order it. Receiving the menu, Lin Feng began to order.
After ordering his meal, Lin Feng looked at the manager and waiter and said,
Well, let's order these first.
You guys serve the food as soon as possible.
Okay, Mr. Lin. The manager nodded, then continued to ask, Mr. Lin, would you like a drink? No need. Just bring up a bottle of juice. Okay, no problem.
The manager and the waiter both went down the stairs. Inside the private room, only Lin Feng and Su Mushue were left. Su Mushue, at this time, pulled Lin Feng's arm, then asked in surprise.
A little fanboy stance. Honey, tell me what's going on. When did you acquire the Falklands Group? Besides, where did you get all that money? If I haven't predicted wrongly. Want to acquire a group as big as Fukuokai, it's going to take billions anyways.
No, at least tens of billions. After all, the others, the Fokker Group, make hundreds of millions, if not more than $1 billion, in net profit every year.
A few $1 billion may not be enough to acquire it. Not to mention 100% equity.
Su Mushue pulled Lin Feng's arm and continued to ask, Husband, tell me.
I'm really curious.
Lin Feng smiled and said, Mushue, this matter is a long story. Lin Feng didn't know how to explain it to Su Mushue.
After all, you can't say, it's a reward from the system, can you?
So stumbled, casually explained, and muddled through. Although Su Mushue expressed her disbelief.
It's certainly not true. But since we're already licensed and married,
that requires absolute trust in each other.
Since hubby won't talk about it, there should be something inconvenient to talk about, right?
Maybe there are some trade secrets at stake, or they have to be kept secret or something. Su Mushue had been in the workplace for quite some time.
It's not very long though. But it also knows the doorway. However, where tens of billions of dollars of investment acquisitions are involved, what is announced to the public is only limited to the owner to change.
Something too detailed to be released to the public, odds are.
Understandable. Therefore, Sumushua didn't continue to pursue the matter. Instead, she said in a very understanding manner. Never mind, since you don't want to talk about it, husband, I won't pursue it. Seriously though. Sumushui paused for a moment, then looked at Lin Feng and said. Seriously, hubby. I'm really admiring you more and more. You're good. To have the ability to acquire the Falklands group, that's awesome. When Sumushua said this, her eyes were filled with admiration amongst them. Lin Feng laughed, then said, see what you're saying. Who am I? I'm your husband. That's a must. Sumu Shui rolled her eyes, then whispered. Che, it only took a couple compliments to get you on. It's so unqualified. Chapter 81 Looking for employees to take pictures. It didn't take long for the food to be served. The waiter put the menu on the table and pushed the food cart away. Next to him, the restaurant manager smiled and said to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, enjoy yourself. Just holler at me anytime you need anything. Lin Feng nodded indifferently. Well, you go down first. I'll call you if something happens. Okay. The restaurant manager nodded, then turned and left the booth. Downstairs. A few restaurant employees, curious, asked. Manager, that said, Mr. Lin will be the new boss of our restaurant in the future? What a surprise. When he came to eat at our restaurant yesterday, he was just a regular customer. I didn't realize that today, it would be our boss. What's that saying? What a world. The restaurant manager glanced at the employees. Alright, stop muttering and go about your business. Yes, manager. Inside the diamond classroom, Sumushue looked at Lin Feng and said, Hubby, did you know? I haven't been working well all day, today. Concentration is not at all easy. It's all your fault for deliberately selling out and not telling me until now. It's causing me to have trouble sleeping. I've been guessing all night. I didn't expect to end up guessing wrong. This is a result that I really never expected. When she said this, Sumushue also rebuked Li Yao Yao in passing. And that stinking thing Yo-Yo. She's in the media, she must have known something in advance. That's why she made that video call to me during her lunch break at noon. Hit the results and don't say anything. This is outrageous. Before Lin Feng could say anything, Sumushue looked at him and said, Husband, promise me. Next time there's something going on, don't whet my appetite. This feeling, it's so uncomfortable. You know full well that I, for one, am just prone to overthinking things. And you're deliberately whetting my appetite. Don't you think you're going quite overboard? Lin Feng laughed and said, Yes, your honorable wife is teaching you a lesson. Don't worry, I promise I won't do it next time. Later. How about I talk to you ahead of time about anything? Sumushue thought for a moment, then looked at Lin Feng and replied, This is not necessary. After all, you are the head of our family. You're perfectly capable of making up your own mind about anything. I don't have a problem with that. Even if you talk to me, I'll support you 100%. Just don't keep me guessing like that anymore, it's painful, hey. Speaking of this, Sumu Shui skimmed her small mouth. She's angry and, don't tell me, a little bit cute? Fine, no problem, I promise. Lin Feng said in a hurry at this time. The food is getting cold, so eat quickly. It's still the same restaurant, but the order isn't the same as yesterday. Quickly taste how it is, if it's good or not. If you think it's good, I'll bring you over here more often in the future. Anyway? Lin Feng trailed off a big long note as he spoke. After waiting a few seconds, he continued, Anyway, the restaurant is already an asset in my name. And you, naturally, are the proprietress of this maritime restaurant. In the future, you can come over and eat whenever you want. Sumushua smiled cheekily, Okay hubby. I'll taste how it tastes. Just after the words were said, Sumushue took a bite of the dish and tasted it. Well, it sure is nice. Worthy of a 5-star restaurant, it is indeed extraordinary. Much better than what I did. Next to him, Lin Feng, gloating, said, Well, I wouldn't dare say otherwise. But when it comes to cooking, it really is much better than you. Sumu Shui snorted coldly and rolled her eyes. What did you say? What? Lin Feng pretended to have an innocent expression, then looked at Sumu Shui. Did I just say anything? Pretending to have amnesia, you just said that 1 second and you forgot? Lin Feng continued, Who can prove it? Playing the fool, are we? Humph. Sumu Shui skimmed her mouth, then glared at Lin Feng. It's time to say no. Now this is a sweet atmosphere, indeed. She could finally appreciate it now. What exactly is the mindset of those girls who are constantly posting pictures of their husbands in their circle of friends, as well as their daily displays of affection anymore? In recent times, especially at this moment, Sumu Shui was very experienced. Honey, let's take a nice picture later. I'd like to send a circle of friends, okay? Lin Feng smiled slightly. Fine, of course. Sumu Shui continued to ask, Then, can you cooperate with me? Lin Feng didn't even think about it and directly agreed. Yeah. What do you say, how does it work with you? Hee, honey, why are you so nice? Sumushua smiled cheekily, then looked at Lin Feng and said, "What about later? You cut a piece of that steak and feed it to me." "It's just that. Might need to bother the waiter here. Take some pictures for us." "I wonder if that's a little abrupt. I wonder if they'll mind."
Lin Feng hurriedly said, "It's fine, just help take a picture, it's just a small thing. You wait here like a good boy, and I'll go downstairs and get a waiter up here."
"Just kidding. Lin Feng is now the owner of this restaurant. Wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to ask an employee to help take a picture? Besides, even if he is not the owner of the restaurant, even if it's just a guest eating here, it's not uncommon to have a waiter help take a few pictures, okay?"
When Lin Feng was just about to stand up, Sumu Shui then said in a hurry,
"Honey, wait in the booth. I'll go down and ask the waiter to come up and take our picture. Girls talk better to girls. Hee hee."
After saying that, Sumu Shui stood up from her seat and then walked out of the private room.
Chapter 82, Single Dogs Are So Miserable. Down the stairs. Sumu Shui came to the restaurant lobby. Soon, the employees noticed and rushed forward to greet them. "Mrs. Lin, what can I do for you? Did you run out of food? Would you like anything else to eat? Ordering now?" One of the female employees hastily spoke to her colleagues around her. "Go get the menu. Order for Mrs. Lin." The co-workers next to him hastily responded with, "Yeah, right away."
And at this time, Sumu Shui waved her hand and said,
"Hey, no. You've got it all wrong.
I came downstairs to ask you a favor.
Just don't know if you guys mind. If you mind, forget it. Then I won't force you. I'll just figure it out on my own." Hearing Sumu Shui's words, the female employees in front of her hurriedly said, "Mrs. Lin, you're too kind.
You're the boss lady of our restaurant now.
If there's anything I can do to help, just ask." Sumu Shui smiled. "It's like this, I want to send a circle of friends.
Wanted to take a picture with my husband, but didn't bring a selfie stick or any of that equipment.
So, would like to ask one of you if it's okay to take our picture?" These female co-workers in front of me hurriedly said,
"I thought it was a big deal, but after all that it's just to help take pictures?
"It's just a small thing, Mrs. Lin, I'll shoot it for you.
I'm much better at taking pictures than a couple of them straight girls.
Let me take your shot."
The few girls next to him rolled their eyes in disdain.
"Even if we are straight girls, so what? Is it necessary to emphasize this?" Sumu Shui nodded and looked at the female co-worker from earlier and said, "Sorry, I don't know your name yet." The female co-worker smiled and said, "Mrs. Lin, you can just call me Xiao Rou."
Sumu Shui nodded her head and said, Xiao Rou, thank you la.
Come up with me.
I'll trouble you for help later."
The female co-worker, who called herself Xiao Rou, hurriedly stated, "It's fine. Mrs. Lin, I, for one, dare not say anything else." But then,
to say send friend circle take pictures and so on, that is a connoisseur. Unlike a few of them, their circle of friends is cleaner than their faces.
The level of photoshopping and stuff is even worse. It's a good thing you didn't ask them to help take pictures, otherwise it would have been an absolute death view and aesthetic. Before leaving, Xiao Rou didn't forget to damage a few of them. After Sumu Shui and Xiao Rou walked into the elevator, the few female co-workers who stayed in place couldn't stand it one by one. "Come on, what does she mean? And with a cupping? This is outrageous.
Looks like in the future, a few of us will have to practice our selfie skills. Next time we come across something like the boss's wife helping with a photoshoot, we'll be the first to go.
We can't let Zoe get the jump on us again. This ass kissing of the boss's wife is unbeatable. That's it. This time, it kind of earned her.
Maybe we can even take the opportunity to get to know our general manager Lin's wife.
Hey, it seems like I've missed a chance to realize a life reversal."
Staying where they were, these girls were secretly shaking their heads and sighing.
But what they don't realize is this. What kind of things Zoe is going to go through later? That's pure dog food blitz. And right now, Xiao Rou followed Sumu Shui into the elevator piece by piece.
Sumu Shui's character was rather high and cold, and she didn't talk a lot.
Feeling a little awkward right now.
Thus, Xiao Rou hurriedly opened her mouth.
"Right, Mrs. Lin. What kind of shot do you want later? Like, is there a favorite angle, or what kind of shot?" Sumu Shui sniffed and said with some surprise, "There are still so many rules for taking pictures?"
"Of course." Sumu Shui said, "I don't really know much about it. Anyway, how it looks good, you just shoot it. As long as the shot looks good, that's all that matters." There was a ding and the elevator doors opened.
The two walked into the middle of the booth.
Xiao Rou was the first to open her mouth to greet Lin Feng.
"Hello, Mr. Lin."
Lin Feng nodded bashfully,
Immediately after that, Sumu Shui took the initiative to walk over to Lin Feng.
After sitting down next to him, he then looked at Lin Feng.
"Honey, I've asked Zoe to come up and take our picture. You do that, feed me that steak. While we're at it, Zoe, you film it."
The moment Sumu Shui opened her mouth, Xiao Rou regretted it a little.
Had she known it was for a dog food shoot, she wouldn't have volunteered. What's a single dog like yourself doing? Is this a deliberate attempt to volunteer for dog food? This is simply. Xiaoro hurriedly said, okay, no problem. I know how to shoot, don't worry ma'am. She really didn't tell a lie. The shots really aren't that great. Sumushua hurriedly said, thank you, Xiaoro. Xiaoro shook her head and said, no, I should. Then if there's nothing else, I'll go downstairs first. Mr. Lin, ma'am, you guys go ahead and eat. After saying that, Xiaoro went downstairs. Then it was back in the middle of the hall on the first floor. Those female co-workers from earlier would have made a pact. When Zoe comes back, take the initiative. Lest she open her mouth to brag about the time she just took a picture of the boss and the boss's wife. How well the photos were taken, and how well they were photographed. She had a strange expression, instead. Not only is there not a single smile or smugness to be seen. Even the most outrageous thing was to see the word despair on her expression. What's the situation? Zoe, what's with that look? What the hell? Xiaoro opened her mouth in despair at this time. Hey, get over it. I was going to show Mr. Lin and his wife how well I can take pictures. Results. It's like digging your own hole and jumping into it. The girl next to him had a puzzled look on her face. After looking at each other. Looking at Xiaoro, she asked, what, did the shooting not turn out well? Messed up? Pissed off Mrs. Lin? Xiaoro hurriedly explained, that's not true. Except, you guys take a look at this. The female co-workers all came forward with curious expressions, what on earth is it, and it's all so mysterious. As a result, they took a look and instantly widened their eyes. On top of that, the two are pictured together, which does seem a bit much. On the photo, Lin Feng was feeding Sumu Shui beef, and the two were looking at each other. That's just sweet. Let's just look at this picture and say we can't stand it. Oh my god, Zoe. Did you really take this group photo? The shot, this is too sweet, my ass. If I find a boyfriend in the future, I'll ask you to shoot for us then too. After Xiaoro sat down on the side, she had a look of despair on her face. Get over it. When I was just in the booth, I kind of learned what it means to eat dog food at the highest level. Watching them feed each other and spread dog food. And me, on the side, like a little cutie. Like, repeatedly looking for angles to take pictures. Simply devastating to my young mind. Singles are so miserable. When Xiaoro said this, all the female co-workers next to her almost couldn't hold it together and spewed out laughter on the spot. Puffing. So it's the incompetent rage of a single dog. Laughing my ass off. Zoe rolled her eyes, then glared at the girls. How can you guys even laugh? Say it like you're not bachelors yourselves. How dare you laugh at me when we're all the same? Where did you get the courage, you guys? Instead, they waved their hands and said, but we didn't eat dog food on the spot. You guys. Being disliked by them so much, they froze and Zoe wouldn't be able to straighten it out. Instant defense breaker. Chapter 83 Shocked Mother and Daughter. Inside the booth. Sumu Shui took the several photos she had just taken and selected 2 of them. Go outside and take another shot when you're done eating. Then just send it to your friends. Spread a hard dog food in the circle of friends. Half an hour had passed and after eating almost everything, Sumu Shui looked at Lin Feng and said, hubby, I'm full, what about you? Lin Feng smiled and replied, well, I'm full too. Let's go home then. It just so happens that I have one more picture left to take. Wanted to shoot outside. Is it good, hubby? Lin Feng rubbed Sumu Shui's head, looked at her and said, fine, no problem. Let's go then. After pulling Sumu Shui's hand, a piece went down the elevator. Come to the first floor lobby of the restaurant. The waiters came forward and took the initiative to greet them. Mr. Lin, are you leaving? Lin Feng nodded, aha. They hurriedly greeted, goodbye Mr. Lin. Bye Mrs. Lin. Walking out of the restaurant, Sumu Shui took a selfie with Lin Feng. Then posted a friend's note with the caption, so nice. Dinner with my husband at my own family's restaurant. Between the intangibles, showing off. The resulting comments from the circle of friends were instantly hilarious. Oh my god, Mushue, what are you doing? Handing out dog food this late at night? Do you still want people to live? That's just it. It's just too much, spreading dog food more and more often. Come on, sisters, is that the point? Pay attention to the point, you guys. Isn't the point of that sentence the line about your own family restaurant? Holy, I just reacted. Your own restaurant? What's the deal, Mushue? The C restaurant is owned by your family? Did it get bought out by your husband? Really fake. Holy, when did this happen? I just ate at that restaurant once the night before last, and it's only a day or 2 later, and the owners have changed? And the boss who changed is still Mushue, her husband Lin Feng. This isn't a joke, is it? See the comments and replies below this friend post. Sumu Shui couldn't help but giggle as she typed a few words in reply. Yeah, the restaurant was bought by my husband. To be precise, it should be. My husband bought out the majority owner behind the restaurant, thus indirectly becoming the owner of the restaurant.
After sending this reply, Su Muxue ignored it and instead looked at Lin Feng and said, "Hubby, let's go home."
Lin Feng nodded, then put his arm around Su Muxue's shoulders. Let's go home. Driving home.
Su Muxue looked at her cell phone and the comments section below her friend's circle. As expected, there was a renewed buzz. All of my best friends were shocked.
What? Waterfax? Lin Feng bought out the shareholders behind the Sea restaurant? Isn't that the Falklands Group? Could it be that Lin Feng has even acquired such a big company as Fakurai? My god, is this for real or not? I'm humanly stupid. Sisters, is this the joy of the rich? How is acquiring one of the largest conglomerates in the industry being spoken of so lightly by Mu Shui?
Billions, if not tens of billions of dollars in purchase price. Froze to give out the vestigial feeling of buying a few pounds of cabbage.
And in the meantime, among the independent villa where Su Anqi lived,
she had just finished removing her makeup and was about to take a shower when she got bored and swiped her phone.
Just saw this friend circle posted by Su Mu Shui. For a moment, the entire group was stunned as well.
She hurriedly called Zhao Yalan.
After Zhao Yalan connected, she asked, "What's up, Angie? What's the matter with calling mom this late?" Su Anqi said over the phone, "Mom, look at Mu Shui's circle of friends." Zhao Yalan subconsciously felt puzzled. Looking at the friend circle Mu Shui posted? What's wrong? After Zhao Yalan read it, she opened her mouth and asked, "Wasn't it just going out for dinner with Shaolin? It's normal, nothing special. Don't they often go out to eat together, the two of them? What's wrong, Angie? What's wrong?"
Su Anqi hurriedly said, "Mom, you have to pay attention to the question and take another good look."
Zhao Yalan looked left and right and finally saw something. Your own restaurant? Isn't that our 5-star Sea restaurant in Marina? Mu Suk said that it was her own restaurant?
Zhao Yalan's expression at this time was also instantly stunned. So, he hastily opened his mouth and asked, "Angie, what the hell is going on here?
Why am I a little confused?"
Su Anqi hurriedly said, "How would I know? I also saw it by chance just now when I was brushing my friend's circle."
At first, I didn't react either. Then, upon closer reading, I realized something was wrong. Marina City by the Sea, that's a 5-star restaurant.
And it's owned by the Falklands Group.
Lin Feng actually acquired it? And the most outrageous thing is that
Mu Shui replied to someone in the comment section that his husband Lin Feng bought the Falklands Group and that's why he indirectly became the owner of that restaurant.
Mom, do you know what this means? Of course, Zhao Yalan knew what this meant.
There was no need for Su Angel to open her mouth. And she knows it. You should know that the Falkland Group is not your average run-of-the-mill company.
The amount of money it would cost to try to acquire this company. That's definitely not a small amount. Lin Feng actually has the strength to be able to directly acquire Fakurai? To Zhao Yalan, it was outrageous. Although the Windsor system is very much in the industry's favor right now. Even the big names in rice, the MS Group. It also similarly offered a sky-high price of tens of billions of dollars in an attempt to acquire Winshan technology. But the problem is, where does Lin Feng get the money now?
You know, he's only been in business for a month or two. It also rejected a takeover by MS Group. So, where in the world did he get so much money on hand? Thinking about this, Zhao Yalan was filled with curiosity. It seems that this brother-in-law of mine is really something else.
Su Angel commented over the phone. Zhao Yalan also nodded and similarly commented, who says otherwise?
Alright, there's no real point in us two mothers discussing it here, even if we discuss it until dawn. It would be better to wait until tomorrow morning, after Mu Shui comes to the office, than ask her properly.
Su Anqi hurriedly said, "Mom, did you forget? Tomorrow is a vacation, no work." Zhao Yalan then remembered, yes, no work tomorrow.
Why don't we do it this way? You can talk to Mu Shui at night. Just say that she and Lin Feng should come over to the house to sit down and have dinner or something. When the time comes, ask her and Lin Feng properly what's going on.
Su Anqi hurriedly said, "No, Mom. Mu Shui and I have already made an appointment to have dinner alone some other day.
Don't worry about this matter, I'll ask about it when the time comes."
Zhao Yalan nodded, "In that case, that's fine. Remember to tell Mom first thing when you ask for the results, okay?"
Su Anqi quickly smiled and said, "Don't worry, my dear old mom. I'll be sure to be the first to report back to you when I figure out what's going on, don't worry."
"Well, that's good. You get an early night."
Mom hangs up now.
Su Anqi hurriedly said, "Good."
Then he took off his clothes, ran into the bathroom, and took a shower.
Chapter 84, The Bitter Su Jianguo. After hanging up. Next to him, Su Jianguo asked curiously, "Honey, what's going on? Is there something Angie wants to see you about at this late hour?" Obviously, he didn't know what was going on. But if Su Jianguo knew that his son-in-law had actually acquired all of the Fakurai Group, it must have been a shock, right? Fruity.
Only at this time, Zhao Yalan, who had just put down her cell phone, looked at Su Jianguo and said,
"Old Su, take a guess. What did Angie just tell me on the phone?" Su Jianguo said breathlessly, "Wife, how old are we?" Why are you still doing this? Come on, how could I have guessed? Zhao Yalan glanced at him and said, Old Su, it's not that I'm talking about you, you're really meaningless. It wouldn't kill me to guess. Guess what? Su thought for a moment, then said, I guess it should be something on the company? Zhao Yalan shook her head and said, no, guess again. Could it be that something went wrong in the business? Zhao Yalan continued to shake her head, it's still not right. Then I really don't know. Zhao Yalan was also speechless, forget it, I don't expect you to guess anything. What a waste of effort. Actually, Angie called and told me. It's about our family Mu Shui and Lin Feng. Su Jiangwo asked suspiciously, Mu Shui and Lin Feng? What happened to their little couple? Not much. They just went to dinner. Su then asked, eating? Isn't that normal? The young couple just got their license a few months ago, so there's nothing strange about going out to dinner at night. Moreover, with Kobayashi's achievements above his career, even if he takes Mu Shui down to the restaurant every day, what's wrong with that? Zhao Yalan said breathlessly, Old Su, I have to say. That brain of yours is really wooden. As a straight man, Su Jiangwo was completely dumbfounded. Then you know. The restaurant they went to, was it any of them? Su was curious, which one? Marina's City Sea Restaurant, the only 5-star sea restaurant. Guess who owns this restaurant? When it comes to this, Su is no stranger. He usually goes to some 5-star restaurants when he talks business with clients and partners. Marina City by the Sea is also a very upscale restaurant. They've certainly been there. So Su Jiangwo smiled and said, is there any need to ask about this? Of course it's the Fukurai Group. Zhao Yalan continued to pursue, then do you know who the owner of the Fukurai Group is? Of course I know this, I've even met with the boss of their group before, on top of an entrepreneur summit. Why do you ask that all of a sudden? Zhao Yalan followed up with, then do you know what position your son-in-law Lin Feng holds in the Fukurai Group? Su Jiangwo's expression had stiffened by this time. What? Kobayashi even has a position in the Fukurai Group? I'm telling you, your son-in-law Lin Feng has now acquired the Fukurai Group. And 100% shareholder of the Falkland Group. AKA the one and only boss. When Zhao Yalan's words fell, Su Jiangwo's entire body was dumbfounded. Even when he spoke, he began to stutter. The entire person's expression froze right off. Old. Wife, are you serious? You're not kidding me, are you? How is that possible? The market capitalization of the Falkland Group, that's pretty high. If Kobayashi wants to acquire it, according to my personal conservative estimation, it would have to be tens of billions at any rate, that's the minimum. Kobayashi can actually come up with so much money at once? That can't be right. Besides, when his Wind God technology was founded, he still took the cash back I gave him for the bride price to found it. Even if their company's Wind God system, which is developing really well, it seems that with the current situation, it hasn't realized a profit yet, right? After all, it's just started a month or two ago, so there's a lot of expense in all areas. Plus, their company's salary and benefits for their employees are, again, among the highest in the industry. Kobayashi, how can he still have money to acquire another company? What's more, it's the Falkert Group. At this moment, Su Jiangwo had shock and dismay written on his face. Zhao Yalan continued next to her, well, I'm wondering about this too. But that's the truth. Before Su could continue to say anything, Zhao Yalan continued, but don't worry, I've asked Angie to ask around and see what's going on. Originally, I was planning to ask Mu Shui and Lin Feng to come to our house for dinner. At the dinner table, ask nicely what's going on. After all, it's a big deal for my son-in-law to acquire a group as big as Falklands. However, Angie just told me on the phone that she has asked Mu Shui to have dinner alone. In time, she'll figure out what's going on. Let me not worry about that. Su Jiangwo nodded and said, so that's how it is. Well, that's okay. Seriously, I'm curious as to what's going on. But what's certain is that our family Mu Shui's vision in picking a son-in-law is simply too high. When I started out, I thought Lin Feng just had potential in entrepreneurship. But I didn't expect him to keep such a low profile. Actually have the strength to acquire the Falklands Group? My goodness, my son-in-law is something else. It's more than 10 times stronger than even I was back then. Just after Su Jiangwo said this, Zhao Yalan next to him directly mocked. Come on, how can you compare to someone else, Lin Feng? Just the way you were back then, not to mention 10 times, 100 times can't even compare to someone else's Shaolin. I can't believe you have the nerve to compare yourself to someone else, Kobayashi. And you're not ashamed of your old face. Su Jiangwo's mood at this time could no longer be described as bitter. But Zhao Yalan said the truth, he really cannot compare with others Lin Feng. So there's no way to refute it. Yes. You're right, wife. We are indeed nothing compared to the other Shaolin. Zhao Yalan continued, who says it isn't, other things aside, just in the aspect of picking a husband, I can't compare to Mu Shui. Indeed. Su subconsciously echoed. But soon, he realized something was wrong. No, wife. What do you mean by that? Su Jiangwo looked at Zhao Yalan with a bitter expression and said, honey, I admit it.
Our son-in-law is, indeed, quite excellent.
But you can't reduce me to nothing, can you?
Zhao Yalan rolled her eyes and said, come on, I'm just telling the truth.
Anyway, what about, you can just talk to me at home?
Next time when Mu Shui and Lin Feng come over for dinner, you can't say that. I don't know what kind of laugh Mu Shui will have when she hears about it. I can't afford to lose face.
Su Jiangwo smiled bitterly and said, fine, fine.
Chapter 85 Playing Games to Take Your Wife Flying.
And this time,
inside the villa, Su Muxue looked at Lin Feng and said,
honey, I'm telling you in advance. Tomorrow night, I might have to go to dinner with my oldest sister.
So, you're on your own for dinner. After all, the last time I went to the mall with my cousin, I had some unfinished work on my hands, so I just dropped it off to my oldest sister to take care of it for me.
Plus, this time, my oldest sister was supposed to ask me to dinner alone.
But I told her I had a dinner date with you and declined.
So tomorrow.
Say nothing can be excused, or else my old sister should have an opinion of me.
Okay? Honey.
Lin Feng smiled and nodded, okay, no problem.
So have you figured out which restaurant you plan to take your oldest sister to tomorrow?
Su Muxue shook her head, then said, I haven't thought about it yet.
Do you have any recommendations? Honey. Lin Feng replied, what do you think of that sea restaurant we went to tonight? Su Muxue nodded and looked at Lin Feng and said, of course it's good. That's the biggest sea restaurant in Marina. And it's also the only 5-star restaurant at sea.
Of course it's great.
Lin Feng smiled and said, since that's the case, then tomorrow you can take your old sister there for dinner.
On the one hand, it's our own restaurant, so we don't have to pay for the bill.
On the other hand, that restaurant is, by all accounts, the top restaurant in Marina.
Going to eat there with your old sister should be pretty good, at least in terms of atmosphere and dining environment. It shouldn't lose out to any of the. That includes the flavor of the dishes and stuff.
Su Muxue nodded and smiled cheekily, yeah.
Actually, originally, old sister said she would treat me to dinner. But since you said so, husband, I'll treat her once. But then, don't worry about it, husband. When the time comes, I'll be sure to order the cheapest food.
You don't have to pay, but the restaurant is your husband's anyway.
I'll try to order some cheaper dishes, so that we can't lose much cost by treating my oldest sister to dinner, don't you think so, hubby? Su Muxue's words, fortunately, did not allow Su Enqi to hear them. Otherwise, she'd probably have closed herself off on the spot.
Is this still your own sister? Thinking of ways to save your husband money once you're licensed and have a family of your own? Surprisingly, can't even afford to buy a dinner? Although, it is true that the Marina City Sea restaurant is expensive. This one has to be recognized. But it's not so petty as that, is it?
Lin Feng cried and laughed and said, you. If your old sister heard you say that, I'm afraid that her nose would be all bent out of shape by you. What a good sister to your sister. Only this good is in quotation marks. Although Lin Feng was making fun of Su Muxue. But, even in the face of Lin Feng's teasing, Su Muxue was still smiling cheekily, not ashamed but honored.
So what? I'm saving my husband money, and I'm happy to do it.
Besides, it's not easy for you to earn money, husband.
And what?
We have to make a long-term plan now.
In case later, we have a little baby. If it's a daughter, that's fine. But what if it's a boy? When he grows up in the future, don't we have to get him an RV or something? It's going to cost a lot of money. So let's save up from now on. If you can save, of course you should save more.
Right, hubby.
Lin Feng cried and laughed, yes, your wife is right. He.
Su Muxue herself thought. It's true that things have changed quite a bit since she got her license with Lin Feng.
No wonder Li Yaoyao and his oldest sister said so.
She felt it herself. In the past, she didn't have this concept of saving money.
Probably because of having a family. Alright, it's getting late, take an early rest.
Lin Feng said.
Su Muxue hurriedly said, it's fine,
anyway, I don't have to go to work tomorrow, why don't you accompany me to play the game?
I've heard that when you boys play games, you're all extraordinarily good, is that true?
So,
husband, are you good at games? Take me if you're good.
Lin Feng smiled and said, yeah, no problem. Only, no playing too late. Staying up late, or having an irregular routine, is still not good for your health.
Su Muxue smiled cheekily and put up an okay gesture, assuring Lin Feng, okay, hubby. Just play for half an hour, is that okay? Okay.
Lin Feng took out his cell phone, then opened the game that Su Muxue was playing.
Come on, get on the horn. Let's show you how good I am at the game.
Once the game started, Lin Feng and Su Muxue entered a game room. Then a few teammates were randomly matched. Soon the game begins. About 10 minutes into the game, Lin Feng set the highest single game record. Su Muxue, who was next to him, was stunned. Although she usually liked to play games, her level was really not that good. To summarize it in one sentence, the game is played by a rookie and still enjoys playing it.
Honey, you're too good at this game.
Su Muxue suddenly felt that Lin Feng was simply a treasure husband. Whether it's a career, or playing a game, or reading a book, and all sorts of other things.
It's almost always perfect. And handsome and gentle. And spoiling yourself so much. Gosh, what kind of a godly husband is this? It seems that he, this time, has really made a lot of money. Mu Shue, what are you gawking at? Concentrate on defending the lower tower. It took Su Mu Shue a moment to respond. Oh, okay. The game was played for over half an hour. It's finally over. Lin Feng and Su Mu Shue's team smoothly won against each other and managed to advance. Honey, you're playing the assassin too well. I didn't realize you were a gamer. Su Mu Shue's eyes were full of admiration for Lin Feng. Hey, looks like I really picked up a treasure. Not only can my husband cook, but he's such a good gamer. What the hell else is there that I don't know? Truly a divine husband. When Su Mu Shue said this, she smiled cheekily, her face filled with an expression of adoration. One thing has to be said. A girl likes a boy. A big reason for this comes from worship. Su Mu Shue's expression successfully verified this. Lin Feng smiled and said, that's of course, otherwise, how can I be your husband, don't you think so? Su Mu Shue smiled cheekily, if you say so, it's right. Chapter 86, the entire consumption of the house will be paid for by Ms. Su. The next morning. Since it's a weekend, there's no need to work. Lin Feng slept until 9 in the morning before slowly waking up. Just after opening his eyes, he heard Su Mu Shue's voice in his ears. Honey, you're awake. Come on, get up, breakfast is ready for you. Su Mu Shue was taking a vacuum cleaner to clean the room at this time. A look of a good wife and mother. Coming to the table, Lin Feng spoke, Mu Shue, don't you want to eat breakfast? Su Mu Shue shook her head and sat down next to her. I'm not eating, I already had breakfast. The rest, it's all for you. Hurry up and eat. Breakfast was simple though. It's just egg sandwiches and milk. However, this sandwich was made by Su Mu Shue herself. Honey, try this, how's the sandwich coming along? It should be pretty tasty, right? At least from the looks of it, there shouldn't be any problems. Don't worry, I'm sure I won't fall off the wagon this time. Taste it if you don't believe me. Lin Feng nodded and directly picked up the sandwich and took a bite. Su Mu Shue asked urgently, how is it, husband, is it good? It should be delicious, right? Seeing Lin Feng's expression at that moment, Su Mu Shue became less confident again. It was supposed to be full of confidence. But now, seems like a bit of self-doubt again. Lin Feng had a surprised expression and looked at Su Mu Shue in dismay. Mu Shue, did you fry these eggs? Hearing this, Su Mu Shue was a bit flustered and said in confusion. Yeah, why, what's the problem? Isn't it good? You can't, I made a dozen of these egg sandwiches this morning. It was so hard to make it work, did it fail again? Lin Feng hurriedly said, no, I mean, it's really delicious. I can't believe you made this sandwich. Su Mu Shue's expression froze and she almost didn't react. Honey, are you serious? Let me taste it. Su Mu Shue took a bite and immediately let out a sigh of admiration. Aha! It's really delicious, yeah. It's a bit of a stinker to brag about yourself, though. But for me, it's been a success. Su Mu Shue looked at Lin Feng and said, but then, don't worry, husband. In the future, my cooking skills will definitely get better and better. Trust me, a generation of cooks will soon be born. Just wait and see. Lin Feng laughed, I believe you. Su Mu Shue smiled cheekily, hubby, you should eat. I'm going to help you get your laundry done, and when you're done eating, just put the dishes aside. I'll do the dishes later. After saying that, Su Mu Shue went upstairs to pick up the dirty clothes. Then walked to the balcony and throw it in the washing machine. Lin Feng smiled. A high-flying goddess like Su Mu Shue. It's amazing that you would make such a big change for yourself. From this point on, it doesn't matter if she makes it good or bad. At least in Lin Feng's mind, it was all perfect. Such a good wife, even without the system, he would treat her well. After breakfast, Lin Feng didn't put the dishes aside. Instead, he took it into the kitchen, washed it himself, and cleaned up the living room in the process. After Su Mu Shue finished drying her clothes and came out, was about to do the dishes. But he realized that not only the dishes, but even the living room had been cleaned by Lin Feng. Su Mu Shue at this time shook her head helplessly and said, husband, didn't I say so? Just tell you to put the dishes aside when you're done eating and I'll wash them. Why did you wash it all? And what are you doing cleaning the living room so well? Taking jobs, huh? Let's not let anyone hang out in this house anymore. Is family involution this bad these days? Even doing chores, you have to grab them? Lin Feng smiled and said, wife, wouldn't it be more meaningful to do housework together? I can't just leave you to do the chores and not do anything myself, can I? That would be too selfish. Su Mu Shue hurriedly said, but you've been so busy with work lately. It's nice to have the weekend off and get some rest. Lin Feng smiled, it's fine. Not a moment too soon. Su Mu Shue said, well then, let's not talk about it. I'm done with my laundry, and there's nothing to do now. Why don't we go out shopping together, hubby? Walk around, go to the mall or something. It's a rare weekend, isn't it a bit too much to apologize for not having a good time?
Lin Feng cried and laughed and said, fine, fine.
Wherever you want to go, I'll accompany you.
Sumu Xue shook her head, then looked at Lin Feng and said, it should be my turn to ask you this.
Lin Feng was a bit confused. Ask me? Sumu Xue nodded, then said, right. I'm going to take you shopping for some suits. There aren't even many of your clothes in the house, they're basically all mine. Other people take their wives' clothes shopping on Saturday and Sunday. But then, I prefer not to. I'm going to do the opposite and take my husband shopping.
Help your husband look handsome.
Hearing these words from Sumu Xue, Lin Feng said helplessly, fine. But? Sumu Xue asked suspiciously, but what? There's one thing I can't figure out, though. What? At this time, Sumu Xue looked at Lin Feng suspiciously and asked, can't think of anything? Come on. It's really hard to talk in the middle of a sentence, eh? Come on.
Lin Feng wanted to say something. Forget it, I'll talk to you when we get to the mall.
Ha? How come, husband, you're so bad? Deliberately trying to whet my appetite, are you? That's bad. Too bad for you. Sumu Xue pinched Lin Feng's arm. Don't, I was wrong.
Lin Feng said in a hurry.
Then say so.
Lin Feng shook his head, then said, it's impossible to say.
Otherwise, just pinch a little harder and maybe I'll consider it.
Sumu Xue was just about to pinch down hard, but then she thought about it and stopped her hand again.
Forget it, can't get down. I'll be heartbroken. Lin Feng pinched Sumu Xue's face. Yes?
I can't believe my wife knows she cares about me.
I'm so touched. Sumu Xue grunted, sarcastic, huh? When did I not heart you? Cut.
Sumu Xue pouted her little mouth, then said,
there. Let's get going. And I don't care to be poor with you. Sumu Xue took Lin Feng's arm.
Headed straight for the stairs.
Come to the parking lot.
Sumu Xue reached out her hand and said, hubby, give me the car keys. I'll drive, you sit in the passenger seat and be a good little daughter-in-law for once. Today, the entire consumption of the venue will be paid for by Ms. Su.
Well.
Lin Feng smiled, then said, fine, I don't have a problem with it. Lin Feng got into the passenger seat, then fastened his seatbelt. Sumu Xue then started the car. Headed straight for the mall. On the way to the car, Lin Feng sat in the passenger seat. Taking out his cell phone, he took a picture of Sumu Xue.
Planning to send a friend. Make that college roommates, well, sour. Chapter 87, Roommate Gathering.
Lin Feng's friend circle just sent out not long ago. Soon, college roommates were sending messages.
Holy, what are you doing, old Lin? A good weekend, come up here and start spilling the beans? Old Lin, isn't this something for girls to play with? Why have you started spreading dog food too?
Old Lin, you are so unconscionable and excessive.
And the object of spreading dog food is still schoolgirl Su. Holy, I was busy scoring last night and I just woke up and this is what I'm being shown? Being a single dog makes me cry. Too bad.
After seeing a message from my college roommate, Lin Feng looked at his cell phone screen and couldn't help but smile.
Then typed a reply, that's okay, you guys can get one too. Come on, Lin, you've got a bad conscience. Do we have your face? Have you that entrepreneurial ability? Are we as lucky as you?
Even if there really is a goddess like schoolgirl Su, can
people look at us people? Old Lin, you're being unkind. You're just trying to piss us off, aren't you?
Brothers, nothing more to say, next time we get together, make sure old Lin pays the bill.
That's it.
Not next time, it's been a while since our brothers got together since college anyway.
Why don't we do it tomorrow? It just happens to be Sunday, everyone's off work and at home, right?
Okay, I agree, but I'm still working out of town. But don't worry guys, I'm buying a plane ticket to fly to the marina this afternoon, so I'm sure I won't be late.
Sure, no problem. Old Lin, what do you think? How about a get together on Sunday? What do you say?
At this time, Lin Feng's college roommates all sent messages in the dormitory group asking.
Lin Feng typed a reply, sure, of course there's no problem. You guys are right. We haven't gotten together for dinner in 2 months since we graduated. That said, it's time to get together more often. Yeah, no matter what, we've been brothers for 4 years in college. It can't be because of graduation, slowly losing contact and letting the relationship fade in the end.
I'm fine with that, come to the marina on Sunday all of you, I'll make the arrangements.
It just so happens that you guys should have heard something about me from the internet, too, right? I've acquired Marina by the Sea, the big 5-star restaurant by the sea. When the time comes, you all come, and I'll set you up with a good wave. Let's get together.
Anyone with a girlfriend, bring your girlfriend along.
By the way, let me see how your vision is.
When Lin Feng finished sending the last message,
the group immediately exploded. Lao Lin, you bought the Marina Sea restaurant? I'll go, bull. When was this? How come I haven't heard about it online? Is it a recent acquisition? I don't think it's been reported online yet then. Are we kind of getting a first-hand look at this? I have to say, old Lin, you're too good.
It's only been a month or two since you graduated from college, and look at your career, it's simply growing too fast. It puts us, as roommates, in a real sweat.
Shame.
Didn't wait for Lin Feng to bubble in the group.
Several other roommates, too, typed. Old Lin, in that case. That is if I don't let you treat me properly and feast on you. That's kinda sorry for you, then. Brothers, do you think I'm right about this? That's right.
Since old Lin has acquired all the Marina Sea restaurants, we must feast on him.
It has to be. Otherwise, it's a big morning to eat the dog food he's spreading for nothing? How can I compensate for the bludgeoning damage done to me by a single dog who was inexplicably fed a bowl of dog food? No 10 or 8 hairy crabs to make up for it. Old Lin, you see to it.
That's just it. Old Lin, when we arrive tomorrow, don't mind us eating too much. After seeing the messages sent by his roommates, Lin Feng cried and laughed as he typed, "Don't worry, as long as you guys come, I'll make sure to arrange something clear for you."
Don't worry though.
Only immediately afterward did they continue, "Good, then it's a deal. I'll be there tomorrow for sure.
By the way, are we getting together at noon tomorrow, or at night? How about an evening get together? I can't always make it at noon." That's it, I agree with the night too, don't you, old Lin?
Lin Feng nodded, then said, "It's not a problem to get together in the evening, but I don't know if Mu Shuexi's willing to participate in our get-together. Otherwise, it's better if it's just us at this get-together."
The roommates balked at this. How would that work? Must be a piece of the gathering, how can we let the Su de schoolgirl absent? Then what's the point of this potluck? Brothers, don't you think so? That's right. Old Lin, no matter what you have to let schoolgirl Su come along. Just saying.
I still have to bring my girlfriend, and if it's all a bunch of big old men when we arrive, she'll probably not come because she's embarrassed. That's not good. I'd like to introduce you guys properly to my new girlfriend.
I'm going to go. Your kid even talked about his girlfriend? How do you look, pretty? Take a picture of it. Won't you know tomorrow when you meet? Let's keep the mystery for now. What's the mystery? You're not looking for an ugly girl, are you?
So embarrassed to post a picture, is it? Bunch of singles with no sense of decency.
How about even an ugly girl? It's better than you guys can't even find an ugly girl. What a shame. After seeing the messages from the roommates in the group,
Lin Feng thought for a moment before typing, "Alright then. You guys wait a bit, I'll ask Mu Shue's opinion.
If she agrees, that's fine with me."
At this time, the roommates have typed, "Okay, then you ask schoolgirl Su first.
Remember to tell us if she agrees.
It just so happens that I have a little business here, so I'll get busy. Later, I'll read the group messages." Soon enough, the roommates went about their respective business.
Ignore the messages from the group no more.
And at this time, Lin Feng also put his cell phone aside, intending to talk to Su Mu Shui, who was driving, about this matter.
Chapter 88, 100 Willingnesses.
At this moment, Su Mu Shui was concentrating on driving the car.
After noticing the change in Lin Feng, she offered to speak. "Honey, are you okay? Why do you look like you want to talk?
If you have something to say, just say it, don't hold it in.
Also, you were just taking pictures, weren't you? Sending it to your friends?"
At this time, Lin Feng hurriedly nodded and said, "That's right.
I did send a friend's circle just now.
Then my college roommates saw it.
We made a date to have dinner and get together tomorrow.
After all, it's been a month or two since we've gotten together since college."
Su Mushua nodded, then said, "Well, it's time to get together for dinner."
While it's true that college-age friendships are precious, they're not particularly reliable.
After all, college age, everyone is from every city, not local.
After graduation, the chances of seeing each other will surely become less and less.
The relationship, though, is still very precious.
If you can, of course, get together often and maintain the bond. When the general comes to be old, he can have a few old friends to miss.
So, hubby, you're going to be attending, so you wanted to ask my opinion, right?
Before Lin Feng could open his mouth to continue, Su Mushue continued, "I don't have a problem with it.
If you want to attend, then go ahead.
Besides, it's in the marina, our family is local. If they're coming over, it's only logical that we should treat them.
Why don't? Just go to Marina by the Sea restaurant.
Not only is it our family restaurant, but it's quite a rowdy one, and it's the perfect place to entertain your college roommate."
Nothing but.
Su Mushue smiled cheekily as she said this.
"Can I join you? The last time you had dinner with that group of roommates from your dorm was on graduation day, right? So this time, can I go? If it's inconvenient, then forget it. I'll be a good girl and wait at home until you get back."
It had to be said that Su Mushue really knew her stuff. Such a well-behaved and understanding girl was his wife. Once he thought of this, Lin Feng didn't know what to say.
If this is a dream, that's too beautiful?
Lin Feng followed up with, "Mushue, originally I wanted to invite you to a get-together with my college buddies.
It's just, I don't know if you want to participate. So I don't know what to tell you.
After all, I'm sure you'd say yes if I asked.
But I don't want to. If you think that it would be more formal to attend a class reunion with me, that's not necessary, it's okay. You don't have to make compromises just to consider my feelings. That's what I'm mostly worried about.
Not long after Lin Feng had just finished speaking, Sumushiwe hurriedly said, "Come on, hubby, this is your college buddies get together."
I couldn't be happier if you took me. It means you value me enough to take your wife, which is me. Show off in front of your brothers. I couldn't be happier as your wife, okay? Being taken so seriously by my husband, wouldn't I be too ungrateful if I did what you said? I would literally do it 100 times over.
When Sumushiwe finished saying this, she said immediately afterward,
"Honey, don't worry. I'd love to be there. Besides, I don't have anything to do tomorrow. Accompanying you to a college reunion, that's certainly no problem. Besides, I'm your wife now, there's no reason not to bring me along to your roommate's potluck. I guess they'll be bringing their girlfriends along for the ride, too. It seems a bit of a stretch if you don't bring me." When she said this, Sumushiwe skimmed her small mouth. Or is it that you don't value me at all? Or don't want me to? Afraid I'll embarrass you? Or do you resent me?
Sumushiwe certainly knew that Lin Feng definitely didn't mean that. Still, she said so.
It was to hear what Lin Feng said next. Lin Feng hurriedly said, "Dislike? How can it be? Just kidding. My wife is so good looking, it's not too dignified to take her out, okay? In that case, there's no problem." Sumushiwe said in a hurry. "Tomorrow's time, let's go together."
Lin Feng nodded, then smiled and said, "Okay, no problem."
Hee, it's a deal then. 20 minutes later. The two arrived at the largest shopping mall in Marina. After Sumushiwe parked the car, she said immediately after, "Hubby, we've arrived at our destination, get off.
I'll take you upstairs and see if there's any suits for you.
Buy you a couple. Let's show you how high your wife's vision and dress aesthetic I really am. Let's see if you dare to underestimate me again." "Humph."
Lin Feng cried and laughed and said, Fine, I'll give you this chance." After getting off the bus, Sumushiwe held Lin Feng's arm.
"Alright, let's go. Come to the entrance of the shopping mall." The two walked right in and then took the elevator to the floor where the men's clothing was. During the elevator ride, Sumushiwe was still holding onto Lin Feng's arm. "Honey, you know what? The last time my cousin brought me shopping, this was the mall I came to. The mall, I think, is still pretty awesome.
The clothes they sell are very much in line with the aesthetics of today's youth. Unlike the few malls I've been to before, the clothes are too old and not at all suitable for our young people to wear.
Rather like my parents wore at that age.
Really, don't even get me started on how ugly it is, it can only even be described as dirt. This mall, though, is truly awesome.
Anyway, you'll see when we get there."
Sumushiwe said, "Although the last time I came with my cousin, I didn't visit the men's floor, but I think this mall sells women's clothing so beautifully.
Men's clothing should be about the same."
As he said that, there was a ding and the elevator doors opened.
"Honey, it's here.
This is the floor where the men's clothes are, take a look and see if there's anything you like.
Just tell me which one you like. I'll buy it for you."
Lin Feng rubbed Sumushiwe's head and smiled.
"Okay, thanks wife." Hee, hubby." Sumushiwe smiled cheekily, "Why are you so polite with me? I'm your wife. Go." Chapter 89, Doesn't it smell good to have 2 children? Walk inside the men's clothing mall. Sumushiwe picked out a few, not bad, suits. "Honey, what do you think of these clothes? Do you like them? If you like them, then these are good."
Sumushiwe looked at Lin Feng and asked.
Lin Feng nodded, yes. Sumushiwe smiled faintly, then said to the staff at the front desk, "Excuse me, can you help me wrap up these sets of clothes?" "Thanks." The staff at the front desk hurriedly said, "Yes. When it's packed, hello ma'am, that's $4,780. Cash, or swipe?" Sumushiwe smiled and said, "Swipe your card."
Immediately after, Sumushiwe took out a bank card from inside her bag and swiped it.
After swiping the card successfully, Sumushiwe took Lin Feng's arm. "Let's go husband."
After Lin Feng and Sumushiwe left, the few staff members who stayed in place all had shocked faces. Although nothing was said, the expression on his face, however, had surprise written all over it. These days, it's common for husbands to take their wives' clothes shopping. But wives taking their husbands' clothes shopping is pretty much the sun coming up.
Sisters, did you notice just now, that gentleman and lady? It seems a little familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before.
Immediately after this time, a waiter next to him exclaimed, "Oops. I remembered, that man just now, he seems to be Lin Feng from Wind God Technology."
"What? Lin Feng? The owner of the company that developed the Wind God system? My goodness, so young. And his wife is so beautiful, also as a woman, how come the gap is so big? What envy.
And his wife is too nice to take him shopping and buy him clothes.
And offered to pay for it. I'm afraid that finding a wife this good these days is something you can only find in your dreams. Who says it isn't? Oops."
Many of the male staff members who saw this were envious one after another.
Same with men. But the gap between them and Lin Feng was bigger than a man and a pig. Look at what people are doing in their 20s. And look at themselves? It's almost as if people are more angry than they are.
When Lin Feng and Su Muxue finished buying clothes and left the mall,
Su Muxue took Lin Feng's arm, then covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh.
When he saw this, Lin Feng shook his head somewhat helplessly.
Muxue, what are you laughing at? Su Muxue covered her mouth and said, Hubby, didn't you pay attention just now? Pay attention to what?
Watch the looks on those staff members' faces.
Especially the male staff. Did you notice the way they looked at you? It's all a kind of envy that can't be hidden. I bet they envy you for having such a wonderful wife. After all, it really isn't me boasting about myself. Su Muxue smiled cheekily, then said, These days, spending husbands' money abounds. But how many can there be who let their husbands spend their own money? Lin Feng nodded, That's true. But then, I'm one of those few. You should be grateful. You're lucky to have such a good wife as me.
Su Muxue smiled cheekily. Lin Feng was crying and laughing a little. Lin Feng was crying and laughing at this time.
Looking at Su Muxue, he said, Yes, wife is right.
It was indeed a stroke of luck to marry such a virtuous woman as you.
Luck?
Hearing that Lin Feng had even compared himself in such a way, Su Muxue skimmed her mouth for a moment before glaring at Lin Feng next to her. Not bad for a straight man. What kind of analogy is that? Su Muxue glared at Lin Feng, then thought darkly in her heart.
Forget it. Hubby is a straight man. You can't expect too much from him.
Su Muxue took Lin Feng's arm. But seriously, husband, the way you look in these formal clothes is simply too handsome.
No wonder people always say that people are what they are. On second thought, that does seem to be the case.
Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Then he glanced at Su Muxue and asked, So what you're saying is that my face value is all supported by my clothes?
Is that what you mean?
Su Muxue hurriedly explained, No, where did I mean this? You misunderstood me.
I mean, husband, you're already handsome. Dress up a little more. No, it's even more handsome. Come on, less.
Lin Feng said at this time, You're clearly saying that my face value is supported by my clothes.
Don't explain. No way.
Su Muxue was anxious and hurriedly explained, Hubby, I'm sorry, I may not have expressed myself very accurately just now, so I let you misunderstand.
I really didn't mean that. Really. You believe me, I really don't mean that. Seeing Su Muxue's anxious appearance, Lin Feng couldn't help but sputter with laughter. Yes, husband. So you did it on purpose, huh? Excessive. Thanks to me getting up so early today, preparing your breakfast and doing your laundry. And offered to take you out and buy you clothes. As a result, you're deliberately pissing me off. Excessive, really excessive. I'm going to be angry, the kind that can't be coaxed.
Lin Feng and Su Muxue, both of them, were walking on the floor of the mall.
It looks like there's a fight going on. But really, it's more of a show of love.
At least that's what the men and women passing by had in mind.
After all, what kind of young couple argues in this tone? It's clearly a show of love. And it's a superior way to show love. Okay, stop, I was just kidding you.
Su Muxue skimmed her mouth and glared at Lin Feng and said, No more jokes like that in the future, or else I'll really get angry.
Good.
Lin Feng cried and laughed, Promise I won't intentionally tease you in the future.
Well, that's more like it, hee. Su Muxue took Lin Feng's arm. Seriously, husband. What do I think? How about you wear this black suit to work on Monday? Your co-workers at work, if they see you dressed like this,
it's going to compliment the handsome, trust me.
In other ways, I can't really say.
But in terms of clothing aesthetics, at least in our family, I dare to call it second, no one dares to call it first. When Lin Feng heard that, it was outrageous. He pinched Su Muxue's nose and said breathlessly, Nonsense, there are only 2 people in our family, besides you it's me.
You tell me, is there a third? Su Muxue smiled cheekily, Yes there isn't, but I'm sure there will be soon. And in the future, if we have a baby. That's 3 people. At that time, if you ever bully me like this again, I'll have someone to back me up.
That's why I hope that our future baby will preferably be a little boy. I'll be sure to make him look good.
More handsome than you owe. Lin Feng hurriedly said, More handsome than me? Doesn't exist. Besides, what good is a son, mischievous and all? Not as good as a daughter, how understanding. Besides, my wife is so good looking that if she had a daughter, she would be as beautiful as you. Wouldn't it be a shame if it were a son? Su Muxue skimmed her lips. People say that daughters follow their fathers and sons follow their mothers, okay? Lin Feng asked, What? It looks like you've even specialized in understanding. Su Muxue hurriedly said, Which? Come on, it's common sense, okay. Really? Well, that's for sure.
Su Muxue was obviously lying. However, Lin Feng didn't want to dismantle her and instead said, Fine, whatever you say it is then.
Anyway, I was rather hoping for a daughter. As for the son, whatever. Su Muxue thought for a moment, then asked, Then what if we do have a son?
Barely acceptable.
Anyway, it's our child no matter what.
Sumu Shui rolled her eyes.
Followed by, it's okay, even if the firstborn is a son. But if you, husband, really want a daughter, I can have 2 more children. People say that a pregnancy is a fool's errand. This isn't even a pregnancy yet, and you're starting to get silly?
As a career-oriented girl, it was really hard for Lin Feng to imagine such a thing for a relationship brain to say. One day, it was surprising to hear it from Sumu Shue's mouth. Sumu Shue hurriedly said, "Why are you looking at me with such eyes?
It's better to have a daughter than a son. Don't children smell good?"
Lin Feng looked at Sumu Shue and said, "Xiang'a, just don't want you to suffer."
It doesn't matter. As long as you're good to me and we're happy as a family, that's all that matters, right?
As for suffering and all that, that's just for a while.
Besides, I really wish how happy I am to have children. What's wrong with suffering for a moment compared to decades of happiness?
Lin Feng rubbed Su Mushua's head. "Mushua, I have to say, you are indeed my ideal type of wife."
Of course. Su Mushua smiled cheekily, but quickly reacted. "No. You called me Mu Shui again. To be called wife." Lin Feng cried and laughed and said, "Yes, yes, yes, wife, wife, wife." Su Mu Shui grunted, "That's only right." The two show their love all the way to the mall lobby. Was just about to leave.
At this time, there were 3 or 4 girls walking head-on, all of whom had come this way to shop for clothes at the mall.
Each one was dressed in youthful beauty and looked about the same age as the 2 Lin Fengs. All just out of college, too. Mu Shui? What a coincidence. How did I run into you here? After they noticed Su Mu Shui, they rushed over to greet her. Chapter 90, Classmates. The girls in front of us. All of them were Su Mu Shui's classmates. They were also quite close, just not to the extent of Li Yaoyao's kind of BFF. Mu Shui, you came here to shop too?
Su Mu Shui smiled faintly, looked at the few girls in front of her and nodded her head.
Yeah.
I'm taking my husband out to buy some clothes. When she said this, Su Mu Shui held Lin Feng's arm a little tighter. And the girls' gazes fell on Lin Feng. Every single person's expression as they looked at Lin Feng changed.
Yay, Mu Shui. Did I hear you right? You buy clothes for your husband? OMG, usually show love in the circle of friends, spreading dog food even. Now. Is actually going to start showing off even in front of us? God, what did I do wrong? Come out to the mall and have to get a show. How inhuman.
The girls in front of me all had lifeless expressions on their faces. Since the last 1 or 2 months, almost every day you can see Su Mu Shui sharing her daily routine in her circle of friends. The usual dog food is enough to hold you over. I didn't realize that a couple of my little sisters were out shopping on a big Saturday. Surprisingly, I was able to run into Su Mu Shui and her husband. Most damned of all. Or they were the ones who took the initiative to ask. This dog food, isn't it asking for it? After noticing the expressions on their faces, Su Mu Shui smiled faintly. It's okay. You guys could also get a, perfect boyfriend like my husband. That way, there's no need for dog food. Su Mu Shui's words made them furious. Kill and kill. How many boyfriends like your husband Lin Feng can there be in the world? At a young age, he started his own business and it worked. It seems that lately, even a company as big as the Fokker Group, they were all acquired by Lin Feng. Where can I find such a boyfriend? Isn't that just to irritate them? Mu Shui, if you say that, it's really a bit too much. That's right. We graduated for such a long time, we haven't gotten together. Before asking you to come out a few times, you said that you weren't available, saying that the company was busy. I didn't expect to run into each other at the mall today. Would have been quite happy. As a result, you this. The girls' expressions were obviously a bit bitter when they said this. Too damaging. What a satiated man. Su Mu Shui covered her mouth and gave a giggle. All right, just kidding with you guys. After all, how could you possibly find a boy as perfect as my husband? Yeah, that's more like it. The words just went along, and immediately noticed that the flavor didn't seem quite right. When the reaction came, there was a collective confusion. Ha! Mu Shui, you're overdoing it. Don't bring such a blow to people. Though we know that this is indeed true. But there has to be a nice touch of fantasy left for us, right? You're so good, you just break it yourself. Excessive. No, this thing has taken a toll on me. 1 meal won't fix it, it'll take 2. The girls went along with it. That's right. It's got to be 2 meals. Okay, no kidding, seriously with you. Find a time, Mu Shui, let's all have a nice dinner. What do you say? At this time, Su Mu Shui's expression was slightly stunned. Have a meal in a while? The girls in front of me all nodded and said, yeah. Look, it's been quite a while since we graduated. Everyone is often not able to get together because of their respective jobs. Our sisters are fine, but it's you and Yo-Yo who are always out of touch. Every time it's because of work. Let's see, pick a day. It just so happens that your husband is here today. So let's do it today, have dinner together, just go to that restaurant of your husband's. Well, a few of the girls next to me nodded their heads. Sure, I'm fine with that.
Can. Mu Shui, what do you think? Su Muxue hurriedly said, in a couple days, I've asked my old sister to have dinner together tonight. What about tomorrow? Several of the girls asked. Tomorrow is even worse. I only heard Su Muxue at this time say, tomorrow my husband's college roommate is going to come to Binhai piece by piece. I have a piece of my husband to go with. The girls hurriedly said, that's just right, we're all classmates, let's have a meal together. While everyone's at it. Su Muxue shook her head, then said, it's better to forget about it. In a couple days. I'll treat you all individually then. The girls skimmed their lips and secretly said in their hearts that they were really heavy-handed. Immediately after, everyone nodded, alright then, since it's not too convenient, let's do it some other time. Just let us know on your cell phone when the time is set. No matter how late it is, even if it's the middle of the night. Just one message from you, guaranteed to be there in 10 minutes. Sisters, don't you think so? A few of the girls next to me chimed in, that's right. After all, starting the second semester of my senior year, I couldn't see Mushu back at the potluck. Yo-Yo is fine, she's gotten together once or twice in a while. But you, Mu Shui, that's different. A girl with glasses said, so yeah, all of us are just ordinary little employees. And what about the other person, Mu Shui? Not only is she the general manager of the project department of the Su Group. And now, the boss's wife of Wind God Technology. Right, Mu Suk? Being teased so much by these girls, Su Muxue felt a little embarrassed. Okay, no kidding. The girls looked at Su Muxue and said, then let's make a deal first. Mu Shui, we're going into the mall first, so I'll see you at dinner some other time. Su Muxue smiled slightly, then nodded. Yeah, no problem. I'll contact you some other time if I'm free. Don't forget to go to your husband's restaurant by the sea for dinner, I've been wanting to go for a long time. Su Muxue nodded and said, of course there's no problem. After saying a quick goodbye to them, Su Muxue took Lin Feng's arm and said to him with a smile, alright hubby, let's go. After leaving the mall, went straight to the parking place and was going to put these clothes on hand in the car. By the way, take hubby to pick out some shoes or something. It's quite inconvenient to carry around so many big bags. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly spoke. Wife. I have something to tell you. Su Muxue froze and subconsciously asked, what is it? Chapter 91, sure enough, it's a real sister. Su Muxue looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. What is it, husband? Why are you getting so serious all of a sudden? It's making me a little uncomfortable. Lin Feng seriously looked at Su Muxue and said, when you get together with my roommates tomorrow night, just dress up simply, you don't have to make it too grand. This group of roommates, they're all my really hardcore buddies. Not the type to judge a book by its cover. Not to mention. When Lin Feng said this, he obviously dragged out a long note. Su Muxue was a bit curious, so she pursued the question. Not to mention what? Lin Feng continued, what's more, my wife is so good looking. I was mostly worried when the guys brought their girlfriends to the potluck. It's so humiliating to compare their girlfriends directly to them. Hearing Lin Feng say that, Su Muxue covered her mouth and laughed. Honey, if you say so. Then I'll have to dress up. They bring their girlfriends, I can't lose to them, can I? Also, there's a most important question. Su Muxue looked at Lin Feng, you saw it just now at the mall. A couple of my college buddies, likewise, wanted to ask me for a get-together. When the time comes, are you going to attend? I want to take you so badly. Lin Feng rubbed Su Muxue's head, it's better for you guys to go, I won't follow and get involved when the time comes. After all, you girls would have a lot in common together. I'm afraid your little sisters won't be able to let go of me if I'm a man and I go along too. Su Muxue skimmed her lips, obviously a little lost. But considering the feelings of the others, he had to nod, alright then. Forget it this time. But I'd still like to take you along next time I get the chance. Lin Feng nodded, fine, no problem. Su Muxue pulled Lin Feng's arm, then let's go, take you to buy leather shoes. It's a rare trip out, and I have to look handsome for my husband. On the one hand, it's Monday during work hours, so you can wear it out. On the other hand, it's so that when you go to your roommate's party tomorrow, you can be on your face and your temperament and your clothes. Crush them on all fronts. Compare them all. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. Then the two went to the leather shoe store across the street. When it was around evening, Su Muxue said to Lin Feng, hubby, my old sister called me just now. Meet me in half an hour at our family's restaurant on the sea. Why don't you drive home first? I'll take a cab to the restaurant. This time, I can't let my old sister off the hook again, otherwise, next time I go home for dinner, my old sister will definitely give me a critique meeting. Lin Feng nodded and said immediately afterward, okay, no problem. But instead of you taking a cab to the restaurant by yourself, why don't I give you a ride? Su Muxue shook her head and said, no need, I can just take a random car by myself. Besides, driving to the restaurant from here isn't the same as going back to our house. Lin Feng said seriously, so what? Take my wife to the restaurant, as a husband, isn't that what I should be doing? Such a gentle sentence to Su Muxue. Simply defenseless. Su Mushue couldn't help but laugh on the spot. Hubby, what I have to say is that you're getting better at talking. Lin Feng was speechless and said, what words? I call that the truth. Su Mushue smiled cheekily. Okay, let you deliver, okay? Lin Feng nodded and glanced at Su Mushue before walking ahead. That's more like it. Su Mushue, who stayed in place, shook her head helplessly while smiling. Hey, men, this damn strong. Lin Feng said, get in the car. Oh, well. Su Mushue sat in the passenger seat. Lin Feng drove and went directly to the Marina Sea restaurant. 10 minutes later, the car pulled up in front of the restaurant. Getting out of the car, Su Mushue looked at Lin Feng and said, Hubby, do you want to go in with me to have a look? Lin Feng replied, it's still not necessary, you go ahead. Isn't today your solo get-together with your sister? I'll leave you to it. After saying that, Lin Feng got into the driver's seat and prepared to drive home. Su Mushue waved her hand towards Lin Feng and said in greeting, Hubby, drive carefully on the road, oh, be safe. Lin Feng responded, got it. Then he drove off. Su Mushue, who stayed where she was, watched Lin Feng leave afterward. Just call Su Angel over. Hey, sis, are you at the restaurant yet? How come I haven't seen you yet? You can't be there yet. On the other side of the phone, Su Anchi's voice soon came, only to hear her say, Mushue, you arrived so soon? Yeah, my husband drove me here. He hasn't been gone long. How long will it take you to get there? It's cold in the middle of the night. Why don't I just go wait for you inside the restaurant? Su Anchi hurriedly said, hey, don't, I'll be there soon. Immediately, how long is it? Su Mushue continued to ask. Before Su Anchi could open her mouth to continue, Su Mushue said immediately after, old sister, I'm hanging up, I think I saw you. Only this, a car drove this way. It's obviously Su Angel's car. After Su Mushue hung up the phone, she put the phone inside her bag. Then waved towards Angela Su. After parking the car, Su Anchi then got out. Su Mushue complained with some dissatisfaction, old sister, you really have enough dawdling. Obviously you called me first. As it turns out, I'm here in person, but you're not here yourself. It's so inefficient. Su Anchi explained, sorry, Mushue. Just had some impromptu business, so I'm sorry I'm late. Su Mushue asked curiously, something temporary? What is it? I'm more curious about that, tell me about it. Is it a secret love affair? Sis, if you fall in love, you must tell me oh. Let me also find out which man is so blind as to look at my oldest sister. Su Mushue's words had just fallen. Within an instant, Su Anchi's expression changed. Thought this girl, what good words could come out of her mouth? It turned out to be after hearing the end. It didn't disappoint her. As usual, you just know how to undermine yourself. I'm sure she's a real sister. Chapter 92 The Stingy Su Mushue. Hearing Su Mushue's words, Su Anchi immediately had a feeling of speechlessness. Please. Is this really your own sister? What kind of person talks about their sister like that? So in her mind, that's all the charm she has in her own old sister? Su Anchi said with some unhappiness, Mushue, do you think that, your old sister, I have poor charisma? The only reason I'm single until now is because no one has looked at me. That's what you mean. Su Mushue hurriedly smiled and said, is that so? That's not what I meant, old sister, you've misunderstood. What I misunderstood, that's clearly what you meant and you won't admit it. Su Anchi said breathlessly, you're such a little white wolf. Since getting a license with Lin Feng, I just realized that you've changed. Mushue, the old you wouldn't be like this. Su Mushue spoke, oh, really? Then what did you say, what was the old me like? In short, it won't be like now, showing love and spreading dog food without moving. Either that, or it's just a different way to hit your old sister me. What do you mean? What kind of man doesn't have the vision to look at me? Listen to what you're saying, is this human? Would any real sister really say that about her oldest sister? How heartless, forgetting how I used to love you. You bad woman. When you have a husband, you forget your oldest sister. Su Anchi said, pretending to be angry. Su Mushue hurriedly said, hey, old sister, don't be angry. I was joking with you, why did you take it seriously? Who doesn't know that you're the most attractive, my oldest sister? If the average guy looks at you, he's simply not too discerning, okay? Only after hearing Su Mushue say this did Su Anchi say, well, that's slightly more comfortable for me to hear. Alright, I won't bother you with that. Come on, let's go into the restaurant. Find a private room, I have a lot of things I want to ask you later. Su Mushue nodded and looked at Su Anchi and said, yeah. No problem, after we arrive at the private room later, feel free to ask any questions. As long as I know, there are certainly no reservations. Tell all to you, old sister. After saying that, Su Mushue walked ahead and led Su Anchi into the restaurant. Just after walking into the restaurant, the front desk employees of the restaurant immediately came forward and greeted them. Mrs. Lin, you're here. Come on inside. Su Mushue nodded slightly and said, excuse me, please help me prepare a private room. I'm bringing my oldest sister, piece by piece, over for dinner. Please. The girls in the cafeteria, they said, no trouble, no trouble. How can it be trouble? Xiaoro, quickly go and arrange for Mrs. Lin and her sister the same set of private rooms from last time. Su Muxue waved her hand and said, no need to make it so grand. A regular private room is fine. We're just simply having dinner. Of course, Su Muxue's true thoughts were actually like this. Save what you can. You can't be too expensive to treat your old sister to dinner. Otherwise, wouldn't the husband's restaurant make a lot less money? That's not good. Luckily, Su Anqi couldn't hear Su Muxue's heart. Otherwise, I'm sure her nose would have been out of joint. That's a real sister. It was a wrong payment after all. Su Muxue also knew that being so stingy with her old sister was indeed quite that. But it can't be helped. She's married now, has a husband and a family. You have to put yourself in your husband's shoes in everything. So, old sister can only apologize to you. Su Muxue secretly thought in her heart. Under Xiaoro's guidance, the two of them came to a very ordinary private room. Just about to go in. As a result, the next second, Su Muxue was saying this. Zoe, may I ask if this is the most common private room in our restaurant? Zoe shook her head and said, of course not. This private room, although it's not as good as the one you and Mr. Lin went to last time, it's just as luxurious. Su Muxue said, then change one, find a cheap one. Oh no, I mean, smaller. That way, it's more atmospheric when my oldest sister and I eat. After all, it's just the two of us. If the booths are too big, the food will feel cold. Su Muxue almost said something just now. But Su Angel had listened. So in the moment, and confused, he almost didn't react. It's not, is it? That's just nifty. You bring yourself to your husband's restaurant and it's too expensive? That's too stingy, isn't it? Muxue, are you still the Muxue I know? When did you become so petty? Hearing Su Muxue's words. Standing in front of her, Ro subconsciously froze. Right after that, before replying, so, a smaller booth is it? Okay, no problem. Downstairs. After taking the sisters to the smallest private room, Xiaoro smiled and said, Mrs. Lin, this is the smallest private room in our restaurant. Look, is it still satisfactory? Walking into the private room and looking around, this one did seem a little small compared to the spaciousness of the others. Su Muxue nodded and said, alright, let's make it this one. Zoe asked, so, order now? Well, order up. Su Anqi had just picked up the menu later and was about to order. As a result, I didn't expect Su Muxue to take the menu from her. And said, sister, why don't I take the order? Su Anqi had a confused look on her face at this time. No, Muxue, when we were on the phone, didn't you tell me that you invited me? Said to bring me to dinner at the restaurant your husband just acquired. Since it's your treat, what, I can't even order a meal for myself. Su Muxue explained, old sister, you've misunderstood. Mostly because, I'm worried that you don't quite know what's good here for the first time. So it's better if I take the order. Su Anqi was just speechless, my first time here? Come on, I come to this restaurant often, okay? There's a menu here that I can almost memorize. How come I don't know which dishes are good? Su Muxue just pretended she didn't hear it and then started ordering. Order all the cheapest ones on the menu. Well, Zoe, that's all for now. You arrange it so they can serve the food as soon as possible. After Xiaoro saw the names of the dishes, she also froze for a moment. A bit of a reaction. The restaurant clearly belongs to Mrs. Lin, her husband. It could have been ordered more extravagantly and it wouldn't have cost money anyway. It's a little too much to order, isn't it? A little overly frugal, I guess. Xiaoro smiled faintly, okay, Mrs. Lin, I'll go arrange it right away. After walking out of the restaurant, Ro scratched her head, somewhat puzzled. Could it be that? Are all rich people so thrifty these days? You're so frugal when you invite your own sister to eat at your own restaurant? I don't get it, really. Chapter 93 A Meal for Nothing. After Xiaoro went down to arrange the dishes. Inside the private room, Su Anqi said somewhat breathlessly. Muxue, it's not me talking about you. Would you be a little too cheap? Inviting me to eat at Lin Feng's restaurant and you arrange such a small private room for me, that's too stupid. It would be fine to have this alone, the question is, who are you fooling by ordering these dishes? Is it too much? Su Muxue smiled cheekily, old sister, it's not like you can eat that much anyway. Wouldn't that be a waste to order more than one? Besides, my husband's restaurant is very profitable, it costs a lot. No. It's not really about cost, it's mostly about. Su Muxue was about to explain. Su Anqi said breathlessly, okay, don't explain. Truly, a married sister is a splash of water. What a little white boy. Su Anqi helplessly skimmed her mouth and rolled her eyes. After waiting for 10 minutes, Xiaoro carried the dishes and came to the private room. Mrs. Lin, this is the food you just ordered, enjoy yourselves. Just call me anytime if you need anything. I won't interrupt your meal. After Zoe left the booth, Su Muxue smiled and said, old sister, don't stare, quickly eat the food. Eat what you eat. Suanchi was speechless. To come to such a high-class star restaurant and order these dishes, what else is there to eat? Forget it, can't do anything with you. Back to business. After Suanchi put down her chopsticks, she looked at Su Mushue and asked, Mushue, I saw the friend circle you posted. So? Lin Feng really did buy the Falklands Group? Is this true? The facts are in front of us though. After all, when she entered the restaurant just now, she had heard the restaurant employees call out to Mrs. Su Mushue Lin. However, Suanchi still wanted to confirm it one last time. After all, that's the Falklands Group, no matter what. What a giant big business in the food service industry. In the entire Binhai, it is absolutely loud and clear that there is no one who has not heard of the big company. Su Mushue nodded and said, That's right, old sister. My husband, Lin Feng, has indeed acquired the Falklands Group. And now, the sole shareholder of the Falklands Group. If you don't believe me, I'll ask my husband to take me to the Falklands Group someday. When the time comes, if you're interested, you can be dragged along for the ride. Suanchi waved her hand. This is not necessary, since you have said so, then I have no problem. I'm just more surprised. If I remember correctly, didn't you tell me that Lin Feng and his family were in very ordinary conditions? Besides, we've met his mom and dad, so we probably know how their family is doing. But the question arises, where can he shell out tens of billions of dollars in cash to buy out the Falklands Group? Mushue, doesn't this matter strike you as strange at all? You know, although his wind god system is very much favored by the industry and beyond, but in the end, it's still in the pre-investment stage after all. It may be a couple of years before we can achieve profitability. But, Lin Feng is actually capable of acquiring the Fusile Group. Don't you think that this is very wrong? Their company, they actually have so much money? It can't be. When you started the business, weren't you the one who pitched in our dad's money to help him start the business? What the hell is this? Facing Suanchi's doubts, Su Mushue replied, Honestly, old sister, this is something I'm also wondering about. And I did ask my husband, but he wouldn't talk about it, so I didn't pursue it further. But then, I'm sure my husband has his own methods. As a wife, of course I have to choose to trust him unconditionally. Don't doubt him. And, always be on the same page with him. That's what you should do as a good wife. Older sister, don't you think so? Just after saying this, Su Mushue immediately changed her words and said, I forgot, old sister, you're still a single dog. Definitely can't relate to what I'm feeling at the moment. Telling you would be like telling you for nothing. How can a single dog appreciate the joy of us married people? Suanchi had a desperate, lifeless expression on her face at this time. Start spreading dog food at the drop of a hat. What the hell is going on? Suanchi shook her head helplessly and said, Mushue, I've been successfully defeated by you. You're really showing me what it means to be a real relationship brain. I always thought you were pretty sensible. Made more accomplishments in your career than your oldest sister, me. I'm ashamed of myself. How come when you fall in love, you become so love-brained? Or is that what girls become when they fall in love? After thinking of this, Suanchi hurriedly said, If that's the case, then I'd rather not fall in love for the rest of my life. I don't want to become like you. Su Mushue skimmed her mouth and said, Che, what do you mean by love brain? Words are really hard to hear. If you like a boy, of course you're going to love your brain. Not to mention me, even you, old sister, I'm sure you would. Oh, no, I was wrong. Su Mushue changed her words and said, Old sister, you definitely don't know how to love brain. Because, no one looks at you. Suanchi's expression was desperate. Stinking Mushue, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll beat you up next time. Su Mushue smiled cheekily, fine, no more big words. And you say. That's how sisters are, fighting and arguing every other day. But to Su Angel, today's meal was a waste of time. Apart from being able to establish the fact that Lin Feng had acquired the Falklands Group, there was nothing to be gained. Chapter 94 Mysterious Son-in-Law. After leaving the restaurant, Suanchi immediately called Zhao Yalan. Soon after, Zhao Yalan picked up the phone, then spoke, and she, calling here so late, what's the matter? Or are you going out to dinner with Muyuki tonight? What did we talk about to report to mom? Suanchi replied, don't mention it, I get angry when I talk about it. Hearing this, Zhao Yalan became even more curious and asked after him. What the hell happened? Could it be that you two sisters had a fight? Or had a falling out? What's the point of being angry for a good reason? Mom, you don't know, that stinky girl Mushue is really too much. What's wrong? Zhao Yalan asked curiously. Alas! It seems that what my father said is really right, a daughter's home really is like splashing out water when she marries out. Tonight during dinner at Lin Feng's restaurant, the marina by the sea. You know what? Mushue wanted to think of ways to help Lin Feng save money. Order the cheapest food in the restaurant, too. Says it's his husband's restaurant, so he wants to help his husband be thrifty. After all, as the boss's wife, you don't have to pay though. But there's always a cost to a restaurant for cooking and stuff. Do you dare to believe it? A real sister treating her sister to a meal, and she's so stingy. My goodness, Mom, when did your daughter become so petty? Before, it wasn't like this.
When she heard this, Zhao Yalan laughed unkindly. Pfft, then it seems that Mu Shui and Lin Feng's relationship is still very good.
How long has it been since we got a license, and this is the first time you're trying to figure out how to save your husband money?
Not bad, not bad, no wonder Lin Feng and his parents are so fond of our Mu Shui. This daughter-in-law is so good, it's hard not to like her. Su Angel was just speechless. Come on, Mom, you're still complimenting her.
I'm so mad at her. Is there such a thing as a real sister? How petty.
Zhao Yalan smiled helplessly and said, alright, and just don't be angry. This just shows that Mu Shui and Lin Feng have a good relationship. That's why it's like that. Besides, you have to think of it this way, back then, in order to support Lin Feng's business venture, she even put the idea on your father's head and directly screwed your father out of $200 million. Used to support Lin Feng's business venture.
What's wrong with being cheap and stingy when you're invited to dinner?
Not pitting you as a sister's money and giving it to his husband, Lin Feng, is already considered very good for you.
Su Anqi had to admit it once she heard this. Indeed.
Compare it to what happened to your own dad, Su Jiangua.
Myself, quite fortunate indeed. So, I have a good sister to thank for this? Zhao Yalan cried and laughed. Okay, Angie, don't be angry. How come you're a sister too? Seeing your own sister and brother-in-law with such a good relationship, shouldn't you be happier as a sister? Happy, I'm happy as hell. Su Angel had a mask of pain on her face.
Zhao Yalan continued to ask, okay, seriously, when you had dinner with Mu Shui?
Asked? How did Lin Feng come up with tens of billions of dollars to acquire the Falklands Group? Could it be that all along it was us who underestimated Lin Feng? In his hands, he has such great financial strength? Su Angel replied, that, I haven't really asked. Even Mu Shui herself doesn't know.
It seems that Lin Feng has reservations. Zhao Yalan said, in that case, then it looks like this son-in-law of mine is quite mysterious.
Interesting. Okay, I probably understand, it's getting late, Angie you should go home early too.
After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yalan took Su Anqi's words on the other side of the phone.
After relaying it to Su Jiangwo.
At this time, Su Jiangwo's expression also became grave. Then looking at Zhao Yalan, he opened his mouth. Su Jiangwo looked at Zhao Yalan and said, wife, I think this son-in-law of ours must be hiding something.
Do you believe it?
That's at least how it feels to me from this dinner tonight with Angie and Mu Shui. After all, if you think about it, Lin Feng's wind god technology, it really isn't profitable yet.
On all fronts, there's still spending going on. Taking a step back, even if it does turn a profit, is it possible to come up with tens of billions at a time?
So I bet Kobayashi is hiding something.
Zhao Yalan asked curiously, Hubby, what do you mean by that?
Su Jiangwo thought for a moment and said, I now even wonder if that $20 million dowry he gave in the beginning was from winning the lottery or not, just like he said. Maybe it was his money in the first place and it wasn't a winning prize at all.
This son-in-law of ours may really have something we don't know.
Perhaps he had already been successful in entrepreneurship and made a lot of capital before he founded Wind God Technology.
How else would he, a recent college graduate, have the guts to be in the field of operating systems? And the whole thing, it went so well. To say there was no preparation and it was all luck, is that possible?
Hearing Su Jiangwo analyze it like this, Zhao Yalan next to him nodded and said, Hubby, hearing you say it like this, it does seem a bit reasonable.
Not a bit of sense, it must be.
Su Jiangwo looked at Zhao Yalan and said, so why don't you call Mu Shui to the house after a while? Ask her what happened about that dowry at the time.
Is it really a bonus? Or is that money Lin Feng's own? All this time, Lin Feng has been pretending to be a pig in front of us? Zhao Yalan nodded, then looked at Su Jiangwo and said, okay, no problem.
I'll tell Mu Shui when I get back so she can find a chance to make a trip home. Or just do it. When Monday rolls around, I'll ask Mu Shui out for dinner. I'll ask her nicely in person about the $20 million in dowry Lin Feng gave.
If anything, that dowry isn't even some prize money from winning the lottery. But Lin Feng's own money.
Then, this means that Lin Feng was deliberately playing low profile from the start.
Su Jiangwo nodded, okay, let's do it.
It should be better if you ask Mu Shui than if I do.
Only, what made Su Jiangwo unexpected?
The $20 million dowry Lin Feng gave in the first place was really not some kind of prize money from winning the lottery. But at the same time, it's not Lin Feng's own. When he first received his license, Lin Feng didn't lie, much less play it down.
It's true that he doesn't have the money to start a business, that's true.
As for the $20 million, it was actually her daughter Su Mu Shui's money. His own daughter, taking money from his own family, gave it to Lin Feng. Let Lin Feng give it to himself as a bride price. Along the way, take the old man's dowry return again. If only Su knew the truth about all this.
Absolutely skeptical. Chapter 95, Husband Not at Home? Leave the Sea Restaurant. Su Mushui took a taxi straight home.
After returning home, he realized that Lin Feng was not at home.
So, she called Lin Feng, "Hubby, I'm back from dinner with my oldest sister, did you go out?" Soon, Lin Feng answered the call and then said over the phone, "Mu Shui, have you arrived home yet?" "Yeah, it's a shame I didn't see any of you when I got home." "Where have you been, husband? What's going on you this late? It's not, by any chance, with another woman, is it?" A woman's natural sense of crisis has always been very keen. Su Mu Shui was certainly no exception. Lin Feng cried and laughed, "Come on, Mu Shui, what do you take me for? I'm that kind of guy? If you don't believe me, I'll just video call you." With that, Lin Feng hung up the phone and then made a video call over. Inside the video, Lin Feng is at an internet cafe. The person sitting in the plane next to him was a man. There's no one around. And the man, he looked familiar, like he had seen him somewhere before. Lin Feng spoke to Wang Bo who was next to him. "Old Wang, say hello to me Mu Shui." Wang Bo hurriedly said, "Schoolgirl Su, oh no, I should call my sister-in-law." "Hello sister-in-law. Don't worry, old Lin is with me, it's just the two of us guys, no girls. You can come over if you're not comfortable." Su Mu Shui remembered. Back then, when Lin Feng had just graduated, didn't he go to a breakup dinner with his roommate? One of the boys, I think his name is Wang Bo. It looks like a bit of an impression. After Lin Feng received the cell phone, he said, "Mu Shui, why don't I go pick you up? I figure it'll be an hour or two before I get home. Soyo, come over here too. In case you can't sleep waiting at home." Su Mu Shui hurriedly said, No, I'll just drive there myself. "Isn't there another car in our garage? I'll just drive that one over. Just send me the location, I'll be there later." Lin Feng sent the location to Su Mu Shui, then said, "Alright then, drive carefully on the road. Remember to let me know when you get to the door of the internet cafe and I'll pick you up at the door." Su Mu Shui smiled cheekily, "Okay, no problem." After looking at the positioning Lin Feng sent over, Su Mu Shui said, "Oh, so it's this internet cafe, that's not very far away. Okay, I'll be right there, like 7 or 8 minutes tops. Wait for me." Only after hanging up the phone did Su Mu Shui let out a sigh of relief. What the hell were you just thinking about? How can you suspect that your husband is with a woman? Or are all married girls so easily jealous? Am I being a little too careful with this? Su Mu Shui muttered. Hubby is just playing some games at the internet cafe with his roommate. I can't believe I mistook him for being in a piece with a woman. Really, it's so wrong. Make sure you say sorry to your husband when you get to the internet cafe later. Thinking of this, Su Mu Shui picked up the car keys, then went straight downstairs. Drive and head straight for that internet cafe. And at this moment, inside the second floor private room of the Time Internet Cafe. Not long after he had just put down his cell phone, Wang Bo, who was sitting next to Lin Feng, was the first to speak. "Old Lin really didn't expect you come out to surf the net, so schoolgirl still checking in It looks like schoolgirl Su cares about you a lot." Wang Bo had just finished saying this and then immediately added, "Schoolgirl Su cares about you so much, old Lin, you have to cherish it. These days, it's nice to find someone like Schoolmarm Su, who treats you well. Someone who is willing to give up their career for you. That's not very often. Anyway, what about, I'll put the word out here for when schoolgirl Su is pregnant with your child. When you become a father, the brothers in our dormitory will surely follow a wave of money. Anyone under $1,000 won't even be allowed to sit at the banquet when the time comes." Lin Feng smiled and said, alright, I'll definitely arrange a banquet when the time comes. Come on, go ahead and start a game," Wang Bo said. Immediately afterward, the two of them started a new game. The game starts about 5 or 6 minutes in. Lin Feng's cell phone then rang. Su Mu Shui had called. "Honey, I'm already in front of the internet cafe, come out and pick me up." "Okay." Lin Feng replied, Okay, no problem. It's at the door, isn't it? Wait, I'll be right down." After putting down the phone, Lin Feng directly got up from his seat. Wang Bo, who was next to him, was instantly confused. "Old Lin, what are you doing there?" "Pit buddy you are?" Lin Feng replied, "Mu Shui has already arrived at the entrance of the internet cafe and asked me to go down and pick him up. Games and stuff, what's that compared to our Mu Shui?" After saying that, Lin Feng went straight downstairs. And Wang Bo quit the game. Anyway, this one's already pitted, so it's a waste of time to fight any further. So Wang Bo also followed. "Old Lin, wait for me, I'll also go down with you to pick up schoolgirl Su." Soon, Lin Feng and Wang Bo went downstairs together. Came to the door of the internet cafe. In front of the entrance of the internet cafe, there stood a very tall girl. It's beautiful. The key is the temperament, there is a kind of high-strung model. But with the appearance of Lin Feng, her kind of high and cold model immediately went to a big transformation. Holding Lin Feng's arm, she said, "Hubby, you're here." Seeing this contrast, Wang Bo beside him was stunned. Old Lin really didn't expect always high and cold Su Mu Shui, Su Schoolflower. Surprisingly well behaved like a little daughter-in-law in front of you. It really blew me away. What made Wang Bo feel even more shocked was far from just that. The next thing that Su Muxiue said was what really blew him away. I only saw that at this time, Su Muxiue was holding Lin Feng's arm. Then a very sweet smile. Leaning on Lin Feng's shoulder, she then said to Lin Feng, "What words? I was originally my husband's daughter-in-law." Right or wrong husband? After the scene, Wang Bo looked in his eyes. The mind is on the verge of breaking down. "I'll go, you two are overdoing it, spreading dog food at the drop of a hat. What are you doing? Trying to piss me off as a single dog, are you? What inhumanity?" Seeing this look of despair on Wang Bo's face, Lin Feng laughed. All right, it's a big night, it's cold outside. Let's go inside." "Let's go, wife," Lin Feng shouted. After this wife shouted out, Wang Bo once again felt goosebumps all over his body. Lin Feng looked at Wang Bo very breathlessly and said, "Old Wang, what's wrong with you? This is a shock. What's wrong with you?" Wang Bo said with despair, "You call your wife with a mouthful of words, don't you think so?" Chapter 96, Introduce Me to a Girlfriend? Wang Bo got a little exasperated and continued. "A mouthful of wife. Old Lin, I ask you, are you good at this?" Lin Feng rationalized, "What's wrong with calling out to your wife? Besides, Mu Shui was originally my wife." When he said this, Lin Feng looked at Su Mu Shui who was next to him. He was serious, looking at Su Mu Shui in a serious manner. Then slowly spoke. "Mu Shui, you judge, I called you wife in front of old Wang. Is that too much?" Su Mu Shui shook her head and replied immediately after. "Excessive? What's excessive about it? I'm supposed to be your wife, isn't it only natural for a husband to call his wife? Why is anyone in a hurry?" Obviously, the someone in Su Mu Shui's mouth was clearly referring to old Wang himself. The old king next to him had a desperate, lifeless look on his face. "Old Lin, isn't me talking about you, you're really a full man who doesn't know how hungry he is. Here you are in front of me, a single dog, calling your husbands and wives, shouting so intimately and lovingly. It reeks of dog food and that stinky sour smell of being in love. Have you ever considered the feelings of a single dog? Are you still human?" Wang Bo looked at Lin Feng and Su Muxiue in a depressed manner. "Maybe I'm really not a human, but you guys are real dogs." Seeing this bitter expression on Wang Bo's face, Su Muxiue beside him covered her mouth and then giggled. "Okay hubby, let's not joke about your friend Bo Wang. As a bachelor, he's already suffering. Just stop hitting him. Let him be so irritated again. Got to protect the singles." Lin Feng nodded, then looked at Su Muxiue. "Okay wife. For the sake of Mu Shui, you are barely forgiven." "Forgive me?" Wang Bo had a desperate look on his face. "Please. You guys have got it all wrong. I'm the one who got hurt. No wonder people always say that people who fall in love are crazy." He's kind of getting the hang of it now. He didn't know what to say to this husband and wife. Hopefully, when we get together tomorrow night, all the other roommates in the dorm will be all singles like themselves. In that case, when the time comes, you won't be the only one to be irritated. He didn't want to be the isolated one. If all the roommates in my college dorm room were off the hook, just a single dog left to himself. If that's the case, maybe Wang Bo will really get depressed. After walking into the internet cafe, he went back to his machine and sat down. Su Muxiue looked at the computer screen. "Hubby, you guys were just playing a game." Next to him, Wang Bo hurriedly replied, "Yeah, it hasn't been long since the game started." "No, when you called, Lin Feng threw the game aside without saying a word and went down to pick you up. Successfully punked me as a teammate." Su Muxiue felt warm in her heart when she heard this. Although this was nothing more than a very small thing, for Su Muxiue, it could still give her a kind of tenderness in the details. After all, boys like to play games. Sometimes the game is even more important than the girlfriend. But Lin Feng is not like that. Before the game was over, he put it down decisively and went downstairs to pick himself up. Su Muxiue looked at Lin Feng. "Hubby, why are you so nice?" Wang Bo, who was next to him, could barely hold back his curses at the sight of the scene. "No, I mean why are you two back at it?" At this time, Wang Bo was really about to be unable to stand it, so he said in a hurry. "I say, you two, this is going too far." Just now, before entering the internet cafe, it was already a hard show of love downstairs, a big spread of dog food. Takes me, a single dog, and messes with my mind. I didn't realize that I would have to eat dog food from you two after entering an internet cafe. Don't you think that's excessive? Stop it, I advise you, don't go too far. Where's the promised protection for singles? Do you guys have any humanity left? Spreading dog food at the drop of a hat? Seeing Wang Bo's reaction, Lin Feng came on instead. "Wife, what is this? Isn't it just a game? Nothing is as important to me as you. You're the one." Girls like to hear love words, and Su Muxiue was certainly included. Su Muxiue looked at Lin Feng. "Hubby, since it was because of me just now that you lost a game and dropped points. That is if you don't mind. I'll turn on a computer as well and play a handful of games with you two apiece. How about helping you make up the points you dropped?" Before Wang Bo could say anything, Su Muxiue at this time hurriedly added a sentence. "Although, the last time we played that handheld game, my gaming skills were rather average. But this strategy one you guys are playing, when I used to go to college, I used to play it with Yo-Yo and a few other girls. It's a game for boys, though. But our dormitory skill in playing this game won't be lost to yours. If you believe me, I promise to make up the points for you. Well, take me or leave me? Lin Feng smiled slightly, then said to Su Muxue. Sure. Old Wang, what about you, do you have an opinion? Lin Feng glanced at Wang Bo at this time. Before Wang Bo had a chance to speak, Lin Feng made the decision for him. Alright, Old Wang, you don't need to say anything, I know you must agree, it must be fine, right? In that case, let's cut the crap and I'll go to the front desk and open the table for you. Old Wang, you create the game room first. I'm going down to help Mu Shui start a computer, this one right next to me. After saying that, Lin Feng went downstairs and went to help Su Mu Shui turn on the machine. And at this time, Su Mu Shui said immediately after, Wang Bo, I'm sorry just now. All right with you? Wang Bo hastily shook his head and said immediately after, Schoolgirl Su, oh no sister-in-law. Su Muxue smiled slightly, if you don't mind, call me Sister Muxue from now on. I went to school a year late, I should be older than you. You're my husband's friend, so I hope we can all get along in the future. And what's more, I can introduce you to a beautiful and talented girlfriend with a good temper. Well, any interest? Upon hearing this, Wang Bo's eyes immediately widened. What? Really, Sister Muxue, you're not kidding. Seriously? Really introduce me to a girlfriend? Su Muxue nodded slightly, of course, only there is a condition that you have to promise me. No problem, Sister Muxue, just tell me, if there's anything I can do to help, I won't blink an eyebrow. Su Muxue continued, actually, it's not a big deal, it's when you guys get together often in the future. If you go to any locations, see any people, have any women with you while I'm gone, you will report to me. I want to know, at all times, where my husband is. Where he was, there were no women. Chapter 97. Where do you have a home? Ha? That's all you're asking? Alright, don't say anything, Sister Muxue, I'll take care of it. Promise to do it for you in a clear way. In the future, I'll be sure to report back to you whenever you're not around. Wang Bo patted his chest, then looked at Su Muxue and said, Sister Muxue, don't worry. I, Wang Bo, am the most reliable when it comes to doing things. Su Muxue nodded, well, but you have to keep it a secret and not let my husband know. Otherwise, I'm afraid he'll think that I don't trust him enough. I really didn't mean that. Wang Bo quickly said, don't worry, Sister Muxue, I definitely won't tell old Lin about this. Besides, it's got nothing to do with trust. After all, you can trust old Lin, but the other girls, do you have to? No, right. Besides, I know what you're thinking, Sister Muxue. You must think that, even though old Lin is now married. But there are plenty of shameless people these days. Plus the fact that old Lin has such a successful career, and such a great face. In case a cheeky one turns up, right? Su Muxue nodded, well, that's what I mean, we have to be on guard all the time. Got it, I got it. Wang Bo nodded and said to Su Muxue immediately after, then, Sister Muxue, let's make a deal. If you have the chance later, you must introduce me to a beautiful and talented girlfriend with a good temper. Just now this is what you said yourself, not to backtrack on the rascal. I've been wanting to get off for a long time. Especially when I saw you and old Lin, the scene of you guys spreading dog food, I wanted to get off. Save the singles. Su Muxue couldn't help but smile, then said, don't worry, I'll help you arrange it when I turn around. Don't worry about that. Wang Bo hurriedly said, alright, then thank you first, Sister Muxue. It's okay, isn't it just introducing a girlfriend? How big a deal? You just have to help me with what I just explained to you, and get it done. I'll just thank you. Wang Bo patted his chest again, I dare to take my old life as a guarantee. If I can't get it done, I'll run my head against the wall. To die in Thanksgiving. Su Muxue covered her mouth and snorted. It's not that much of a stretch. Wang Bo spoke, I'm just showing an attitude. Well, I'm sure you won't let me down. Right after Su Muxue and Wang Bo reached an agreement. At this time, the sound of footsteps came to his ears, it was Lin Feng. Well, my husband opened machine up, later to pretend to be nothing, do not give me exposed. Don't blame me for not introducing you to a girlfriend if it wears off. Wang Bo hurriedly said, don't worry, Sister Muxue. Wearing out? Doesn't exist. I'm not bragging, but if we're this good at acting, it's a good thing we didn't enroll in acting school in the first place. Otherwise it wouldn't be a plain old me standing in front of you today. Rather, internationally famous actors. We're acting like this, don't worry, there's absolutely no way we'll wear it out. After Lin Feng came over. I have to say, Wang Bo's acting skills are really impressive. Putting on an air of nothingness, old Lin, you're finally back, you've turned on the machine right, come on, game on. Wang Bo's reaction was natural, so Lin Feng didn't notice anything wrong. So after sitting down, the game soon began. The game played for about half an hour. Su Muxue sat in front of the computer next to Lin Feng, operating the mouse and keyboard. Not long after, Wang Bo could be heard exclaiming out in shock, I'm going, old Lin, schoolgirl Su's level of this game can be I I really didn't expect this kind of brawl strategy type of online game, schoolgirls who also played so well
It's really beyond my stereotype of girls playing strategy games.
Cow I'll go.
Not only Wang Bo, even Lin Feng was watching Su Muxue play this game for the first time. He really didn't expect it himself.
Muxue, I really didn't expect you to play this game at a level that's not bad. Su Muxue, who was sitting next to her, grunted and smiled smugly after hearing this. That's for sure, didn't I tell you that a long time ago? I can't say anything else, but this is a game that I will absolutely play. And at a level that will never lose to you boys. How's that for believing it? Trust that I'm not blowing smoke up your asses.
As she said this, Su Muxue smiled triumphantly.
Especially after seeing Lin Feng's surprised reaction. The smugness and pride on Su Muxue's face became much more obvious. Obviously.
To the shock of my own husband. This was really quite an accomplishment for Su Muxue yet. Lin Feng went along, yes, it's worthy of being my wife, it's really not simple.
He, that's for sure. Su Muxue grunted and laughed, underestimate me? No way.
Soon, under the leadership of Su Muxue, the game was over immediately, and the players on the opposite side of the field, one after the other, had their old homes pierced. In the end, won the game of the inning. The points that had just been dropped were successfully made up. After the game ended, Su Muxue, who was sitting in front of the computer, stretched out a lazy waist. Geez, I'm so tired, I don't know why you boys love games so much. As a girl, playing games gives me the feeling that it's exhausting and boring. Su Muxue's words, spoken at this moment. It's just too much of that.
How can you say that when the game is so good? Is it human? Is it human?
Su Muxue stood up from her seat, then looked at Lin Feng and said, Hubby, it's getting late, let's go back.
It's late. I'm feeling a little sleepy.
After Lin Feng stood up, he then said, sleepy right, okay, let's go home then.
Wang Bo, who stayed where he was, said, Old Lin, what about me?
Lin Feng looked at Wang Bo, then returned.
Old Wang, you live in a dormitory, where do you have a home? Leave it at that.
Lin Feng then put his arm around Su Muxue and the two of them just left. In front of Wang Bo's eyes. The two just left. The words that had just been spoken were still floating in Wang Bo's ears until a few minutes later.
You live in a dorm, where do you have a home? This statement, for a single dog, is a fatal blow.
Wang Bo had a lifeless look on his face at this time.
But the old forest is right. Yeah, he's not like old Lin, who started his own business and married a wife like schoolgirl Su. Licensed and have a home of my own.
He is just a wage earner living in his staff quarters.
Where's home? It seems that tonight, we will have to make do with an all-nighter at an internet cafe. Chapter 98, The Clown is Myself?
When he thought of this, an inexplicable heartache welled up in Wang Bo's heart.
After Lin Feng and Su Muxue left the internet cafe, only Wang Bo was left alone inside the internet cafe booth.
He sat in front of his computer, looking at the game screen, and the feeling couldn't have been more heartbreaking. So this time, he pulled together a group full of roommates from his college days.
But it didn't pull Lin Feng into the group.
After pulling the group together, Wang Bo was the first to send a message in the group.
Brothers, have you taken the bus yet? When will you get to Marina? Requesting backup. Requesting backup.
Just been talking to old Lin and his wife, that's Su Muxue schoolgirl.
The three of us were playing a game at an internet cafe.
That scene, you guys are not seeing it, it's not a normal torture.
I'm a single dog and I'm being abused to death.
When will you guys get here? I don't want to be the one to eat dog food in silence anymore, so at least share a little. After the message was posted to the group, several roommates quickly typed in replies. The first to reply was Lao Chao. It's fine, anyway, tomorrow morning at about 8 or 9, my girlfriend and I will take a plane to the marina, so we can get there anyhow before evening. Yeah, I also bought a ticket for tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. with my girlfriend. And me, I bought my ticket too, I don't have to be at the restaurant right after I get off the plane, I might be a little late because I have to pick up my girlfriend, she works right here in the marina, and the two of us are in a long-distance relationship. After seeing this message after message reply from the group,
Wang Bo's mind was about to collapse.
No, I mean what's the matter with you guys, how come one by one you have girlfriends?
I'll be damned, what's the deal with you guys? We said we'd be single forever, why are you all off the hook? So I'm the only single dog left? Oh my gosh, really, it can't be true. All three of you have girlfriends? Really? You're not kidding me?
Immediately after that, the other three guys in the group all posted pictures with their girlfriends, as well as chat logs, and order information for their airline tickets. After sending it to the group, Wang Bo was completely skeptical.
I'm also convinced, what's the matter with you guys? Together you're deliberately punking me.
The people who had offered to get together for a meal were us. Turns out after all that, all of you are off the hook and I'm the only single dog.
A bachelor. Only to realize in the end that the clown is actually myself?
Wang Bo's mind completely collapsed at this time. He wanted to run away from this place so badly right now. Lest you be permanently damaged by pair after pair of dog food at the potluck tomorrow night.
At that point, he's going to be a big joke. Maybe it will become a regular punchline for this group of detractors for some time to come. After all, after college, attend a roommate get-together. As a result, it's pretty much a bummer that you're the only one who's a single dog. The group was comforted by this time. It's okay, it's just a single dog, isn't it? It's normal, who hasn't come from being a bachelor? So are we, just even old Lin, hasn't he been off the hook for the last month or two? But people are better than us, and we're just in the friend stage. But what about other people's Lao Lin? He got married straight away, and it was schoolgirl Su who took the initiative to propose. Look at the gap. You know, the other Su Mushue Su schoolgirl, that's the schoolgirl of our university era. The gap between the few of us compared to old Lin, it's so obvious. But it's time to say no, and a few of us are okay with that. After all, no matter how bad it gets, after college, well, you've got a girlfriend. But I didn't realize that someone else in our dormitory had been left behind. This person I'm talking about, everyone should know who it is. When he said this, Lao Chao took the initiative to aid Wang Bo. Then a few other roommates, all plus 1 foot D as well. Seeing the group of them guys flirting in the group, Wang Bo's mind completely collapsed. You guys are into it. Wang Bo was even more depressed at this time. Spent the whole night alone in an internet cafe. This is, probably, the true picture of a single dog. And in the meantime, Lin Feng and Su Mu Shue left the internet cafe. On the way to the parking lot, Su Mu Shue looked at Lin Feng and said, "Honey, how did I do when I was playing the game at the internet cafe just now? My gaming skills are okay, I guess I didn't embarrass you in front of your friends, right?" When Su Mu Shue's words had just fallen, Lin Feng immediately gave a thumbs up. Of course it didn't disgrace me. Also, it's super facetious. Su Mu Shue froze slightly, looking at Lin Feng with great surprise, half believing, really? Of course it's true. That game, after all, was originally developed for male players. A strategy MMO. The girls themselves aren't really into this kind of game, so the level is pretty average for the most part. But I didn't realize how skilled my wife is at playing this game. You have to know, that kid Wang Bo, when he was in college he used to rely on his high level of gaming to get his way in the dormitory. That's a good thing, managed to kill him. Let's see if that kid still dares to get in my face in the future. So, you just did pretty well at the internet cafe. Su Mu Shue smiled cheekily. Is there a reward then? Yeah, whatever reward you want. Su Mu Shue thought for a moment, then looked at Lin Feng. I can't think of anything for a while. Why don't we owe it first? I'll let you know when I figure it out. Just when the time comes, you mustn't be a scoundrel and deny it. Lin Feng skimmed his lips and looked at Su Mu Shue somewhat speechlessly. Come on, am I that kind of person? Su Mu Shue shook her head. No. That's not all. Okay, let's go home. Su Mu Shue took Lin Feng's hand and looked at him. Go home. After a while, Su Mu Shue continued. Honey, seriously, I'm really looking forward to it now. Lin Feng drove while looking at Su Mu Shue. What are you looking forward to? Looking forward to the get-together with your friends tomorrow night. Would love to meet their girlfriends and what they really look like. Although Su Mu Shue's face value was already very high, it was almost impossible to find a girl whose face value was even more outstanding than hers. But even so, it's still a little nerve-wracking to attend your own husband's class reunion. I'm worried that when the time comes, someone else's girlfriend will be better looking than I am. What a climber of women. It's deadly when it breaks out. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Mu Shue, just put 120 hearts. I can promise you that. When the time comes, my group of roommates will have absolutely no girlfriends prettier than you. Well, you should stop being anxious. Don't worry, you're really good looking and there won't be anyone better looking than you. Chapter 99, Mu Shue, are you sick? Hear that. Su Mu Shue was still uneasy and continued to pursue. And what if there is? Lin Feng shook his head and comforted her. Even if there really is, then in my mind, you're still the prettiest, so with that said, you should feel relieved, right? Su Mu Shue thought for a moment, then glanced at Lin Feng. Maybe I'm just too sensitive. I always hoped that you would take me out. It can be more dignified in front of your group of brothers. I don't want someone's girlfriend to be better looking than me, so wouldn't you be outclassed? Su Mu Shue's words made Lin Feng cry and laugh a little. It seems the old saying is so true. It doesn't matter if it's a good-looking girl or not. You can never have enough of something like pretty. Su Mu Shue gave herself a pep talk. Go go go. For tomorrow, you have to dress up, and you can't eat late at night. Gotta stay in shape. You can't disgrace your husband, let alone your husband. I'm going to be the best-looking one out of all the girls at the party tomorrow night. To make hubby his group of brothers, envious of him, jealous that he has such a beautiful wife like me and they don't. Back home. To keep my wife from getting carried away. Lin Feng exerted his manly masculinity and educated her ruthlessly. The night passed quickly, and by the time the next morning rolled around, when the sky was just slightly bright, Su Mu Shue dragged her tired body and got dressed to get up from the bed. Started rummaging through boxes for tonight's potluck. And in the meantime, she also gave Li Yaoyao a call. More than one call, to be precise. Instead, it was a whole bunch of phone calls, at least a dozen at a guess. It's a rare weekend. Li Yaoyao is usually very busy at work and often has to do interviews and write copy. Sometimes you have to fly all the way out of town to do an interview. More unlucky times, it is likely to have to fly to foreign countries to interview some big names in the business world, every now and then have to be jet-lagged. It's nice to be free on a Saturday to take a big nap. I did not expect only 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, directly by Sumu Shui called to make a noise. The first few calls, Li Yaoyao directly refused to answer. But you can't afford a dozen or so phone calls a dozen or so times. Who can stand up to this? Just after picking up the phone, Li Yaoyao was covered in wake-up calls. Mu Shui, what's wrong with you? What are you doing on this big weekend? After a dozen phone calls, I'm also convinced that if you open your mouth later for nothing important, you'll be dead next time we meet. Hurry up and tell me what's going on, come on, I'm sleepy as hell. I'll go back to sleep when I'm done. Li Yaoyao lay on the bed, holding her cell phone to her ear while she continued to doze off. Sumu Shui's voice soon came from the other side of the phone. But what made Li Yaoyao dumbfounded? Sumu Shui's next words were surprising. Yo-yo, I want to ask you a question. What would be a good outfit for me to wear to accompany my husband to his college roommate's potluck? In addition to his group of brothers, he'll probably bring their respective girlfriends, all together. What style of dress do you think I should wear better? After Sumu Shui's words fell, Li Yaoyao on the other end of the phone was clearly about to explode with anger. No, Mu Shui, I mean, are you out of your mind? It's early in the morning, what time is it? With that said, Li Yaoyao immediately looked at the time. It's not even 6 o'clock. 5:49. It's only 5 o'clock and you've called me a dozen times, I really thought you were up to something. After all this time, you ask me such a boring question? Mu Shui, my good Mu Shui, you are truly my good sister. Do you know I'm usually very busy with work? I'm not like you, I have such a career-come-face husband, even if you don't work or go to work, someone will support you? I can't. If I don't work, I'm afraid the company will go out of business next month. It's exhausting enough working all week and only being able to rest and relax on Saturdays and Sundays. And you end up waking me up in the middle of the morning and you ask me questions like this? Mu Shui, do you think you're still human? Do you call this personnel work? Li Yaoyao really wanted to cry, she simply didn't know what to say. It's not even enough to spread dog food during the week, but now I can't believe it's a big weekend. Isn't that a bit much? Hear the wake-up call from the other end of the line. Sumu Shui said immediately after, Yaoyao, don't be angry, mainly because I'm in this area, experience is indeed relatively lacking. And it was also the first time I accompanied my husband to his roommate's potluck. Although there was also a break-up dinner with his group of brothers on graduation day. But in the end, I was the only girl there. But this time it's different. This time, I heard his brothers are bringing their girlfriends. That's why it's important to be whole in terms of dressing up. Can't embarrass my husband, can we? Boys care about face, and I don't want my husband to lose face because of me when the time comes. Absolutely not. But I'm usually, though, pretty well liked. But a true friend, there's only you, Yo-Yo. Who would you have me call if I didn't call you at this time? Just wanted to ask your opinion. What, are you not even willing to help with this little favor? Are you a good sister now? Have you forgotten that earlier you begged and begged for me to help you talk to my husband and ask him for an interview? Didn't I help you that time, too? What? I asked you to help me pick out a dress and you won't even do that little favor? When the words came to this point, Sumu Shui immediately changed her words. Okay, I get it, you don't have to say anything. It's probably been a long time, and that's about as far as sisterhood goes, feelings fade right. Okay, you go back to sleep, I'll leave you alone. I'll just pick out my own clothes. Don't bother. Sumu Shui pretended to be angry and said. When he was about to put down the phone, Li Yaoyao on the other end of the phone instantly stopped being sleepy and immediately said, Don't, Mu Shui, don't be angry. Just pretend I was just bolting and getting up, me don't you get it? Why don't you tell me, I'll drive over to you now and help you get dressed up. Buy you breakfast by the way. Don't get mad, that's better. Chapter 100 Toolman Li Yaoyao. Heard on the other end of the phone. After Li Yaoyao apologized very sincerely. Only then did Sumu Shui say, alright then, since you've apologized, I'll grudgingly forgive you. But first things first, just this once and never again. If, the next time I call you, you get mad at me like that. Take your wake-up call out on me. I'll just ignore you forever. What is sister? Yo-yo, do you know how much the word sister means? It's being there for me when I need you, every second of the day, that's called being a sister. Do you understand? If you're so unreliable, I'll never call on you again. When the time comes, it won't matter how many times you apologize. Sumu Shui grunted and smiled, but it looks like you're quite understanding, knowing to come over to meet me right away and treat me to breakfast. Alright, you're forgiven. But the limit is for you to show up in front of me right now, within 10 minutes. Well, let's call it a night before we wake my husband up in bed. Hang up first. Before hanging up the phone, Su Mushue didn't forget to instruct. Don't forget, you only have 10 minutes.
In 10 minutes, if I don't see one of you, you know the consequences.
Yes, I'm on my way. Okay, I'll see you later then, bye. After hanging up the phone, Su Mushue couldn't help but laugh out loud. It looks like that's still all Yo-Yo eats. Backwards. Sort of hold it. While Li Yaoyao had not yet come, Su Mushue immediately took a note and wrote a few words on it.
Then put it next to the bed in your bedroom, in the most prominent spot. When Lin Feng woke up, he would be the first to see it. After gently closing the door, he walked out of the bedroom.
Su Mushue was very careful, afraid of waking Lin Feng.
After all, it's hard enough for hubby to be busy with the company, inside and out, during this time.
And last night, working so hard.
As the saying goes, there are only tired oxen, not plowed fields. Lin Feng's ability to last for a few hours was already considered impressive.
It's a rare big weekend now.
Of course we have to let him rest. It had to be said that Su Mushue treated Lin Feng and Li Yaoyao with the same standards. Completely two sets. Fortunately, Li Yaoyao wasn't watching from the side at this time. Otherwise, definitely skeptical on the spot.
What?
Just your husband works hard, right?
Don't I work hard?
You can't afford to wake up your husband to sleep on a big weekend.
You want to wake me up? Sisters aren't people, are they? Mushue, I really didn't expect you to be quite double standard. In the meantime,
Li Yaoyao, who was in the bedroom, put down her cell phone and changed into a set of clothes, not even bothering to freshen up. He then directly took the car keys and drove to Su Mushue's house. It was only halfway through the drive that I reacted.
It's not right.
It's obviously me who's at fault for interrupting my sleep on Mushu's big weekend.
Why do you make it sound like I've done something wrong? Begging for Mushue's forgiveness? What's the situation?
When she thought of this, Li Yaoyao was a bit puzzled.
By the looks of it, he himself was really taken by Mushue. Good sisters after all.
It's a great way to hold on to your temperament and disposition. It's just a shame that it's for someone else's husband.
So girlfriends are tools, huh?
While driving, Li Yaoyao mumbled in depression.
Gee, it's really hard to do anything these days.
Even being BFFs with someone curls up like this.
Big weekend, not even letting you get your beauty sleep. It's too hard.
Li Yaoyao drove the car while thinking depressingly. Without realizing it, she arrived at Su Mushue's doorstep.
After coming to the door, Li Yaoyao didn't get off the car.
Instead, he sat in the car and called Su Mushue.
Su Mushue answered the phone almost in seconds. After the call was connected, before Li Yaoyao could say anything, as soon as Su Mushue came up, she directly said, Yaoyao, what are you calling about? You're downstairs in my house, right? Won't you come up yourself?
You're making this call out of the blue. My cell phone is ringing. What if you wake my husband up in bed? He's been working so hard the last few days. It's a rare weekend when he gets to sleep in.
It's too much for you. Okay, enough for now. Just wait downstairs, I'll be right down.
Really, almost woke my husband up.
It's so convincing.
After saying that, Su Mushue hung up the phone. While at this moment, Li Yaoyao had a look of despair on her face.
It could even be described as lifeless. That's not too much to ask in the slightest.
Li Yaoyao, who was sitting in the car, looked at the cell phone screen.
Instantly skeptical.
No, this Mushue is too much, right? So it's more important for her husband to rest.
This BFF of mine, that's too much of that, isn't it?
This stinking Mushue, she wasn't like this before. How come she's becoming more and more of a bigot now?
Does it mean that married people are all like Mushue like this? That's horrible, that's too horrible, my goodness. Not long after Su Mushue went downstairs and locked the door of the villa.
Soon, it was time to get in the car and sit on top of the passenger seat.
Just after sitting down, Su Mushue glanced at Li Yaoyao and said, Alright Yaoyao, we can set off. Where are you going to take me to pick out a dress? Why don't you have breakfast before you go? I'm a little hungry.
It just so happens that I still want to get breakfast for my husband, so why don't we go ahead and go to the breakfast place out front, which isn't too far from here.
Get breakfast and come back here. I'm worried my husband will be hungry when he wakes up and I won't be back in time. Okay, let's go. Li Yaoyao, at this time, really couldn't sit still. It seems that there are some words that she has to say today. Mushue, don't you think you're going overboard? Excessive? What's wrong? Su Mushue asked suspiciously.
After seeing this dumbfounded expression on Su Mushue's face,
Li Yaoyao became even more desperate. No. Don't you realize what you did wrong until now? Su Mushue shook her head and said, I don't know. What's wrong? You. Li Yaoyao was so infuriated that she almost fainted on the spot. I'm so convinced. Mushue, you've changed too much. You know, you didn't used to be like this. Su Mushue asked back, what am I like now? Isn't it fine for me to be like this now?
Besides, I made it very clear to you, on the phone, that my brothers from my husband's college are at the potluck tonight.
By then, there will be his brother's girlfriends, too. I don't want to embarrass my husband.
In terms of dressing, though, I think I'm okay and ahead of the fashion curve.
But that's from a girl's point of view, after all. Boys don't always think that way, but not you, Yo-Yo.
Su Mushue's words caused Li Yaoyao to be a bit confused at once.
Mushue, what do you mean by that? Does that mean I'm not female? Chapter 101, when BFFs also involve. No. I mean. Before Su Mushue could say anything further, Li Yaoyao continued to pursue, Mushue, what exactly do you mean by that?
What do you mean? You're coming from a girl's point of view after all.
According to you, am I a male? You're trying to undermine me, aren't you? Or do you think that I have too manly a personality? Su Mushue explained, No, Yaoyao, you misunderstood, I'm really complimenting you.
Think about it, you interview a lot of well-known business people.
Attended more receptions and stuff than me, too, so technically more worldly than me. That's why I asked for your help.
You surely know what style of dress is best to wear for an occasion like this, don't you? Besides, you're the one who knows me best, so your opinion is pretty important to me.
Li Yaoyao rolled her eyes, forget it, count on you to talk. Dead is alive to you.
But first things first, you can't blame me if it doesn't work out well by then.
I'm just coming from a popular point of view.
Specifically when the time comes, when you go to the get-together with Lin Feng and his brothers, whether the effect will be good or not, I can't make any guarantees.
Su Mushue smiled faintly, it won't be, I believe in your vision and aesthetics, Yaoyao. Li Yaoyao nodded and said, alright then, I'll take you for a stroll. Su Mushue, however, said, didn't I just tell you?
Go to the breakfast store first. I have to get breakfast for my husband first. After we get breakfast, we'll go shopping again, while it's still early.
Li Yaoyao, who was in the main driver's seat, was instantly confused.
No, Mushue, what do you mean by that? Why didn't I understand?
You mean after buying breakfast for your husband and bringing it back? Let's just go shopping? Su Mushue nodded, yeah, what's the problem? So what you're saying is that we're not going to eat breakfast?
Su Mushue replied, eat, but wait until after you're done shopping, then eat breakfast.
Li Yaoyao simply didn't know what to say. Hey, Mushue, will you be too heartless?
I'm up early in the morning, I don't even sleep to be called up by you to accompany you to pick out clothes to dress up.
Not even a bite of breakfast? Excessive, isn't it? Why are you thinking about your husband? What about me as your best friend? So I'm the tool man? Su Mushue smiled cheekily, it's okay for you to skip a breakfast once in a while. Li Yaoyao had a raw look on her face. Mushue, I'm considered to have completely lost to you.
You've changed more than a little since you got your license.
It's like billion dots. Alas, married women are terrible. I don't know what you all think. Is it true that husbands are more important than girlfriends? Su Mushue followed up with, Yaoyao, don't tease, how can you compare to my husband? Just saying. Li Yaoyao didn't think much about anything, but just went along with it. But soon realized something was wrong. Ha? Mushue, this is going too far. Su Mushue snorted, okay, just kidding with you.
I'll take you to breakfast after you're done shopping with me.
It's always my treat. Li Yaoyao nodded, alright, count on you having some conscience. Well then, since that's okay, let's go. Depart. Soon, Li Yaoyao drove to the entrance of a breakfast restaurant. Buy breakfast and send it home later. Su Mushue also left a small note on top of the dining table, specifically. That's when you walk out the door and get in the car.
Come on, we can go to the mall and pick out a couple of dresses for me to wear tonight.
And hair and stuff, make it pretty for me too. Preferably the kind that shows off your temperament. Li Yaoyao was then speechless, my Mushue, you're so good looking and still have face anxiety?
I'm also convinced, how can you let us ordinary people live when you're like this?
That's pretty much it, if you ask me.
There's really no need to get too elaborate, I dare to vouch for my little life, Lin Feng his brothers from the university. They're girlfriends, they definitely can't compare to you, at least in terms of face value and temperament.
Definitely not better than you. Trust me, wouldn't I lie to you as your best BFF? Su Mushue certainly knew that Li Yaoyao would definitely not lie to herself. But fear not. No matter what, one must also dress up. Preparation is still a must. Isn't it? Alright. I kind of admit defeat. When did you become so one-dimensional? Can't figure it out.
And so the next 2 hours went by. At Li Yaoyao's suggestion, she picked out several dresses, the kind that showed off her temperament. And then, there was Su Mushue's hair, which was also rechanged. At a glance, it does look n times prettier.
How's that, Yo-Yo, does that look good?
Su Mushue opened her mouth and asked.
Li Yaoyao shook her head, smashed her mouth, and was about to open her mouth to speak. Only to see Su Mushue this time, looking at her curiously, she asked, Yaoyao, why do you have this expression? Does that mean that it's not pretty? It's more than nice, it's just not too beautiful, okay? Holy. It's like, ugh, I don't even know how to describe it. Even the stars can't compare to you, Mushue. Su Mushue skimmed her mouth and was a bit speechless, really? This ass kissing is a bit too much. It's not as exaggerated as you make it out to be. Li Yaoyao had a serious expression on her face. There's really no exaggeration, I mean it. It's really pretty. If you don't believe me, later on you go home and ask Lin Feng to evaluate it. I'd say the look definitely fits the boy's aesthetic. No. It's not just boys, even as a girl I'm envious when I look at it. If I didn't have a boyfriend, maybe I'd get a dress in that style and try it on. It's just a shame. I don't have a boyfriend and no one will look at me if I wear it. When she said this, Li Yaoyao suddenly felt a little heartbroken. The look on his face at this time of year is heartbreaking. Well, believe you once. If my husband doesn't think it looks good, or when it's time to get together with my husband, his brothers. With average results. Yo-yo, you're done for. Oh, be prepared. Li Yaoyao skimmed her lips, somewhat tearless. Ugh, being a sister is too much of an involution these days. So you're blaming me for the bad result after helping you dress up for half a day? If it works well, there won't be no indication at all, will there? Is even being a BFF so inwardly curled? It's really drunk. Chapter 102 Reasons for Being Single. At this time, Li Yaoyao's heart was indescribably bitter. After a few moments, she spoke. Okay, Moyuki. The shopping is done, and the dressing up is done for you. Shouldn't we go to breakfast then? Look, it's almost 9 o'clock, and my stomach has been growling endlessly since just now. Still eating breakfast or not? You want to starve me, you? Sumushue said immediately after. Okay, take you to breakfast. This will take you. After Li Yaoyao heard this, she nodded. Well, that's more or less the same, counting you as slightly that conscientious. But what made Li Yaoyao dumbfounded? Next, the restaurant Sumushue took her to. Surprisingly, it's a very ordinary restaurant. Or maybe it's better to call it a breakfast stand. Because it's just a stand on the side of the road. At this time, Li Yaoyao was directly skeptical. Mushue, it's not me talking about you. When did you become so petty and stingy? You know, when you used to take me to breakfast, even if it wasn't a starred restaurant, it had to be upscale at the very least. How come you're stingy like this now? Usually even, mind you, I get woken up by you in the morning. Come out with you and help you out inside and out for a couple hours. I'm half starving, and when I'm done, this is what you take me to eat? Mushue, wouldn't you be a little too stingy with this? Doesn't that seem excessive? Li Yaoyao asked with some dissatisfaction. Sumushue smiled cheekily. Yaoyao, I'm sorry, but I'm also bothering you to be considerate. I'm not like you now. I'm a family man with a husband. I've got money to save up for me and my husband's future baby to earn money for a wife. It's not like you, where one person is fed and the whole family is not hungry. What's more, something like breakfast, just eat enough, there's not that much to talk about, don't you think so, Yaoyao? Okay, you don't have to say anything, Yoyo, I know you won't mind for sure. Since you don't mind, sit down quickly. Before Li Yaoyao had a chance to speak, Sumushue rushed at the breakfast stand owner. Boss Zhang, 2 soups. Plus 2 pancake fries, please. Boss Zhang hurriedly answered, alright, no problem Mushue. Come and have breakfast, why didn't you come with Kobayashi today? Sumushue smiled politely and said, it's nothing, I'm out shopping with my girlfriends today. So there was no breakfast out with my husband. But I've gone ahead and bought him breakfast. Boss Zhang nodded, so that's good, you guys wait a little bit, immediately give you get. Well, it's okay, there's no rush. After Sumushue finished speaking, she said to Li Yaoyao. Yo-yo, I'm really not being petty. Mostly, I think the breakfast at this restaurant is genuinely good. Usually when my husband is too late to make me breakfast during work hours, he brings me to eat at this breakfast stall of Mr. Zhang. It's exceptionally good, so try it when it comes up later. If it's not good, it's whatever you say it is. Li Yaoyao was speechless and said, Mushue, I found out that since you got the license, not only your personality, but how even your taste has dropped quite a bit. Sumushue was eating from her bowl at this time while hearing Li Yaoyao's words next to her after. Somewhat puzzled, he opened his mouth and asked, what do you mean by a lot less taste? What does that say? Li Yaoyao skimmed her mouth and said somewhat breathlessly. Is that even a question? Aren't the facts in front of us? You know, you never used to eat buns, soy milk and so on for breakfast. What's with the change of flavor now? And you dare to say that your taste has not diminished? Sumushue hurriedly said, in the past, I also thought that these breakfasts were nothing good. But then, after being with my husband, gradually I realized. This breakfast has a very distinctive flavor, although it doesn't taste particularly aromatic and is certainly not up to the level of breakfasts at those starred restaurants. But then, there's just something unique about it. The bland, cozy feeling of sitting at a breakfast stand with my husband, eating donuts and drinking soy milk. Is it really true that you can't get it back from how many trips to a star-rated restaurant? Gee, anyway, you wouldn't understand if I told you. You're a single dog, where can you experience this feeling? At this time, Li Yaoyao was once again skeptical. I should have known that Sumushue's answer would be like this. Shouldn't have opened that mouth. Now well, the clown turns out to be myself. Li Yaoyao lowered her head and ate, along with buns and donuts and whatnot. Seriously, no matter what Sumu Shue thought. But Li Yaoyao could never get any unique flavor out of it. Is that why one is single? Just at this time, Sumu Shue's cell phone rang. It was a call from Lin Feng. My husband's phone. Sumu Shue immediately connected down and then opened her mouth to ask. Hey, honey, are you awake? I got you breakfast, it's on the table in the dining room, did you see it? Lin Feng's voice came from the other side of the phone. Well, I saw it this morning, along with the note you left by your bed. I've already had breakfast, and you, aren't you back yet? Still picking out clothes with Yo-Yo at the mall? Sumu Shue hurriedly replied, No. We've come back from the mall and are now having breakfast at that breakfast stand we always go to. 10 minutes tops, and we'll be back after breakfast. Honey, wait for me a little while. When I get back, I'll show you how well I've cleaned up after spending a couple hours this morning. Okay. Lin Feng smiled and said, Alright, take your time eating breakfast, there's no rush. Aha. By the way, hubby, did you get enough for breakfast? If you're not full, I'll ask Boss Zhen to make another one on the way and bring it to you later, okay? Lin Feng replied, No need, I'm already full from breakfast and there's still a lot left. I see, well then, understood. I'll see you later then, I'll hang up now. Bye hubby, mwahahaha. The phone call just finished. Sitting next to Sumu Shue, Li Yaoyao this. Instantly felt goosebumps all over my body. Li Yaoyao looked at Sumu Shue with a desperate expression. Mu Shue, it's not that I'm talking about you. You and Lin Feng have been licensed for 2 months, why are you still so mushy? Well, at least consider my feelings. Sumu Shue skimmed her mouth, then grunted, I'm showing love to my husband, what we want is also our own business, why should we consider your feelings? If you don't like it, find yourself a husband. When the time comes, I'd rather be shown love by you every day. You find it. I'm just afraid, I don't even have a chance to eat you and your husband's dog food. Li Yaoyao said in despair, Mu Shue, you really are a typical bigot. Never mind, too lazy to talk to you about it. After finishing breakfast, Li Yaoyao got up and said, I should go back, I had planned to make a trip home today. It's been a while since I'd been home to see my mom and dad with all the work stuff going on. If I don't see me in person by the end of the big weekend, my mom would have cursed me to death. Sumu Shue nodded and said, Alright then, you go back, I should go home too. Li Yaoyao looked at her and said, Then do you want me to send you back? Sumu Shue shook her head, then slowly said, No need, you drive yourself back. I'll get a cab later and I'll be home. Besides, before I go home, I want to go to the grocery store out front and pick up a few boxes of chocolates for my husband. Consider it dessert. After all, there's no telling how much he actually ate for breakfast and whether he was full or not. Seeing Sumu Shue's starry eyes, Li Yaoyao quickly shook her head and said, No. I don't think I can really stay in this place any longer. After saying this, Li Yaoyao hurriedly fled the breakfast stand and drove away. Chapter 103 A Different Style of Wife. After breakfast, Sumu Shue followed suit and got up to leave. Boss Zhang, I've swept the money. I'm bringing my husband over for breakfast tomorrow, haha. Boss Zhang waved his hand, greeted and said, Okay, go slowly, Mu Shue. Okay. After Sumu Shue left, she followed the agreed plan. Took a cab straight home. When I got back to my neighborhood, I went into a supermarket and bought a couple of boxes of chocolates. It's a little pricey. It's over 200. But as long as it was bought for Lin Feng, let alone a mere $200, even if it was 20,000. Sumu Shue are willing to give it up. When you get home, open the door. Sumu Shue opened her mouth and said, Hubby, I'm back. Lin Feng was sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV at this time. After noticing that Sumu Shue had come home, he got up and was about to reply. Mu Shue, you're back. As a result, in the next second, Lin Feng's expression instantly froze. The entire expression on his face had the two big words shock written all over it. At this time, Lin Feng had an incredulous and shocked reaction on his face. Sumu Shue looked at Lin Feng and asked, Hubby, why do you have such an expression? Did Yaoyao help me design a new look in this dressing style? It's not pretty? Why is that? Look on your face a little strange. Sumu Shue looked at the mirror next to her and took a look, then commented herself, I think, it seems to be okay. I don't think it's particularly ugly. But, hubby, would your reaction be too devastating? Sumu Shue's words were not overstated. Because, Lin Feng's expression at this time was indeed quite that. Too pompous only to say. Lin Feng, at this time, hastened to speak. Not a wife. You misunderstand me, I'm not saying it's not nice. I mean, it's just so good looking. Lin Feng said seriously. Sumu Shue froze for a moment and almost didn't react. Wait, honey, I don't think I heard you just now, can you repeat it? I mean, it's really so pretty. Sumu Shue asked half-heartedly, Husband, do you mean to say that I am not bad in this outfit? More than nice, it's really very nice. Never thought my wife could look so good. Being complimented by Lin Feng was a bit of a lost cause. Sumu Shue covered her face, then said, Really? Hubby, you are not afraid of my image anxiety, so you deliberately comforted me and said it to me. No, really.
Lin Feng said with a serious face, I'm telling the truth.
If you don't believe me, look yourself in the mirror and take a closer look. This outfit, this dress, this hair. I don't know how many times prettier it is than if it was.
What a surprise. Lin Feng, who was next to him, had already lost count of how many times he had said that he really didn't expect it from the beginning until now.
Su Mushui asked with some curiosity, Hubby, tell me, what didn't you expect?
Lin Feng replied, I really didn't think about it, I used to think it all the time. Mu Shui, you should be better suited for that imperial sister style of dressing. Including the OL system of clothing at work, high heels and all, it does look very mature and domineering. And, for a moment, I thought that this was the style that suited you best. Something like that little girl's sweetheart style dress might not suit you very well. If you do wear that style of dress, odds are it won't look very good to you. Lin Feng continued, but I can't imagine that you're too cute in this sweet style outfit.
Oh my gosh, this style suits you so well, Miyuki, really. I'm not trying to comfort you, I mean what I say.
Su Mushui also felt that this outfit, indeed, suited her quite well. Only, she didn't think it was as exaggerated as Lin Feng said. So, rolling her eyes, she said, come on, hubby, it's not as exaggerated as you make it out to be.
But anyway, as long as you think it looks good, hubby, that's fine. Then from now on, I'll wear this style a lot. Okay? Lin Feng nodded and said, yes, of course. That's the way it should be, even though I don't have office hours to go to your SOS. However, you've always been very strict with your employees within the company in terms of their work ethic. I have heard something about that. Su Mushui blinked her eyes and asked curiously, why, husband, are you thinking that I'm doing this wrong?
But I think it's just right to be conscientious and responsible during office hours.
Regardless of work ability and efficiency. But at least in terms of attitude, it has to be.
If a person, in terms of attitude, can't be serious, I'm quite contemptuous.
Also hate it when assholes like that stay in the company.
Lin Feng nodded and said, I don't deny your point of view, it's just that I think, right, that you usually need to smile more in the company.
Even during business hours.
Because the way you treat your employees is really still about putting your heart in the right place.
As long as you treat them with enough respect to be tolerant of them.
They must be grateful, even if they don't work well for the good of the company.
It will also concentrate on the company because of your personal charm.
When he said this, Lin Feng continued, let's not talk about the distant ones, let's take my wind god technology as an example.
Wasn't the MS Group trying to buy my company some time ago?
The entire company, all employees, including the various department managers.
Almost everyone, I've been instructed by, I hope I don't agree to sell the company. They don't want a change of ownership. One thing that comes out of this is that it's all about sincerity for sincerity.
Just be good enough to your employees so that they find a sense of belonging within the company.
Instead of empty promises.
Let them be treated with the respect they deserve, and they will value the jobs that are available to them.
Naturally, and will concentrate on work.
So work ethic-wise, it just comes naturally. Otherwise, the attitude is there, but it's really just pretending to you, and it's still actually lazy and salty.
In that case, then, what's the point of demanding an attitude? Mu Shui, think carefully and see if that's what I'm saying.
Hearing Lin Feng say something like that words, Su Mushui had just thought about it in her head for a moment.
It seems to make a lot of sense. Su Mushui was a very opinionated person though.
Other things aside, at least when it comes to work, no one can change his mind. At a previous time, Su Anqi had also mentioned this suggestion to her. It says that when it comes to work, you should not be too strict with your employees. Otherwise, there will be some low-level mistakes due to an overstressed work ethic.
Even though it's office hours, it's right to be serious. But it's not good if you take it too seriously. It's still going to be easier. However, although Su Anqi persuaded her many times, there was still no effect. Su Mushui had her own ideas and couldn't listen to them at all. But here and now.
Instead, she listened patiently to the advice Lin Feng gave her.
And it's also under serious consideration for a different work ethic. Chapter 104, Surrounding Single Dogs. After a while, Lin Feng looked at her and asked, how's it going, Miyuki? Do you think I'm making any sense? Su Mushui nodded, then looked at Lin Feng with a smile and said, aha, husband, you're right. I think it might really be my own old management style that's gone wrong. Then in the future, I'll correct it. At least in this aspect of getting along with the staff, I have to learn more from you.
After all, the level of friendliness among your employees at Windshare Technology, including the distance between the employees and their bosses, is also much smaller.
Even the whole company's work environment and atmosphere and so on, in every way. Indeed, it's something I don't see in any company, ever. So, husband, I listen to you. In the future, learn from you. I'm going to, starting tomorrow at work on Monday, implement what you taught me. If it works really well. After that, I'm sticking around. He.
Su Mushui smiled cheekily. It had to be said that she did listen very carefully to every sentence Lin Feng said.
Even every word. Mu Shui, there's something I don't know if I should say.
Just then, Lin Feng suddenly said.
Say, husband, what are you doing this is? We're husband and wife, what is it that you can't tell me? Just say what you want to say.
Lin Feng nodded, then said, okay, then I'll say it.
I think, you're really good.
Sumu Shue froze for a moment, then after reacting, she covered her mouth and giggled.
What do you mean, I'm really good?
Lin Feng took her hand, then said very seriously, well, what to tell you? Every time I make a suggestion, you always think nothing of it, even so much as to choose to listen to me. You're obviously a very opinionated person, but then, you're willing to compromise and make changes for my advice.
I'm really impressed.
And then there's this one, because I'm having a get-together with my college buddies. You've prepared so meticulously so that you don't want me to feel humiliated when the time comes and their girlfriends can match. This early in the morning, you woke up at 5 or 6 o'clock, tossed around inside and out for a few hours, and even called Li Yaoyao out to help you dress up.
I'm really impressed. Sumu Shue smiled cheekily, then looked at Lin Feng. Right, it's good that you know.
So what, you're going to have to cherish me from now on.
I told you this a long time ago, have you forgotten? A good wife like me is hard to find even if you hit the lantern. Count yourself lucky. But after hearing this comment you just made, I'm super confident now.
Pretty. Besides, you'll always be the best looking girl in my heart.
Sumu Shue skimmed her mouth, then rolled her eyes. Are all you boys like this? What all?
That means, complimenting a girl on her beauty.
Quite skillful. Practiced, right? Honestly, how many girls has that been said to?
Lin Feng cried and laughed, thanks to the fact that he had just been seriously contemplating this sentence.
After half a day, Sumu Shue meant this.
Lin Feng said tearlessly, come on, Mu Shui, what do you think I am?
Hee, just kidding, why are you taking it seriously? Well, you've got a lot of nerve, you're making fun of me now?
Sumu Shui
smiled cheekily. Honey, I was wrong.
Lin Feng pinched Sumu Shui's cheeks, then said, alright, seeing as you know you're wrong, I'll spare you for now. It just so happened that at this time, the dormitory groups were all chatting and typing in droves. Lin Feng took out his cell phone and looked at it.
He sat down on the couch. And at this time, Sumu Shui also sat down next to Lin Feng and then said, how's it going, honey? Is it your group of roommates who have arrived at the marina? Are they at the airport already? Should we go pick them up then? Can I not come if I need to be picked up at the airport?
Lin Feng thought she would say, can I come with you? But to my surprise, Sumu Shui had just said this.
Surprisingly, it doesn't follow the script at all. Lin Feng froze for a moment, then asked in surprise, HM? What, you don't want to go to the airport with me to pick them up?
In response to Lin Feng's doubts, Sumu Shui hurriedly opened her mouth and replied, no, husband, you've misunderstood. It's not that I don't want to go to the airport with you to pick up your friend. Mostly I think, you see, I've been carefully preparing all morning, right?
It's been a couple hours of tossing and turning, and it's interrupting Yo-Yo's scheduled beauty sleep.
She's been complaining to me all morning about it, kind of offended her.
Yo-Yo hasn't been giving me much advice this early in the morning.
So yeah, I've been preparing for this for so long just to put on a good show in front of your friends and make you look good.
Wouldn't it be an early debut if I went with you to the airport to pick you up? So after all the time I've spent carefully preparing, will it still be effective by the time we get together at the end of the night? That's not good.
It's so hard to clean up so beautifully, it would be hard not to show it off at the potluck.
Wouldn't that make me fold for nothing? No, absolutely not.
Sumu Shui hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. She explained in great detail. It was obvious that she was really worried that Lin Feng would misunderstand. She didn't want Lin Feng to mistakenly think that she wasn't willing to go with him to the airport to pick up the plane.
That's definitely not what it looks like. The main concern is that it will debut early. So then wouldn't that not be fresh by the time we get together at night? It's all about the wow factor. That wouldn't have worked as any kind of wow factor. So the pickup thing, absolutely not. Lin Feng cried and laughed and said, well, so that's how it is. Understand. Besides, I'd love to wow them properly at the potluck. Right. In that case, hubby, you're looking forward to it too, aren't you? So am I.
Sumu Shui smiled cheekily. Lin Feng, at this time, looked at the chat log on his cell phone. Inside the group, everyone was typing and sending messages. There was a flurry of 8 Lin Wind.
Old Lin we've arrived at the airport in Binhai, why don't you and schoolgirl Su come out to meet us?
Let's go to the cafe across the street from the airport and sit down for a while, have a cup of coffee, a quick chat or something. And then, a game of pool or something, while there's still time before the evening meal.
Why don't we go trick or treating together later, how about it? Since graduation, I wonder how all of you are doing at pool. There's still no reading that's that good.
Abuse you all properly. Lin Feng sent a message over, okay, you guys wait at the airport, I'll come over to you.
After sending the message,
the group all messaged back and said,
OJBK, no problem, hurry up then. Don't keep us waiting. That's right, remember to bring schoolgirl Sue along. Yeah.
I heard old Wang tell us that you two showed your love in front of him, it's excessive. Come, bring schoolgirl Sue over together, let's all show our love. Give old King, the only single dog, a good abuse. At this time in the group, Wang Bo sent a message and said, "Are you guys still human? Livestock bar you guys are, is there any humanity left? You dog coins, you're getting more and more unconscionable you guys." Wang Bo was on the verge of despair at this time. This nifty roundup of singles. What about the Small Animal Protection Act? Chapter 105, helping a roommate get organized. Although this time of year, Wang Bo was desperate, but he couldn't escape anymore. Because at this very moment, he is at the Marina Airport. Being in the same piece as everyone else. Looking at couple after couple in front of me, in pairs. And yourself? A single dog, alone, squatting next to the phone, not to mention how miserable. There wasn't even a person who cared enough to buy water. And to watch them, one by one, show their love in front of themselves. This heartache is so painful. The more he thought about it, the more desperate Wang Bo's heart became. Ugh, shouldn't have suggested this potluck in the first place. Why come looking for abuse for a good reason? What a pain in the ass. It's desperate. It's going to be sour when this get-together is over. Wang Bo mumbled tearlessly. And at this time, the group was all flocking to 8 Lin Feng. Old Lin, come over quickly, we'll be waiting for you at the airport. And, don't ever forget to remember to bring schoolgirl Sue along. Yeah. My girlfriend has been wanting to meet schoolgirl Sue for a long time. Although she's also from our school, she's 1 year older than us and she's been admiring schoolgirl Sue for a long time. That's just it. Old Lin, and my girlfriend, is also eager to meet schoolgirl Sue. Remember to bring schoolgirl Sue along. Looking inside the dormitory group, the roommates spoke. Lin Feng showed Su Mushue the chat log and then asked, "Mushue, are you sure you don't want to come with me? Look, everyone's been hitting me up in the group, saying they want me to take you there with me. Their girlfriends want to meet you." Su Mushue's attitude was resolute. Only at this time, she hastily shook her head and said, "No go. Tell them that I have something to do, so I can't come, I'm really sorry. But then, I'll be on time for the evening get-together." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Well, that's fine. In that case, you be good and stay home, and I'll go ahead." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he directly got up from the sofa and then left the house. And Su Mushue, nestled on the living room sofa, watched the TV. Soon, Lin Feng drove to Binhai Airport. After arriving at the airport, Lin Feng then saw a group of people that were greeting him in his direction. After Lin Feng walked over, Old Chow then took the initiative to speak up. "Old Lin, it's been a while since we saw each other after graduation. How's it going? You're doing okay?" Before Lin Feng had a chance to speak, the old horse next to him then hastened to say, "Isn't that so? You haven't watched the news, and what's going on online? Our old Lin, now he's the boss of Wind God Technology. Developed a homemade operating system, just don't be too impressed. My god, I really didn't think that our dormitory, actually out of the cowman. Last time I told my dad that my brother was the owner of Wind God's system, my dad still didn't believe me and said I was bragging. What are you talking about? What kind of person is he? How can he be a brother to you? So yeah, old Lin, look what my dad said. Remember to pay your respects at my house on New Year's Eve this year. When the time comes, I'll have to introduce you to my dad, in a grand way. That's it." Old Chow next to him also hurriedly said. Lin Feng cried and laughed, "Come on, it's only a few months old and we're already talking about New Year's Eve? Okay, no kidding, seriously old Lin. Look at how much you've grown your company now. I heard that some time ago, just a short while ago, didn't you also acquire the Falklands Group? It's that big food service conglomerate. Look, we are all good brothers from our college days, you are now developing so well, have you ever thought of arranging a good job for your brothers as well? In the future, we will all develop in the coastal area, and we won't have to be so far away from each other, one south, one north, one east, one west. In that case, we can all get together at the marina more often in the future as well. How nice to see each other every day. Brothers, what do you say?" Several of the boys had looked at Lin Feng, waiting for Lin Feng's next reply. Lin Feng asked seriously, "So, you're all willing to stay and develop in Binhai?" "Yeah, sure, no problem. I can arrange for you to work in a subsidiary of the Falklands Group. Let's start with the department head. As for the Wind God Technology under my name, I'm sorry to tell you that I can't let you in." It wasn't that Lin Feng didn't give them face. The main reason is that WinSense carries the support of so many internet users. Plus, the quality of employees within the company are mega high. And all require some degree of industry skill and expertise. And Lao Chao and Wang Bo and a few of them. When I went to school, my grades were just average. It won't do them any good for themselves to let them go to Wind God Technology. Old Chow and the others hurriedly said, "Hey, old Lin, you're overthinking it. We never thought that we'd be working at your Wind God Technology." "That's right, what level is this Wind God Technology of yours? We still know it in our hearts."
Rookies like us, even if we do get into wind god technology, will only add to your company's staff. Just arrange for us to go to a couple of small companies under the catering umbrella and be regular staff. As long as the company is similar to what we have now, pretty much. What with the supervisor and all, there's no need. Exactly. It doesn't matter if it's money or not, the main thing is that we can all develop in Marina and get together often. That's what counts. That's it. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, okay, no problem, tomorrow Monday, I'll talk to the manager of the personnel department of the Fuckalai group about this at that time. See if there are any jobs for you within the group, including its subsidiaries. If there is one, it's recommended. In the future, we'll all be in Marina, so we can indeed keep in touch often. Old Chow smashed Lin Feng's shoulder, lightly. Old Lin, I have to say, you're really something. Now that your career is doing so well, you don't forget to introduce a job for your brother. It's so empowering. Hey, but seriously, beat me to it. When our dormitory that old Lin, this is just how long past even transformed into a domestic operating system leader of the big shot. A business genius of the younger generation. It was incredible. Indeed, indeed. A few roommates, next to him, chimed in. Chapter 106 The Wrong Way to Fall in Love. Seeing Lin Feng alone. Wang Bo asked curiously. That's right, old Lin. Why did schoolgirl Su come with you? Old Chow also then opened his mouth and asked, yeah, where's schoolgirl Su, why haven't I seen her? Lin Feng smiled, then responded, Mu Shui, she was supposed to come with me to pick up the plane. However, I couldn't come because of a temporary emergency. Let me help tell you guys I'm sorry. Wang Bo curiously pursued, then in that case, schoolgirl Su won't come at night either? Not really. Old Chow asked hurriedly and looked at Lin Feng. You know my girlfriend came to Binhai this time, mainly to meet schoolgirl Su Right, see. The girl standing next to Lao Chow, her name is CC. She picked up the conversation and said, yeah, Lin Feng, is schoolgirl Su really not coming? On everyone's face, a look of disappointment hangs. It was mainly the girls who were there. After all, Su Muxue was the idol of their hearts. It wasn't just because, when Su Muxue went to school, she had the top grades. And she's pretty. She's the school beauty. Popularity is at its highest when you're in school. Very popular. Of course, all of this is secondary. Mainly because, after Su Muxue graduated, she returned to work for her family's company. Gave up the opportunity to work abroad. It hadn't been long since she joined her family's Su group, and she had personally created many of the best-selling cosmetics on the market. It is especially liked and sought after by young girls. They are among them. So a big reason for coming to Binhai this time was to take advantage of this opportunity to get to know Su Muxue and make a friend or something. Everyone's boyfriends with each other, and they're all best buddies from the same dorm in college. Then maybe we'll all be good friends afterward. It's good for the future if you get the relationship right now. What's more, the other party is still Su Muxue, schoolgirl Su. It's almost like they idolize it. Who doesn't want to be like schoolgirl Su? But now you're telling them that Miss Su won't be coming tonight? Something came up? For a while, it made it really hard for them to accept. Lin Feng quickly opened his mouth to explain, that's not true, Mu Shui said that she would still be on time at night. You guys don't have to worry. Tonight, when we get together for dinner, she'll be on time. Just saying, it's kinda going to be a temporary thing to deal with right now. By the time evening dinner rolls around, it's basically taken care of. You guys just relax. After Lin Feng had said those words, the girls in the audience, they were all surprised, huh? Really, Lin Feng, you're serious? Great, scared the hell out of me. I thought I'd fly all the way from outside to Marina, only to end up not being able to see schoolgirl Su at the end of the day. That's a lot of fuss for nothing. Just saying. But now it's good, we can meet schoolgirl Su at night, great. That's it. After seeing the girls' satisfied reactions, Old Chow and Old Ma both spoke up, Old Lin, let's do it this way then. It's still pretty early, let's go across the street for a coffee. Sit down for a while and talk or something. And then, what do you say to a game of pool somewhere? In the evening, we'll leave for the restaurant together. I guess by that time, schoolgirl Su should be done with her business. What? No comment? Lin Feng nodded and said, alright, let's do what you guys say. I have no comment. Good, since old Lin is fine with it, let's do it. Go, 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 guys. The gazes of several boys all fell towards Wang Bo. Old Wan, what are you doing standing still? Go. Stay where you are and stare. Old Ma, who was next to him, said, hey, Old Chow, can't you tell? Of all the people we have, all of them are off the hook. Just the old king is a bachelor. That's why he's so quiet, otherwise, given old king's character, he would have gotten his way by this time. How is it possible for a guy to be standing over there all alone and not even fart? After being told off, Wang Bo had an embarrassed look on his face. One can only pretend to be indifferent and say, bless you guys. What's wrong with being a bachelor? I'm single, I'm proud of it. I'm mostly busy talking to Missy. Old Chow and Old Ma flirted, so wait, are we still going to have coffee? Or maybe we should ask that, at night. Still eating together? Wang Bo quickly said, eat, who are you guys being sarcastic about?
Wang Bo immediately stood up when he said this.
Then walk ahead.
Soon, everyone was at the cafe across the street from the airport.
A suitable spot was found and then everyone sat down. After ordering a cup of coffee each, it was Lao Chao's girlfriend, Cici, who was the first to speak up. Cici looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, talk about you and schoolgirl Sue. Recently, I've been swiping a lot in the circle of friends, and above the platform of short videos. Genuinely think, you guys are sweet. So at the end of the night, we get together for dinner. Can you tell us what's going on with you and schoolgirl Sue? Actually, the day of graduation, you know? When I saw that, schoolgirl Sue even proposed in public during the ceremony. Seriously, I was straight up stupid. Why, I didn't expect that. C said while looking at a couple of girls next to her. The other girls all nodded and said, yeah, you know, we girls are very nosy. In the past few years since I went to college, I've never heard of schoolgirl Sue and which boy has had any scandal. And I've never heard that schoolgirl Sue has had any contact or interaction with you. Not to mention that I haven't heard that you're having a scandal with schoolgirl Sue. But on the day of the graduation ceremony, schoolgirl Sue would actually propose to you? That's outrageous. Yeah, a couple of us were pretty confused too. Old Chow took over the conversation, then looked at Old Ma and Wang Bo and said, Old Ma, Old Wang. Do you guys think I'm right? Wang Bo and the others nodded as well. It was something that they found outrageous at the time. So, the old forest. You didn't secretly fall in love with schoolgirl Sue when you were in college, did you? Hiding pretty well, after all those years in college together, or in the same dormitory. I can't believe we didn't even notice. Come on, what's going on, honestly? Old Ma asked with a nosy face. Lin Feng looked at them speechlessly. Didn't I tell you guys on the day of the graduation ceremony? Old Ma had a puzzled look on his face. Then he looked at Lao Chao and Wang Bo next to him. Has old Lin told any of us? Has he? That's strange, why don't I remember anything like that? When he said this, Old Ma looked at Wang Bo and asked, Old Wang, do you remember old Lin explaining to us exactly what happened? Wang Bo shook his head, I don't think so. I forgot. What about you, Old Chao? Old Chow quickly said, that's right, I don't remember anything like that either. So tell me, old Lin, what's going on? Lin Feng was speechless. Come on, I clearly explained it to you guys at the time. All of you are pretending to have amnesia with me one by one, right? There's no such thing as feigning amnesia, we just don't remember it happening. That's right, come on old Lin, explain yourself. Even if a few of us know about it. But Cici and the girls don't know that, so you can at least answer their confusion, right Cici? Cici and a few of the girls also nodded their heads and said, that's right, Lin Feng, speak up. You and schoolgirl Sue, what's going on with you guys? Is it true that you guys have been sneaking around together since you were in school? Or was it graduation that made the decision to stay together? But it's not right, what kind of person just falls in love and gets married right away? Looking at a few of them in disbelief. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, then replied, alright then, since you all asked, I'll tell you. But first things first, I say it's okay, but there can't be a third time. Don't play the amnesia trick on me one by one the next time. Old Chow and Old Ma, a few of them, all hurriedly said, don't worry, old Lin. There definitely won't be a third time. You tell that to C and the girls quickly. Lin Feng nodded his head and said, well, the thing is, it's true that Mu Shui and I weren't in a relationship when we were in school. And it is true what you all say. There's hardly any crossover. Ha! When CC and the other girls heard this, they were all surprised. Seriously, I'm just saying. It's still true, isn't it? After listening to Lin Feng's explanation, CC and the girls were dumbfounded on the spot. My goodness, it's really schoolgirl Sue who's proposing. This nifty is outrageous. A girl as high-strung as schoolgirl Sue. I can't believe I would propose to a boy. And it cuts off the steps of a relationship and goes straight to a license. Is this how highly intelligent female school teachers fall in love? No wonder they only deserve to be schoolchildren. So it's just the wrong way to fall in love? Chapter 107, Best Loser. That schoolgirl Sue, she's quite courageous. If it were me, there's no way I'd propose to a guy even if I liked him more. After CC said this, the girls next to her picked up on it. Yeah. Most girls are supposed to be like that. Even if you really like a guy. But unless that boy initiates the conversation, it's unlikely that we girls will either. But, schoolgirl Sue is different. Could it be that the schoolgirl's brain is thinking differently than ours? I'm telling you, schoolgirl Sue is a straight girl. You don't say, it might be true. Definitely embarrassed to be the first to start this if it's not straight. Anyway, I wouldn't dare. I can't do it either. As the girls chatted, they looked at Lin Feng again and said, hey, I have to say, Lin Feng, you and schoolgirl Sue are really sweet. Unlike all of us, who fall in love in a very ordinary way. Look at you and schoolgirl Sue, that's what you call a ceiling in a relationship.
The man and the woman, and both have such awesome careers.
Envious. Old Chow, it's not that I'm talking about you, you should learn from other Lin Feng in the future. That's right, you too, old horse.
Old Chow and old Ma quickly smiled and said, don't worry, definitely. As for Wang Bo next to him, he was once again in tears.
Because,
at the very least, the others, Lao Chow and Lao Ma, had girlfriends who advised them to make an effort.
But what about him? There wasn't even anyone to advise him to make an effort. The more I think about it, the more heartbreaking it is. After an hour of coffee at the cafe. Buy the bill and pay it. Then everyone walked out of the cafe.
Looking at the time, it was still early, so old Chow opened his mouth and proposed, it's still early, and there are still several hours until evening.
How about a game of pool? Played until late afternoon, how about that? Anyone have any comments?
The old horse next to him said, okay, no problem. Let's go, everyone, to the pool room. I know over at the plaza, there's a pool room with a pretty good environment, why don't we go there?
You mean the brothers' pool room? The one we used to go to when we were in college? Sure, just go to that one. Haven't been there since graduation, go. After Lin Feng went with them. Walking on the way to the pool room, chatting with them as I walked.
And at this time, the cell phone rang, it was a message sent by Su Mu Shui.
Honey, how's it going, did you get your college buddies? Now where are you guys?
After seeing the message sent by Su Mu Shui, Lin Feng typed a reply, well, don't worry Mu Shui, I've already received them. We just finished our coffee and we're just about to go play some pool for fun.
Immediately afterward, Su Mu Shui asked, your brothers, then, didn't blame me, did they? Blame you? Lin Feng didn't understand, so he typed, for good reason, what do they blame you for? Su Mu Shui replied, blame me for not going to the airport with you to pick them up. And their girlfriends, they're all here too, right? There's a piece with them, right?
Lin Feng looked at the record of the message that Su Mu Shui had sent over.
Smiled helplessly. He knew exactly what Su Mu Shui was going to say to him next. Still, he typed. Mu Shui, you. I really don't know what to say about you.
Don't worry, it's just that we didn't pick them up at the airport.
What can they have a problem with that? It's fine, besides it's not like they're the careful type. Not so much. Just don't think about it.
After Lin Feng finished typing his reply. Soon after, Su Mu Shui continued to pursue, then.
Your brother's girlfriends, have they also arrived at Binhai Airport? Yeah, it's here, what's wrong? Lin Feng asked again.
Su Mu Shui typed and asked, so, what do you think, how do they look, and dress and stuff?
Was it good? Lin Feng had guessed that Su Mu Shui would definitely ask this question. So, he's helpless, too.
I can't believe my wife has face anxiety when she's so good looking.
What kind of life is that for the other girls?
Lin Feng typed helplessly, don't worry, Mu Shui, I can guarantee that out of all the girls present, no one is prettier than you.
Seriously, it can't be because you like me.
Plus I'm your wife, so that's why you said that, right? Su Mu Shui typed, I want an objective, as well as neutral and truthful evaluation without any personal feelings. Lin Feng typed, even objectively speaking, you're the prettiest.
I don't believe it, why don't we do this, all of you take a group photo together or record a video. Then send it over so I can read it. Is it okay?
Lin Feng smiled helplessly, then typed a reply, alright, there's really nothing I can do about you, I'll discuss it with them. I'll send it to you if they agree.
Okay. Su Mu Shui replied.
Immediately after that, the old horse next to him tapped Lin Feng's shoulder and then asked.
Old Lin, what are you doing, busy chatting with schoolgirl Sue? You guys are really good too, showing love in the circle of friends for 3 days.
I heard that last night, while playing the game at the internet cafe, he even abused our old king, a single dog, to death.
It's so dehumanizing. But I love it. Next to the old Chow, also hastened to take over the word said, hey, not only is the old horse you like ing also like let's do something later. Just to abuse old king, the single dog. Wang Bo instantly despaired, you animals, are you still human? The girls, who were present, couldn't help but laugh. Not bad for brothers. It was an hour before and after, and I don't know how many times I've already flirted with Wang Bo. I'm afraid I would have flipped out on the spot if my feelings were average. You can see that from this. The brotherly bond between a few of them is very deep indeed. It's been said that it's the detractors that are the most ironic. Because no matter how much you undermine the other person, you can be pretty sure of one thing. That is, the other person will never leave you. That's why you dare to undermine. Not like one of those drinking buddies. Be careful what you say and what you do. Fear of offending the other side. A detractor can never be. Every day is a way to offend him. But even then, the feelings remain strong. Now that's a real friend. Lin Feng and a few of them were in such a relationship. Chapter 108 Completion. Seeing a few of his roommates, they were flirting with Wang Bo. Lin Feng smiled and then said, it's like this, just now I was talking to Mu Shui.
Mu Shui said she wants us to take a picture of the group and send it to her to look at.
How about a group photo of everyone?
After Lin Feng suggested taking a group photo, the girls next to him nodded their heads and said,
Yeah. No problem, isn't it just a group photo? Okay. What about your opinions? C gave an okay sign that she had no comment. But look at the other girls. What about you guys? The other girls chimed in, no problem. Come on, everybody come over here and take a picture. Old Chow and Old Ma looked at Old Wang and said, Old Wan, what are you waiting for? Come over and take pictures. On the street, a random passerby. Excuse me, sir. Could you please take a picture of us then, please? The passerby smiled slightly and said politely, yeah, no problem. 1, 2, 3, eggplant. After the picture was taken, everyone smiled at the passerby and said, thank you. The passerby shook his head, no way no how. After the passersby left, Old Chow and Old Ma, and CC and those girls. They all gathered around and looked at Lin Feng and asked, how's it going, Lin Feng? Did the pictures come out okay? Lin Feng nodded, well, no problem, just take a few random shots and send them to Mu Shui. Come on, it's not far from that pool room we went to. Speaking of which, next to them, Old Chow and Old Ma, as well as Wang Bo and the three of them, all nodded their heads. Yeah. Later, let's see how I abuse you guys for a round. It's important to realize that even though you've graduated from college, everyone is moving on to different cities. However, when I was in Jiangbei, I would play a few games with my coworkers every evening after work. You guys are in deep, watch we'll see how you lose. Old Ma skimmed his mouth, a look of disdain on his face, come on, you can die without bragging can't you? Don't be a braggart and be the first one out when you're done, that would be a shame. Understand? Old Chow grunted and said, just kidding, would I be embarrassed? When we get to the pool room, you guys just wait and watch. Let's see how I'm going to ravage you. While walking towards the pool room, Lin Feng sent Su Muxue the photos he had just taken. Mu Shui, the group photo you asked for, I've already taken it with them and sent it to you. Don't you want to see what the girlfriends of my buddies really look like? Take a good look at it, the pictures are being sent to you. Just after the photo was sent over, Lin Feng typed a few words and said, how about that, I didn't lie to you. As I've told you before, the girlfriends of my brothers are pretty good looking though. But then, compared to you, Mu Shui, that's a far cry. You still don't believe it. Thought I was comforting you or standing up for your husband and thinking you were the best looking one. You get it now. Even when evaluated from a neutral and sizable point of view, it's still you who looks good. If we're talking about face value, you're not even on the same level as the girls, okay? Let alone me, any random person on the street would come over and evaluate it, and I'm sure the answer would be the same as mine. The moment Lin Feng finished speaking. Immediately after, Su Muxue typed, well, it does seem like you're not comforting me. It does seem like your brother's girlfriends aren't as good looking as I am. In that case, I'm relieved. I was worried that if they were too good looking, what if they compared me to them? I don't think, though, that I'm the kind of person who gets face anxiety, either. But mostly, I don't want you to lose face in front of your brothers. After all, this potluck, well, everyone will bring their girlfriends. So, whose girlfriend looks a little better, often will be the bragging capital. I don't want you to lose face yet. When she said this, Su Muxue sent a special voice message, but it's better now, After seeing the photos, I'm much more relieved. Looking at the message that Su Muxue had sent, Lin Feng was helpless. He shook his head helplessly, come on, you don't think about it either. Who's my girlfriend? How could those guys of theirs possibly find a prettier one than my girlfriend? I'm afraid that's not possible in another life. When Lin Feng sent out this message, instantly, Su Muxue returned a few rolled eyes emoticons. And, with the words, who's your girlfriend? Wife. Lin Feng typed, yes, wife. Su Muxue messaged, so, what are you guys going to do next? Playing pool? Lin Feng replied, yeah, heading to that pool room near the plaza. You want a piece of this? I'll pass, although now that I've learned that your brother's girlfriends aren't as good looking as I am, the big stone in my heart can finally be put down. But then, even so. But I still want to make a grand finale at the evening potluck. Earn your face, If we show up now, will it still be a wow factor at night? Definitely not. After Su Muxue finished typing, Lin Feng replied, fine, there's really nothing I can do about you, so I'll listen to you. Why are you so nice, husband? Lin Feng was speechless and said, alright, cut the crap. Poof. Lin Feng typed, alright, you be good at home alone, I won't talk to you. In the evening, you remember to arrive early. It's even if you don't show up to pick up. It won't look good if you're late, it doesn't seem very polite, you know? Su Muxue hurriedly typed a reply saying, don't worry husband, I have my measure, you don't have to worry. By the time the evening rolls around, I'll be there early, there's absolutely no way I'll be late. Don't worry. Lin Feng returned an okay expression and then said, that's it for now, bye. Bye. After chatting with Lin Feng, Su Mushue sat on the sofa in the living room and exhaled deeply. The mood is so good. Originally, she was worried because Lin Feng's group of brothers' girlfriends would not look better than herself. And what about anxiety? So early in the morning, Li Yaoyao called her up before she woke up. It's early in the morning, tossing around hours to help myself get dressed. It wasn't a wasted effort. Finished belonging to Is. That's great. Thinking of this, Su Mushue was inexplicably happy in her heart. Immediately after that, she sent a message to Li Yaoyao. Yo-yo, are you there? Are you free now? If you're free, come sit at my house for a while, there's something I want to talk to you about. Chapter 109, Taking the Sweet Route. After a few moments, Li Yaoyao then messaged back, what is it? I'll tell you when I get here. A very, very important thing. At this moment, Li Yaoyao was still at her parents' house. She was chatting with her parents, but as a result, at this time, she received a message from Su Mushue. Li Yaoyao's parents asked, why, Yaoyao, something's wrong with you? Li Yaoyao shook her head, it shouldn't be anything, it was sent by Mushue. Mushue has really been sick lately, I don't even know what to say about her. Li Yaoyao's parents asked suspiciously, huh? What does that say? Didn't she recently get a license? There's just been so much change personality-wise since she got her license. Aya, you've never seen that little daughter-in-law of hers, don't even know how to describe it to you guys, I'm speechless. Take this morning, a big weekend, I thought to myself how nice it would be to finally get a good night's sleep and sleep through the night. But who knows, at 5 or 6 in the morning, call after call came in. And guess what? Mushue woke me up and actually asked me to help her dress up. Said he was going to his husband's college roommate's potluck tonight and didn't want to lose out to her husband's brother's girlfriend. I'm really impressed with her. It's such a fart to interrupt my beauty sleep. Really? While talking, she showed her parents the chat. Look, at this time, Mushue sent another message saying that something is looking for me. I don't even have to ask or think about it. It must not be anything important, so don't bother. I came home today just to be with you guys, Mom and Dad, specifically. Li Yaoyao's parents were very sensible, they smiled and said, hey, words can't be said like that, Yaoyao. Anyway, Mushue is also your friend, isn't she? Whether it's important or not, it's going to help. Besides, the fact that Mushue asked you to help her dress up shows that she trusts you, doesn't it? People Mushue usually helps you quite a bit. Between friends, it's all as it should be. You don't want to have a problem with that, it's not good. Li Yaoyao skimmed her lips, then said, Mom and Dad, where are you thinking? Me and Mushue, what a friendship we both have. I'm advising her? Come on, I don't have a little problem with her, I can't even bring it up. The words came out. Li Yaoyao said immediately after, well, don't worry Mom and Dad. My relationship with Mushue, that's very deep. Wouldn't have a problem with that little thing. Li Yaoyao stood up, and since even you guys have said so, then I'll go over and take a look. See what she wants with me. I'll come back and see you guys next time I have time. Bye, you guys don't have to see me off, I can just walk by myself. After Li Yaoyao finished speaking, her parents still sent her out the door to leave. Immediately after Li Yaoyao left, she drove directly and went to Su Mushue's and their house. Driving down the road, Su Mushue called over and opened her mouth to ask, Yo-yo, how's it going, when will you arrive? I've been waiting for you for 20 minutes. Li Yaoyao was speechless and said, come on, Mushue, where is the 20 minutes you said? Just got your message so far. It's only been 15 minutes full time. Su Mushue said, is there a difference? It's not just 5 minutes. Anyway, come on over here, I can hardly wait to announce the good news to you. Li Yaoyao said, okay, I know, right away. Hang up first. See you later, I'm driving. After hanging up the phone, Li Yaoyao, who was driving the car, skimmed her lips in a very speechless manner. This stinking Mushue. I don't know what's gotten into me again. She slammed on the gas and then accelerated. Soon, after about 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of Su Mushue's and their family villa. After parking the car. After getting out of the car, Li Yaoyao walked into the middle of the villa. Just after walking into the villa, Su Mushue, who was watching TV on the living room sofa, immediately stood up excitedly. Yo-yo, you're here. Come on over here, I have good news to announce to you. Li Yaoyao smiled helplessly before being pulled to sit on the sofa. After Li Yaoyao sat down, she opened her mouth and said, alright, don't sell the story, what good news, quickly say it. I'm getting impatient. Su Mushue hurriedly said, fine, I'll say it. Let me show you a picture first. What photo? Li Yaoyao asked rhetorically. Su Mushue replied, it's a picture of my husband with his brothers and his brothers' girlfriends. He just went to the airport to pick me up, I didn't go. But I made him take a group picture to show me what his brother's girlfriend really looks like. Li Yaoyao took over the phone after looking at the group photo. A face of speechlessness plus rawness. No way, the face value of his brother's girlfriend, so average. And thanks to me for dressing you up for hours. After all that, that's all they've got for a face. Come on, even if you don't dress up, you look much better in cartoon pajamas than they do. It's a bad idea to waste a beauty sleep for nothing. Sumushua hurriedly said, No, how can I toss a game for nothing, no. My husband even complimented me after he saw me in this outfit. Saying that they didn't realize their wives, that they could be so beautiful or something like that. Yao, you know what? I really didn't know before that a sweet dress like this one would suit me so well. Before, I thought this kind of dress was too childish. Though I'm not too old myself. But I think it's better for girls to dress in a more mature way. After all, I'm out in the community and in management at a company. If I don't dress more maturely, I'm afraid they'll laugh at me. But now, I've decided to change my course. From now on, just specialize in the sweet line. Since my husband thinks it looks good, I'll wear this kind of dress more often from now on. So when the time comes, we'll have to trouble you, Yao. Li Yao's face was desperate. Mu Shui, are you serious? Li Yao was simply not too desperate at this time. Come on, you want to do it again? This time alone, it was already almost too much for Li Yao to bear and was driving her crazy. Waking up to a cell phone in the middle of the morning. Running around picking out clothes, then it's all about dressing up, changing your hair and stuff. Thinking about how those hours in the morning went by. Li Yao then felt horrible. Is this not the last time? Instead. Just started? Chapter 110. What do you think of my husband? Thinking about this, Li Yao had a look of despair on her face. And Sumu Shui didn't care about that. She continued to pull Li Yao's arm and said, What, Yo? As a good sister, you wouldn't refuse to help me with even this small favor, would you? Seeing Sumu Shui with this expression, Li Yao froze and couldn't refuse. It looked like he was being held by this guy. Okay, count me as owing you in my past life. Feel free to call me on Saturdays and Sundays from now on. When Sumu Shui heard this, she smiled cheekily, then pulled Li Yao's hand and said, Yao, I knew you were the best. Don't worry, I'll definitely introduce you to the right ones when I come across them in the future. Or, some other day I'll go to my husband's company. If I come across young and talented, not bad-looking boys, I will introduce you, to help you get off early. Li Yao hurriedly said, Hey, don't, this is better exempted. You introduced me to it, so can I watch it? Sumu Shui hurriedly said, What, questioning my aesthetic vision is it? Although, the boy I introduced you to is certainly no match for my husband in terms of looks and talent and all that. But then again, you shouldn't feel pressured. I've never met a guy who's better than my husband anyway, and I'm sure there won't be one of those either. After hearing these words from Sumu Shui next to him, Li Yao, who was sitting next to him, spread her hands and mumbled. Come on, Muyuki, you're doing it again. Isn't it true that you'd die if you didn't brag about your husband in 3 sentences? Sumu Shui smiled cheekily, Sorry, get used to it. Li Yao rolled her eyes. Forget it, there's really nothing I can do about you. Li Yao got up, then said, There's nothing else going on, right? If there's nothing, I'll go back first. I was just with my parents when you called me. It's been a long time since I'd been home, and it's not easy to make a trip home to spend some time with my parents and have to be called all the way here by you. Sumu Shui hurriedly said, Yao, don't be in such a hurry to go home, just stay with me for a few more hours. By evening time, you'll be ready to go. Otherwise, it's really boring and uninteresting for me to be alone at home. No one even talks to me. How boring. Sumu Shui looked at Li Yao and said, Why don't you sit down first, Yao? I'll go and get you something to drink from the fridge. We still have a lot of snacks, desserts and stuff at home. Just watch a few hours of TV dramas with me, whatever you like, idol dramas, or costume dramas, take your pick. I'm sure I won't grab the remote control from you. Li Yao smiled helplessly, Well, there's really nothing I can do about you, so I'll stay with you for a few more hours. After watching TV for half an hour, Sumu Shui suddenly spoke, then looked at Li Yao with a serious expression. Yo, let me ask you something very important. Li Yao asked curiously, What's so important? Sumu Shui opened her mouth and asked, That is? What do you think? How is my husband this person? I want to hear your honest assessment. Mainly from the face and career and so on, comprehensive evaluation. I want to hear the truth, not a bit of water in it. Come on. Li Yao had a look of despair on her face, thanks to the fact that she was listening in a serious manner. After all that, the talk was about her husband Lin Feng again. Desperate. Mu Shui, it's not that I'm talking about you having a husband. Look what you've gotten yourself into. You're not asking a question, you're just showing off in reverse, okay? Your husband Lin Feng's face value, so high, and you're asking me? As for the cause, don't even need me to answer that. Go to the internet and do a random search and it gives you the results. Mu Shui, you're deliberately showing off in front of me, aren't you? What a mind you have. Li Yao skimmed her mouth and mentioned her opinion. Sumu Shui hurriedly explained, No, Yao, you misunderstood my meaning. I really don't have that meaning. I'm simply asking you what you think of my husband. Or maybe I should ask, my husband in this condition now. Aren't I a bit unworthy of him? Li Yao was a bit confused. Mu Shui, why do you think so? Mainly because, you see my husband now, with such a successful career, getting better and better in every way. I feel like I'm a little bit too good for him. Li Yaoyao was a bit speechless. Come on, Mu Shui, you used to be a very confident person. When have you ever seen such low self-esteem? Probably because, in front of the person you like, you always feel that you are not good enough for him. Su Mu Shui replied. Li Yaoyao followed up with, I can understand if you put it that way. But then, don't you dare think that. There's no such thing as a match, there's only likes and dislikes. For example, when Lin Feng had just graduated from college, you proposed to him. Lin Feng at that time was not as successful in his career as he is now. At that time, he was still just a college graduate with not much of a career. But didn't you, then, resent him? Put your heart in the right place, and he certainly wouldn't have it either. If you ask me, you married girls, I don't know what you think about all day long. It's either face anxiety or feeling like you don't deserve your significant other. Su Mushue said, there's no way, because it's too important, so I'm worried about losing it. However, I do think that Lin Feng definitely won't, so feel free to rest assured. Though that said, I haven't been in contact with Lin Feng for long. However, a comprehensive evaluation of his decision-making in the running of the company, including his behavior in everyday life, and his own personality. Indeed a good man, no doubt. Alas, Mu Shui, I have to say you've managed to make me envious. When it comes down to it, I admit that even someone like me, who doesn't aspire to be married, is sour. Su Mushue smiled cheekily. Hearing you say that makes me feel much more comfortable in my heart. How about that? I'm making sense, right? So yeah. Never have any anxiety. I'll put it to you this way, Mushu. I'm telling you, don't look at me though I'm still a bachelor. But then, in my past experience with relationships, I honestly feel that two people should never be anxious or have low self-esteem in a relationship. Rather, it's about being confident and relying on that to attract each other to each other, and that's what's important. So be confident. Li Yaoyao looked at Su Mushue very seriously. And continued to persuade. Besides, you was one of the best-looking girls at the potluck tonight. Should have been more confident. Just like you said, you went over tonight, but you went to support Lin Feng's face. What's the point of comparing if even you get anxious first? Maybe, Lin Feng and his brother's girlfriends don't have the same face value as you. But people are confident, and that kind of confidence exudes the most charismatic aura. Su Mushue nodded, then said, Yao Yao, you're right. Can't see it. Li Yaoyao had a puzzled expression on her face and asked curiously, can't see what? I can't tell, you're not usually good, but when you analyze a problem, you have a set of skills. I didn't realize that you had quite a level of speech. Li Yaoyao rolled her eyes, then said, Che, see what you're saying? That's because you didn't have a vision before. I'm already a good speaker, okay? Being praised by Su Mushue so much, Li Yaoyao was obviously a bit floored. Chapter 111. We are very tolerant. In the meantime, inside a pool room, Lin Feng and a few others played pool for a few hours. In half an hour it will be 6 o'clock in the evening. At this time, Lao Chao put the cue aside, then sat down on the table and said, Lao Lin, we've been playing pool all afternoon, we're tired enough. Why don't we get ready and leave here? Go to your starred sea restaurant. We, brothers, have rarely eaten in such a luxurious restaurant. And, it's a restaurant by the sea. Looks like I can get more of your light this time, huh? When I was in college in Binhai, who could have imagined that years later, that 5-star restaurant on the sea would be acquired by old Lin? Who could have imagined that? Everyone nodded and then said, indeed, never in my wildest dreams. Lin Feng nodded, then said, alright, then let's set off now. I'll send a message to Mu Shui and ask her if she's done with her work. We'll head out after she returns the message. Old Chao and Old Ma both nodded their heads and said, okay, no problem, then you can send a message to schoolgirl Su first to ask what's going on. Lin Feng nodded. Immediately after that, he took out his cell phone and sent a message over to Su Mu Shui. Muyuki, we've finished playing pool and it's getting dark. We were just about to head for the restaurant. Pack up and get over there early too, don't be late. Inside the villa's living room, Su Mushue and Li Yaoyao watched TV all afternoon. After receiving the message from Lin Feng, he hurriedly typed a reply and said, okay hubby, no problem. I'll have Yo-Yo drive me there, you guys come early too. When we arrive, I'll have Zoe and the girls make the arrangements. By the time you guys get here, the food should all be served. After Su Mushue finished typing. Immediately afterward, Lin Feng replied, no problem. Then you go over there early. Okay hubby, bye for now then, I'll see you at the restaurant later. Su Mushue smiled cheekily, then scratched out WeChat. After chatting, Li Yaoyao, who was sitting next to Su Mushue, opened her mouth and asked, Mushue, what's wrong, were you chatting with Lin Feng just now? What is it, did I tell you to go to the cafeteria for dinner? Let's go then, just as it's getting dark, I should get back. There were plans for the evening, to have dinner with my parents. Su Mushue smiled, nah, no problem. It's just that later on, I'll have to trouble you to send me on a trip to the restaurant. Li Yaoyao opened her mouth and asked, is it that sea restaurant? Su Muxue nodded. Yes, it's that restaurant, how is it, no problem. Li Yaoyao smiled and nodded before answering. Of course there's no problem. Come on, let's get going. After Li Yaoyao finished speaking, she directly walked out of the living room and came outside the villa. After getting into the car and sitting in the main driver's seat. When Su Muxue locked the door and got into the passenger side, then said, let's go. Soon, Li Yaoyao drove her car and set off towards Lin Feng's Sea restaurant. Meanwhile, after chatting with Su Muxue ended, Lin Feng then looked at the people in the pool room and said, alright, Muxue has finished her work and is on her way to the restaurant at this time, let's set off as well. I estimate that Muxue should be able to arrive like 10 minutes ahead of us. Old Chow said, good, then what are we waiting for, let's go. Leave the pool room. A few people headed toward the Sea restaurant. Old Chow and Old Ma and the two of them reacted in a way that was still relatively normal. A face of anticipation. But Wang Bo, who was next to him, was in despair. It's almost time to get to the restaurant. He could already imagine the miserable scene at the dinner table, where everyone had girlfriends and he was the only one sitting alone on the sidelines. Once he imagined that picture, even he felt a little heartbroken. Hey! Wang Bo couldn't help but sigh. Next to him, Old Ma opened his mouth and asked, Old Wang, what are you sighing for a good reason? Old Chow also hastened to say, yeah, since we graduated from college, it's rare that a few of us can have time to get together. What a rare opportunity this is, aren't you spoiling it for all of us by sighing at this time? That's right, so Old Wang, you can't be like that when we get to the table later. Wang Bo sighed and said, ugh, you guys still have the nerve to say that. Have you forgotten? What did we say back when we were in college? Old Ma and Old Chow, both of them, glanced at each other, obviously not knowing which thing Wang Bo was talking about. Wang Bo opened his mouth and said, at that time, we all promised that we wouldn't talk about our girlfriends in the future, that we would each fight for our careers, and that when we reached old age, our brothers would be in a nursing home. And then a piece of peace and quiet, playing LOL together, and then the king together. And I've been longing for it for a long time. And what happens, it's only been a month or two since you graduated and you've forgotten all about it. When he said this, Wang Bo's expression couldn't be more heartbreaking. He said with a speechless face, alas, you traitors, one by one, all of you have taken off, leaving me a bachelor. Summoner's Canyon, just my lonely figure. Do ye bear it? Wang Bo was on the verge of tears as he spoke. Immediately after that, the two men, Old Ma and Old Chow, looked at each other and then said, Lao Wang in fact. We are very tolerant. Hearing both of their replies, Wang Bo became even more desperate. After all these years of brotherly love, it's a mistake to pay for it after all. Chapter 112, A Woman's Mouth, a Deceitful Ghost. See this scene. The girls next to him couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Ha, I'm laughing my ass off, look at them, they're not bad losers. Who says it isn't? Damage like this, I've never really seen it before. Every single one of the men and women present had a gloating expression on their faces. Lin Feng was the only one who tapped Wang Bo twice on the shoulder. It's alright, old king. It doesn't matter that you're the only single dog in the room, though. You can be a witness to our happiness. At first, Wang Bo was a bit touched. Thought Lin Feng was comforting himself. It turned out that when I heard the latter, I realized that I was overthinking it. Where's the comfort in that? Have you ever seen someone comforting people like Lin Feng? Hearing Lin Feng's words, a few people next to him started laughing again. People have spoken up and said, look how damaging that is. The two men, Old Ma and Old Chow, followed suit and patted Wang Bo's shoulder twice. How's it going, old king? Now you know who's been good to you, don't you? Wang Bo had a desperate expression, come on, you're all the same. On the way to the restaurant. The entire time, Wang Bo had a bitter expression on his face. He could only pin his hopes on Su Muxue now. Ho! Su schoolgirl can help introduce herself to a girlfriend who was good-looking and good-tempered and talented. When the time came, he would have to show off in front of this group of detractors before he could do so. No matter what, I'll get back the pent-up anger I received today. Wait and see, you guys. Wang Bo thought darkly in his heart. The other side. Li Yaoyao had already driven her car and drove Su Muxue to the entrance of that sea restaurant. After getting out of the car in front of the restaurant, Li Yaoyao looked at Su Muxue. Muxue, it's already in front of the restaurant. Go over there by yourself, I'm going back to have dinner with my parents too. After Su Muxue unbuckled her seatbelt, she got out of the car and then waved her hand with Li Yaoyao through the car window. Su Muxue revealed a smile. Yao, thank you for today, I let you help me dress up for several hours in the morning, and it also delayed your beauty sleep. And what about around noon, you stayed with your parents and I called you over to talk and chat with me. Now I'm bothering you to drive me here again. I feel a little embarrassed to be your best friend and sister after bothering you 3 or 4 times this day. Hearing Su Muxue's words, Li Yaoyao couldn't help but roll her eyes. Somewhat breathlessly, he spoke, come on, you'd be embarrassed? I don't believe it, women's mouths lie to ghosts. I'm serious, not kidding you. Su Muxue looked at Li Yaoyao with a serious expression. Then continued, so what, Yao Yao, listen to me. If you have anything to do in the future, just ask me. Wherever I can be of use to me, Sumu Shue. When she said this, Sumu Shue patted her chest and swore her assurance. Go through fire and water. Hearing Sumu Shue say this, Li Yao Yao skimmed her mouth and looked at her somewhat speechlessly. Okay, got it, let's meet on the bone here. Come on in, I should get back too, it's already this time of the day, my parents are still waiting for me at home for dinner. Sumu Shue gave an okay gesture, indicating that there was no problem. Waving his hand towards Li Yao Yao. Then in that case, Yao Yao, be safe on your way back and drive carefully. Li Yao Yao smiled slightly, okay, don't worry, I'll send you a message when I get home. Sumu Shue nodded, well nah, plus there's that, after this gathering is over. If it works out well, I'll take you to dinner someday as a special thank you for helping me dress up and adjusting my dressing style. Li Yao Yao smiled and opened her mouth. Really? That's for sure, when have I ever told a lie? Li Yao Yao was somewhat speechless, then looked at Sumu Shue. Who was the one who swore to me on the phone this morning that he was going to buy me dinner after he helped her pick out her clothes? Sumu Shue opened her mouth and asked, didn't I invite you to dinner? Li Yao Yao was speechless, you did invite, the question is what did you invite me to eat? Is that level of breakfast good enough for me to stay up all morning and shop with you for a couple hours? It's not even enough to pay for the hard work, okay? Sumu Shue smiled cheekily, alright, don't worry, I'm serious this time. Absolutely buy you a great meal. I'm true to my word, and I definitely won't go back on my word this time, so don't worry about it. If you really can't, then I'll still invite you to dine at this sea restaurant of my husband's, and treat you with the highest standard of hospitality, that's always fine, isn't it? After hearing this statement from Sumu Shue, Li Yao Yao then nodded, alright, that's more or less the same. Then it's decided, I'll go first. After all is said and done. Li Yao Yao then closed the window and drove off. Sumu Shue stayed where she was and watched Li Yao Yao drive away before walking into the middle of the restaurant. Just after walking into the restaurant, the manager and the employees greeted them and then greeted Sumu Shue. Mrs. Lin, you're here, please come in. By the way, Mr. Lin didn't come? Are you alone? The restaurant manager asked with a puzzled look on his face. The employees next to him were also curious. Sumu Shue replied, he's in the back, he hasn't arrived yet. There are a couple friends besides the two of us. Get us a private room, please. Sumu Shue beamed. The manager nodded and immediately ordered it. Xiaoro, you quickly take Mrs. Lin to the private room upstairs. Same as always, top of the line private room. I'll wait here for Mr. Lin. Xiaoro bowed slightly, okay manager, I'll take Sister Mu Shue up. After saying that, Xiaoro smiled faintly and said to Sumu Shue, Sister Mu Shue, since that's the case, then you should come with me first. Sumu Shue nodded her head and nodded, aha good. Led by Xiaoro, Sumu Shue arrived at the top-class private room upstairs. After arriving at the private room, Xiaoro bowed with a slight smile and said, Sister Mu Shue, here we are, should we order now? Or should we wait for Mr. Lin to come and order a piece? Sumu Shue said, order now, and when you come later, you can start eating directly. So? Zoe nodded. Immediately afterward, it continued, that's good. The menu is here, Sister Mu Shue, see what you want to eat. After Sumu Shue took over the menu, she took a general look at it, and then ordered some of the more dignified and expensive dishes. This time is different from the last time I invited my oldest sister. Eating with your own old sister in one piece, not caring about any face. But then, at this potluck, it was my husband's college buddies who were present, including their girlfriends. With so many people present, it was important to give face to the situation. Sumu Shue hurriedly said to Xiaoro, have one of all of these. And tonight, it's a get-together for your Mr. Lin and his college roommate. So order it down and make as much of a row as you can, if you know what I mean. Xiaoro bowed slightly, Sister Mu Shue, don't worry, I understand what you mean. I'll arrange it right away. Have the kitchen side, bring up all the highest profile dishes from our restaurant. Sumu Shue nodded, then looked at Xiaoro and said, well good, that's smart. Then I'll trouble you. Xiaoro shook her head, no, Sister Mu Shue, where are you talking about? The entire restaurant is owned by Mr. Lin, we are all just doing our part, how can there be any trouble or not? All as it should be. After saying that, Xiaoro looked at Sumu Shue and continued, that's it for now then. Sister Mu Shue, you wait here first, I'll go down and order the kitchen to have them prepare. Sumu Shue nodded, well okay, no problem, go ahead. Okay, Sister Mu Shue. Zoe said, I'll go down first then. After going downstairs, he immediately went to the kitchen and explained the dishes that Sumu Shue had ordered. After doing this, Ro returned to the lobby on the first floor. At this time, the manager opened his mouth and asked, Xiaoro, how's it going, has Chief Lin's wife ordered all the food? Zoe nodded, then looked at the manager and replied, yes, manager, the order was just taken. The manager looked at Ro and followed up with, so, did you account for it? It's just been accounted for. When Ro finished speaking, the manager stopped speaking and just faintly hummed. Then he stood at the door of the hall, waiting for Lin Feng and the others to arrive. At this time, Sumu Shui, who was inside the private room, sent a message over to Lin Feng. Honey, I'm at the restaurant now, it's in the same private room we had last time, so when you guys get here, just go straight upstairs. The manager of the restaurant is waiting for you at the door. After Lin Feng received the message, he typed a reply, all the meals have been ordered, right? Well nah, it's all ordered, you guys can just come straight over. About how long will it take to get there? Sumu Shui typed and asked. Immediately afterward, Lin Feng immediately replied, it's almost there, in another 3 to 5 minutes, it should be there. Okay, I'll meet you guys here then. After chatting, Sumu Shui put her cell phone aside and then waited inside the private room. Sumu Shui waited in the private room for about 7 or 8 minutes. Lin Feng, a few of them, had already arrived at the restaurant. Just as he entered, the manager of the restaurant took the initiative to greet him. Mr. Lin, you're here, please come inside, your wife is already waiting for you in the private room upstairs. I'll take you up. This way. The restaurant manager smiled, then walked ahead to lead the way. Lin Feng and the others followed behind and walked upstairs together. At this time, Lao Chao took a look at the decor of this restaurant and the tableware set up inside. It's not bad for a restaurant by the sea, the level of grandeur is just not the same. Not to mention, a 5-star restaurant. Chapter 113, Beginning of the Dog Abuse Session. A few minutes later. The crowd then arrived in the middle of the private room where Sumu Shui was. After walking into the private room, the cold dishes were already up, as for the hot dishes and whatnot. It still needs to be done for a while and then it's on. The manager bowed and said, Mr. Lin, please be patient for a little longer. The food is already cooking, I'll go get you some wine, what would you like to drink? Red or white wine? How about a wine bar? We have a collection of red wine in the restaurant and it's still 72 years old. Shall I bring it up? Lin Feng was about to say yes when he opened his mouth. Next to them, Old Chow and Old Ma both said, Old Lin, forget about the red wine, we're all laymen and can't taste anything good or bad. Not to mention the fact that it's a 72-year-old, so it must be old and expensive, so forget about it. It's a bit too wasteful to give us a drink, let's sell it to the guests. I can hear that a bottle of 72-year-old foreign red wine can cost tens of thousands of dollars, or even over $100,000. It's too expensive to drink. Wang Bo, who was next to him, also looked at Lin Feng in a hurry. That's right, Old Lin, Old Ma, and Old Chow are right. I think we'll just have a beer, or something like that time in college. Get 2 cases of beer and drink him up. Old Ma, Old Chow, what do you say? Old Ma and Old Chow both nodded their heads. Yes, that's right, that's what we mean. Any brand of beer will do. Lin Feng nodded, then said, alright then, since you all said so, then I'll listen to you. Lin Feng looked at the manager of the restaurant and ordered, hear that, 2 cases of beer. Okay, 2 cases of beer is it? No problem, I'll go get it for you. After that, the restaurant manager went downstairs and brought up 2 cases of beer. Coming up with the restaurant manager, there was also the waitress, Zoe. Came up with a couple plates of hot food. After placing it on the dining table, Xiaorou bowed slightly, please enjoy your meal, everyone. At the same time, the restaurant manager said to Lin Feng, Mr. Lin, then you guys enjoy yourselves, we'll leave you alone and go down first. For the rest of the dishes, I'll have Xiaorou bring them up to you when they're ready on the kitchen side. The restaurant manager glanced at Xiaorou, let's go down, don't disturb Mr. Lin and his party. Yes, manager. After the restaurant manager and Zoe left the private room, the entire atmosphere in the private room was instantly enlivened. First of all, it was Old Ma and Old Chow, who took the initiative to open their mouths and said, Schoolgirl Sue, haven't seen you in a month or two, you seem to be prettier than when you first graduated. That's right, I have to say that our old Lin is really blessed. Even Wang Bo, who had just met Sumu Shui yesterday, was in a daze at this time. What happened to Schoolgirl Sue's style of dress? It had to be said that this kind of sweet dressing was really suitable for Sumu Shui. Therefore, after Wang Bo saw Sumu Shui in this outfit, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up, Sister Mu Shui, I didn't expect to see you for only half a day. The difference in your style of dress has changed so much. Worthy of being the #1 ranked schoolgirl in our school. In terms of temperament and face value, it's absolutely crushing. No matter what style of dress, it's perfectly manageable. One word to describe it, bull. Next to Old Ma and Old Chow, the two of them also spoke up, yes. Old Lin, Old Lin, you are truly envied and hated. Look at you, graduating from college and marrying such a beautiful wife as Schoolmarm Sue. And what's more, it's such a successful career now. If Schoolgirl Sue gives you another baby in the near future, then you're really a winner in life, Old Lin. Envious. Old Lin, you don't know how much we envy you. After hearing their compliments to herself, Sumu Shui felt happy in her heart. It wasn't just because complimenting herself was beautiful, but seeing Lin Feng's expression at this time. Obviously, there's a sense of flaunting pride. When Sumu Shui also noticed that this expression appeared on Lin Feng's face, it was only then that Sumu Shui felt that this whole day's dressing had not been in vain. And at this time, Cici and a few of the girls also spoke up. Schoolgirl Sue, wow, you're really pretty. I'm Old Ma's girlfriend. I'm Old Chow's girlfriend. Schoolgirl Sue, we're all alumni, you probably don't remember much about us.
But then, we've been admiring your popularity in our university for a long time, including your academic performance and other aspects.
I didn't think we'd be here today, meeting you this way.
From now on, we're all friends, so please take care of us. Sumu Shue smiled faintly. Of course, please take care of yourselves as well.
Definitely. After a few girls greeted each other, followed by Old Chow and Old Ma, a few of their boys have opened their mouths and said, okay, we don't have to be polite, we are all on our own, don't pay attention to this.
Everyone sit down. That's right, all sit down, all are our own people, do not organize this, polite this out. The girls all sat down and sat in one piece. And the boys sit together and drink and paddle and stuff.
Come on, let's all raise our glasses.
I propose we make a toast to Old Lin, what do you say? First of all, what about thanking the old forest for treating us so graciously? And in this 5-star restaurant by the sea, such a luxurious dining room, such a lavish private room. That's a lot of cards to give. After the old horse took the lead, Old Chow, who was next to him, also hastened to say, that's right, everyone raised their glasses. After a drink. The wine glass had just been put down when Lao Chow opened his mouth and started the dog abuse session again. Hey, by the way, speaking of our dormitory. At the moment it seems that all but the old king are off the hook. And it's really rare to get together here today. You guys say it isn't. But then again, old king, you need to get a grip. Wang Bo's expression was incomparably desperate at this time. His grandmother's? Is it finally getting to the dog abuse part? At this time, Wang Bo really hated to escape from this place. Don't play like that. Is it appropriate for a bunch of you guys with dates to hit me, a single dog, like this? Immediately after, Sumu Shue opened her mouth and said, alright, let's not joke about Wang Bo, it's rare for everyone to get together, eat and drink more, having fun is most important. After saying that, Sumu Shue showed a smile on her face and then said to Wang Bo, don't be upset either. Everyone's messing with you, no offense. But then again, I do have a nice girl here who is also quite good looking, has a nice body, and has a fairly successful career. The name is Li Yao Yao, if there's a chance someday, I'll introduce you guys to each other. Chapter 114 What if she goes blind? Sumu Shue's words had just fallen. Wang Bo's entire body instantly became agitated. Without saying a word, he picked up his glass on the spot and gulped it down. Immediately afterward, he opened his mouth and said, Sister Mu Shue, I have to say, it's still you who's the best. Introduce me to girlfriends, unlike a couple of them guys. Only knows how to hit me. With those words, Wang Bo rushed at Lin Feng again. Old Lin, I have to say, schoolgirl Sue is really nice. You've married such a good wife, so you should treasure her. If you don't treat schoolgirl Sue well, let's not talk about anything else, just me as a brother, I can't stand to watch from the sidelines, you know? Next to him, Lin Feng was also a bit helpless. Fine, I know. Nothing but. Lin Feng's words changed. Everyone in the room rose up with wide eyes. Wang Bo was also a bit curious and asked, only what? At this time, everyone's gazes flocked to Lin Feng with the same look of curiosity. Only at this time, Lin Feng said indifferently, only, that Li Yao Yao. To be honest, people may not look at you all Lao Wang. I've seen it before when I was at the office. Although it is, say, not as good as our Mu Shue, it is still a very good girl. The chances of seeing you aren't great. Lin Feng had just finished speaking. The boys and girls next to them, Old Chow and Old Ma and CC and the girls, instantly filled the room with laughter. Not bad for a bunch of damaged goods. Isn't that a bit much to hit like that? We haven't even met yet, how do you guys know that Yo-Yo Li doesn't like you? Sumu Shue comforted, don't be discouraged, be confident. How do you know if it works unless you try? What if she's blind and happens to have her eye on you? Then don't you earn it? Hearing this, Wang Bo was instantly confused. Schoolflower Sue, how come even you are undermining me like this? Lin Feng and a few of them burst out laughing on the spot. I have to say, Mu Shue, your level of undermining people is really something. Look at this face of our old king, it instantly darkened. I can't, I'm going to die laughing. Sumu Shue's intention was not to strike, but to actually comfort. But the wording wasn't quite right, so it gave them the wrong idea. So he hastily added, no, don't misunderstand me, I just want to say that I'm bold enough to try it out. Anyway, Yao Yao doesn't have a boyfriend, and your personalities are quite similar. Maybe we can get together, and anyway, even if it doesn't work out, you don't have anything to lose, do you? Well, if you'd like, I'll set you up some other time. Sumu Shue's words had just finished, and the Wang Bo in front of him instantly had his heart moved again. But after all, in front of so many people, and embarrassed to show too much enthusiasm, worried about being laughed at by this group of losers. So pretending to be calm, he said, yes. Then meet. Old Ma, who was sitting next to Wang Bo, opened his mouth at this time and flirted with him. Old Wang, look at that expression on your face. I'm genuinely at a loss for words to say hello. Obviously I want to, but I'm not too good at it, are I? Lao Chao said at this time, Lama, not me to say you, this person is all good, is sometimes too honest.
If you say that, aren't you clearly putting our old king down?
Look at the expression on our old king's face at this time, how embarrassing, satisfied you.
Ha ha.
Old Ma hurriedly shook Wang Bo's hand and pretended to look sorry.
Old Wang, you look really embarrassed.
I'll be careful next time, for sure.
This party tonight is the first official get-together since graduation, though. Everyone is happy. After all, old friends are reunited.
Only, Wang Bo was the most miserable one. It was agreed that we would all be single to the end, so after graduation, he wasn't even in a hurry to find someone.
Unexpectedly. At this roommate party, he was the only one without a date. The clown is me?
This one sells teammates, what a sinkhole. The worst part is having to watch them spilling dog food one by one, even hitting themselves and flirting like crazy.
Not a bad bunch of losers. Are you guys still human?
It's so hard for schoolgirl Sue to introduce herself to a girl and have to be flirted with by them.
It's really bad.
Alright, everyone, don't flirt with old Wang either. Speaking of which, Li Yaoyao is still Mu Shue's BFF, quite a nice girl indeed. Although to be honest, it really doesn't necessarily look good for our old king, but it's just like what Mu Shue said.
There's nothing to lose by trying. In case.
When Lin Feng said this, he immediately added, what if she's blind and really has her eye on our old king?
Then, old Wang, won't you make a fortune? After hearing these words from Lin Feng,
Wang Bo's mood at this moment could be described as mixed feelings.
The words are good, why does it sound so awkward? No, old Lin, are you undermining me, or are you undermining me?
That's clever, you heard all that? Lin Feng admitted it graciously.
Put. Next to Su Muxue and CC, a few of their girls couldn't help but laugh.
Old Chow and Old Ma, not to mention the two of them, were close to doubling over on the floor laughing on the spot.
Okay, no kidding. Let's all raise our glasses and go one more time.
At this time, Lin Feng took the lead and raised his glass, then looked at everyone and said,
when you're done clinking, drink from your glass. Immediately after that, no more flirting with Wang Bo. It is better to talk about the interesting things when you were studying and reminisce that time of youth. About 2 or 3 hours later, by about 10 p.m., the meal is over.
Since a few of them came to Marina from out of town, there was no place to stay at night, so when he came to the lobby on the first floor, Lin Feng specially explained to the manager to help prepare a few rooms. The manager bowed slightly. Alright Mr. Lin, leave this matter to me, I'll go arrange it right away. After the manager nodded, he immediately looked at Ro next to him. Hurry up and make arrangements. Xiao Ro said, okay manager, we'll go arrange the accommodation right away.
Although this is a sea restaurant, it also has its own accommodation service.
It's basically thousands of dollars for a one-night stay, and tens of thousands for a deluxe room.
It's a 5-star restaurant, after all.
Everyone, please follow me, this way. Xiao Ro said with a smile. Before going to the residence with Xiao Ro, Old Xiao and Old Ma, a few of them, all spoke up and said, Old Lin, then we'll go over there first. By this time tomorrow, we'll be heading back. Let's get together again next time we have a chance. But I'll trouble you for what I asked you to do before.
If under your company's umbrella there are jobs for us, remember to say hello.
We also want to stay in Binhai Development so that in the future we can often get together, how good?
Old Wang, Old Ma, what do you say? Old Ma and also Wang Bo nodded their heads.
Lin Feng nodded and said, don't worry. I'll keep an eye out for you guys tomorrow when I go to work on Monday.
I'll let you know to come over when we have the results.
But when you guys get back tomorrow, make arrangements early too. They nodded their heads and said, yes, don't worry about that. After that, they followed Ro to the residence of this sea restaurant.
Chapter 115 Precious Friendship. After seeing them off,
the restaurant manager stepped forward and rushed at Lin Feng.
Mr. Lin, it's getting late. Why don't I have the chauffeur drive you and the missus back?
Lin Feng waved his hand, then looked at the restaurant manager and said, no need, I drank a lot of wine tonight, my head is a bit dizzy right now. I want to take a walk, no need to drive us. It's getting late, so you guys should hurry up and get off work too. The manager bowed, okay Mr. Lin, let's pack up and get off work right away. After saying that, Lin Feng looked at Su Muxue who was next to him.
Muxue, let's go back early too.
Of course when Lin Feng said the words here, Su Muxue next to him nodded slightly, okay hubby, let's go home. It just so happens that I had a few drinks with C and the other girls while we were at the table.
I'm also a bit dizzy now, so it's nice to walk home.
Su Muxue took Lin Feng's arm, then smiled slightly, let's go. When Lin Feng and Su Muxue left the restaurant manager, as well as the other employees all spoke up, Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, slow down. When they left, the manager glanced at the employees behind him.
Well, it's late. Everyone mop the floor and get off. It's been a hard day for you guys.
Employees have stated, no, where's the word, it's our part of the job. The manager nodded with a bland expression, well, let's all get moving and try to finish mopping the floor in 5 minutes and get off work.
Okay manager.
After that, the employees of the restaurant all started to pick up the dunnage cloths and began to clean and mop the floor.
It was finally done a few minutes later, and then off in order. And this time, Lin Feng and Su Muxue had arrived near the square. When she passed by that pool room, Su Muxue pointed it out and then said to Lin Feng, "Hubby, did you guys play at this pool room this afternoon?" After Su Muxue finished saying this, Lin Feng immediately replied, "Yeah, this is the place we played pool this afternoon. Why, what's wrong?" Su Muxue shook her head, "No, just casually asking." "Then again, honey, I've never seen you play ball before, it must be pretty cool, huh? It's just a shame, I didn't get to see it, it's such a shame." When she said this, Su Muxue beamed her little mouth. Lin Feng laughed and said, "Who can blame you for this? You can only blame yourself, who told you not to come?" Su Muxue grunted and laughed, then glanced at Lin Feng. "Wasn't that me trying to get you to compete at the potluck tonight?" Seeing his wife stunning the room with this scene, "I would have come if it weren't for that. I'd really like to see what my husband looks like when he plays pool." Su Muxue sighed, "AI, it's such a pity that I didn't see it." Lin Feng smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, it's not so bad this time." Su Muxue nodded, then said, "Well, so it is. By the way, honey, let's be serious. How would you evaluate, from an objective point of view, my performance tonight at this gathering of ours? Can I describe it as stunning?" Lin Feng hurriedly replied, "Of course, it's simply stunning. Especially old Chow and old Ma and a few of them, they were all dumbfounded on the spot. Especially old Wang, he just met you yesterday. Even he was surprised. It seems that Muxue, this sweet dress, it really quite suits you. You're going to wear this style of dress a lot from now on, okay, promise me. What about from today onwards, don't wear those styles of clothes you used to wear, they don't suit you very well. Look at this style and how good it looks on you. It's really cute." Lin Feng smiled helplessly, "I really don't know what you used to think, you're obviously one of those sweet-looking girls, but you dress yourself up so fashionably and maturely. Is it so that you can, within the company, establish yourself as a high-flying person? Have the staff in awe of you? There's no need, promise me you'll wear this style from now on, okay?" Su Muxue smiled cheekily, then nodded her head obediently, "Yeah, no problem, I promise you. Actually, seriously, I didn't think I'd look this good in this kind of dress, not to mention you guys, even I'm stunned." After the words were said, Lin Feng nodded slightly, "Alright then, it's a deal then, no backing out." Su Muxue hurriedly opened her mouth, no backtracking, isn't it just changing your dressing style? It's just such a small thing, what's the point of backtracking, really? Don't worry. In the future, I'll change this style, he. At the same time, Su Muxue couldn't help but think darkly in her heart. Gee, it's not really obvious. That yo-yo guy really has a way with aesthetics. Not bad, looks like I'll have to treat her to a big rub someday and thank her. Speaking of Li Yao. Su Muxue suddenly looked at Lin Feng, then spoke. "Hubby, do you think Yao will like your brother Wang Bo? To be honest, Yao that person is quite discerning, although at the dinner table, I promised to help Wang Bo introduce his girlfriend. But I'm not so sure." When Su Muxue said this, Lin Feng smiled, "It's fine, it's not what you said, anyway, if it doesn't work out old Wang won't suffer. What if Li Yao is blind and really looks at him? Doesn't he just make a killing?" Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, Su Muxue couldn't help but burst out laughing. Covering her mouth, she then laughed, "Hubby, I have to say, you guys can be a pretty damaging bunch, no less. Tonight at the dinner table, look how you guys undermined Wang Bo. It's just that they don't have girlfriends, look at you guys, flirting with them over a meal. Even I can't watch it." Lin Feng laughed, It's fine, we're all on our own. Besides, the main reason we flirted with him wasn't just because of that. Rather, we did make a pact when we were in college. That means, all single for life afterward, and in old age, go to a nursing home together, play LOL, and live in peace. As it turned out, everyone in our dorm was off the hook and didn't take the talk seriously at all. The only one who can't help but laugh at him is the old king who takes it seriously. That's too honest, isn't it? Su Muxue smiled helplessly, "You guys are so damaging. Seriously though, I kinda envy you guys." "Envy us?" Lin Feng was a bit surprised and asked, "Envy us for what?" "Though tonight, over dinner at the table. You guys have been flirting with Wang Bo, but it's obvious that your relationship that's quite good. So, I really think it's really precious to maintain such an ironclad friendship during my college years." Envious indeed. Unlike me, I hardly have any friends who are too close, except for Yo-Yo. For the most part, it's just superficial friends. Not to the point of being particularly nice. I envy you. Lin Feng smiled, "What about in the future, if you get on good terms with CC and the girls, won't that be enough?" Su Muxue smiled faintly, "Well then, don't worry, I'll get along with them. After all, they are your brother's girlfriends. We'll probably get together in one piece more often in the future. And tonight, the feeling I got from touching down with them was pretty good. The people are all pretty nice, they're all kind of real people, not climbers and vain like a lot of people are nowadays. Still quite polite and educated." Su Muxue and Lin Feng were chatting while walking home. Before I knew it, I had arrived at the doorstep. After returning home, When Sumu Shue finished her bath, the two of them exchanged a little more in-depth information. After all, today's Sumu Shue was dressed in a different style. There's something different about experiencing it. Chapter 116, Receiving the Prize Money. The next morning. Today, it's just about time to claim your prize. Before going to work, Lin Feng drove his car and brought Sumu Shue to the prize collection point. Looking at the staff inside, Lin Feng politely said, "Hello, I'm Lin Feng. You contacted me on the phone earlier and asked me to come over to collect my prize. But then, I was late in picking it up because of the problem of being busy at work. So plan on coming over this Monday." After the staff heard what Lin Feng said about the situation, he hastily nodded, then smiled, and said, "Mr. Lin, this way please then. I'll take you through the collection process and you can take your prize money with you." Lin Feng nodded, "Good." Then he looked at Su Mu Shui, who stayed where she was. "Mu Shui, I'll go check in with the staff. You be good here and wait for me. We'll go to work together when I get back." "Okay." Su Mu Shui nodded slightly, "Okay, yeah, of course there's no problem. You go ahead, husband. Don't keep people waiting. After all, it's a bonus that you should have come over and claimed a long time ago. It ended up dragging on for so long because of work. I reckon people are still wondering, how can someone win a prize and not come to pick it up for so long? Just how rich is this guy?" When the words came out, Su Mu Shui couldn't help but cover her mouth, then laughed. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "What, Mu Shui, are you being sarcastic?" "Sarcasm? Have you?" "I don't think so, I'm just being honest." Su Mu Shui grunted. "Besides, what I said was the truth. My husband is, indeed, really rich now. After all, even I, as a wife, don't know where you go to make so much money." Surprisingly, he bought out the Falklands Group without saying a word. "It's a shame, I thought you were short of money to start a business. So $20 million was taken out, and in order to support you in your business, $200 million was set aside for my father to give you as startup capital for the company. After all that, you're so rich. All the money to buy public companies. And when you get a bonus, you can't even spare the time to come over and get a paycheck. It looks like, honey, I really underestimated you before." When the words were said, Su Mu Shui's tone was obviously a bit deliberate, although not explicitly stated. But Lin Feng could hear the grumbling in her heart. Probably because the acquisition of the Falklands Group by itself was too sudden. It shocked Su Mu Shui. At the same time, I can't figure out that my own husband turned down a buyout from the MS Group. Besides, Winshan Technology is also in the development stage now, and it is not yet profitable. In that case, how could he possibly come up with that much money to acquire the Falklands Group? But when Lin Feng was asked, he stammered and refused to say anything. "Is it blaming yourself?" Lin Feng smiled helplessly and shook his head. "Alright, Mu Shui, I know you're being deliberately sarcastic, but don't worry. After a while, when everything is settled, I'll let you know. Only now, it's not the time." Su Mu Shui laughed helplessly and glared at him. "Alright, just kidding with you. Didn't really think I was angry, did you? I can't be surprised as a wife that my husband is so productive. How can you be angry? Alright, you quickly go with the staff of others to collect the prize money. You see how long they have been waiting around. Don't keep people from their work." Lin Feng nodded. Okay, I'll go in first then." Go. I'll be waiting for you at the door, just come straight out to me when you're done collecting." After all is said and done, Su Mu Shui then walked out and stood at the door waiting. After waiting for about half an hour, Lin Feng came out from inside. Then he tapped on Su Mu Shui's shoulder. "Okay, Mu Shui, the bonus has been claimed, it's fine. We can go." As he said this, Lin Feng took out his cell phone and looked at the time. "It looks like it's almost 8 o'clock and I'm going to be late for work. It's Monday. It's the start of a week and it's not good to be late as the owner of the company." Gone. The words had just finished being spoken when Lin Feng walked ahead. And Su Mu Shui, who stayed where she was, had a curious look on her face. While following up, she didn't forget to say, "Hubby, don't go so fast, wait for me. Come on, don't dawdle, you'll be late for work. Is it appropriate for you, as the company's project manager, to be late for work on a big Monday? What's more, haven't you always had a serious work ethic as your persona within the company? Why, you're trying to collapse your persona." Lin Feng pulled open the car door and started the car after sitting in the main driver's seat. Drove towards the Su Group of companies. Su Mu Shui, who was sitting on the co-pilot, asked with a curious face, "Hubby, what makes me more curious is how you just stayed inside for so long. How big is the amount of prize money won? I can't believe it's taking so long to do a procedure in the morning. Tell me quickly, how much is the prize money? I'm especially interested to know." Lin Feng was driving while looking at Su Mu Shui next to him. "You really want to know?" Su Mu Shui hurriedly nodded. "Of course. Just tell me. Don't sell yourself short, it's hard not to say the words when they come out. You don't want to be like last time. Let me wait a day and a night and then make the announcement." "Absolutely not. Otherwise, I'm going to be in really bad shape for the whole day. Or did you do it on purpose?"
Lin Feng laughed. Alright, I won't sell out this time. My cell phone is sitting right next to me. Take it over and look at it yourself.
Okay. Su Muxue nodded. Then he picked up Lin Feng's cell phone and looked at the arrival record.
Expressions go from calm to shock.
And then the unbelievable. It only took 5 seconds. 5 seconds later, directly Su Mushue's reaction was indeed something. What, hubby? This can't be a bonus that big? The whole 500 million? My god. Outrageous. When Su Mushue saw this, she asked with some curiosity, then, husband, have you ever thought about how to spend this bonus? What do you plan to use it for?
Lin Feng smiled and replied as he drove.
How do I spend it? Isn't that easy? Of course it's for a woman to spend.
When Su Mushue heard this, her face instantly changed drastically.
Then in a hurry, he asked, what? All this money, you're going to give it to a woman to spend? What woman are you going to spend it on? Chapter 117. You have to be gentle. Seeing Su Mushue with this expression,
Lin Feng knew that she must be imagining things again.
Honey, why are you so naive? This money of mine, of course, is for you women to spend. Who else could it be?
Su Mushue scratched his head and subconsciously smiled.
Right, roar too.
But how can I spend all that money by myself?
Or I think we'd better save this money. How about as a child-raising reserve for our future baby? A reserve for raising a baby?
Lin Feng was slightly stunned. The Su Mushue in front of her hastily nodded. Right, when the two of us have a baby in the future, of course there will be no shortage of daily expenses.
It would have been okay to have a girl. But what if it's a boy? Isn't it quite costly to get married or something in the future? That's why the two of us have to prepare a little bit ahead of time, don't you think? Lin Feng nodded. This is true. So yeah, the money would be perfect for a reserve. How was it? Is it good? Su Mushue looked at Lin Feng with a serious face and said.
Lin Feng smiled. This time of the year he was busy driving though.
But still, he glanced toward Su Mushue and returned, fine, no problem, whatever you say, I'll listen to you. Su Mushue smiled cheekily. Yeah, then it's a deal.
Well, I'll put that bonus on your card when we get to the office later.
You manage. Su Mushue was slightly stunned. This is the bonus you won, is it appropriate to give it to me to manage? Lin Feng bristled. What's inappropriate about that? After all, you are my wife. Not to mention, could I have won this prize if you hadn't suggested it in the first place?
So with that said, half the credit goes to you.
No. It should be all you.
After Su Mushue heard this, a smile instantly hung on her face.
Yeah.
Then don't worry, I'll take good care of the money. When we have a baby in the future, we'll take this money to raise the baby. As she said this, Su Mushue's face was covered in an expression of anticipation.
Not to mention, she really does want to be a mom a little bit. Maybe it's because of being married. Let yourself, a career woman, start to gradually give up your career. Looking forward to returning to the family.
I know what you're thinking, don't worry, I'm the one making the money. When he said this, Lin Feng took Su Mushue's hand. Su Mushue nodded. Then you have to work hard.
First day of work today, by the way. Do you need me to bring you lunch at noon?
Lin Feng shook his head, then looked at Su Mushue. No need, it's a bit too uneconomical to come all the way to the company to deliver a lunch.
It affects your work, not to mention. It's also weirdly troublesome. Su Mushue hurriedly said. Trouble? How could it be? It won't be. Better let me bring you lunch.
Lin Feng said. There's really no need, I'll just eat with the staff during lunch today.
So, okay then. You'll remember to tell me when you want to eat the lunch I brought you afterward.
I'll deliver it for you.
Lin Feng nodded. Well, no more talking so I don't interrupt your driving.
Su Mushue, who was sitting on the co-pilot, instantly fell silent at this time. A smile on his face. Just focus on driving.
It was about 10 minutes. Finally, we arrived in front of the Su Group's company building.
I should have gotten there earlier, but because it was a Monday, there was more traffic coming and going.
The road was stuck in traffic for a while. So arrived a little late. When she arrived at the company's entrance, Su Mushue pulled open the car door. Just got out of the car and then went to the window next to the main driver. Honey, drive carefully on the road then. I arrived and went into the office first.
Don't forget to message me if you're free during the day at work.
Okay?
Su Mushue smiled cheekily.
Today she was dressed up very nicely. After last night's moisturizing, the whole face, too, was slightly flushed.
Although the hairstyle has not changed, but the style of dress, but transformed into pure sweet route. The more Lin Feng looked, the more he felt. This wife of his own is like a heavenly fairy coming down to earth. It looks like his wife is really suited to this style. Lin Feng leaned against the car window, then couldn't help but flirt. Mushue, that said, you're really pretty in this kind of outfit.
In the evening, how about we exchange a few more words? Su Mushue rolled her eyes. Stinky husband, just knows how to bully me.
I couldn't stand being tossed around by you last night.
You're still coming tonight, huh? Lin Feng skimmed his mouth and laughed. What, my own wife, is it not okay to communicate? Sumushue hurriedly said, "It's not that I can't, it's that. You have to be gentle." Ha ha. Lin Feng laughed and snorted, "Alright, I know. Get to the office, you'll be late later." I should get back to the office too. Screw it, the company has a lot to go over today. And I promised old Chow and old Ma and a few of them during yesterday. Said that if they were free, they would help them ask if there were any other positions for them under the Falklands Group. They also want to come to Marina to develop. If they come to work in Marina as well, in the future, we, the brothers, will be able to see each other often. We can all keep in touch more often too. Sumushue nodded. In that case, then go to work. Bye. I'm going into the office. Lin Feng looked at her, then go into the company first, I'll watch you enter the company before I leave. Sumushue grunted, no, you drive away first, I want to watch you go. Lin Feng couldn't argue with her, so he had to drive off first. Only after seeing Lin Feng drive away did Sumushue walk inside the company. Only just after walking into the office. All the employees in the company's first floor lobby were instantly confused. When they saw Sumushue, they almost didn't react and thought they had blurred their eyes. This woman in front of her, was she really Sumushue? Is it really their Mr. So? Seriously? How can you have a weekend and change your whole personality? That's too much of a change in dressing style. My goodness. This innocent and sweet outfit. It's really so different from her previous high cool president's dress, ah. Seeing this scene, the employees present froze in place with a look of incredulity. Chapter 118 Sumushue's change. After walking into the company, Sumushue also noticed their differences. What, why are you guys looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with me today? Sumushue asked. Only at this time, many of the employees replied. No. Sister Mushue, I have to say, you're dressed up too beautifully today. It's so different from your old style of dressing. Sumushue smiled faintly, oh yeah? Then what do you guys think, do I look good like this, or did I look good like before? Several female employees said, of course it looks good like this. Really? Sumushue frowned slightly, then a questioning expression hung on her face, really, you guys don't want to flatter and fool me. The female employees in front of her shook their heads with a very sure expression. We didn't kiss ass, we meant what we said. Sister Mushue, we didn't lie to you, this kind of dress of yours is really special. Well, what to tell you? Anyway, I think it does suit you better when you're dressed in this innocent line. What we find curious, though, is how you remembered to change your style for a good reason. That's not the way you dressed in the company before, including your private style. In response to the curiosity of the employees, Sumushue smiled faintly, it's a secret for now, I can't tell you guys. Sister Mushue, how come? The female employees bristled. Got the curiosity up, only to not say anything at this time? That's a bit much. Sister Mushue, just tell us, why on earth did you suddenly change your dressing style? That's just it, it's especially interesting to know. And, Sister Mushue, you came to the company today, we sensed it from the moment you stepped through this door. You're very different today than you were before. Sumushue was a bit curious, oh yeah? Then why don't you guys tell us what's different? The female employee thought for a moment, then spoke slowly, I can't really say about that. Anyway, it just feels, it gives me a feeling, it's just different. I should say, Sister Mushue, today you seem to be a lot more easygoing than before. You used to be so serious when you were at the office. It's also relatively easygoing in private though off hours. But you're not seen like this during work hours. As the words came out, the female employee looked at the time on her watch. Look, it's 8:10, it's already work time. And Sister Mushue, you're still here talking to us. It's really different. Is it because of the marriage? I've often heard it said that the character of a girl who is married changes. Seeing you like this, Sister Mushue, I really believe it now. Sumushue was stunned, it's 8:10? Then I have to hurry back to the project department to work, today is Monday. There's a bunch of work waiting for me to get back to it. Well, I'm going to go upstairs first, and you guys have to work hard too, yo, come on. Sumushue smiled faintly, a bright smile on her face. It all made the female employees in the room look silly. I really haven't seen Sumushue like this before. Is this still the same Mushue sister who was always very serious in the company, especially during working hours and very strict? How can you come back from a weekend and look like a different person? The female employees who stayed put were in the middle of a whispered discussion. You guys, what the hell is wrong with Sister Mushue? After a weekend, there's too much change in attitude, and in company. A female coworker next to me nodded, indeed, I feel the same way. It's confusing. What's so confusing about this, it must be Sister Mushue's husband, giving her work in this area. The other female employees asked curiously, what does that say? I only heard the other party say immediately afterward, isn't this simple? You guys think about it. Our Sister Mushue's image in the company has always been that of a high cool female CEO though. And that's notoriously serious when it comes to work ethic.
Regarding this, not only the employees of our company, but also colleagues from other companies have heard about it.
But have you found out yet?
Ever since Sister Mu Shui got her license, especially recently, I just noticed that her work ethic isn't as serious as it used to be, and she doesn't seem to treat her employees as aggressively.
Don't you think so? Several of the female employees next to her nodded. It hadn't felt like much.
But from what you said, it seems like it does. During this period of time, it does seem like Sister Mu Shui is not as strict as she used to be in terms of her work ethic.
So yeah.
At this time, the woman continued, so draw a conclusion. A married woman's personality changes. Even our Sister Mu Shui will not be an exception.
That family status is showing.
What's more, Sister Mu Shui's her husband, Lin Feng, you all know what kind of attitude he has towards his employees, don't you?
If you don't know, you should have heard about it online on your cell phone, right? Colleagues in the room nodded, that's for sure.
The employee benefits of Wind God technology, that really can't be beat.
It's a fledgling company, though. And it's not currently profitable.
But the way Mr. Lin treats his employees, and the benefits he offers them, the pay, etc.
Not just the highest in the .com industry. Even our traditional industries are 1,000,000 times better. The co-worker over there continued, so yeah.
Sister Mu Shui is definitely influenced by her husband Lin Feng. That's why it's changed so much.
It looks like we'll be blessed in the future.
It's possible that our company's employee benefits, as well as paychecks, will be able to follow Winshan technology up the ladder.
If that's the case, that's really great.
It's really necessary to raise the welfare benefits of our company's employees to the kind of level of Wind God technology. When the time comes, all the colleagues from all the departments in our company must treat Mr. Lin to a meal.
Just saying. That's not true. Su's group was in the lobby on the first floor. The co-workers were whispering and discussing the changes in Su Mu Shui. Not only my colleagues on the first floor, but also the program staff. Colleagues in the program department at this time of year are also whispering. Strange, really.
It's already 8:10, why hasn't Sister Mu Shui come to work yet? I still have a lot of work on my hands and I'm waiting to make a report to Sister Mu Shui. If Sister Mu Shui doesn't come to the company, then how can I do the work at hand?
That said,
a few of her program colleagues had spoken up next to her, and they had noticed.
Especially since this time. The difference between Su Mu Shui and before was also too great. Used to be at the office on time before 8 o'clock. Now what? Being late and all that is just commonplace. However, just as they were gossiping and chatting about their last time, it just so happened that at this time, Su Mu Shui came to the project department and heard their discussion. That's going to scare the hell out of the employees. Chapter 119, What's Gotten Into You? Seeing Su Mu Shui appear, the employees were stunned. They hurriedly stood up and bowed to apologize. Sister Mu Shui. Oh no, Mr. Su, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
The employees were shocked on the spot and rushed to apologize to Su Mu Shui. Su Mu Shui had a dumbfounded expression on her face at this time, looking at these employees in front of her.
What are you guys doing? For good reason, you guys didn't make any mistakes, so why are you apologizing to me? What's wrong? Su Mu Shui asked with some perplexity.
The colleagues hurriedly said, Mr. Su, don't make fun of us.
We know it's wrong. It's business hours and we're not doing serious work. Instead, they're talking about something or other, touching fish and chatting about gossip. And the chat is still. You, Mr. Su. I'm sorry, we promised there won't be a next time. In fact, it's no wonder that my colleagues in the program department were so frightened.
Mainly because Su Mu Shui had, before, always asked for this. You should never gossip or talk about things that have nothing to do with work during work hours. After all, Su Mu Shui had taken a stand before. You can be bad at work, bad at productivity, but never bad at work attitude. Otherwise, you won't be spared a scolding. Or even if it's serious, you might get fired and invited out.
The company doesn't pay you to come to the office and gossip. That's why the employees are scared like this. Su Mu Shui hurriedly said, It's fine, what are you guys doing, making it seem like I'm so scary? Su Mu Shui tapped on the shoulders of a few of their employees. Okay, just don't gossip next time. Well, I mean, it's true that the workplace is pretty dull and boring, and it's okay to gossip once in a while. Only it's going to have to be tightened up a bit, at the very least, when you're done with your work. Talk at your leisure. After all, work is still the main focus during office hours. Su Mu Shui smiled faintly and didn't blame them. Okay. When the words came to this point, Su Mu Shui looked at one of the female employees. Regarding those few work items, have you finished dealing with them all on your end? The female employee in front of her froze. He waited a few seconds before responding with a quick nod. Sister Mu Shui, I've got it all done, just waiting for you to butt in and sign. Su Mu Shui nodded her head slightly. Well, good, in that case, come into the office with me. After all is said and done. Su Mu Shui looked at the other employees with a smile on her face. You guys focus on your work too. All the employees present responded, Yes, Sister Mu Shui. Subsequently, Su Mushue and that female employee walked into the middle of the office. Then get busy working on projects. And outside the office, all the colleagues in the project department all looked dumbfounded. Everyone looked at each other. Expression of shock with a capital shock. Is this still Sister Mushue? If it had been before, hearing all of them gossiping during work hours would have gotten a bad rap at the very least. If you don't even get it right, you'll be hung up on the company group and criticized by name. In the worst cases, there is also the possibility of being dismissed from the company. What's wrong with Sister Mushue today? The employees who were present were all dumbfounded and completely unresponsive. At this time, those female co-workers in the lobby on the first floor had typed in their co-worker groups. Colleagues, has Sister Mushue gone upstairs yet? Have you arrived at the project department yet? Return 1 if you see the message. Just after the message went out, many of my colleagues in the program department have typed, "It's here. Just got into the office a little while ago, what's up?" Do you guys feel that today's Sister Mushue isn't quite the same as before? Just now, when we were downstairs, our colleagues on the first floor noticed. The changes are really big. First of all, the style of dressing, it's very different from before. Of course that's not the point is that there's a smile plastered on his face, and he used to be so serious at the office. And it was after 8 o'clock by that time, it was already work time. But, Sister Mushue still made small talk with us. This isn't like the usual Sister Mushue. When the colleagues on the first floor finished typing these words, colleagues from other departments have asked, "What? Really? A lot of people are in the Group 8 program staff." Immediately, a program colleague spoke up in the group, "It's true, you guys just didn't know. Our program staff is gossiping." Just at this time, Sister Mushue came in. But then, instead of accusing us or criticizing, it was especially gentle. Geez, that expression doesn't know how to describe it to you. It's just nifty. Sister Mushue used to be notoriously strict about her work ethic. What's going on today? That's a big change, it's only been 2 days since the weekend. For the next half hour. Inside this general group of co-workers, many people were chatting about Su Mushue's changes. Then somehow it reached Su Anqi's ears. So 10 minutes later, Su Anqi finished the work at hand and made a special trip to the project department. Colleagues from the project department stood up. Take the initiative to say hello to Su Angel. Mr. Su. Su Angel nodded. Well, there's no need to be too polite, everyone, just keep working. Busy yourselves. I came to look for Mushue. A female colleague wearing glasses nodded slightly. Mr. Su, Sister Mushue is in the office, you go. Su Angel said Then he walked into the middle of Su Mushue's office. Only to see Su Mushue at this time, she was smiling and said to a female employee, "Alright, it's all taken care of already, you go and deal with it." That female employee nodded. "Okay Sister Mushue, then I'll go and get busy first, I won't bother you anymore." Looking back at Su Angel, the female employee continued, "Sister Mushue, Mr. Su is here to see you." Su Mushue nodded. "Okay, I know, you go." After the female employee walks out of the office, Su Mushue, who was sitting on the office chair, had a smile on her face before she stood up. "Older sister, how come you're free to come over during work hours? Are you done with the job at hand?" Seeing Su Mushue in this perverse manner, Su Anqi was still a bit puzzled, so after walking over, she pinched Su Mushue's face twice. "Sister, what are you doing?" Su Mushue rubbed her face. Su Anqi was in disbelief. "Mushue, are you still my Mushue who puts on a serious expression and is a prude as long as it's work time?" After hearing Su Anqi's words, Su Mushue blinked her eyes and asked with some curiosity, "It's me." "No, what do you mean, old sister? You came into my office during work hours instead of working, just to tell me this?" Su Mushue had a puzzled look on her face. "Elder sister, you don't have a fever in your brain." Saying that, Su Mushue even touched Su Anqi's forehead. "See if she has a fever." Su Anqi was speechless. "Come on, Les. Let me ask you, what the hell has gotten into you lately?